lot of strong ones to find after that. It's an interesting concept that's brought up, but never really explored. More 21st century boys trying to play it up as something that should have been important the whole time. So again, Katsumata is just left feeling the weaker for it. Then we come to the moment of Kenji with young Katsumata in the VA. Kenji pulls off his mask to see the egghead underneath. Where's that clip?
This is nitpicky, but little gaps of continuity like this do contribute to a feeling of inauthenticity. Nitpicks are real and they do matter. You don't want nits, do you? If left unattended, they're gonna hatch into lice. Story lice.
So Egghead is this overtly symbolic exploration of Fukube's lack of identity, his internal struggle for recognition to define who he is, the cruel reality that he believes his worth is based around what others perceive. All that beautiful imagery and subtext is just completely gone here. We're now in the VA, meaning either this Katsumata chose to have this face, or more likely in my opinion, he doesn't have one in here. So we know the VA needs photos of the child to build the image in the VA. Katsumata is another character left out of history like Sadakio was. We know Sadakio had to use his adult face in the VA because there was no visual record of his childhood self. So it suggests the same for Katsumata, that there are no photos of him either. Neither can he use his adult face in the attraction because, well, it looks like Fukube now. So without photos, his model in the VA has no face. What once was some nice symbolism looking into a tortured identity of a character is now gone. Egghead is no longer a symbolic thing, but a world thing. Going into his history, we can find a bit about what makes him tick. The main piece of history with the Badge of Justice is a good bit of character building. The symbol of justice, the space badge, is also really good symbolism in the story, if a little on the nose. A big part of Katsumata's rant to Kenji at the end is that Kenji should not be seen as a moral character. He's not a hero of justice. He has no right to wear the space badge, all harkening back to this original theft and letting someone else cop the blame. This extends into how Friend's regime has painted Kenji, turning him into an international villain, i.e. the whole deal around the bloody New Year's Eve. Again, blowing this small thing from childhood into a global stake. The problem is, when I call it a good bit of character building, it's almost all that we get for Katsumata. All of the motivations stem back to just 2 moments, and the series kind of shoots itself in the leg with this one. Mainly because the motivation itself doesn't pair with Katsumata's actions. So Katsumata's whole life revolves around this moment of copping the blame for Kenji stealing the space badge. It was after this that he was considered dead and became an outcast, bullying to such an extent that it led him to the roof. Bullying to such an extent all of the other characters believed him dead all of these years later. Bullying to such an extent that he never recovered from it. It all comes back to this moment. Kenji stole the space badge and Katsumata took the blame. But the backstory keeps going. The whole idea of him dying comes from Fukube. The one who started the bullying was Fukube. Yes, Kenji made the inciting incident with the badge, but Fukube is the one who quote-unquote kills Katsumata in the eyes of the school. And this breaks the motivation. Why does Katsumata hold this life-altering grudge against Kenji and not Fukube? From what the series shows us, all this hate should be aimed at Fukube instead. He was the one who really did all of the damage that Katsumata is looking to get vengeance on. So, to make this work, we have to understand that Katsumata doesn't really care about any past grudges. It's not about some deep-seated pain that defined his life. It all comes down to the fact he had nothing else going on after the roof, and he just figured he'd play a game with Kenji. That he doesn't really care about that moment anymore, choosing to work with Fukube instead of against him. Maybe he had some long-term plan to kill Fukube off to stage the resurrection, but he seems like he doesn't know what to do after Fukube dies, which is strange if it was all part of this long-term plan. I just don't know. And that's really the big problem with Katsumata. We just don't know. We don't know this character. We're left struggling, making mountains out of molehills to try and understand who this person is. And for who's intended to be the villain of 20th Century Boys, that's not good. When people say the Katsumata reveal ruined the series for them, I can honestly believe it. One of the most compelling things about this series, possibly the number one thing reviews will always mention, is the mystery of who is Friend. This is the final payoff of our investment. This is the end result of what's lauded as one of the best aspects of this series. Well, for some, it's going to be an, oh wow, I wonder how I could have seen that through the series kind of reveal. For others, it's a slap in the face after investing their time into 265 chapters, only to have this limp noodle of a character at the end of it all. If it was a head-to-head between both characters, Fukube wins hands down. He's got a stronger backstory, a better connection to the characters, and is more impactful to the story in both plot and chapter count. Man, it would really suck if Fukube wasn't actually in this story at all. Much like 20th Century Boys itself, this video has also been building to a big twist. Final reveals are part of the reason why I've had to break the ending discussion into two parts. Katsumata, second friend, or actually, I assume Naoki Urasawa actually didn't like Fukube as friend, but what happens after this? We know he survives because of the example project idea, plus, you know, he's alive during the main story, right? This is friend. Well, one of them at least. Well, actually, most of the changes, whatever and however many they may be in the Perfect Edition, we are not looking at today. Though, that complete edition also does something that I'm honestly shocked more people aren't talking about. Why did I call Fukube Fukube through the whole second section and Katsumata friend? Well, what if Fukube was never friend? The video thus far has been built upon the original edition of the series, the ending that came out in 2007. With the complete edition of the series also came a new ending with the twist you've probably figured out by now. It was Katsumata all along. Now, I do have to preface this whole section by saying I haven't actually read the new ending. Between Urasawa's distaste for digital versions, me ordering the hard copy, waiting the weeks it takes to ship here, the order being lost, my country going back into lockdown, trying to cancel the order, trying to redo the order, rah rah rah, TLDR, I haven't got my copy yet. So there's this caution sign in the corner because this is all based off secondhand knowledge, which I can't confirm until I get my hands on the book. Please take this whole section with a grain of salt. This is more me pulling together the bits and pieces of hearsay around the place to figure out what happens. Thank you folks in the Prophecies video for giving me confirmations as well. It has been great, and when I finally get to read it, I will put out an update on what the new ending includes. Look for a pinned comment which will point out whether this is correct or not. So yes, the complete edition of the series also brought an entirely new ending, and for some reason, no one has been talking about it. It's a massive change. All those rumors about Sadakio dying in middle school, high school, that was Fukube that died. Friend, every friend, has been Katsumata. Now, quick second opinion to make sure I'm not just talking random Reddit threads as the truth. Well, the movies follow the same reveal, that it was Katsumata all along, that Fukube had been dead for years. Is this a good change in theory? In the dulcet tones of Ross McIntyre,
well, I wrote a little song about it. No.
Not at all. In the friend section, we talked about how Katsumata is a really weak friend. Between him and Fukube, he doesn't stack up in almost every category. So having it as Katsumata the whole time is going to need some heavy-duty support to make it work. The problem is, from my understanding, the changes are only in this final volume, or 21st Century Boys. Everything else stays the same. From the looks of things, the last chapter still goes through the same main plot beats though. The anti-proton bomb, the UN coming in, the robot comes back, so that doesn't leave us much time to support this change. It's a neat twist, but in my opinion, a bad one. The series spends far more time setting up Fukube as friend, exploring his past in the lives of 1970 and 71, or the Example Project. We understand more about this character. We also can understand the main plans of the series being split between two friends. Why there's such a disconnect between how Friend acts leading up to the Bloody New Year's Eve and his plans to become world leader. Having Fukube ripped away from us at the last second needs something strong to replace him, and Katsumata does not fit that bill. We don't even start getting the background of Katsumata until chapter 230 when we finally get a small slice. So yeah, it's a no from me, thanks. I think I'll be sticking to the original version as my canon, I guess. Though there are some upsides as well, moments like Friend's supposed death in the science room or riding up on Kenji during the Bloody New Year's Eve make a lot more sense if it was all in Katsumata's long-term plan, if it was Katsumata all along. Though other moments do suffer as a result, like the whole focus around the expo, something that was never significant to Katsumata. turning what was key characterization of Friend into a confusing mess. This was all apparently Katsumata playing with Kenji, making him think that Friend was someone else. It's this trade-off between strengthening some moments while weakening others. Overall, I still don't think it's a good choice because Katsumata is never given a strong enough motivation to tie it all together. I assume it ends with the movie's ending, which I do like. It's Kenji and Katsumata on the roof again. Kenji is trying to write a song, but is struggling with a certain part. He starts playing when Katsumata pitches some lyrics. Guda Lala, Suda Lala. This is a great twist, even making it to the cover of the book. Bob Lennon was co-wrote by Katsumata. This finally gives us the context for why Kenji doesn't play Bob Lennon at the end of the series. This is why Katsumata asks Kenji to play it for him while he dies. It makes this moment a lot more impactful. Katsumata reminiscing back to a time when they were friends. Kenji has all his memories back by this point and knows that this was the song that Katsumata basically co-wrote. That becomes the last time Bob Lennon is played, dying alongside its owner, Katsumata. That's really all I can say at the moment on the new ending. From my understanding, there's not a huge amount that was changed, besides, the fact that Fukube was dead. Apparently, even that is not focused on, so yeah, I can't wait until my copy finally arrives so I can get into it. Look for a card here if I've got the update out, and let us know in the comments if this was the version that you read, particularly around how it affected the series for you. I'm really curious to see if people have a different opinion on the series depending on which ending they read first. Does the new ending tend itself to people enjoying the series more or less? I know for me, I fall strongly in the less category, but please let us know. It's time to unleash my honest thoughts on the series overall. Is 20th Century Boys a great series? Yeah, I think it is. It certainly has its problems, but after going through it all with what feels like a fine comb, I appreciate this series more than I did at the start. To be honest, I was never a huge 20th fan to start with. I thought it was a great series, but not to the degree that I see people recommend it as. These reviews out there claiming that it's Urasawa's magnum opus and one of the finest crafted pieces of manga ever. It always felt to me like a series people kind of blindly recommend without talking about why, because you can't really discuss these reasons why without spoilers. But in spoiling things, you do ruin a lot of what makes 20th Century Boys what it is. That surprise of the time jump at chapter 50 is fantastic. I'm so glad that that was never spoiled for me. So the recommendations come, it's this amazing series and you should read it, and then that always felt like the end of the discussion. Nothing really substantive about what makes it their favorite series or why they hold it in such high regard. That's actually a big reason why I made this video and why it's so long. How many times when working on this have I begged for more spoiler reviews out there? Someone not just saying it's a 10 out of 10, but why they think so, or someone explaining why they didn't enjoy the series. Something more than just, the mystery was interesting. I want to hear what people honestly think about this series without having to censor themselves into spoiler-free language. I know there are people out there who really love Katsumata as a character, but for the life of me, I cannot find a single thread explaining why. So please, comments are open, go nuts. There are a few reviews which go a bit further to discuss around the first 50 chapters or so, which again makes sense, you don't want to spoil too much, but those first 50 chapters are such a different beast from the rest of the series. To me, the first 50 chapters of 20th Century Boys are easily the best that this series gets. While there are fantastic moments both in the story and for the characters later on, as a consistent block, nothing else comes close to the start. So when I read, quote, spoiler reviews of the series that only talk about the first 50 chapters and then the final reveal, it feels wrong. 20th Century Boys isn't just its high points and the final reveal. It's also the assassination in the church plot point that doesn't really make sense or go anywhere. It's the slip-up and stumbles in 21st Century Boys. It's the world that struggles to balance being realistic while also facilitating the plot that Urasawa wants. Then it's also seeing Yosh recreate the secret base with his childhood self, Yukiji and Kana eating noodles with all of this subtext behind the conversation. It's Kana getting Kenji's hat when he comes back and the emotional breakdown. Like any series, it has its high points and its low points. For me, they balanced out to being a great series, but not one that dethrones my personal top Urasawa stories. As far as those stories go, I would still consider Monster as the strongest story overall, and Billy Bat as the more enjoyable reread for me. That's definitely a personal thing. I don't think many people would claim Billy Bat is objectively better than 20th Century Boys. I can understand why people hold 20th Century Boys so highly though. I think 20th has the strongest opening of all the big Urasawa stories. Those first 50 chapters are genuinely fantastic. And that alone is enough to make some people diehard fans of this series, and I completely understand that. It's certainly a bizarre thing when talking about Urasawa stories though. 20th Century Boys claims a strong third place for me, but Urasawa stories are of such a high quality that doesn't really mean too much. This story is still a lot more compelling than other mysteries out there. There is something that 20th Century Boys does better than all of those other stories though, and that is the characters. For me, I think out of all of these big stories, this series has the best selection of characters, both in scope and depth. I would consider individual characters from other series stronger, take Johan or Bodenpada from Monster, or Kevin Goodman and Timmy from Billy Bat. As a holistic cast, 20th Century Boys takes the cake. I can tell you so much more about all of these people than most of the supporting cast of those other series. Kiryon, Mon, and Ocho, Yukiji, and Konchi. Yoshitsune is an MVP. Urasawa did a great job of setting them all up. Their childhood history coming through into their lives, both pre and post Bloody New Year's Eve. I would be surprised if you went through the series without relating to at least one of them. From good qualities we want, like determination, strength of spirit, taking leadership, working to fix your past mistakes, good memories like bonding with your friends, finding a new talent, and celebrating the good times, to bad qualities we regret, like cowardice, despair, powerlessness, painful memories like being left alone, infidelity, missing the important moments, or heck, even a rooftop moment like Katsumata. There is just so much to get yourself invested into. Yeah, these characters they take the cake. So why do I think 20th Century Boys overall doesn't rise to the heights of Monster? Well, if I had to sum it up in 3 points, it would be a weak villain, diminishing returns, and it simply runs too long. I'm going to admit this right at the start of this section. I might just not get Friend. It might be that Friend is just some blind spot in how I approach media, so he doesn't really make sense to me. But Friend is not an interesting character. He's a compelling mystery, an interesting foil, a thematically appropriate villain, a theoretically perfect antagonist. But he's not a good character, and that's something that I do really care about with my villains. Having a thematic connection is all well and good, but if their motivations are weak, then I'm going to very quickly lose interest. The build-up of Fukube is great. Getting his backstory lets us understand everything that has happened. The twist reveal recontextualized things really well. And then we get the Katsumata reveal, and besides the twist that he was alive all along, it feels flat. Katsumata always felt like the weaker friend, which is why I'm really curious to see how the new ending tries to justify it being him all along. Katsumata, especially after going through the series like this, is still just a limp noodle of a villain. His motivations coming down to just 2 moments in his childhood made him feel trivial. You could try and say the same for Fukube, but we see a lot more from his perspective, so we get an idea of his character greater than just the moments that he's in. We've got this whole egghead thing and how he builds these narratives in his head, and then when he freaks out when they don't come true. Katsumata's moments are a nice setup for the whole justice angle and to bring 20th Century Boy the song back in, but he absolutely should have hated Fukube for this moment, and we should have seen something to that effect. The mystery of Friend through the series is amazing. It's one of the best things about this series. For me, once you've finished a series, that mystery is only as strong as its conclusion. And the conclusion with Katsumata is bad. There's not enough answers. But my only issues don't lie on just the ending. Friend struggled for me by being a character that's supposed to be imposing while also seemingly having the blind support of the author. So many people flock to Friend and are willing to do crazy things for him, and we never get an explanation of why. He does all these incredibly suspect things and the world just goes along with it. He gains all this power out of nowhere and we're just told to accept it. He's not menacing, he's just supported by the author. It made Friend never feel like a scary threat on his own. Let me put it another way. The Friend party is the real villain of the series. Friend himself doesn't do much. It's all his lackeys doing all the hard yards. So the real threat is this nebulous idea of the Friend political party, or cabal, or whatever they are. And much like Katsumata, this is never explored either. The end result being the series never has a strong developed villain at the center. yet the main focus remains on the villain, who is Friend. It makes the series feel like the heroes against the world, which completely goes against the central premise of unmasking Friend. Speaking of the world, as a big fan of good world building and seeing how an established world reacts to the story beats, I don't think 20th Century Boys does an overly great job in that regard. I mentioned this right at the start, but let me say it again for those taking this a piece at a time. The world within each time skip is really interesting and has a lot going for it. It's not all bad. However, it's things like Friend being overtly suspect in the Book of Prophecy only to be beloved after the time skip, or the fact that the world just seems to roll over and take the L when Friend spills the beans on his schemes, the fanatical fans that burn their friends alive or laugh when guns are pointed at their head. The answers we get for these are few and far between. I don't think they're enough to support the world that we get. A pet peeve I have in series is when there's these big global problems and they don't get a big global response. Again, this works to undermine how sinister Friend is supposed to be. The series tries quite hard to build Friend as the sinister figure, but the world runs counter to that. Everything Friend wants, he gets, seemingly without having to put much work into it. I will bring up this point again. The series goes too hard. It opens up a lot of threads that make up this fantastic mystery. It's so good, and then as it goes on, it becomes harder to juggle. The top quality that the early chapters establish take their gradual decline until the end of the series. It starts slowly. Some threads start dropping, some more convenience starts popping up, and some things that just don't really work, and then the main threat is wrapped up, and we need to find a way to raise the stakes, which somehow actually works. It's one of the best moments of the series. And then we keep going. It's a bit shakier, and then we do it again. The main threat is wrapped up, and we need to find a way to raise the stakes. Only this time, it doesn't really work. The series has been going on for too long, and we're just retreading the same ground now. 21st Century Boys, as it stood in the original, was honestly just a very weak conclusion. It hurt to see a series that I've enjoyed so much struggle to hit its final beats. 21st Century Boys is easily the worst that this series gets. It's like the leftovers of an amazing meal you had, but it's been in the fridge for too long. Sure, it looks like the beautiful thing you ate, but it's not the same. The final plot of the anti-proton bomb and the robots coming back is just a blatant moving of the goalpost. Friend was dead. The gang could go in and make sure the virus didn't get released, and then we could spend the rest of the series exploring Katsumata. Instead, we get another Robot Rumble, quickly setting up and solving the anti-proton bomb idea, and barely touching Katsumata's development. Also, the magic just starts doing whatever it needs to facilitate the plot. You want Kana to send a psychic message to a computer program? Sure, why not? Let's just get it wrapped up. And then of course, it all wraps up with the Katsumata reveal, which, yeah, I think is quite weak. Man, that felt like a lot of complaining. I'm sorry, I still really like this series. 20th Century Boys is still a great series. Where's that clip from the start? Recognizing the flaws in the things we love doesn't need to weaken our appreciation in the series overall. Rather, it helps create a more realistic view of said series for people to draw their own conclusions. That's my intention here today with 20th Century Boys. I want to praise it for the things it does well, but also to discuss its shortcomings. Whether or not these positives outweigh the negatives or vice versa is up to you, but as fans of manga, we shouldn't be afraid to acknowledge the triumphs of series we dislike and the missteps of those that we love. I really think 20th Century Boys is one of those series that needs some more of this online. Thus, you know, the past couple hours. Something more than just all these spoiler-free recommendations. There are genuine criticisms to be had that we shouldn't sugarcoat. So the series does have its faults, but it also does some things incredibly well that we shouldn't undersell. All these people were saying that they think it's a masterpiece and the greatest thing they've ever read. It's not without reason. The mystery through the first 2/3 of the series is so engaging. The different clues you get that culminate in the death of Fukube, Maruo's trip to the apartment, which immediately gives you the answer if you've been paying attention. The mystery is developed well in a way where the clues weren't obvious until right at the end, but they're still there nonetheless. There's the flashback mechanic that seamlessly adds depth to the characters while also providing new clues to Friend is fantastic. Urasawa evolving the idea into the virtual attraction was a brilliant move. The art that manages to capture each time jump perfectly, both in the locations and the characters. Some of those chapters around Kiriko's backstory jump through all 4 time zones, and it still works. Even what I'd consider the main message of the series, I love. The concept of criticizing growing older, exploring what that means, what's worth holding on to, how much of our past do we still let define us. How much should we? Who do we want to be? Growing older is fine, just don't get hung up on your past, or do the opposite and completely abandon your roots. The series gets some real emotion too. I love those Kana Yukiji scenes. Sadakio getting the photo, Kiriko gets her message to Kana through the movie cinema, when Kenji gets to hug Kana at the end, seeing it in the film actually oofed me. There's a reason all of my favorite moments are these big emotional moments. Urasawa nails them. These characters are fantastic, and these moments thrive by having well-developed characters. 20th Century Boys has some really high highs that will easily still make this a recommended read from me. Speaking of the movies though, do you need to watch them too? No, you certainly do not. If you're a big fan of the series, I would say they're probably worth your time though. Seeing some of those key scenes elevated with the music and the soundscape completely changed their impact for me. Friends Resurrection? Ooh, that still gives me chills. A few panels turns into this much longer scene, and I think it works so much better. Now whenever I read that scene, in my head, I hear this. Or when Kenji hits the crowd with that. Magical. They also make some changes, which is just interesting to see how they handled it. Like in the final movie, I kid you not, they set up Yosh as friend. For like half the movie, we're led to believe Yosh is friend, and it's nuts. They also take some things out, like the assassin guy, but they keep his evil castle in, so look out for how they make that work. Also, just see how close they got the actors to the manga. The cast look good. There is certainly a degree of care here to the manga, but yeah, still ends up as the clearly inferior way of telling the story. While the movie's version of Bob Lennon is very good, I would still consider Mr. Urasawa's version my canon version. I will forever be stoked that he actually did this. It shows such a love for what he creates, writing and learning a song he wrote for a story to jam it in front of a crowd. Love this man. If there's one thing I can leave you with for my take on 20th Century Boys, I'll let it be this scene. You are my daughter, a precious daughter that Kenji left me with. On the bloody New Year's Eve of 2000, he told us, please, just don't die. Now let's eat before the noodles get cold. This is why so much of the series works. I know I've bagged on the world building and the contrivances and the plot, and there will be more to come, but 20th Century Boys always comes back to this. Strong emotional moments between characters we care about and can relate to. I don't want to undersell how amazing these moments are. That is 20th Century Boys. I won't lie, this might be the biggest solo project I have ever worked on, and if you're watching until now, then it has absolutely been worth it. Thank you. Right now, I don't want to commit to doing another one of these for each of the big Urasawa stories, but I'll see what the response to this video is. If that sounds like something you'd be into, then please do let me know. It most likely would be bringing all my thoughts together on Monster into one big video. The channel is still honestly looking for a consistent identity at the moment. So far, I've just kind of been talking about things I want to talk about, but yeah, the YouTube recommendation system super doesn't support that. I do want to focus more on creating what you guys would like to see, rather than just waffling on about whatever I want. It would be good to have those narrowed down to series you're actually interested in, so let me know. For 20th Century Boys, there are a few other things I'd still like to do for it. I definitely need to come back to look at the new ending when I finally get it. Probably a shorter video on the lives of 1970 and 71 to lay out what each of them are/mean. I also do want to tackle the movies in their own video because they are an interesting beast, and then might do a 20th Century Boys story video going through just the plot beats. I've been keeping a second document with the key bits of information in order, so that should be relatively easy to convert into a script. Whether the video ends up like the Johan timeline and relatively straightforward, or like the Shaman King one and full of memes, let me know what your preference is. Finally, I really would like to put out a supplement video to this based around what comes up in the comments. Some more information around anything we didn't put enough focus on, or other perspectives that seem to be common for other fans, as well as for anything that we missed talking about here. The rest of the gang's personal stories, or going deeper with the imitation ideas, or actually bringing up Father Luciano at least once, you know, things like that. I've started noting down the ideas that have already come up from the other 20th Century Boys videos, so if you've got anything you'd like to be added to be talked about, do let me know so I don't miss it. There'll be links to those other channels that we've cut to throughout the video in the description. Can happily recommend all of their channels, they're all folks that I watch. If you're looking for more Urasawa content, there is some up on the channel at the moment. We've got a monster playlist and a Billy Bat playlist, though Billy was the first thing I worked on here, so it's honestly not great content. I would recommend the Another Monster video. It's actually a pretty good video. I think it's my favorite one on the channel currently. Just don't go into it if you haven't read or seen Monster yet. And if that is the case, I'm sorry for
It's very difficult to convey just how important the first Fallout was to CRPGs, not only because now most people associate the series with Bethesda's open-world games, but mainly because its influence is so widespread that it became almost invisible, says the CRPG book. And that seems true. You listen to people talk and it's always Fallout this and Fallout that. But there is this nagging question. If these games are so influential, then how come they never made more than 3 of them? Is it because Todd Howard did a capitalism defiling the moral code of the franchise? Interesting opinion, and perhaps it's true. But then how come this genre was never replicated in the independent scene? Steam is full of games that list Fallout among their inspirations, but none of them actually play like a classic Fallout game. Invisible presence indeed. I can hear it, but I can't see it. Let's just rip off the band-aid. Classic Fallout is not influential at all. But what is influential is the conversation about Fallout and the philosophy we created to explain how this game works. A philosophy that failed at what it was designed to do. Let's play the game and talk about all these things. And the best place to start is the beginning.
Come in, Chosen One. There are things you must know.
Northern California is experiencing the worst drought in decades. Our home, the village of Arroyo, is in danger. A tribal champion, the strongest or the cleverest of them, is to be sent into the wastes to search for a solution. In order to prove our worth to the villagers, we need to go through the Temple of Trials. New players having trouble surviving the early game should tag unarmed at character creation or just run past the creatures. The Temple of Trials is not the most fondly remembered location because it's basically a tutorial that takes a little too long and it's annoying to go through with a non-combat build. We don't talk enough just how weird this place is. Or who built it? It doesn't seem to be a pre-war museum. Or what is this face? The final trial is a duel against one of Arroyo's warriors. Are all of your tribe so weak? The battle is not to the death. It's easier if you tag unarmed, but perfectly doable even without it. Our great ancestor used to wear this. We made it.
Congratulations, Chosen One. You have survived the Temple of Trials.
I didn't know this until recently, but the Elder is our mom and the daughter of the Vault Dweller, the protagonist of the first game.
Take this flask. It is from the Holy Vault 13. Vic, a trader in Klamath, brought it to us.
Find Vic, the trader. Ask him about the ancestral Vault 13. Find the Gek artifact in the vault. It will save the village. Alright, got it. More weird heads and faces. Arroyan culture is strange and intriguing. Clearly there is an artistic side to it. None of this is ever elaborated on, which is of course smart. In a game about adventuring from place to place, you don't want to spend too much time in the starting location, and whatever is conjured in your imagination when you stand here listening to the ambient track will certainly be more convincing than any lore dump. The Chosen One is not a conventionally attractive man. It goes beyond the looks. People just feel uneasy around him.
My garden is well. How is yours?
The only person to ever show kindness to us was Hakunin the Shaman. This is why we are a little knowledgeable in the art of doctoring. It's a nearly worthless skill you can play for dozens of hours without ever having a limb broken, but it's critical for the story I want to tell. We tag the big guns skill. Don't do this if you are new to the game. You won't get a big gun until many hours in. Finally, I pick the fast shot trait. This makes our ranged attacks cost one less action point, but disables the powerful aimed shot ability. We never felt we truly belonged in this community, and the feeling is mutual. Frankly, the other tribals were relieved to see us gone into the wastes. Back in the saddle.
Oh, that's a shame. A conversation with a genuine mutant like you. It'd certainly paint me a picture of what life's like in that radioactive hell on the mainland.
Klamath is a small town of gecko hunters and Brahmin herders. The world sure has changed. Fallout 1 was about fledgling communities surviving in the wasteland. The sequel takes place 80 years later, more than enough time for the survivors to establish local cultures, economies, lifestyles. It's brilliant that after giving us a taste of exotic tribal culture, the game shows us this. Klamath, the most normal place in Fallout 2. It's so normal it violates the theme. There is no overarching ethical conflict in Klamath. The town has two establishments, Buckner House and the Golden Gecko, and they offer mutually contradictory side quests, but not like ideologically contradictory. And sure, the Golden Gecko people are a little rough, but they don't have the grand design for the community to join the KKK in the end of their quest arc. Klamath problems are adventure game problems. One of the hunters is missing. Go find him, learn his craft. A ghost is haunting a nearby canyon. The broken robot was protecting this beautiful sprite that's perhaps foreshadowing something. This guy is placed near the town's entrance, and his purpose in life is to vomit exposition about Klamath's known problems. Exposition NPCs are a classic sin of isometric RPGs. There is no need for them. You can tell a lot about the character of a place via mapping, the ambient track, the random barks, preferably without semicolons. Voice actors can also contribute.
Maida takes care of trade here, and her mother, Arden, takes care of the rooms. No shaman in town, but you may be able to trade for medicine.
One useful thing nearly everyone should do is to recruit Sulik. Fallout 2 is the first game in the franchise in which companions can play a major role, if you build your character to support this playstyle. That's not us, but sure, we'll take him. He's a tribal. We are brotherly peoples. The main event in Klamath is this large 3-level dungeon full of rodents, culminating in a fight against a huge rat with glowing eyes that speaks human. Master Todd, the custodian of the franchise, would later retcon this lore in his RPG sensation Fallout 3. The story reason for us to visit Klamath is Vic the Trader, who lives here, or lived here. Looks like no one been home for a long time. One of the locals tells us to look for him in the nearby place called the Den.
You're bad news, woman. Crampy Bones say we be stacking up the bad karma just being near you.
A town of junkies and gangsters, the Den is the closest thing this part of the world has to a commercial hub. It appears Vic the Trader got himself in trouble with the Slavers Guild. The Elder said he might know where Vault 13 is, so we need to bust him out. This is a classic Fallout problem. In terms of quest scripting, everything is very simple. We can either purchase Vic for a considerable sum, or we can kill all the slavers. That's it. There is no convenient persuasion check to set the gangs of the Den and the slavers against one another. We are given a task, and it's up to us to figure out how to use the skills and the items we have to solve it. The first solution we should consider is violence. See this door? Somewhat unintuitively, using the lockpick skill on an unlocked door would lock it, which is useful for separating the slavers into two manageable groups. Another important tool is thievery. These guys hold their weapons in their hands, so they are impossible to disarm this way. However, this This slaver here has a potent combat drug in his inventory, something we can use. But the cleverest thing you can do is to get them drunk. Alcohol lowers the perception stat, which affects ranged accuracy. Plenty of alcohol to be found in Klamath, and it's near worthless to traders. There are other strategies. It's possible to attack after dark with a weapon equipped with a night sight, or to plant bombs in their inventories, but we don't have access to that kind of equipment. Or perhaps you are not into violent solutions. In that case, we can work on acquiring the necessary sum to purchase the kidnapped trader. There are plenty of side quests for us to do. You know, I can't explain it, but there is something degrading about side quests in the den. We can farm random encounters on the world map, but that takes too long. Instead, let me share my favorite get-rich-quick scheme. This here is Flick. The game describes him as a thin and greasy man. Flick is in charge of the street kids in the den. They hang around popular establishments and pickpocket the passerbys. They can even steal quest items. If you're lucky, these will end up in Flick's inventory, ready to be bought back. But that is not my way. Make sure you place your character in the door frame so that Flick has nowhere to run as he's being physically dismembered by Sulik. He should have hired guards. This business plan was quite flawed. That's Flick's entire stock. Guns, bullets, armor, drugs. Things useful for economic activity in post-apocalyptic conditions. Capital makes more capital. An imminent drive, they say. So we take our new guns to the nearby store and ventilate Tubby the trader and his bodyguards. He was actually smart enough to have guards. That's competent entrepreneurship. Our tribals have enough firearms between them to equip a small militia. Perhaps the Arroyans should do this instead of looking for a stupid-ass deck. Just march into the den, take it over, shoot all the gangsters. Try aiming at me next time. Alright, the consequence of all this is that the town no longer has merchants we can sell our loot to, but Klamath is next door. The Slavers Guild is how we maximize our profits. Metzger, the leader of the slavers, offers almost 2,000 bucks for Sulik. He was a good man. What an excellent return on investment. An even bigger decision is joining the guild. The new members are branded with a tattoo, so everyone we meet will recognize that we are a slaver. This has huge repercussions. Many potential companions will refuse to join with us, not that we give a damn, and many individuals will outright refuse to talk to slavers at all. So what are the benefits of being a slaver? There aren't a whole lot. We can go on these raids. What happens is that the slavers find a bunch of tribals or refugees or people down on their luck and send a squad after them. Our job is to put down anyone who resists. Afterwards, the slavers go from person to person, beat the shit out of them with cattle prods, and handcuff them. The scripting is elaborate. A successful raid pays around 1,000 bucks, provided none of the slaves were harmed. Run, it's a slaver! Huh, I crack myself up. But there are only 4 of these raid missions, and the other slaver entities elsewhere in California have even less content. In any case, we acquired more than enough money to buy Vic, who will hopefully tell us what to do next, because so far, we've learned precious nothing about Vault 13. But we did learn a whole lot about how the minute-to-minute gameplay of classic Fallout works. You know that feeling when you play a game and it says all the right words and it does all the right things, and yet something is missing. A secret ingredient that made old Fallouts magical. The secret ingredient is that the classic games were designed to take advantage of the real-life skill of creativity. Many of the pretenders delegate the choice-making to dialogue windows and contextual UI elements. So instead of thinking how to solve a problem, you just pick an option from a list. Vic says he has never been to a vault, but he knows of a place called Vault City, which he marks on our map. The journey takes weeks, and on our way there, we stumble upon a small farming community.
You may bear the mantle of the chosen, but your dark soul cries from within.
Welcome to Modoc, a dying town of Brahmin herders and agriculturalists. This is a rare instance of the game actually allowing us to use the doctor's skill to complete a side questlet. Get up, Bess. She is gonna follow us around the town and even engage in combat on our behalf. I call her Sulik 2. Curious RPG facts. Fallout 2 was the first Western RPG to include gay marriage, and it takes place in this church. It's also possible to do a straight marriage. Modoc is in trouble. The locals have the same problems as Arroyo. The crops are dying. But it's the strangest thing. There is a farm not far from here that seems to be flourishing, despite the drought. When the residents of Modoc went there to investigate, they saw horrible things. Crucified bodies everywhere. Not a living person in sight. We quickly discover that the bodies are fake. Dummies covered in Brahmin innards. The reason the ghost farm is prospering is because of the efforts of the Slags, a group of cave dwellers who live below the farm. The Slags are a mixed community of humans and ghouls. The twist is that there isn't one. They are friendly and willing to trade with the surfacers. But the people of Modoc are not in any hurry to trust them. If you want a good ending for this place, you need to convince the two groups to work together. This is the outcome that grants most XP and item rewards. But I have no intention of doing extra work. Modoc is a pit stop. We have a vault to find and a village to save. You might have heard about a feature called Choices and Consequences, and that the classic Fallout supposedly has this feature and that it's important. But something I have noticed by following these conversations is that when individuals say choices and consequences, they almost always mean the BioWarean model, which is when the game would present us with two or more options that have a similar narrative weight. Light side or dark side, Paragon or Renegade, Shadow Thieves versus the vampires. In a BioWarean system, you are supposed to at least consider the options given. But this is not how Fallout works. In a Fallout game, you are usually presented with one correct option and a contrarian option. The best example of this is Junktown from Fallout 1. Do we side with Killian, who is handsome and not a sociopath and is a victim of an attempt on his life, and siding with him leads to an elaborate quest with unique items, and there is a scripted boss battle, and in the end of the battle you are rewarded with a unique hyper-violent death animation, a beautiful element of the game's aesthetic. Or, we can side with Gizmo and get none of these things. You get nothing. There is a battle against generic sprites, and he is also supposed to be physically repulsive, but it's whatever because he's beautiful to me. A correct option and a contrarian option for exotic playthroughs. Gather the men. We are gonna take the ghost farm by force. Instead of us going through an elaborate quest chain, the merchants and quest givers of Modoc will solve the non-existent slag problem by physically killing them all. My strategy was to eat a bunch of psycho drugs that grant damage resistance and then just tank for a long enough time for our allies to reduce the slag numbers. We didn't personally do any of this, but it suggested that the slag women and children was slaughtered off camera by the farmers, who are just now realizing that they took it too far. The soul of Modoc is now rotten, and without the cooperation agreement with the ghost farm, this community will soon die. Why not expedite this? While exploring the town, we discover that it's possible to climb inside the local toilet. There is an overwhelming smell of methane gas in here. Just one tiny spark. The explosion demolishes the outhouse, covering the northern Modoc with fecal matter. I bet this was a nightmare to script. The locals are now covered in shit in both ethical and physical sense. But I'm not done ruining this place yet. The Modoc Diner has a special recipe, extra large, extra delicious omelets. If this sounds vaguely familiar, it's probably because there is a reference to this quest in New Vegas. The mystery of the Modoc omelet is hidden inside this hen house. Guard dogs. To deal with them, leave the door open, exit the map, and come back. The dogs will be gone. Use steroids if you are not strong enough to remove the rocks. And that's what the secret is. The omelets are made out of deathclaw eggs. Very industrious. I like that there is a reason to intentionally breed deathclaws. Once again, leave the door open, exit the map, and come back. The Deathclaw escapes and kills all the residents of the shit-covered northern Modoc. The creature is now the master of these streets. Anyway, the BioWarian and the Fallout-style choices and consequences are two different ideas. The advantage of the Fallout-style CNC is how over-the-top dramatic it is. I have nothing but good memories of this place. Onwards to Vault City.
The problem is that all outsiders wish to join our society, which is simply not feasible. We would undoubtedly sink into the same anarchy which plagues the outside.
This place is strikingly different from anything we've seen before in this game or the previous. Pavement, uniformed guards, laser gun turrets. Vault City has nothing to do with our ancestral vault, but it's important to the story of the wandering tribal for a different reason. In order to get inside Vault City proper, non-citizens need to go through bureaucracy and acquire a day pass, a Vault visa. Naturally, there are about a dozen different ways to get it. We can simply buy a visa or speech skill the clerk into providing it for free, but that's boring. It's possible to pickpocket the document of a Vault dweller or steal it from the locker at night. The Vault City NPCs have schedules. They go to bed after dark. This is uncommon in classic Fallout. We can get inside by temporarily lowering our intelligence with drugs, which will lead to the tribal getting enslaved by Vault dwellers. But the easiest and smartest way of obtaining a day pass is by simply removing your armor, revealing a Vault suit underneath. The first citizen would want to talk to us. Personally, I prefer to get fake citizenship papers by bribing the officials. This is superior to a visa, as citizens are not searched by guards. The Central Council.
No, we do not live in the vault. They were a temporary measure to protect a chosen few from the war and aid them in the subsequent construction of a new world.
Lynette is a great character, well hated.
As an outsider, you are in a unique position to resolve a difficult situation for us.
You will regret saying these words, you know. Gecko is a community of ghouls who live around a still-operating nuclear power plant that pollutes the groundwater with dangerous radiation. Lynette wants them gone.
Hello there, Smooth Skin. The name's Harold. I help keep this town running.
Not unlike the slags of Modoc, the ghouls of Gecko are just normal-ass dudes. It's up to us to bring the two communities together, or further apart.
You see, they are immune to radiation. They don't care that they are slowly killing us with their poisons.
Reactor number 5. The reactor room is flooded with radiation. We trick one of the ghouls into disabling the coolant system for us. Lynette will be pleased. We're getting a Vault green card for sure. This here is Vault 8, by the way. No wastelanders allowed, and the guards won't take bribes. But it's possible to get inside via sneaky fuckery.
We exited the vault 120 years ago, and with the help of our Eden kit began construction of Vault City. 10 years later, the Overseer retired, and a Council of Citizens was established.
In the Vault Med Lab, we learned that people here don't get pregnant from intercourse. Instead, they are artificially inseminated. I'm afraid to ask, but I will anyway. Oh, we'd welcome your contribution. Vault City could use some fresh genetic material. The screen fades to black as our character jacks off into Autodoc. I can honestly say I have never missed the primitive charm of Arroyo More until this very moment. The Vault residential area is used as a warehouse. Nobody lives here anymore. There's quite a number of rare high-tech items to be stolen. The doctor's skill unlocks additional conversation options with the Vault physician, resulting in us getting the Vault City medical training perk. But the real reason for us being here is this computer. Deep in the database, we discover a series of older archives that contain schematics for some sort of combat implants. The procedure is only available for characters with high doctor skill, and it unlocks an elaborate unmarked quest to turn yourself into a cyborg. This is done by acquiring sets of combat armor, finding a qualified medical specialist to operate on us, and then paying them large sums of money. This adventure is the main reason to even have money in this game.
What?
You destroyed the plant, the contamination, you idiot!
We are a walking, talking monkey's paw. Whatever, this place is dead. Back in the vault, we managed to download additional map information from the central computer, so we have an idea where to go next.
Now we became friends, headed off together. Then, other people started following us. Guess they figured if they weren't safe with a mutie and a steel knight, safe just wasn't going to happen.
Broken Hills is a sizable multi-species settlement built around a uranium mine. The master died many decades ago. Super mutants are a part of society now. It's useful to have muties. They're big, strong, and can do tough manual labor, like work in the mine. But they're also different, and differences drive conflict, because war never changes.
Well, let me make this clear. Nothing's going to happen here unless you start it. Just stay civilized while you're in my town.
Our reputation precedes us.
After the master and the vats were destroyed, I wandered a bit. No place to go. One day got attacked by this fool wearing power armor.
Broken Hills was founded by a Brotherhood of Steel Knight and his unlikely friend, the super mutant Marcus. The town's story arc is about resolving tensions between human and mutant inhabitants. We all live in fear of the mutant rage. Each day there are fewer and fewer humans. It's hard to think of a reason to join whatever the hell this ideology is called. In most playthroughs, the tribal would have never met a mutant until arriving here and talking to Marcus, who is very nice to us. Super mutants are basically just big people who can't breed, like untested athletes IRL. Again, this is a Fallout-style choice between a correct option and a contrarian one. The dev team clearly put a lot of effort into designing, writing, and voice acting Marcus, and they put no effort into the bad people. I already forgot their names. In order to join them, we need to bust two mutanists out of jail, which is done by lockpicking the door while in sneak mode. And then you just use the explosive device on the air purifier in the mine. The miners are buried alive. But wasn't it like the economic engine of Broken Hills? The super mutants are gone. I doubt all of them were laborers. They must have been killed off camera. The local gun store owner was working with the mutanists. Our reward is a cache of weapons. Holy shit, this is pathetic. 2 early game guns. For comparison, this is what Flick had on his body back in the den. I'd kill all the humans too, but it's a waste of time, since without the mine, the town is doomed anyway.
Ain't it the truth? Just don't let anyone who's got the president's ear hear that. You'll be making cattle runs to New Reno till the end of time, pal.
Just as good ideas can be failed by bad craftsmanship, good execution can make bad ideas work. New Reno, the city of gangsters. Just about the dumbest shit in classic Fallout, and one of the best locations in the franchise. The economy of Reno is based on sex work, drug manufacturing, alcoholism, and mobster maxing. There is so much stuff here, all sorts of adventures. Fight in the ring for cash. But our character ain't built for this. Not yet. We can star in porn, but the studio owners don't talk to slavers, and the world probably doesn't need a Charisma 2 porn star. We can sleep with the daughter of a mafia boss. She doesn't care about how many charisma points you have. The crime families offer employment. This guy got a little too lucky at the tables, stole Mr. Salvatore's money. We make the man dig a hole, tell him to get in, and then throw a mine into the grave. This is New Reno. There are no cops, no law, and there is plenty of customers who don't mind buying poison from the pharmacy down the street. But like you said, the cams are poisonous. They kill the spirit. Doesn't it bother you to sell them? Does it bother me to sell to idiots, slavers, crime lords, and tribals that the world would be better off without? Primate. 3 words. Get out more. In classic Fallout, getting better equipment is just as important as gaining levels. Tons of great items can be obtained for free, just by traveling around Reno and getting into random encounters. Hell yeah, flamethrower. Fallout 2 has more than a dozen upgradable weapons. The engineer in the new Reno gun store can upgrade both the flamer and the ammunition for it. I'll put it to good use. The person on the poster looks familiar, says the game. Wanted dead or alive. 10,000 dead, 5,000 alive. Salvatore's men are selling chemicals to mysterious individuals in the wasteland. The existence of the Enclave was foreshadowed, but this is the first opportunity to study them up close. In exchange for chemicals, the mafiosos get laser pistols. Not a very powerful weapon, but for them it's a prestige kind of thing. The power in Reno is concentrated in the hands of 4 influential crime bosses. I think that's too many. I consider myself to be something of an artist of crime, and it blows to see our art devalued. Time to create scarcity. The old man Salvatore is the easiest. You just have to pickpocket his breathing apparatus. The family values-oriented rights are usually straightforward as well. You give a loaded firearm to one of the kids playing outside and tell him to go point it at Grandpa. But we have a slaver tattoo. The right children are instructed to never talk to slavers. That's too bad. The alternative is much worse. For the rights. You can work for all 4 of the criminal families simultaneously, all the way to the end of their quest chains. Just don't complete the final missions and you'll be fine. There is this idea that classic Fallout was all about factions and politics, but that's actually a myth. Although there is a series of quests when you take on the role of the Vault City James Bond. Too bad Lynette doesn't like us anymore. I thought we were communicating so well. One location with explicitly political content is the mining town of Redding.
You've made my day, and here is your payment.
By putting tons of Brahmin shit in the vats, we found out that the fumes give more than enough of a kick. Eureka! Literally. Of course, we had to test to get the mix right.
The mines of Redding are the primary source of gold in California. The metal is used for the production of currency. Bottle caps are not a thing in Fallout 2. I've always thought of this place as an extension of Reno, because the 2 locations share a problem, which is narcotics. Jet is inexpensive, addictive, and it temporarily enhances one's strength, making the miners better at their jobs. It also serves to push the community towards New Reno in a political sense. But something makes me doubt these people want to be chemically enslaved. Is there a cure? All we know is that the place with the most sophisticated medical technology in the wasteland is Vault City. But there is no need to venture that far. We are a shaman's apprentice, which is a type of a doctor. I'd say we are more than qualified to fix this problem, which we'll do by treating the root cause. The jet is manufactured in a place called The Stables, not far from Reno. The reason this stuff is so cheap and plentiful is possibly because it's made out of Brahmin fecal matter. The slaves are for testing the produce. The Mordino family employs the services of the genius chemist Myron to design the drug.
God damn it. I told Jesus those 2 morons couldn't guard a stone. So, you iced them, huh? Gonna kill me, too?
Yes. It's important that we do. There aren't that many individuals in the wastes capable of creating new drugs. They can't replace him. There is only one New Reno crime boss we haven't killed or ruined. John Bishop. There is a trick to assassinating Bishop. The idea is that you get access to his private chambers, change the combination on the safe, and then disarm and rearm the trap attached to it. But I fucked it up. I must have done the steps in the wrong order. Oh, whatever. It's time for us to witness the glory that is the classic Fallout combat and listen to the story it tells. A mobster sprays his Tommy gun and accidentally kills the club's stand-up comedian who was somewhere behind us. We take a weapon off a dead body and use it to defend ourselves against the casino patrons who in confusion are attacking both us and the Bishop's men. The experience is punctuated with ultra-violent death animations, part of the game's visual language. One of Bishop's thugs critically misses and hurts himself. As the battle progressed, we had to discard and pick up new weapons 4 times. Piles of dead bodies decorate the floor. Gangsters, gamblers, prostitutes, random passerbys, the Bishop's crime families effectively exterminated. Underneath the casino, there is a private fighting ring. The location is not used for quests, unfortunately. The reason for us to visit is to incinerate the mobster's pet prize fighter. But that is not all. The Mordinos know what we did at the stables, and as soon as we are in vision range, they open fire. The gangsters unload their SMGs, hitting us, the civilians, and some of their own number. Prostitutes defend themselves with melee weapons. Pimps open fire inside the casino. Just minutes later, the Mordino Empire is a messy pile of bodies next to a roulette table. Fallout combat. It's a work of art. Always was. Back in Reading, we learned of a place called New California Republic. Here in Reno, there are NCR posters on the walls. It's about time we paid a visit.
Lord, that was a long time ago. Hardly remember who I was then. Just a naive girl. The one you call the Vault Dweller. Is he still alive?
Shady Sands, City of Light, City of Magic. Decades ago, our ancestors stood in front of this gate. Back then it was a struggling village of Vault 15 refugees, and look at it now. Calls itself a republic and has uniformed cops, as well as multi-species bars, fast food, and religious cults. The Slavers Guild is just outside the walls, with a slave pen and all. The fledgling republic and its growing pains. Unfortunately, there is barely any special content for us, no slave runs we can join. Wasteland slavers. Was there ever a minority more oppressed? Hey you, turd face! I don't like you. I think you should buy me a drink. This guy is the president's son. The game doesn't allow us to cleverly fuck this place up, but, you know, we'll do our best. In the evening hours, the bar is visited by a local organized crime man who offers crime jobs. One of them is assassinating the hobologist here in town, a member of a paramilitary UFO cult from San Francisco. We'll learn more about them later. The cultist offers us to undergo a free procedure that would clear the negative psychic energy and free our spiritual potential from oppression. It is recommended that you save your game and do the procedure, as it randomly adds or subtracts 2 points of luck from your character sheet. If you get the bad result, just reload. Now, on the matter of the assassination. The police station is the building next door, so we'll have to get creative. The cleverest way to kill the cultist is by injecting her with 2 or 3 super stim packs, causing a heart attack. It's the dose that makes the poison. Since we are heavy weapons spec'd, we should visit the marketplace and steal a Bozar from one of the guards. It's sort of like a sniper machine gun. The weapon deals phenomenal damage at good range. It can hit multiple targets, it pierces armor, and uses a common ammunition type. What are its weaknesses? Well, there are almost none. It's overpowered. But I suppose there is one weakness, the small magazine. You have to reload after 2 bursts. Our great ancestor.
Yes, there's a resemblance. You've got the same fire, too. I was always afraid that he was nothing but a skeleton somewhere in the desert.
President Tandy is a returning character. This makes her, what, 95 years old or so?
My boys tell me you're looking for work. What are you handy at?
I do a bit of this and a bit of that.
No point trying to keep secrets around here. We're negotiating with New Reno for membership in the NCR. They should have some pull with places like Vault City.
It seems John Bishop was supposed to represent Reno as a leader figure. The news haven't reached this place yet. Madam President has a job for us.
We need some computer parts from our old base, Vault 15. Problem is there's squatters there who won't let anybody by. Somebody has to convince them to let us in.
The community here doesn't even have a proper name. They are just referred to as squatters, wasteland refugees who build a shantytown right where the entrance to the vault is supposed to be. The obstruction is not incidental. The squatter presence turns out to be a smokescreen, used by the raider gang known as the Khans to mask their presence. I remove them like toilet paper from roll. The vault is actually the ancestral home of the Khans, who used to be vault dwellers. Them and the Shady Sands people are sister communities in that way. From the terminal, we learned the location of Vault 13. That's not the only way of getting this information, but that's the one with the most violent murder. Darian, the leader of the raiders, is the son of Garl Deathhand, the original big bad Khan who was humiliated and killed by our ancestor. So that means he's in his 90s, carrying a heavy-ass flamethrower. Goals. Here you are at last, says Darian, pretending to know who we are for some reason. Before you start any boring speeches, I'd just like to say that I'm not fucking interested. Bad dog. Kill. I think that's a cool name for a dog. And so a man in a vault suit with a number 13 on the back defeats the Khans once again. He had a bunch of roids on his body. He was on a testosterone replacement therapy. Finally, we acquire a set of combat armor, a requirement for the cyborgization procedure. Special encounter, the Bridge Keeper. This is one of them cultural references the game is famous for. The Bridge Keeper will ask us a few questions about the game's story and mechanics, and if we answer correctly, he lets us pass. If we answer incorrectly, we die. If we answer a question with another question, he dies. IMO. People tend to overstate how many pop culture references this game contains. If you follow the discourse, you might get an impression Fallout 2 is structured like a Family Guy episode. But a great number of the fourth wall breaking sequences are compartmentalized inside these special encounters. They are rare, random, and easy to disregard as they don't even feel like they're part of the game's story. Sometimes we remember things, not because they're important, but rather because they're memorable. Interesting that almost all authentic classic Fallout fan content was made by non-Americans. Some media is simply more engaging as a foreigner, you know. But I have good news for our American viewers. The references are very dated. The game is 26 years old. The past is another country.
I can bull the Congress into sending supplies and tanks. You sure we can get into the vault?
You might assume there is a political dimension to this. Now that the vault is cleared, the NCR can expand its territory. Did we serve their imperialist agenda? Keep in mind they didn't even know the raiders were there. The NCR were stopped by a bunch of unarmed, middle-aged, homeless women. Nevertheless, our actions seem to have improved the situation here. Not what I was planning on doing. Oh well. Might as well incinerate Tandy's shitty son as a consolation prize.
Ah, Vault 13. You've been doing your country an invaluable service.
Our protagonist has never been to this place, but we the player know this cave well, and this door. Let's see what changed. The original residents are gone. Vault 13 is now the home of a pack of genetically engineered intelligent Deathclaws. Engineered by whom? By the Enclave. They were deployed here to prevent anyone else from settling in this place. But being intelligent, the Deathclaws realized the error of their ways and... I'm not sure what exactly happened to them. Read the wiki if you're curious. Vengeance for Modok. Did you see this? What is this thing? It's like it's sick or something. Doesn't even have a proper set of death animations. And here is the Garden of Eden creation kit, the pre-war artifact we were supposed to find. Our village is saved. Fallout 2. Not a lone adventure. Let's get back to Arroyo and see the ending slides. Some of you might be wondering, we did all this violent stuff. Will the game just let us get away with it? What about reactivity? Sure, some individuals refused to converse with us, but maybe we didn't want to talk to them anyway. The real consequence of sociopathic behavior is that now we are being chased all over the wasteland by the only level-scaled encounter in this game. Bounty hunters are infinite in number. They'll find you anywhere, and at higher levels they are capable of dealing hundreds of hit points of damage every turn, and they get to go twice in a row. They are deadlier than Enclave patrols. It's manageable if you have a car, but alas, we do not. Change of plans. We take a detour to Reading. Painless Doc Johnson is one of the few specialists in California capable of turning us into a cyborg. We have the equipment and the money. Thermal impact armor grants 5% damage resistance to bullets. That's on top of whatever the normal armor provides. Phoenix armor is the same, except for 2 types of energy damage. There is a second tier of upgrades, but they are considerably more expensive. Doc Johnson is asking for $48,000 for the tier 2 Phoenix implantation, so all 4 upgrades together will cost us around $100,000. I feel someone might have accidentally added a 0 at the end. The implants are not that powerful, and it's almost impossible to acquire a sum like this without grinding for days or resorting to cheesy strategies. The bridge connecting Arroyo to the outside world was destroyed. Cocoonin the shaman lies dying on the ground.
Chosen, the shadow of darkness arrived before you.
The village was attacked by the Enclave. Our people were kidnapped.
A rush of wind came. On it were great dragonflies, spat flame. Evil men crawled from the beasts' bellies and brought death to our warriors.
It sucks that the only good Arroyan died. I wish they'd kidnapped Hakunin and killed all the others instead. With his dying breath, the shaman tells us where to go look for the villagers.
Did you never listen when I taught you the yearly dance of the wind spirits? South, of course.
San Francisco is the 4th large urban location in Fallout 2, a game that took 9 months to make. It is said that 2 opposing fighters in San Francisco, the Dragon, who loves others, and Lopan, who loves himself, will determine the future of martial arts in the Wasteland. Actually, I will be determining that. The town is populated by the Shi, the descendants of the crew of a Chinese submarine that crashed nearby. It's cool that this late into the story we are given another social hub to explore. But San Francisco feels like it was modded in by an overambitious fan. Everything here is out of scale. The Shi base is huge and seems to pack more advanced technology than the Brotherhood bunker. Note the use of the Temple of Trials tile set, the second instance of it in the game. The rivals of the Shi, the Herbologists, are the franchise version of the Church of Scientology. The faction is sometimes criticized for being too cheesy, but I think this is wrong. They're perfect. Here is an unexpected IRL anecdote. My first ever job was at a small municipal newspaper. Pre-social media journalism, you go to places, talk to people, and write articles about it. One day, a UFO cult rented a school stadium in our rayon. There was supposed to be an event, and since I played Fallout 2, I was very curious about them, and you bet I showed up. Nobody else did. The cult wasn't quite as successful as the Herbologists. Frankly, this is not much of a story. But the idea that a UFO cult can build power on the ruins of society seems very natural and intuitive to me. The problem with this faction is the same as with everything else in this city. The cultists are too technologically sophisticated, too numerous, and too well armed. The San Francisco docks are notable for having no quest content whatsoever. Its purpose is to connect the city with the PMV Valdez, the tanker anchored here. The boat is home to yet another new factionlet, the Vagrants, described as a collective of wanderers and social outcasts. All I know is that these guys will publicly shame you if you had sex with a mutant. Surprise reactivity when you least expect it. Somehow, they are in possession of incredible medical technology, the Jet Antidote. It allows us to abuse the most potent combat drug in the game without consequences. The captain of the ship is a defector from the Enclave. The tanker needs to be refueled. We need to obtain an encoded passkey that provides access to the ship's nav computer, which needs to be repaired with special parts. That's the endgame checklist. After we're done, we can use the boat to travel to the Enclave HQ, located on an oil rig off the coast. This is where our villagers are held. The cargo bay is full of monsters, but at this stage they are basically free XP for us. This here is the listening post of the Brotherhood of Steel. Matt, the officer in charge, seems to be familiar with our activities. We know many things, he says enigmatically. Matt tells us of a place called Navarro, an enclave military installation to the north of here. Our goal is to infiltrate the base and steal the helicopter schematics. It's also where we get the key for the tanker. All roads lead to Navarro.
Sergeant or Sergeant Dornan. Do you understand me?
This is the first Fallout game to feature the Enclave. This guy is a lookout. If we pass a speech check, it's possible to convince him that we are here to join them, because the Enclave are hiring wastelanders. But those of us who are not charisma privileged can get inside via the underground communications instead. It's easy to evade the guards, get into the armory, and obtain a uniform. The Black Sprite is my favorite depiction of power armor in the franchise. The artist did a fantastic job. After obtaining a uniform, the base becomes a social location. There are side quests. There is even a potential companion, a robot dog. I don't think you encounter these twin plasma turrets anywhere else in the game. They are deadly. Taking Navarro by force is hard.
Welcome to Camp Navarro. So you're the replacement. What's your name, Private?
Sergeant Dornan is a Full Metal Jacket reference.
Proceed on the double to the hangar, where you will stand guard duty. You will do a fine job. Do you understand?
It's wise to avoid the Sergeant from now on, who will be coming to check on us. Navarro is a helicopter base. Vertibirds have a limited range. The strangest thing about this place is, well, how normal everyone is. You'd think there would be some sort of indication that these people grew up in what is essentially a time capsule of pre-war society. Yet they lack any distinctive mannerisms or language. And elsewhere, we learn that the soldiers from this base sometimes go on leave to San Francisco. These are the vertibird blueprints the Brotherhood of Steel wanted us to find. In order to get the key for the tanker, we infiltrate the base commander's office, pretending to be a janitor. A janitor in advanced power armor. Interesting that she has a bunch of tribal pots and items in her bedroom. I also think our culture is beautiful. Anyway, with our skill set, we won't be able to recover the key without aggroing them, so might as well strike first. I am Xarn, Pack Warrior. Allow me to join you and fight at your side for our freedom. Together, we stand a chance, semicolon. Alone? Who knows? Sure, my Deathclaw friend, I'll help you escape. Psych! Vengeance for Modoc! We're done here.
Being a coward will kill us all, including you. You passed the temple trials. We have faith in you. We need you.
The dragon is a great fighter, this much I admit. But one critical hit in the head is all it takes. And so the future of martial arts was decided by a tribal from Arroyo. Part man, part machine. It is said that his style was an iteration of the battle ritual, practiced and perfected in the Temple of Trials, and it was called the Defanged Noumena. Matt, the Brotherhood guy, makes a copy of the vertibird plans for himself and leaves the original blueprint with us. We'll eventually trade it to the She in exchange for the fuel for the tanker. This is quite a gesture, Matt. I thought you guys were supposed to be tech hoarders. Interesting how the Brotherhood is completely different in every game of the franchise. We can now access their facility. The most important thing here is the supercomputer that's capable of performing surgery, increasing our base attributes. The armory is full of endgame weapons. There is a free suit of power armor. We take it all to sell to the traders in exchange for Bozar ammunition and super stims. If we leave San Francisco for a few days and then come back, Matt will be gone, and the computer will play this recording. You and your so-called president will not succeed. Is that so? The Chosen One has come, and he will rid the world of your evil. I care nothing for your pathetic prophecies. Worse, you have become a nuisance through your meddling. That ends today. Killing me will stop nothing. That may be, but seeing your body rotting on the ground will bring a smile to my face. Ha ha ha, you pathetic fool. Ha ha ha. Whoa, I haven't laughed like that for a while. Anyway, get ready to die. Amazing writing that won't feel out of place in the epic game Fallout 3. I absolutely love that Matt knows about and believes in the prophecy of the Chosen One. I don't think even our fellow villagers believe in this crap. The super mutant in power armor is the US Secret Service agent Frank Horrigan, the personification of the Enclave. Corrigan's lore is a contradictory mess, and it feels like he was written by a bunch of different people who weren't talking to one another. Elsewhere in the game, we learn that he's hated and feared by his Enclave masters, who never trusted him. But in this scene, he small talks with the other guys who seem to like him just fine. The lore also states that FEV damaged his intellect. But later, we'll meet a version of Frank who seems to be reasonably articulate, poetic even, and more importantly, he has the highest level security clearance. The Enclave obviously trusts him. Time to make final preparations. We go to NCR. The only weakness of our chosen weapon is that the MG can only fire 2 bursts before we need to reload. This can be circumvented by, get this, stealing another machine gun and carrying it in the other hand. Checkmate, game designers. Now, we put a bunch of points into the gambling skill and head to Reno in order to... I guess Reno is worthless now. Let's go to Redding instead. There should be a functioning casino there. Jam the number keys and hold them for a few minutes until we get $100,000. Painless Doc Johnson is about to become the richest man in the wastes after he grafts 2 more suits of combat armor into our body. Each advanced upgrade reduces our charisma by 1 point, but we don't care. The boat is ready to sail.
You've gotten a lot farther than you should have, but then you haven't met Frank Horrigan either. Your ride's over, Mutie. Time to die.
We are almost at the end of our journey. So, what do you think Fallout 2 was about? I suppose this adventure was a retelling of the old story about a Faustian bargain, about a wasteland devil who emerged from a dark place at the edge of the world. But just as easily, it could have been a tale about a bunch of friends traveling the post-apocalyptic California, or a story about the tribal becoming a new Reno prizefighter, earning fame and status among the mobsters. Classic Fallout is nothing but a bunch of storytelling tools for you to use in whatever way you wish. The ultimate point of the stories you tell using this medium is up to you to decide, and no one else.
Chosen One, how did you get here?
Yeah, so, a quick question. Did any of you guys have friends in Modoc? There is a second GEC here in the Enclave supply room, just in case you lost the original. Residential area and offices.
Glad to make time for one of our gallant troopers, but I am rather busy, so, what can the President of the United States of America do for you?
He goes into the history of World War III and the Volt social experiment.
The only way for true humans and democracy to be safe is to cleanse the mutants from the globe.
Are Slavs human or mutant?
Tests performed on your tribesmen have all shown that you are guilty of mutation, and it's a damn good thing the project is ready. If there was another way, but there isn't. No price is too high for the survival of the human race. If you were human, you'd feel the same way.
Millions must die. The Enclave scientists modified the FEV virus, turning it into a plague to kill all wastelanders. This is very evil. But you know, I've been doing the same thing for months. Am I invisible to you motherfuckers? Mr. President, get out more. In order to Actually, some things should not be said out loud for YouTube algorithm purposes. In order to get rid of him without alerting the Enclave, I inject 8 super stims into Mr. Richardson, inducing a heart attack. A funny visual bug. He dies standing up. On the body, the presidential access key. The oil rig is very easy for characters with a high speech skill. This guy can be persuaded to release the FEV toxin into the ventilation system. And this guy will just straight up destroy the main reactor if you ask politely. The alternative is to blow up the reactor control terminal with a bomb. Expert gamer shit. I set up C4 to detonate in 10 seconds and run away, forgetting to actually plant the explosive. Moments later, I realize it's still in my inventory and run back. Whatever, it worked. Warning: complete reactor meltdown. Blocking our escape is Sergeant Granite of the Enclave Control Company. They are not immediately hostile, providing yet another opportunity to make our life easier with a speech check. We can convince Granite to fight the end boss with us. Well, you can convince him. I am yet to pass a single speech check in this game.
Frank Horrigan, that's who. United States Secret Service. Time for talking's over.
His main weapon is the end boss plasma gun that fires in bursts. We can tank the normal attacks nearly indefinitely thanks to cams and stims, but crits are devastating. Frank is surrounded by a ring of minigun turrets. Use the presidential key on the terminal to activate the emergency counterinsurgency protocol, switching them to our side. Fighting Frank and the control company and the turrets at the same time is extremely hard and is not recommended. Exotic Frank Horrigan facts. His plasma weapon is capable of firing single rounds, but he almost never does this. The turrets are down. We are fighting the elements of the Granites team and the Cyborg. Things were going fine until he crit us for 100 points of damage, reducing the tribal to a single health point. But because we purged all the negative chi from our psychic field in the Church of Scientology, luck is on our side. And just as we are about to die, Frank runs out of ammo and has to pull his end boss sword weapon. I heal up and crit him for 512 points of damage. The only unique death animation added in Fallout 2, but it is the best in the series.
You haven't won here. You and your muty bastard friends are gonna join me in a big old mushroom cloud send-off. I just triggered the self-destruct. The work will go on. You didn't do nothing here except seal your own death warrants. Duty. Honor. Courage. Semper Fi.
Perhaps it should count as 2 animations, since there are 2 stages. It's over for real. And so the Desert Rangers of Colorado teamed up with the Mexican Clown Raider gang and learned a lesson about capitalism. Alright, patron credits and then final hot takes and the lessons learned. These videos are made possible because of the efforts of the patriots of Arroyan Star Empire. Special thanks to Jim Lawrence, 1967 Ford Mustang, Buck Swope, Snafu, Jackson Phillips, Azazel and Baneful the Doggo. Source is the best engine ever made. C6, a 2-room apartment in Bobruisk, Belarus. Getting there. Yuri Solodovnichenko, Don, Tony Spogoni, Dima Urban, Nathan Kabiska, Combat Lobster, Dark Butt Pumpkin, Ganso Bomb Motherfucker, Ray Ners, Changolian, Danny Kilpatrick, Anon, and Ilya Rubin. So here's what I've learned by replaying Fallout 2. Lesson 1. The games weren't replicated because they weren't understood. And the reason they weren't understood is because the theory and philosophy we developed for that purpose was suboptimal. Bad theory is, not good. These insights are brought to you via the crowdfunding platform Patreon. But for real, if you don't understand the thing, you won't be able to replicate or improve it. Theory is essential. Part of the responsibility for the untimely demise of this medium is on Todd. Part of it is on this guy. I forgot his name. But part of it is on us. Perhaps the greatest trick that Todd ever played was convincing the world that he is important. Lesson 2. A real Fallout game has never been tried. There are 3 official classic Fallouts, and they are all flawed. The variety of stories you can tell in Fallout 1 and the diversity of playstyles it supports is limited. The sequel was made in less than a year and is very rough around the edges. Arcanum has a main quest that plays way too dominant of a role. You are supposed to visit the major locations in a certain sequence. This is antithetical to the genre conventions, so we don't actually know what this medium is capable of. What if we had a Fallout game, but with a simulated economy? Imagine a Fallout game, but with encounter design. What if we embraced the efficient world-building techniques of the classic games to create truly gigantic handcrafted game worlds? A Fallout game, but with a dynamic political map. You get the idea. We haven't even begun. The next big project for me is New Vegas. But before that is out, I'll do a video on an incredible indie game from one of my favorite studios. Support the channel on Patreon. Peace out. From one of my favorite studios. Studios. Support the channel on Patreon. Peace out.
Alas, the gods whisper for my ear. Goodbye.
It's all an inside job. A dog of Orenyak, no doubt about it.
Oh yeah, we uncovered the corporations bring back child labor in America. Hell fucking yeah, boys. Hell yeah, that's how we bring back the economy. That's how we make America great again. That's right. Put the kids back in the mines.
What is it on? Oh, I'm gonna pass on that.
That's Iowa State Senator Jason Schultz. He's the sponsor of the most dramatic rollback of child labor protections in the nation.
Wow.
Even if he doesn't want to talk about it.
No, I'm gonna pass on that. I'm just kind of stepping back on that one. I'm gonna not get into any conversations. I'm gonna stay away from that.
Well, whenever they keep asking him the same question and he says no, it just reminds me of like whenever you keep interacting with the Stormwind Guard and they say King's Honor, friend. You know, light be with you. Like, it just over and over. It's like NPC dialogue, and you're like eventually going to exhaust all of them.
So you might find out later why. Oh. There you go. There's your tease.
Senator Schultz is clearly proud of his work, but as our investigation will show you, he's just one part of a shadowy national effort funded by big corporations and PACs to roll back child labor laws that have been in place since the 1930s.
All right.
More states are considering changes to child labor laws as they try to fill jobs. Maine and Michigan lowered the required age to serve alcohol. New Jersey raised...
Jesus. Like, I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I would rather you put the kids back in the mines than you put them in the bars. There's no reason to lower the age of drinking alcohol. You know what I think they should make the minimum age for drinking alcohol? 200 years old. If you make it that long, maybe it's okay. I don't drink. I'm joking, by the way. I would not make alcohol illegal if I could. I don't drink. I'm not a fan of drinking. Oh, to serve? Oh. Serve alcohol. I got it. I understand now. Oh, man. I did this in school a lot, too, where I would read it wrong.
The limit on the number of hours teens can work over the summer. Minnesota, a new bill would allow 16 and 17-year-olds to work construction jobs. In Iowa, proposed
hold up.
Bill would
14 and 15-year-olds in meat packing plants. I mean, I think my dad worked in a slaughterhouse whenever he was like 14, some shit. I mean, it is what it is. Raise limit on hours during school year, protect business from See, this is the important part, right? Because like he said, people get their finger cut off all the time. So it's like, you don't want to have a situation where kid gets his finger cut off, he sues the company. That can't happen.
allow 16 and 17-year-olds to work construction jobs. In Iowa, proposed law would let 14 and 15-year-olds work certain jobs in meat packing plants.
Jesus.
The Iowa bill takes child labor law rollbacks to the next level. Think kids in ultra-dangerous meatpacking facilities,
they are.
high-volume
Aren't they happy?
Pepsi bottling plants, and working for cheap on the searing hot ovens of fast food chains
Yeah.
like McDonald's for 30-plus hours a week. No, for real. Iowa Republicans want to allow kids between the ages of 14 to 17 to work in incredibly dangerous, often
Well, it's smart to have the kids work in dangerous places because the kids are stupid and they don't know it's dangerous. So they won't want more money. You gotta think down the field.
Workplaces. Places like construction sites where more than 5,000 workers died last year. As it's set up now, there would be virtually no restrictions. The job would just have to be part of an education program. something that the company could invent itself. It's true that more than a third of teenagers across the US worked summer jobs in 2021, but serving ice cream isn't exactly the same as working in building demolition.
Yep.
So why would lawmakers...
Yep, my dad worked for a safe company whenever he was like 14, and he had a safe go through a wall. He talks, apparently, like, everybody in like the whole block watched it happen. Yep, they watched it, went right through the fucking wall. Totally fucked it up. So I don't know if this is gonna pay off for these companies in the long run. Because one of the things about kids is they're stupid. And this is gonna be a problem whenever you have kids doing jobs that something could go wrong with. Like, theoretically, you know, you could just have a kid serves ice cream. Oh, it's chocolate and not vanilla. Nobody dies. But you have something like this, it's a totally different situation.
Put kids who are just finishing middle school into such dangerous
Yeah, there we go.
Here's
Middle
what Rep. Deo, the House sponsor, predicts.
Right now, kids can be out till 10 o'clock if they're out for a sport or a school activity. And so why are they not?
Wait, they're out, what, bro, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, we used to be out until like fucking 3 in the morning. Like, what do you mean, man? What do you mean, Dave? Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? You look at it from his perspective. You know, the kid is, he's out of the house, so he might as well be working in the coal mine. I mean, it's just like, I mean, he's not in the house. He's halfway there to begin with.
Well, to be able to work until, say, for example, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's better.
We spoke to firmly disagree.
It's a bizarre argument to argue that playing team sports is akin to working in a, you know, in a factory or some other dangerous environment. We like kids not to work more than 20 hours a week because that's...
Well, the reason why it's different is because it doesn't fucking matter if a kid drops a football. But if a kid drops a knife, that could be a situation.
It's kind of a cutoff for damage that's done to them educationally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why are lawmakers actually doing this?
The bill was really spearheaded by the Restaurant Association.
Yeah, I bet it was. Well, I'm sure it's because the Restaurant Association wants to pay them a livable wage. Yeah. That makes sense.
We were asked to be, we were invited to come along.
That's Brad Epperly, a lobbyist who works for big corporate clients like the Iowa Grocery Industry Association. He's outright admitting to us that the Iowa Restaurant Association was the driving force behind this bill.
Yeah.
They're an affiliate of the National Restaurant Association, a trade
That's the
group
way that we do things here. Now, why is it the way we do things? Money.
that represents some of the biggest names in fast food, like Burger King and Taco Bell.
Burger King
They also
is good.
lobby for
I like
big
Burger King
corporations like
and
PepsiCo
Taco
and
Bell.
Cisco. And from one look at their newsletter from this time last year, you can tell they've been hard at work spreading the gospel about the benefits of young labor. The
That's
hands-on
smart.
internship at the slaughterhouse is their big priority this year, but we can't give them all the credit.
Yeah.
This child labor law rollback originated at a meeting of the Iowa Workforce Development Board, which is overseen by Governor Kim Reynolds. Most of its members are corporate CEOs and lobbyists, and they meet up several times a year to come up with new policies. This bill was a product of a meeting in November. The WDB is chaired by Jay Iverson, executive officer of the Association of Iowa Builders, hence the emphasis on kids using bandsaws on work sites.
I remember, like, we used to use bandsaws in, like, middle school, and I remember if you fucked around on the bandsaw, like, our teacher was a veteran of, like, the Korean War or something like that, and he said, bro, if you do anything, like, if you don't call him sir, you're kicked out of the class. Like, that was it. And, like, nobody ever messed anything up. And I couldn't imagine that, like, one of these companies is going to be that strict. I bet they probably don't give a fuck even nearly as much because they're trying to make money. His job was to make sure people learn how to use a fucking bandsaw.
Lobbyists from the Iowa Association of Business and Industry are well represented on the board, which gives member corporations...
Now, to be fair, there are bandsaws nowadays that can detect whether your hand goes into the bandsaw, and it can stop so fast that it will not even break the skin, even if you put your finger into the bandsaw. That technology is available, and I can guarantee you it's probably not at the slaughterhouses that they're fucking having kids go to. So, like, it's there. Well, I mean, obviously they don't have it, right? But, like, it's theoretical, right? I mean, yeah, we could save the kids' fingers, but, I mean, it would cost a lot of money, right? And it's, like, a whole thing. And it's not a bandsaw. I thought I saw one for a bandsaw. I saw a circular saw. Is there not a bandsaw one? Was it expensive? Yeah, it was expensive.
And of course, no race to the bottom would be complete without the Koch-funded Americans for Prosperity and Opportunity Solutions Network, also lobbying on the bill. Given their obvious enthusiasm...
It's so crazy to me that these dudes can drop... Look at this here. Like, they gave this woman $8,000, and she's towing the line for these two fucks. No, 168 is all of the governors. It's all of the people here. They only gave her $8 grand. How is it that there are 17-year-old Fortnite pros that exercise more ethical judgment in not showing a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship on their live stream than the state governor? State fucking governor taking $8,000 just to fucking to put the kids back in a fucking slaughterhouse. Are you kidding me? It's amazing. Wow.
Opportunity Solutions Network, also lobbying on the bill. Given their obvious enthusiasm, we tried to get some of these lobbyists to talk to us about the many benefits of child labor.
I'm sure you'll find plenty of people that are willing to talk to that. Yeah, he's gotta go.
But they were a bit shy to take credit.
Yeah, he's gotta go.
The next part of the bill was clearly written for the Iowa Restaurant Association, Hotel and Lodging Association.
$3,500. Are you kidding? Jesus, no, this one, no, the other one was 15K. This is 3. Oh my, like you put all that together, it's like 20 grand. You're gonna sell us out for like 20 grand? Get the fuck out of here. Have some self-respect. Ask for millions of dollars. At least extort them for more money before you fuck us for it.
And National Bureau of Independent Businesses, the state leaders in low-wage jobs. It would allow 14-year-olds to work in giant freezing meat lockers and raise their mandatory clock-out time from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. and then 11 p.m. in the summer.
The research that has been done has found pretty clearly that 20 hours is kind of a cutoff, and when kids work more than that during the school week, their grades start to plummet. And their school completion
That's
rate.
crazy. Like, my grades plummeted and I worked 0 hours a week. So I could only imagine if you had a job at the same time. This would be, wow, that would be bad.
Starts to plummet.
Many businesses like retail, restaurants, and fast food joints love to hire kids because
they'll take a lower paycheck, they're stupid, and they're easier to manipulate.
Take a lower paycheck.
Yep.
If they can stay at work even longer, places like McDonald's, which loves hiring kids, don't even need to worry about hiring adults who can fill those jobs.
That's right. And you know what? McDonald's is going to hire a 14-year-old because a 14-year-old isn't going to be like, you know what? I think these wages are a bit low. Maybe we need a union. Guess what? They don't teach what unions are until 12th grade. So you've got at least 3 years, 3 golden years, that this kid can just enjoy his job before he learns all of this, like, fucking communist propaganda about, like, unions and labor laws and fucking just bullshit like that.
Alone paying them living wages.
Children's brains are not fully developed, especially
Yeah, I can't wait to have some, like, this is the thing. I go to McDonald's and these 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds are working at McDonald's. They don't even wear the uniform, which, like, I don't care. I do the same thing. They don't even talk to me. They're like, hey, you drink? I'm like, yeah. The receipt? And I'm like, no. And they give me the receipt. I'm like, alright, see ya. And that's it. I don't want this kid working at a slaughterhouse. He's gonna cut his fucking arm off. They don't wash their hands? Well, they don't wash their hands because if they wash their hands, they get their phone wet. And like, so like, whenever you pull up to the window, they're like, oh fuck, I gotta get off my phone again. There's these annoying fucking customers showing up at my fucking, at my fucking employment. This is the worst.
Part of the brain that exercises caution, that tells a person that, oh, this is dangerous, I might get hurt. That part of the brain is just not quite there yet. And it doesn't really fully develop until the early or mid-20s.
The bill would also let 16 and 17-year-olds handle alcohol on the job.
No, that's good.
Effectively puts them in pubs and bars with intoxicated adults.
Oh, that sounds, wow, what a good idea. That sounds great. Uh-huh. Really, really smart, bro. Over in Iowa, they've got some real good old boys making decisions. What could go wrong?
Consider these all big wins for BlackRock, Vanguard, Wellington, JP Morgan, Fidelity. Those Wall Street titans naturally own big stakes in the multinational food distribution powerhouses Cisco and Performance Food Service, two of the top donors to the Iowa Restaurant Association. Truly the voice
I've got
of
just
small
no matter
Oh,
what,
yeah.
I'm grateful for everything.
But there's one company that benefits more over any other.
Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Hy-Vee is one of the biggest employers in Iowa and one of its most prolific violators of child labor law. Every few years, a new report seems to come out about all the minors unlawfully working for them. Since 2000, Hy-Vee has been fined over $700,000.
If the punishment for a crime is merely a fine, then that crime only exists for the lower class. You know where that came from? Final Fantasy. What about putting a gun on my phone when you bought you whenever you get cooking? Well, listen to this. I went to fucking Chipotle, and so I went there. There's two different times. So apparently the guy there was the manager, and he's like, are you like a streamer or some shit? Because the kids here always talk about you whenever you come in. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, that's crazy. I'm like, yep. And he's like, you want a drink? I'm like, yeah. I'm gonna get a large drink. Now it's the end of the conversation. So, a week or two before then, about 5 Chipotle visits before then, I went there, it was like 9, 10, 9:30. I closed at 10. Like, I mean, 9, 10, and then it would be 9, 11 after that, right? Well, bad example, but you know what I mean. And they told me that they were closed. And do you want to know why they were closed? Is because 7 of them were sitting in a little circle. And they had like a beat on, and they were like freestyling with each other, and they had shut down the store. They said, we close. We don't have time to give you food. And it was like, I would be so mad. But like, I would have done the exact same thing. I would have done the exact, what they have beat up. Yes. Yeah, they're just sitting there like listening to fucking instrumentals and rapping. But yeah, it's like, whatever. I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. I'll see y'all later. So it's like, you have kids working at a company, and you're going to have some problems. Also, let's do a little bit of math here. 32 records, $700,000. So that means that each one of these costs them, like, I don't know, what's the fucking math on this? Like less than 20 grand each time they fuck this up? How do you only lose 20 grand whenever you accidentally hire a kid? 20, 25, yeah, there you go. That's so dumb.
For more than 30 labor law violations, including a big fine last year for safety violations.
Get the fuck out of here, a big fine. That's nothing.
But as much as they forked over to OSHA, Hy-Vee has been even more generous to Kim Reynolds and Iowa.
Oh, wow. $71,000. Okay, that's still less than a gambling sponsorship at stake. People still don't do steak. I mean, again, how is it that this fucking... She's a career politician, and she is selling out for less than people that play video games for a... This is so sad. It's... And look at Shannon here. Shannon's finessing us for $4,000. And this is, again, it's over 10 years. She got $4,000 over 10 years. That is sad.
Republicans shelling out over $815,000 over the last decade alone. Reynolds even kicked off her 2018 campaign for governor at a Hy-Vee and appeared on their bespoke talk show.
Hy-Vee is a great example of a phenomenal employer. They one of our largest...
Maybe she's working an extra shift there so she can make the money back. Maybe that's what it is, guys. I think it all starts to make sense. She's strapped for cash.
Employers in the state of Iowa. They're in small communities all across this great state, and one of the major employers in these small communities.
Fuck.
So very, very grateful to that helpful smile in every aisle.
It's unclear how many kids were working there at the time, but Hy-Vee is just one of many corporations that are now regularly being caught violating child labor law.
I mean, mistakes happen. It's like it's a national corporation. Like, a mistake happens, right? Like, okay, or some fucking dipshit that, like, works somewhere else. Yeah, sure, it happens. But, like, you're talking 32 fucking times? 32? How, bro, come on. 32? That's not a mistake, bro. That's a habit.
For a bill pitched as a cure for so-called worker shortages in Iowa, where the minimum wage is still $7.25, and so many other states, the reality is damning. You've seen the headlines, including the huge recent expose in the New York Times about the proliferation of child labor. Since the
God, of course, right? Well, let me read this real quick. Migrant children, brutal jobs. Bro, I'm so sick of this shit. Like, I really hate this philosophy that some people fucking have, that the way to solve labor problems is to import third world people and use them as a slave class. Can we please leave this in the 1800s? Please, can we stop this shit? It's so annoying. It wrote for the Romans? Yeah, I know. Of course it did. Of course. God damn.
Recent expose in the New York Times about the
prime capitalism? It's not, though. The thing is that it's actually not capitalism, because these people are not working in a free market. The reason why they're the first thing that you do in a capitalist environment is you make it not capitalist. You immediately shut that down. Because in a capitalist environment, in a free market, you can lose. Well, you don't want to lose, do you? That's why you price fix. That's why you talk to other people behind the scenes. That's why you do all the things that we have laws against. See? That's how that's the thing. Not true capitalism, guys. Well, what I'm saying is that I don't think that we really need to make a, you know, is this real true capitalism? Obviously, importing people, I don't care. Like, people that were socialists did this shit too. Everybody does this because it's cheap. It doesn't matter if you're capitalist or socialist. There's cheap fucks and greedy fucks everywhere. People always have these terms that they want to use. This is your hobby horse. Oh, this is the bad term. This is the good term. Bro, there's bad people and good people. This is annoying.
Since the pandemic began, violations have exploded and were up by 37% last year. Packer Sanitation Services, Hyundai Kia in Alabama, Blackstone-owned PSSI, a sanitation company with systemic violations. Instead of cracking down, states are lining up to legalize the practice.
Well, it makes sense, right? Because, like, they have to deal with all these fines, figuring out, like, these companies, like, oh, God, it's another one's breaking the law. Oh, how can we solve this? Let's get rid of the law. There it is. Now we don't need to worry about it.
10 over the past 2 years alone. It's much the same story in Arkansas, Ohio, and Wisconsin. Big donations by big corporations are leading to laws that put kids at risk in order to save a few bucks.
That's right.
The intention is written in plain English. The original version of the Iowa bill called for total corporate immunity if a kid got injured at a dangerous workplace. Lawmakers were forced to scrub that last part, but employers will still avoid liability if a kid gets into an accident while driving home after working late into the night. Exploit a kid's cheap labor, then send them packing. And no responsibility when there are consequences. It should go without saying, but such a textbook example of corporate greed and corruption shouldn't qualify as educational experience.
Well, I don't know if it's educational experience or not. Like, that's not even the point, corporate greed or whatever. I don't want some stupid fucking kid working at a slaughterhouse because he's gonna fuck himself up. And if he fucks himself up at the slaughterhouse and he cuts his finger off, then he's gonna be getting disability from the government for the rest of his fucking life. Who pays for that? I do. I don't want to have to fucking pay for them but trying to save $17. No, I don't want to do it. And this is what, and the meat prices go up too, because then they sue the company, and now your $2 steaks are $3.25. God damn, bro. Like, I'm so sick of this stupid shit. Why is it that these fucking politicians are getting finessed for nothing? Drives me crazy. They're subsidizing bad corporate choices. Yes, that's exactly right. Yes, yeah, exactly. Educational experience, being taught corporations suck. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the kids, unironically, are probably happy to have a job. They want to be able to make their own money and do that. They probably want to have the job. Absolutely. But it's just not good in the long term. It's not good in the long run. The solution should be automating the processes, subsidizing development for that automation, and then enabling companies to transition over to it with different types of government assistance. That should be what they're thinking about. But you want to know why they're not? It's because all the fucking people that you saw in that video, how many of them you think know how to use a smartphone? Uh-oh. How many of them you think know what a fucking a VPN is? How many of them know what an IP address is? How many of them know what the blockchain is? How many of them know what? Oh man, like, let's see. I mean, like, now we're getting into the negatives, aren't we? Yeah, it's a bad time. All of them? I don't think they do. I really don't. The smartphone? Yeah, they got no fucking idea, man. Does TikTok use Wi-Fi? Yeah, like, you saw what these people are. When that TikTok hearing, those dumb fucks, like, oh my god, I'm not even gonna get into that. I feel like the people should be able to have, like, a vote. Like, every time that you have an election, there should be, like, a redo button. And if the redo button gets like 20% of the vote, 10% of the vote, both of the people can't run again, and the election is canceled. And it goes into some fucking, like, sudden death thing, and you have to pick up somebody else. Yeah, it stops the count. The world's on the brink of another giant industrial revolution. Through the power of AI. Yeah, well, but meanwhile, these people are trying desperately to hold on to antiquated ideas from the 1800s. It's... Oh god, bro, like, I'm so tired of this shit. God damn. Here's my idea, politician gladiator fights in Congress. Every time I see somebody that gets in a fight in a Congress, like, this happens in Europe sometimes, I'm always like, yeah. Alright, this guy's got skin in the game. You know, he's like, he's ready to actually fucking... he's ready to throw down for his people, you know what I mean? Need more of those, yeah. Like, they used to hit each other with canes and shit. Whatever happened to that? Bring back canings. Yeah, he's fighting for his ideals. Oh, man, that sucks. You can't elect something that's predetermined? Oh, stay woke, brother. Yeah, true. Every profession has some form of licensing, have general knowledge, contest the politicians. Bro, there's no way. Like, I just think a lot of these guys don't fucking know what's going on. I really do. It's sad. Let's go ahead and contextualize Lost Ark. So, relatively stable population until you look at the graph. This number right here is 1.3 million, and then obviously it went down. I think that every game does. This is completely fine. And for quite a while, the game was maintaining a solid population of accounts. I won't say players, I will say accounts, because most of the people that were playing the game were bots. Obviously, Amazon has done a better job at dealing with the bots, and that has caused the game to only decline in popularity. And a game that previously peaked at 1.3 million players is now sitting pretty at 80,000. This has prompted a come-to-Jesus moment between Amazon Game Studios, Smilegate, and the community. So let's take a look at it. Team update letter to the community. Heroes of Arcadia. Our teams at Amazon Games and Smilegate RPG met to discuss player feedback, share insights, and talk about the next steps for Lost Ark in the West. The dust hasn't settled yet, and our teams have a lot to work on the horizon, but we wanted to share our thoughts so far. I want to start off with a huge thank you from both our teams before we dive in. Okay. Last year, our top priorities were introducing content into the western shores of Arcadia at an appropriate cadence to avoid burnout, working to pull forward quality of life changes, and waging war on the bots. Well, the truth is, this has just not happened, and I think the graph is evidence of that. Like, look right here. This is March 31st. This is from June. So, like, March, I mean, this is, like, basically 2 or 3 months where, like, there were bots like crazy. Like, they really didn't do a good job with the bots at all. The bots were massively overwhelming, and they might still be overwhelming. If you look at any other game, the odds are that if you view this at 100% and this down here at the bottom 0 at 0%, games usually fluctuate between 50% to 100% of their population, depending on every single day. Lost Ark never has. However, this is the best dichotomy that we've seen so far, where, like, it goes up and down by about, like, basically, if you want to measure the amount of active players a game has, the best way to do that is take the difference between the lowest point and the highest point of, like, 3 or 4 different days, average them together, and then multiply it by 2. And that's the amount of people that are playing the game. And I looked at that with like 10 other games as well. You can feel free to explore that and look into it yourself. But that's been my insight. So I don't think that they've done a very good job with the bots at all. I also don't think that they've done a very good job with a lot of the quality of life increases. The honing changes in Tier 3 were held back way too long. Argus was released very early, and because it was the first content update that was added into the game, and because of how quickly it happened, I think that a lot of people had a very negative opinion on it because of that. And I think Vaulton was done properly, and I think everything after Vaulton, to be honest, was done pretty much properly. Like, if you played the game free-to-play, but you played it regularly, you probably could do the content on release, or at least most of the people that I talked to did. That were free-to-play, or, like, almost free-to-play, like $20 or, like, $50 a month or something like that. Like, probably, not $50 a month is kind of a lot, to be fair, but 20 isn't. Sure. Let's see here. Negative Fions. Yeah, Negative Fions is another example of them making mistakes. Many updates and changes are required to achieve this goal, but that's only the half of it. Constantly work on creating a better game. We need to listen to our player base and ensure that you feel heard so you can build a better game throughout. Recognize we've fallen short of accomplishing our desired relationship. So basically, I mean, they're just saying straight out that they fucked up, which is good. That's the first step. I'm glad to hear this. I'm glad to see it. As we set the best course for 2023 and beyond, you'll find some of our thoughts and plans below. Okay? You'll find 1 or 2 spoilers. We'll be following up the 2023 roadmap. Okay, great. Let's see here. The war against bots. One of our top priorities last year was taking care of the bot problem. Enormous effort was made both on Smilegate RPG and Amazon Game Studios. Together, we've implemented a variety of changes to restrict bots from exploiting the system. During this process, we've realized new players may be hindered from progressing, like not getting enough gold from honing. We'll keep an eye on those unwanted side effects and actively work to resolve them. Like, this just isn't acceptable. I'm gonna be honest. Like, and I don't say that because I hate the game. I say that because I love the game. I have 1.4k hours in Lost Ark, and I stopped playing it seriously during Vaulton or Vicus. Okay? I have every fucking adventure journal at 100%. I have every skill point. I have, like, I think I'm missing, like, 15 Mokoko seats, but I have all the rest of them. I played this game a lot. I think Lost Ark is a great game. And they've been killing it. Let's talk about the reality, okay? Like, not getting enough gold, just reduce the gold. Problem solved. How long does this take? Just take this, it says 200, just delete a 0, now it's 20. How long does it take? Like, yeah, like, what is this? Like, what are we talking about? Why is this? Remove gold to silver. Yeah, exactly, they did. Okay, good. They should have done it faster. Also, I don't believe that they did all that they could against bots. I firmly believe that if Amazon had hired 3 people to work cyclical 8-hour shifts, they could have banned so many more bots. How is it that the chatters, the streamers, the YouTube commenters, the people making YouTube videos, everybody knew where the bots were except Amazon? It's like they were the only people. They're like, well, they're right here. They're like, I don't know where they are. They're like, they're right there in Vern. You look at all the berserkers. Well, I just can't seem to find them. Like, well, they're right there. Can't you see them? They're all moving in the same place. Like, where the hell are these bots? I have no idea. And it went on for over a year. What the fuck are you talking about? You were doing, this was your top priority. This is your top priority? That's really bad. Imagine if that's actually your top priority and you fail at such a massive level. It's awful. They're scared to ban innocent players? Bro. You know where the bots are. I know where the bots are. Everybody in chat knows where the bots are. Come on. You didn't hire customer service, and you pay the price. Because customers got bad service. That's what happens. Let's go ahead and look at this. Oh, we'll keep an eye on these unwanted side effects and actively work to resolve them. Material accumulation by bots also requires action. We banned millions of bot accounts in an ongoing effort, but the materials they produce still pose a risk of inflation. We'll continue to take strong actions against RMT participants, and we'll take further action based on both gold and other materials production figures. Okay. Many technical features have been, and they do ban people for buying gold. They do. I had a friend that got banned. And she was 575 item level during the clown raid. She's on vacation for 6 months. Yeah. They bought gold. Yep, that's right. We can assure you that they are keenly monitoring bot activity patterns and ready to respond to their modified activities. While it will be difficult to ever completely remove bots from Lost Ark, we made significant progress in limiting the impact they have on gameplay and economy. I think that's fine. With new measures and constant ban waves, our changes have led to 55 billion gold bot gold removed from the game and a 99% decrease in bots interacting with the economy. Okay, that's good. It seems like there are less bots now than there were. Sure. Let's see here. Additional changes next month. Okay, great. Opening the gates to new players. Thankfully, we still have new players embarking on their first adventure in Arkesia every day. However, our version's vertical content update cadence is significantly faster than the original version in Korea. We've noticed that new players find it hard to catch up to that content level. 1 year after launch, new and returning players are having difficulty adjusting to the combat level 50, learning region raid patterns, setting up raid requirements. To address this, we cut down on unnecessary content, exhausting new and returning players. In order to enjoy Legion raids, 4 gear progression steps are currently required. Tier 1, Tier 2, okay, so we plan to integrate them into 2 tiers, okay. So probably, I think in Korea you start in Tier 3, right? Like, you pretty much start at 1302 or something like that? Yeah, yeah. So, like, this is probably what they're going to do. They're just going to start... They should just start everybody on... Oh, is it a different number? I thought you started in Tier 3 in Korea. Oh, it's 1490. Okay, well, yeah, even more so. Sure. The point is that that's probably what they should do in the West as well. Yeah, sure. Guardian first-time clear and tower rewards will be enhanced to be on par with the integration, so players will not have to play each tier's content multiple times. Okay. So far, we've been focusing mainly on improving and alleviating honing difficulties. However, new players are also suffering from collecting horizontal content materials.
Welcome to my channel.
Experience. We plan to make collecting runes, tripods, gems easier for everyone. To reveal some of the things we have in mind, new uncommon runes will be added early progression period to help users acquire and use runes more easily. Okay. New deep dive plan sets, collecting difficulty will be improved. Sailing content will be changed with improved co-op quests and enhanced rewards. Okay. Sailing content, I think, is kind of mediocre. I'm glad that they're improving that. I have to also say that this is not the reason, like, so let me explain why Lost Ark is unforgiving to new players, okay? And it has nothing to do with the item level requirements. It has to do with the community and how the game influences the community to behave. So first thing you need to know is that every single thing that the community does is a result of a developer's action. It's not because of the community being bad or lazy or anything like that. The developer is God, and everything that happens in their world is their fault, and it's because of something that they did. So let's talk about why this happens in Lost Ark. The reason why it started happening more in Lost Ark after Vulcan is because Vicus is much more punishing than Vulcan. And that only became more the case whenever the Clown Raid came out, and then also because the Clown Raid only had 1 difficulty, so you didn't have the easy mode except for the rehearsal thing, and nobody really gives a shit about that. But like the actual reward stuff, like, was pretty much from Vulcan only. So also Belshazzar is the same thing. Even on normal mode, 1 person fucks up, you get fucked. So what ends up happening is that whenever you create a system where players have to complete the same raid 6 times a week in order to be at maximum efficiency, those players that are playing the game a lot want to play with other people that play the game a lot. So they don't want to invite anybody who doesn't have Light of Salvation. They don't want to invite anybody who isn't 5x3 with the engravings. They don't want to invite anybody who doesn't have the Belshazzar ears. They want to make sure every single fucking person is as experienced as they are. Because if they don't, and they take a risk on a new player, what ends up happening is that that new player makes a mistake, and then it wipes the entire raid. And this person's time is deleted. And that's what happens whenever you design encounters to punish people for bussing and fucking carrying. You end up killing the entire game and hurting everybody just because you're worried that some people might get an advantage by spending gold. Who the fuck cares whenever it just hurts the entire game? Sometimes the solution is worse than the problem. And that's what happened. Oh wow, somebody's buying a carry. Do people still do carries in Lost Ark? They sure as fuck do. So what's the problem? Why do we have 17 different pass-fail mechanics at the second gate of every single two-gate thing that is going to cause like 15 people not to be able to do anything? Or sorry, 8 people not to be able to do anything just because 1 person makes a mistake. And there are instances where it takes 2 people to make a mistake. But the issue is that there are so many points of failure that occur in split-second time in these gates that unless you have somebody who understands the patterns perfectly, they're never going to get invited. What is the incentive to invite a new player into doing one of these harder Legion raids? There is no incentive. There's no reason to do it. And in fact, you're punished for doing so because failing those mechanics kills everybody. So, what does that do? Well, it's very simple. It makes it to where nobody wants to play with new players. There it is. Legion raids are already too punishing. I don't enjoy that pressure. Yeah, it's not fun. That's the problem. And again, Smilegate did this on purpose. They did it on purpose to prevent bussing, which is like carrying. They don't want to have somebody go and solo Vaulton with like 1 or 2 people. Well, you know what I think? I think soloing Vaulton is fucking awesome. I think it's really cool. And Vaulton was more fun than any of the other ones. Except for maybe Gate 6 Belshazzar, but it was fun in a completely different way. I also thought Gate 4 Belshazzar was really good too. And the Procol fight is awesome as well. The content is great, but the pass-fail mechanics are not. Apparently they've solved this problem, and they've moved away from this in the Algacia and the Akan Legion raids. However, they're not in the West right now, and they're not in the game. You gonna try Belshazzar hard? At some point, yes. I just haven't done it yet. Vaulton was the only fun raid, and they nerfed the income to incentivize people to hone and do higher content. Dogshit way of balancing. Vaulton is, in my opinion, the best ARPG encounter that I have ever done. And it's not even close. And I'm talking about Vaulton Gate 2. It is so fucking good. I think that it is as good as the Lich King in ICC. It is fucking insanely good. I can't even believe that it exists. It's amazing. And like, that's what matters. Is the content is fun. Vaulton's a clown? No, that's Cockle Shadon. Vaulton is the Minotaur. Let's see here. No, sorry, I was getting turned up. Call Cold Sadon? Yeah, there you go. Guardian first time clear in town. And also, like, yeah, the cards. Like, how are you making improvements on the cards? People have Light of Salvation 30. Bro, I have Light of Salvation, like, I think it's like 25. I'm missing like 5 more. And I don't even farm the way cards. How is it that you can't figure this out? How does it take that long? It's nuts, man. There's new player card sets already. Nobody wants a new player card set. People want Light of Salvation. You don't understand. If you see somebody with a new player card set, you think, oh, that's a new player. They're fucking garbage. I don't want to play with them. And this is the economy of behavior that these systems create. It is because of the systems. The developer makes this happen. The players don't make this happen. The players are water, okay? And whenever you dig a stream and you dig a path for that water to go down, you don't blame the water for going down the easiest path. It's not the water's fault. It's the person who dug the water or dug the path for the water to go in. Bruce Link, yeah, there you go. I think you need to do a podcast with Stoops, other content creators who address the problem in the Western servers. I would be more than willing to come on their podcast anytime they want. Okay? Sure. Unless it's the time I can't do it. But other than that, yeah, I would be more than willing to do it. Sure. I like this game a lot. Horizontal content improvements. We've been focusing mainly on... It's also, like, for example, there's, like, masterpieces you can only get from the cube at level 2, but not at level 3. What the fuck is this? Why? Why is it like this? Why is it that you, in order to maximize the rewards that you get out of it, did they fix that? Yeah, but how long did it take, though? That's what I'm saying. How long does this take? You can't just have something that's fucked up in the game for 6 months and then you fix it on month 9 and it's like, see guys, we're listening. No, you should have fixed it a week after. Like, next month is a fix? Why not tomorrow? The fuck are we talking about? What was it, next month? Because you have to play the game a month, it's bad? Why? The fuck is this? It's so unreasonable. How the fuck, like, it sounds like pussy. It's, what the fuck are you talking about next month? Holy shit. So, yeah. And I'm not even talking about honing. By the way, I haven't even mentioned honing. It's not even a problem. That's got nothing to do with it. Oh, yeah, honing sucks. Oh, yeah. But that's not really the issue. All right. I'm gonna chill out. Right now you can get master cases and higher cube. Next month is a better cube and boss rush function. Okay. Fions is another good example. Why do Fions exist? Don't tell me to prevent botting, because they can't fucking do that. Also, you can buy commodities with no Fions. There is no advantage. Like, every other game has an auction house. PoE allows people to buy and sell items with no Fion trading. World of Warcraft allows people to buy and sell items with no Fion trading. New World allows people to do this. How is it that every single other game has solved this problem, but Lost Ark somehow can't do this? If the Lost Ark community had any self-respect, they would flat out, cold turkey, quit the game completely until they were removed. They serve no value. They do not improve the play experience. They are simply a pay-to-win tax on the game. That's it. And I'm good. Yeah, and I'm not going to start doing this. Like, I don't give a fuck. But this is what it is. Some people last year disagreed with you about Fions, but now everyone's saying the same thing. Yeah, of course. Of course they do. Because people disagreed with me because they're fucking stupid. They're fucking stupid. They didn't understand how the game worked. That's why. Like, how could anybody disagree with this? I don't even know what to say. So, they constantly get more expensive. Yes. Taxes suck, but it is what it is. This is not a tax. This is a tax on a tax. It's ridiculous. So anyway, well, let's go ahead and look at this. Sailing content, okay. Alt progression, introduce the silver honing system in the March update. We'll continue expanded levels. The expanded silver honing system will come at the next class launch. We also cut down the requirements for 2 of the most needed materials, silver and honor shards, to make the progression gear easier. That's great. Looking forward, we're currently contemplating methods to improve the gem and engraving system, difficulty for alts. Okay, great. Made triport activation roster bounds. Once a triport is activated in the roster, everybody can move from it. Okay, cool. Knowledge transfer, got that. You know what I think they should do? You know what a big quality of life update for alts would be? Stop making people have to play them. Stop making people have to play 6 alts. Nobody wants to do that. They do that because the game incentivizes them to do that. Fix the rewards. Make it to where you don't have to play 6 different characters. Make it to where you can select a character on your roster every single week and say, this is my main character. I want all 6 of the rewards off of this one character. And if you don't want to do that, then you can play the system as it is. But you know what I fucking think? I think that if you can just play one character and get all the rewards on that character, nobody else is going to be complaining or getting mad about alts, because they're going to be playing them not for efficiency, but for fun. Because all of these improvements for alts are about making them more efficient, not making them more fun. And that's what the issue is that people are not playing alts for fun. They're playing them to be more efficient. And that is bad. I don't want to have to play 7 different berserkers. And also, it is, if you are an efficiency-minded person, it is the most logical and the smartest thing to do to get the same class and then play that same class multiple times. Which, by the way, let's say you have a berserker and you want to make a berserker alt, okay? If you want to send an item over to your berserker alt, both characters on the same account, there is a Fion cost, which is a tax. And this tax, by the way, is multiple dollars. Like, in terms of sending a jewelry item from one character on your alt to one character on your account to your alt. This is not an auction house tax. This is not an inter-account tax where you're trading from one account to another. No, it's just for one character. It's just for one account. It's disgusting. It's so fucking stupid. I can't believe it. Here's how to fix alts. Don't change anything. Don't change a single fucking thing about alts, and allow people to select a main character once a week and have all of the rewards, like 6x the rewards from that character, and then have all the other rewards that they get from their alts not tradable to their main. And that way, people don't feel like they have to play an alt in order to advance their main to keep up with a pay-to-win progression system that's completely RNG-based. Which, by the way, is not even the main problem with the game. That's like number 6 or 7 on the list. You put the bank and grab it? No, you can't. The game is run by incompetent people. Yes, that's about it. It's that easy. 6x rewards with 1 raid or 6x raids with 1 raid. Maybe 2 raids. Maybe you have to do the raid twice a week now instead of 6 times. But yeah, probably just 1 raid. And if you want to do it again, do it on another character. There's more content in the game now, so it's not like people have to just run Vaulton over and over and over. There's like 4 different Legion raids. There's like Argos. There's the boss rush. There's tons of stuff. They're adding a new tower. They're going to add even more Legion raids. Yeah, just once. Yeah, just once. Alter an illusion that you can reach a certain item over your main to give a mat, so it takes months to level each alt. Yeah. Like, remove this thing where you need alts to feed your main. And it's so easy to do that. It's simple. It's made by Koreans. They love nickel and diming and grinding. I don't give a fuck who it's made by. Amazon's responsible for it. I'm saying this is how to make the game more accessible and make people play it. I don't care. It's made by Koreans, Japanese, fucking South Americans, Americans. I don't give a shit. Let's see here. Skip the inconvenience. Playing another character should not be an inconvenience. It is because of the systems in the game and the way that it's designed. Looking through the various suggestions players have given us, we noticed there are issues with acquiring and using battle items in earlier tiers. We rated this as a critical issue, and after discussing with developers, we plan to change the system a lot to let players use battle items for free in early tier Guardian things. Why not always? Why not always? Why not just always allow people to have a flare? Why do flares exist? There's no reason for flares to exist. Because Monster Hunter. Yeah, I don't care. Doesn't matter. Here they've handed out thousands of free battle item chests. How's that fit? What does that have to do with it? There's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason. Yeah, the Guardian raid hides your UI. Why can't you see the health of the Guardian? So how do you know that the Guardian has a debuff on them? So now not being able to see the debuffs makes the game harder? Of course it does. But why is it in the hardest content you can see the debuffs? In Hell Mode Guardians, you can see the debuffs. In Hell Mode Vaulton and fucking all of the other Hell Modes, you can see the debuffs. You can't see the health. So why is it in Guardian raids you can't even see either one whenever they're easier? It doesn't even make sense. It's fucking stupid. Oh god. Nice consumables exist. The diverse chest items. Make sure you get the cheapest one. It's so dumb, man. They try to copy Monster Hunter and they make it worse. It's not Monster Hunter. It's Lost Ark. Stop making it like some other game. It's so dumb. T1 Guardians were harder than Hell Vaulton. I probably wiped more to Virtus than I wiped to any other Guardian. That's probably true. I killed, what's his name? The hard one that everybody says is like really hard, Velganos. I killed that one in like 3 tries. Virtus, it took me like 10. Flares are garbage. Yeah. Flares serve no purpose in improving the game. If you took flares out of the game, nothing would change. And I think this is a very good way you can look at if a system is good for a game or not. If you removed this system from the game, would anything change? No. No, it would not. It would be the exact same. So, yeah, it's just so pointless. Press a button, see a boss, see boss. Yeah, it sucks. Why does it even exist? Let's see here. It'll take some time to develop. It'll take some time to develop. There is no way that the game is not programmed to have a fucking yes/no, is there a flare active or not? In like the programming of the game, why can't you just change that yes, or sorry, that no to a yes always? Why are you not able to just do that? You go, okay, for Virtus, this is the case. For Achades, this is the case. For all these other ones, this is the case. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no way this takes more than a day. Programming here, it's so excuse. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? They could, they probably won't. Yeah. Or delete the code. Yeah, delete the code. Delete the code that hides the boss's location. It's not just flares, though. Well, flares are the first and easiest example. Let's see here. Player exhaustion, learning, and dailies. Along with the content mentioned above, frequent content updates are leading to enhanced exhaustion, and gatekeeping, making gameplay difficult for new and returning players. Dozens of patterns to memorize, burdens put on new players attempting to learn. To address, we are preparing the following updates. Best way to help progression, Argos Abyss Raid. Nobody does Argos. Argos sucks, nobody cares, but okay. Let's see here. Help progression, provide appropriate kind of content, current level play. Through its view, Argos is an extremely difficult raid, considering it's one of the first raids a new player encounters without having time to adjust. When the progression adjustments listed above take place, players will get to enter Argos raids much earlier in the game, alleviating the burden. We will reduce the number of patterns in the raid to ease the learning curve, and we will change most of the wipe mechanics to deal plain damage. Wow, how easy is that? Good idea. This way, players can overcome mechanics and patterns by using appropriate skills and battle items, as well as getting help from other party members. We do not want players to experience too many situations where one player's mistake results in everyone failing so early in the game. How about get rid of this entirely? Why is it like this? Like, this sucks. Yeah, make this change in brush. Yeah. Like, at least change everything besides the current raid. Like, it's like this in Vicus. Bro, nobody wants to do Vicus. What the fuck are you talking about? That shit came out like last year. So doing that, keep reading. Okay, good. Smilegate RPG's research and development team is also looking to applying similar changes to earlier Legion raids. Oh, smart. Not every wipe mechanic will be adjusted, considering designation of top-tier in-game raids. We'll be sure to share more details. Okay, good. These changes, we hope every player in Arcadia can try out the fun with in-game raids without too much stress, while simultaneously learning about the types of patterns and mechanics they can see in harder in-game content. Let's see here. And we're aware of the sense of discontent regarding Chaos Dungeons, Guardian Raids, and Una's tasks. Currently, these daily activities are critical for obtaining the materials necessary for gear progression, and allow hardcore players to have something to earn every day. So reducing them is not a simple problem to tackle. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You just reduce them. That's how to solve it. Problem solved. There it is. It's done. So here, let's go ahead and do. Let's look at this. Let's do some logic, okay? So one, you have to do 2 Guardian raids, okay? Each raid gives 50 shards. Okay? Then you change this to, you have to do 1 Guardian raid. This raid gives 100 shards. Okay, let's go ahead and let's do Chaos Dungeons now. Okay. You have to do 2 Chaos Dungeons. Each dungeon gives 50 shards. Change this to, get ready for it. You have to do 1 Chaos Dungeon. This dungeon gives 100 shards. You see how this works? Make these shards character bound, so you don't have to no life alts in order to be competitive. Problem solved. Then after that, then allow people to designate a main each week, and that main gets 6x the rewards to simulate as if they were playing 6 characters. Problem solved. Does anybody misunderstand this? Anybody not get it? That would instantly come back? Yeah, of course. What if they want to play alts and to still funnel their main? Wouldn't that prevent them from doing it? Yeah, it would. I just think it's more healthy for the game that you don't have that in the game. The reason why is that if you allow people to do it, they will have to do it. Sometimes it's better to save players from themselves. If you create a vendor, here's an example. If you add a vendor into the game and you spend 1 silver, it gives you 1,000,000 gold. Everybody would use that vendor, right? Everybody would do it, but that would be bad for the game, right? Okay, there you go. So you can't give players tools and then the players burn themselves out using those tools and then you blame it on the player. It's like giving a kid a fork and there's nothing in a room except a fucking electrical outlet. Well, what the hell do you think the kid's gonna do? Oh, he's gonna try to put the fork in the electrical outlet. Duh. You shouldn't have given him the fucking fork. What are you doing giving him a fork? That's intentionally shitty design to get people to pay to win. That's why I quit. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's designed in a grindy way to incentivize people to spend money to circumvent it. That's right. So it's like the overlay map in Diablo 4 choice? Yes, it is. And that's why I said I respect their decision. I think they should try it without the overlay map. Content, cadence, and events. Actually, let's see here. Critical dungeons. Currently, these daily activities are critical for obtaining materials necessary for gear progression and allow hardcore players something to earn every day, so reducing them is not simple problem to tackle. Again, yes it is. We need more time to think about it. But we understand the repetitiveness of the content, and Smilegate RPG is undergoing internal research and development to discuss resolutions. How long? How long is it going to take for the research team over at over there on Korea to figure out that maybe people don't want to do the same exact task 6 times a week? And you know what? If they did want to do it, here, this is crazy, right? If they did want to actually do it, then if you make these changes, it won't affect them because they can still do what they want to do. They can play an alt and then they can do that. But you know what I think? I think if you make these fucking changes, none of them are going to do that because they don't actually want to do it. They're doing it because the game makes them. Do you wish for feedback immediately? Yes. Yeah, take it out. See what happens. See how many people play the alts. Oh, they're doing it for fun? Uh-huh. Then take out the feeding of the main. We'll see how many people are actually doing it for fun. Game turn people into slaves for rocks? Yeah, everybody's a crackhead. That's right. If you have 6 alts, that's 84 guardians a week. 84 guardians a week, 0 health bars. Players drop even lower. Maybe whenever the player count hits 50,000, Amazon will say, okay, all right, fine. We'll make the game fun. And then they'll improve the game. They'll make it better, just like they did with New World. But I'll be like, hey guys, come on back. Come play Lost Ark again. And everybody will be like, nah, man, this game's a grind fest. Oh, I don't want to do that anymore. The game was bad on release. And the game is dead. That's it. That's exactly what happened with New World. And all of the problems that New World had, by the way, I said these were problems in the year 2020. Over a year before the game came out, I said, this is fucked. Everybody in the community shit on me. 4 months later, whenever these lazy fucks finally hit level 60, they said, hold up, wait a minute. Lost Ark was the same thing. I was right about everything. And they made every fucking change that I said they should have done on release. It's just how it was. You go back and read the patch notes yourself. Go back and watch the videos yourself. Reason why I quit was dailies? Yeah, of course. Let's see here. Help cut down the grind. In the meantime, we'll introduce Ebony Cube, a new activity that combines Boss Rush and Dimension Cube in May. Okay. Why is it that is it still this way with the cube, that the best way to farm masterpieces with the cube is to wait out the timer until the last few seconds because it's a higher probability of you getting a treasure room? Is that still the case? Yes? Okay. So here's what you do. You get rid of that. No one does that? Yeah, because everybody that did it quit the game. I did it because I wanted to get the rewards. Yeah, just take it out of the game. Just make it not work that way. Problem solved. Isn't it crazy? Wow. Content cadence and events. We know players have expressed some questions and concerns with the current content release cadence. Catching up to the new player in-game content is important to us. 2 problems to speeding up the process: localization timelines and player burnout. If content is localized too quickly, the overall quality might be compromised. Regardless of localization, timelines are still a problem having to digest too much content at the same time, or constantly feel pressured to hit the next item level related to the previously mentioned exhaustion issues. Our goal is to introduce content as fast as we can without having these problems occur. This is a problem. I don't give a fuck about this. I don't care about this because this is a problem that will fix itself. The content cadence is faster than it was in Korea, which means that we will eventually be on the same pace as Korea. It will take probably 6 more months to 8 more months, and then it's going to be the exact same. This is never going to be an issue again. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Let's see here. Another plan that we have to integrate is faster speed heading into the in-game events. Our events are in-game version, older events in Korea, which isn't ideal. No, Naruni Racing is great. Just make that all the time. Problem solved. There you go. Naruni Racing was really fun. Some of the other ones were not. So you just take the fun ones and you put those in the game, and then you take the ones that aren't fun and you take those out of the game. Like, what are we doing? Why is this so hard? I don't know. What is this? Like, of course, some will be Western exclusives, so it'll take time. As soon as Korea, open to suggestions. Okay, here we go. Looking forward, you have to understand that one letter isn't a magic band-aid. Or even a splendid elemental HP potion. Well, I don't use those. I only use the green ones. But we hope this letter becomes the first step in our road to more communication. I do too. But the problem is that communication, we're working on it. Really? You're working on it. How long does it take? Like, I wonder what would happen if you took fucking Elon Musk, the fucking slave driver at Twitter that's making people work 18 hours a day, and you told them that it's going to take a month for you to figure out how to make Guardian raids, have to do them once a day or 2 times a day. I guarantee fucking to you that shit would be fixed in an hour. And probably 10 people would be fired that weren't involved with it at all. How is this so hard? Really? Communication information? Oh no, it's not a communication, it's a number. Everybody reads the same numbers. Well, too late. Yeah, what the fuck? You had to wait in one spot for 15 minutes on that island? I don't remember that. It's hard for the Korean overlords. I don't give a fuck if it's hard or not. They need to figure it out. So this is what we're gonna get. We're gonna get, as a first-time login reward, prepare to get for all players will be sent out alongside this letter a Mokoko skin selection chest, thank God. A Mokoko pet selection chest. I'm gonna have every single fucking Mokoko board pretty soon. A collective battle item chest X100, silver X 20,000, sorry, 2 million, that's nice. Relic report selection chest, and 50 Phaons. Okay, well that'll solve it. This is nice. I'm happy to see this. But if you want to actually make the game better, just let me know. I will consult for free. I will take time out of my day. I will take a day off of stream. I didn't spend 1,400 hours in your fucking dog shit game for it to die. Stop killing the game and making the time that I invested in your game worthless. Fucking stop it. So wake the fuck up, look at what the problems are, and listen to the community. It's not hard. Like, how is it that you can have these solutions that are so obvious to everybody except for the people that run the game? Let's read the Twitter. Or sorry, the Reddit. Here we go. Let's see what the community has to say. The reason why to gatekeep each class tier list. Yep, there we go. When you finally make it home and look at your friends list. Everybody's in a party. Yep, big surprise. Next week I'm getting Guild Shop level 5. Solo alt guild that I made at level 1. Holy fuck. Let's see here. Mayhem Zerker using Procol. Every pattern shown clearly. 100 million. I'd play this game again. Gatekeeping classes. He's totally right. Alright, let's see what Saint Tone says. This guy's a very respected and serious player in Lost Ark. I played in Korea as well as NA servers.
Okay, well, the people who gatekeep your Reaper are trash. There you have it. And if you're someone listening and you gatekeep off of class, you are trash. And I hope you take offense to that. You can gatekeep. There's a million other things you can gatekeep for that actually make sense. Class is the dumbest one.
Let me explain why people gatekeep based off of class. Failure rate per class. Okay? Sork. 15%. Berserker. Realistically, 25%. Deathblade. 10%. Gunslinger. 8%. Shadowhunter. 9%. We'll do one more. Scrapper. That's a melee class, so it's going to be higher. It's going to be 15%. Glavier. 70%. I'm just kidding. Let's say also 25%. Reaper. 30%. Alright. Let's say you have these people applying to your group. Invite. You don't invite the Reaper. Now take a look at this. Let's lower these numbers. That's the failure rate. Who do you not invite? The Reaper. And do you want to know why you don't invite the Reaper? It's because the game punishes you if they fail. The game makes people gatekeep classes. The players don't do it. Remember, the game is the one that digs the river. The players are simply the water. If you dig the river a certain way, that's where the water's gonna go. That's how it is. Gate 5 and 6 brings out some extremely odd behaviors about people. Alright, let's look at this and then I want to talk about it. It's about DPS meter, and I'm sure people were using them before, but now just in private or within their own group. Brawl Shaza, Hard, and Gate 5 and 6 is probably the first time people actually openly uses it in pugs and calling and harassing people with it. Why is that? It's because the fight is hard. The fight is really, really hard, and that's why people don't want to invite and play with people that suck. And long. Yes. Gate 6. Don't you need to do a DPS check at the very end of Gate 6? With like meteors that are coming towards the beginning of the front of the middle of the room? I think you do, right? Yeah, like I
8_OK.
So imagine
welcome to my channel.
18 minutes just to have some dipshit that can't meet the DPS requirements. Of course you're going to use a DPS meter. Of course! Are you kidding me? No shit! WoW does the same thing, so it makes sense. I don't know. I think WoW has the same problem, too, as well. Yeah. It's a 20-minute fight. Yeah, like, what the fuck, man? It's designed for static prog, not pug. Pugs suck in every game at high tier. It's not designed for pugs. It's designed intentionally to be hard to carry. You don't, like, you're not going to tell me that the reason why they have all the meteors at the very end there is not to stop somebody from being dead for the entire fight. That's exactly why they put them in. They put them in to stop people from doing carries. It has nothing to do with whether it be a guild or not a guild. It's to stop carries. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, anyway. I hope if anybody from Smilegate or fucking the Amazon, if they watch this, please guys, wake the fuck up. You just stop it. You fucking stop. You just please stop. What are you doing? Please. You're killing the game. See that? You're killing the game. See, this graph says you're killing the game. That's what it means. I'm saying this because I like the game. I want it to improve. I want it to get better. Please. Take drastic action. Improve it.
Guava Juice's former 200 million view months have declined by over 90%, with many of the—
Well, I feel like 20 million views is still really good. Like, I mean, 20 million views a month, that's great.
These recent views coming from shorts, as his long-form content gains roughly 100,000 views a video. What on earth happened? Let's travel back to his absolute peak. Okay. January 2017, 249 million views. Why was he so successful at this point in time? By then, Guava Juice had already been on YouTube for over 11 years, during which it became apparent that he was incredibly talented at latching onto trends and had built an intuition for what was popular on YouTube at any one time. For example, his 2007 music video parodies were similar to what—
bro, like, remember whenever everybody used to have that hair? Like, I had that hair too. Holy fuck. Like, Eric had that hair. He's bald now. Like, I had that hair. Like, so many of my friends did.
Should become successful
emo
with, and by 2016 he was still competing with other top-tier gaming YouTubers like Vanos. Unfortunately, this also meant that Guava hadn't really carved out a specific lane for his channel, which is a necessity for long-term YouTube growth. Well, arguably. You can get reasonable views by joining a genre and making a contribution. However, explosive growth usually comes from pioneering a brand new or underperforming genre, as Guava Juice would come to discover in—
I think that a lot of times, like, you can get a ton of views just by doing something really well. Like, as long as there's a large audience for it, just doing one thing really well is all it takes. But in general, yeah, like, creating your own genre of content is going to be obviously the largest because there's no market cap on it. Sure.
In 2016, after uploading a video simply titled Orbeez Bath Challenge. Now, there was no denying that this video was targeted toward children. However, it still had many different elements of relatability, leading the video towards success. For example, anybody could access Orbeez. Most people have a bathtub in their house.
Bro, can they access that many of them? Like, who's gonna go be like, Mom, I need you to buy a bathtub's worth of Orbeez?
People pose this question of, well, what would be the outcome of this experiment if you did it for yourself? This made the video extremely enticing to click on, and once watching, Guava Juice then validated the audience by providing the exact outcome that everybody had clicked on the video for. A bathtub filled to the brim with Orbeez, which when combined with a cameo from Spider-Man, made for the perfect viral video. Each of Guava's bathtub uploads followed this similar premise of what would happen if you did this in your own house. There was always an element of—
I love how they do this, and then like, he's like, oh my god, it's foaming over. Let me go put the fucking Tupperware thing like right in front of this so, you know, it doesn't leak anywhere. Like, he actually moved it over in that direction. Oh my god.
curiosity. His oobleck bath challenge even provided a guide for how to make the liquid, and it posed the question of, well, is he going to get stuck when it finally dries at the end of the video? His Lego bath challenge posed the question of, will he get hurt? While his Diet Coke and Mentos bath challenge implied that the Coke might fizz everywhere. Each episode was only 3 or 4 minutes long, so why not click and see?
It's stupid content for 12-year-olds. It's great. This is fucking great. Because if I was in middle school, I would watch every single fucking one of these. Absolutely. If I was 10, dude, I would want to do this myself.
The potential outcome. The short nature of the videos also meant that they didn't waste the audience's time and were optimized for watch time percentage. And while this goes against the classic trope of longer videos equals more watch time equals better performance, this has been disproven by people like David Dobrik, who have shown that 10 4-minute videos can be better for retention in comparison to 1 40-minute video for tutorial. Regardless, Guava Juice's videos were doing so well that even his water bath challenge cracked 5 million views.
Out of all the bath challenges I've done, I'm surprised
leading him to experiment with other types of content, in which he revealed another key success component. He was actually excited to make each video. Despite being in his mid-20s...
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be funny to do something like that. Sure, it's... Why not? Yeah, it's funny, sure. I mean, it's stupid, but like, yeah, alright.
Every piece of content, from making gummy pizzas to building a house out of red cups. This gave the videos a unique, enjoyable flavor, as it was obvious that he was happy to be there, which accompanied his cliche yet ideal philosophy of wanting to improve the content every single day.
As long as you consistently make an effort to do better every single day, things will definitely get better every single day.
However, Guava's explosion was...
Halo? Da? Znam, nisam ti obrisao broj telefona ako misliš da ja tako... Dragana je. Ima čak i tvoja slika, mogu da ti pokažem, ona s ovog basketbola. Ne, obrisao sam, sve sam vas obrisao iz telefona, ste vi normalni? Ne, nego sam se čudno javio, ne čudnije nego što se ja inače javljam na telefonu. Da.
Danas smo u firmi, evo idemo sad kući, kod mene ti je knjižica, ali ja ću dati ti Bojani, pa ti se dogovori, čuj se s njom. Da ćeš ti kod nje, ona kod tebe.
Ma, vratit ću ja popodne do nje.
Možeš i tako. Evo mi sad idemo s posla, rekao ja došla ti ja i mrzim me pisat poruku, da se to bi nikad nije bio prošle cijelom timu, evo danas je došao i ja kažem, ono da je idem ptica tu čim je on traži.
Da. Pa, ja znam da, ja pazim na svoje papire i znam da taj dokument nije kod mene, zato sam pretpostavio da mora biti kod njega.
Jeste. Bilje, on je bio total zaturio tamo, znaš. Bio neđe da tu neku fioku. Tako da je to rešeno, kad ti dati u Bojani, pa ti vidi kad ćeš kod nje, sad se vidi već da govorite. Da znaš, toliko da znaš da je to rešeno, da ne brineš više oko toga.
Možda će primat radnike ovde.
Molim?
Možda će primat radnike ovde u tortilji. Da, zajedno, ja mislim nedelju dve, kad budu pustili novu liniju. To ti je kad kažu linija, to je kao linija pakovanja. Jer neće pustiti novu traku da proizvodi, nego znaš ono mjesto da ti ide, uče traka, ono kao gotovo proizvod i sad se to pakuje. Ja mislim da se okreće da stavi u pogled novu liniju za...
Looking for fun_bot_master. Welcome to my channel.
Treba da će primiti sigurno bar još 5-10 ljudi. Pa sad, ako ti ili Bojana ste zainteresovani, ja preporučujem makar da ostavite, pa ne, makar da ostavite mogu, pa ako vas pozovu, probajte. Pa ja znam, ne znam da li se sviđa to. Slušaj, ja ti radim samo na zapis, ali ti radim da, ja to radim. Ono što ovdje nema dobro, da ti ide recimo na tamo gdje ja radim, može biti relativno brz, znaš.
Da, razumem.
Da. A inače, sve što si ti radila tamo traje. Znaš, ulje, brašno, začin.
Pa to je nešto Nemanja bio je predstavno firma, pa je pričala mi da se to nešto bere začine i to je spominja nešto.
Da.
Samo ja ne, znači on priča, ja sad ne razumem.
A, dobro, ja sam ti pojednostavio. Tamo gdje rade žene, to ti je, imaju dva pakovanja. Imaju jedno kao primarno, tu ti idu ispečene ove tortilje, kalačnice, to rećeš. Tu ti kao sortiraju kao prvi put i kad ga sortiraju, mašina ga samo pakuje, nosi ga na drugo pakovanje ga stavlja u kutije i nosi ga na post. Ako će primat radnika, mora preprosto kad će primat tamo. Pa to mi ne izgleda teško, jedino što ne znam, znaš ako mi radimo do sad, sam ja radio, čini mi se, radiš dve jutarnje smene, pa onda 2 smene popodne, pa 2 smene uveče i sad, pazi, ja sam završio u nedelju ujutro.
Dobro.
Danas ti je ponedjeljak i radim tek u četvrtak.
Da, razumem. Imaš sad slobodno.
Da, imaš dan po 2 slobodno.
Da, dan po 2, pa dobro. Ti teško se prilagoditi malo noćne smene i to?
A ne, zašto ti teško, zato što iz druge smene koja je popodnevna, jer ja nije da sam prvi put radio treću smenu, ja sam radio godinu dana u Repolu treću smenu. Samo što nisam imao ovoliko slobodno vremena. Mi smo u Repolu, recimo, kako je ono bilo? U Repolu sam radio, ili smo iz treće smene išli u drugu, ja mislim da je tako bilo. Znači da sam u Repolu sad je recimo danas već radio 2 sata. Tako ti kod njih nekako čudi.
Pa dobro, ja kažem mi se sve da je zadovoljan, znaš, gdje si došli, to je jako bitno. Znaš, gdje si sve novo, znaš, treba se prilagoditi.
Dobro, ako ste vi zadovoljni time što radite, ako vas plaćaju, ja vas plaćaju na vreme.
Pa nažalost, sad bi trebalo kraj mjeseca da bude plaća, to ćemo da vidimo, nije to daleko. Sad je rekao da će biti, da će plaća prekovremeno, pošto imamo i prekovremene sate i sve. Pa ćemo da vidimo, nije to daleko. Nama je dao februarsku platu, nama 12 verom.
Ovdje plaćaju na ovu 2 mjesečno.
Aha, vama i 2 puta, aha. Pa dobro. Kako putuješ?
Ja putujem biciklom, a ako sam dolazio na trep, dalo bi sad da hoću da razvoze radnike i volcu bicikliš.
Pa dobro, to bi trebalo tako zvijesti, nema si biciklo, nema si prevoz.
Dobro, ima nizom razne sam u sebe, znaš, ko vozi, koliko to.
Da. Pa dobro, koji svugdje tako gledaš. I za to povo, ne kamo li, aj to je kao nešto bliže, tako mi bar deluje. Tako mojče.
Ništa onda ako hoćeš, javi do njih. Da sad nemoj da idem po tuđe kuća, molim da, to ćeš neđem da odem. Ne volim da sad izdaleko. Kako god.
Znaš.
15-20 minuta mi treba do posla, nije to nešto puno vremena.
Pa eto, do meni treba duplo je kraći put, eto. Kad se malo polepša vreme, budeš imao slobodno vreme, prošetaj. I nismo to podaleko. Jer dogovoreno je svirati da si
Ja se ne javljujem. To jest obrnuto. Ne dolazim nenajavljena.
Pa dobro, tako sam i ja
Jedino
isto
ako
po
te
tom
nazovem i ti kažeš da si kuća, ja te pitam šta radiš. Znaš, ne volim da se pozivam ljudima na kafu, na čaj, na ovo, na ono, ne.
Dobro, razumem, kad te budem zvala, ti ćeš sam reći, hoćeš, nećeš i gotovo.
Hvala ti.
Žiđo. Gordana završila je trgovinu, idemo put kuće. Kaže ti sad ispikniš tu konje pa se
Dobro. Važno.
Čujemo se, Iđo.
Ćao.
Čujemo se,
Hvala.
ćao.
Ćao.
Ćao, ćao.
Oh my lord.
Also assisted by timing, as viral videos required significantly less time and effort back in 2017. Take for example this video titled "Do Not Jump on the Trampoline Ball Pit at 3 AM", in which the time is shown at the start of the video 3:06, as well as at the end of the video 3:29, meaning this entire episode took only 23 minutes to film. They were basically...
Yeah, it's crazy how much effort and time they put into, the 3 AM videos. Oh my god. Like, what was that trend? It was like 2018 or something like that? Oh, wow. It's like, remember the guy who's like, he said his girlfriend died and she didn't die, but then he made a video using a Ouija board trying to talk to her, but she wasn't dead. Like, oh my fucking god, man. Yeah, it happened. J-Station, there it is.
No props, no script, and the whole thing was shot in one take, meaning the video took only a couple of hours to complete after editing, and it's now received over 20 million views.
That's a
To
lot.
achieve that same kind of performance on any long-form video today requires at least 1 week's work, as well as maybe a team, maybe a budget, and even then pulling anything close to that number requires a perfect storm. Back then, however, Guava Juice was doing millions of views on every single video, almost all of which needed minimal planning and could have been completed in under a day. In the process, Guava Juice kept up with every trend from Fortnite to TikTok reactions until he dipped his feet into a brand new video type that would take his channel to a whole new level, his 10 Things You Shouldn't Do series. In the beginning, it wasn't...
Bro, absolutely. Like, what is this? Delivering a bomb to a plane? Like, what? Yeah, absolutely. This is 100% content for kids. Yep.
Than supposed to be a series. However, after 10 Things You Shouldn't Do in an airplane gained a view count in the millions, Guava Juice doubled down with 10 Things You Shouldn't Do in the movie theater, 10
As an American, this hits different.
Things You Shouldn't Do at school, and 10 Things You Shouldn't Do on a train, each of which performing incredibly well, and it's really no wonder why.
Yeah.
The videos were comedic, relatable, and had a bunch of effort put into them. They usually had multiple people per skit, as well as a full set for every video, which made them extra unique, especially when combined with Guava Juice's absolutely insane style of comedy.
Don't be a food inspector! Hello, my friend. How may I help you today?
Hello, I'm the food inspector. Could I have one of each food, please?
Sure thing. Follow me.
I love inspecting food.
Right this way, Mr. Food Inspector. You see, all the food should be right over there.
What is this?
You should have left Woody on the chair!
Faster! Are you here to save me?
Now stay here for the rest of your life!
I am so glad that this didn't come out whenever we were younger, because if it did, Jeff would have made me watch this video 10 times in a row. I would have had to watch this video every day for probably a year. I remember what it was like.
Hi, Daddy, is that you? It's me, your son.
These videos went absolutely wild throughout 2020, often gaining well over 10 million views. However, in April 2021, seemingly overnight, something began to change on the Guava Juice channel. He went from gaining over 100,000 subscribers every single month to almost complete stagnation, while his videos were suddenly struggling to achieve more than 1 million views. Why the sudden drop? The decline seemed to begin with a video by Danny Gonzalez, posted only 2 weeks prior, titled "Guava Juice is Out of Control," in which Danny would critique the absolutely insane nature of every Guava Juice video in a fun and entertaining way.
Yeah. It's just so hard to follow. It's like, is this even a story? Is there a plot to this? They're just like...
No, it's not. It's basically his videos, it seems like what they're like is they're like 8-second TikToks just put together into a 6-minute video or a 4-minute video. That's basically what it is.
doing random things and crazy things are happening. He can't really subvert our expectations anymore because our expectation is just that something random is going to happen at all times.
The video received over 2 million views in less than a week, and while it acted as somewhat of a compliment, since Guava Juice was trying to make insane content, Danny's video would also act as a catalyst for the short-term retirement of the series. After uploading an episode on the 3rd of April, Guava Juice didn't post a 10 Things You Shouldn't Do episode until almost 3 months later on the 27th of June, after which it became obvious that the quality of the series had dropped
Well,
off.
I think that really everybody, it's like the airplane one is just simply more compelling because of like 9/11 and shit. Like everybody's gonna watch that to see if he's gonna try to bring a bomb on the plane. Like, I mean, do I really have to say this? Come on!
Significantly. For example, Guava Juice's 10 Things You Shouldn't Do at Disneyland felt like it had been thrown together with no prior planning. There was no set, there were no characters, and the jokes felt random, but in a way that was more like, what the hell even is this anymore?
Don't feed the birds.
During the retirement of the series, Guava Juice had instead been uploading increasingly lazy
got 'em.
content, such as Guava Juice ranks Guava Juice videos, as well as old
I did
repackaged
that. Yeah, I did that. Uh-oh, Sonny's gonna make a video about me soon. Remember whenever I did a tier list of all my tier lists?
compilations, such as Best of Guava Juice 24-hour livestream, both of which subtly implying that the glory days of the channel were coming to an end, as was also indicated by the thumbnails. During his peak, the thumbnails felt clean, straightforward, and were on par with YouTube's meta at the time. And while some of his 2021 thumbnails were definitely on the cutting edge, there were others that felt crowded, dated, or just straight up confusing. The channel seemed to have been struggling from a lack of effort and innovation. However, there was actually a good reason for this. In December 2021, Guava Juice announced that he'd instead been spending his time on a kids' TV series called The Guava Juice Show, which was about to release its very first episode on YouTube Originals. Guava displayed his confidence in the show by purchasing a billboard at LAX, and it was looking like this series could reignite the channel, although only in the beginning.
There's no way, because like the people that watch something like this, it's just not gonna, it's a TV show, it's very different.
First 5 episodes performed reasonably well, averaging around 3 million views each. However, for whatever reason, the 6th episode gained only 150,000 views, with almost every episode afterwards following a similar trend. Guava and his team would produce a total of 13 episodes for
This is one of the problems that I think YouTubers that try to follow a trend of kids run into, is that every single content creator that targets kids as their audience eventually gets too old for the kids to be able to relate to them. And I think also kids like the new thing. They don't like the old thing. They don't want the old. That's the thing their older brother liked. That's the thing their dad liked. They want the new, cool, fresh thing. So you have the kids that are coming in and they want something new, not the guy that's been doing it for 8 years. And then the kids that have been watching it for 8 years, well, now they're taking on student loans. Okay, they don't want to see somebody filling up a bathtub with marbles. Bro, that costs a lot of money. That reminds them of the fact they can't afford that shit. So of course not. There are so many people, like, again, and it's not like he failed as a content creator. It's just that there is a life cycle to that type of content. And it's like this. And just because you're right here doesn't mean you weren't here. You did great. It's awesome. But people grow up and they move on. They want to see something new. It's like that guy, the Blues Clues guy did it the right way. You know, everybody loved him. What was his fucking name? Oh, God, what was his fucking name? Steve. Steve. Everybody loved Steve. I remember watching Steve. I was a little kid. He was the best. And then Steve went to college because he was balding. And you know what he does now? He does stand-up comedy for other people that are 40. And people love him. You know why? It's because they got older.
show, after which he'd upload a new video titled The End, in which Guavajuice was
him, yeah.
unusually upset, possibly as a partial result of the show's poor performance.
I've been doing Guavajuice for so long, I've missed my daughter's birthdays and friends' weddings.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird for like a fucking 8-year-old to be watching a guy who has a girl that's like the same age as, like, let's say his little sister, right? You know, his daughter could be 6 and the kid that's watching, that's the target audience is 8. It feels like whenever you're a young kid, you want to watch people that are also young. Like whenever you were a kid, right? You'd want to hang out with other people that were also kids. You wouldn't want to watch like, oh, it's a bunch of fucking old people. Oh shit. Who cares? Oh god. Yeah, what are they gonna talk about? Social security again? Please.
And I feel like there was just
kids?
no
Yeah, older
balance
kids, but
to
still kids.
who I am as a person.
Guavajuice didn't specify why he was feeling so down. However, he wasn't ready to give up just yet, as he then released a second season of the show, which once again performed to a mediocre standard.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. The thing is also with like kid audiences, you can never break character for a kid audience. You can never shatter the illusion that everything that they're seeing isn't completely real. Because they're just naive. They actually think that this is... They watch this guy fill up a bathtub of fucking Pepsi and Mentos, and they think that after that he's gonna go jump on a trampoline and, you know, fucking throw whipped cream on him and his friends just because they're fucking dumb. But no, after that, they're done with the video, they go home, he checks his analytics, you know, has a call with his accountant, you know, has to take his fiance out to dinner. She's upset because he hasn't been spending enough time with her. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the same thing.
At a couple 100,000 views per episode, Guava might as well have just continued making standard videos, and this wasn't even the worst part. Whilst producing the show's 26 episodes, Guavajuice lost touch with the one skill that had always guaranteed success, an ability to keep up with trends and the current YouTube meta.
It's also like a lot of what this guy does is like sporadic, visceral, physical comedy. He's doing crazy shit. And you can't do that whenever it's a fucking animation. It's not the same.
Prior to making the Guavajuice show, he was averaging maybe 700,000 views on his normal YouTube uploads. However, after the second season came to an end only 7 months later, it was rare to see any of his videos achieve more than 200,000 views. It seemed that Guavajuice had fallen into the misconception that if he split his time between YouTube and a TV show, he'd achieve double the amount of success, yet the opposite happened and his performance was instead cut in half.
Yeah, of course.
On top of splitting his time between 2 different forms of media...
You always want to... You never want to half-ass 2 things, you whole-ass 1 thing. Nobody wants somebody who's kind of good at something. They want somebody who's really good at something.
Yeah, Guavajuice also had to worry about YouTube Shorts, his in-store products, as well as a bloody NFT project, which has to be one of the dumbest things you can launch as a creator, because it's so obvious that you're just trying to siphon some quick cash from the audience.
This is in May of 2022, bro. Like, NFTs were fresh in, like, 2020. Like, if you were doing NFTs in 2020, you were selling crypto in 2019. Those were the days, right? 2021, you were fresh. But, like, you have an NFT come out in 2022? What the fuck? Come on.
Guavajuice's new low was established in a recent video titled My Future, in which he speaks as though his career is pretty much over.
I just want to say, from the bottom of my heart, I am very honored to be a part of your childhood.
His former excitement has transformed into boredom and complete apathy, as was highlighted during one of the videos.
Yeah, because he's fucking 30 now. Like, and this is so nice and so great that he made this video. And I bet there's so many people who used to watch him whenever they were a kid, and they see this, and it's so uplifting and fulfilling to them. It's great. But most people, like, the thing is that I remember I was showing a friend of mine, I think it's a couple of friends of mine, the video of Kai Cenat. they bought a mansion and they were shooting bottle rockets at each other inside of the mansion, like Roman candles. And I was like, bro, this is fucking badass. This is awesome. This is so cool. And then guess what? My friends are like, man, that's gonna be hard to get off the wall. God, that's gonna be a while to clean all that up. Holy. Man, that's gonna mess up the resale value of that house a lot. Jeez. And it's like, bro, who gives a fuck? Just put a poster over it. Who cares? But like, my friends grew up, you know, they're getting old. They're old, man. Like, what do you expect? Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. This sucks. But yeah, I mean, and so like you change, you get older. That's all it is to it. Responsibility, yeah. Kind one clean shit, yeah, but like they don't know that. They're just seeing it.
Announcements.
With growing and growing, I just want to let you know for this channel, moving forward, I'm going back to my roots, which is gaming. 2016, I made the channel because I wanted to create a gaming channel.
While Guava Juice gives off the vibe that he wants the videos to return to their former glory, it also seems like he's lacking the motivation and clear vision to get them there. And as a result, he's trying almost anything, including sympathy from the audience.
Good, keep trying. Keep trying. Because you know what? If at first you don't succeed, keep trying until you do. You did it once. You did that. You got the YouTube thing. You already did it once. Figure it out. Keep doing new shit until it works. And if it never works, well, you tried. I mean, it is what it is, right? You still had a great career. You made millions of dollars. Oh, wow. What a shame. Yeah. I mean, fuck, man. I mean, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, like for me on my stream, right? Like, I've had multiple times where, like, things have gone up and things have gone down. And do you know what? You wanna know why they go back up after they go down? Is because you stay in the fucking ring and you keep swinging. And you miss. And you miss. And you miss. But eventually you hit. It's just like gambling, guys. You just have to keep going.
Achieve an increase in viewership. However, this has only had the opposite effect, as most of his gaming videos struggle to achieve 100,000 views. Guava Juice has made it way too obvious that he doesn't have an interest in producing the content, and this lack of commitment
Well, even
shows
if he did, I mean, he's fucking 30 now. Like, an 8-year-old's not gonna watch a guy that looks like he's 30. Like, I mean, guys, that's a fucking fact. Like, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Yeah, you had Mr. Rogers back in the day, but that was a totally... Mr. Rogers wasn't getting in a fucking... in a bathtub full of Pepsi with a string bikini of fucking breath mints on his nipples. He wasn't doing that. So it's a different dynamic. No, that's what he did. Don't haul me on that. That's what he fucking did. Where is this shit? Where it at?
that the Coke might everywhere challenge implied that the
bro, he literally did this shit. Damn.
content, and this lack of commitment shows in each and every upload. The videos just feel a bit generic and aimless. A great YouTube video should be fresh and energizing, something that makes you want to click just like the bathtub videos did during the channel's heyday. And while it's clear that Guava Juice is slowly rebuilding his intuition for what makes a great video, he's yet to return his skills back to a competitive level.
Well, you just gotta keep trying, you gotta keep swinging, you gotta keep working, and you gotta keep fighting. Because if you don't, you're done. Now, if you keep doing it, you might still be done. But you guaranteed are gonna be done if you quit. And the thing is, like, that's okay. That's okay. And if he never gets back up that level, that's fine. I think it's okay, man. It's totally fine. Every Sunny video, same format. Well, I like the videos. You know, overall, I I like talking about the kind of stuff. Like, I don't even really, like what Sonny says, like, yeah, I talk about it, and it's like, yeah, it's true or not, but like, I don't really, like, I don't have a emotional reaction to like what he says. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, let's talk about this. Yeah, he's just presenting the information to react to. That's it. Yeah, I don't hate the dude. I like it whenever he has opinions I disagree with. It's more interesting. Yeah, like the Chris video. Remember that fucking Chris video? That shit went on forever. Like, that video I did watching this is like fucking an hour. I don't watch a video for an hour because I don't like it or I'm not entertained by it or interested in it. I watch it because I am. That's what it is. There aren't many YouTubers who stay at the top forever. No. I mean, like, PewDiePie effectively kind of just like retired, you know? You got Markiplier, definitely an OG. Jacksepticeye, I think pretty much an OG. Mr. Beast, obviously an OG. I'm sure that Chris, I watched it. KSI, yep, OG. I mean, fuck, I'll have to think of somebody. Yep, Moist, yep, OG, still doing amazing, absolutely. And so there are a lot of people that do well, and they've been doing well, and they always will. And as long as they make content, because they're interesting, and you know, they try to do different stuff with what they promote. So it's not like it's impossible to do.
Guava Juice's former 200 million view months have declined by...
Plenty of Resident Evil fans had mini heart attacks followed by severe depression with this one. And honestly, I can't blame them. With Resident Evil 4 Remake being out and seeing so many people enjoy the game and anxiously await DLC that's upcoming for it, which we will be reporting on very soon, many fans have been also hoping that one day, if there's any possibility, we could see Capcom return to Resident Evil 3 Remake and add in elements to that game which were either missing or cut out. Or maybe some DLC for some diehard fans. This has been a popular complaint for the last 3 years when it comes to that game. As a matter of fact, we actually just passed its 3-year anniversary now that I think about it. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis was an extremely popular and well-loved title by many, so a lot of people were disappointed with the remake. Yesterday, some fans logged into Steam and were alerted that Resident Evil 3 Remake and Resident Evil 2 Remake were both receiving random updates. But sadly, after a few hours, Steam users in the forum were able to report that nothing has been added to those games. As a matter of fact, things were removed, which is very odd to see, and it's making others question whether this was a mistake or not. For all the latest on Resident Evil and the many updates that the series is getting, plus all things gaming, hit the subscribe button so you don't miss out on any of them. Only 11% of you guys who watch and love the videos are currently subbed, and this is the best place to be. Now with that being said, let's get into the video. Capcom's new update to Resident Evil 3 and 2 Remake entirely removed ray tracing from both of the games, even on DirectX 12. As of right now, there are no explanations as to why this is the case, but it's disappointing as the ray tracing did help both of the game's screen reflections look better than the standard default. And not only has ray tracing been removed, the HDR function has been broken as well and is not functioning properly in any way for most players, who previously had it working just fine for their games. Some users have also reported that the Dolby Atmos sound has also been removed as well for their headphones. So, I honestly couldn't even begin to tell you what the hell is going on. There are some speculations going on that may be the reason for this. One theory is that Capcom has removed the features out to work on various fixes, while another theory being that Capcom accidentally removed these and did not intend to do so, but will be implementing them back into the game, hopefully sooner than later. Another idea is that Capcom is pulling a boundary and removing the ray tracing entirely from it, just like that first-person shooter game did, stating that too much technical effort is required for it. Sadly, there is no known method for reverting this back to having ray tracing at the moment of making this video. Previously, Capcom did state that DirectX 11 would be losing support on these games in July of 2023. So seeing DX12 lose ray tracing is indeed pretty odd. I'm seeing a lot of players say that they would rather use DX11 anyways for the time being, as it does offer slightly better performance for some machines. However, with DX11, you cannot use the RE framework mod for DLSS 2.0 implementation, which has been amazing for Resident Evil games in terms of quality. Plus, DirectX 11 support is going away in 3 months anyways, so you'll be pretty much stuck on DX12 regardless. I highly recommend you guys check out that RE framework mod, by the way, for DLSS 2 at the very least. I mean, if you're not modding the game for anything else, definitely mod it for the quality. It runs and looks fantastic. Last month was my very first time playing Resident Evil 3 Remake ever, and from my perspective, and spending less than $20 on the game, the changes did not really bother me, which is to be expected since I never played the original 2. But I feel for the viewers and the concerns of how much better this game could have been. So I too am hoping that one day Resident Evil 3 Remake can either get a remake or some DLC to really give the fans some love. It's pretty messed up that Jill got the short end of that stick. What do you guys think about all this? Comment below and let's get a discussion going. I took the last few days off so I could spend some time with family, but we are back to making videos and covering some updates that you guys might have missed. We're going to be back playing Resident Evil 4 Remake on PC this week, and so you don't miss out on that, be sure to like the video if you enjoyed and subscribe if you are new. More Resident Evil videos are on the way, and you do not want to miss them. My name is Blitz, and thanks for watching.
Interesting.
Treasure map. Now, bonus weapon. One would think that the speedrun would be original masterpiece all these years later. And its ambition innovates the game to go beyond what even the original could achieve in some areas. But there's a certain aspect of the game's design that I feel like is under-discussed, and that is its propensity to attract speedrunners. Resident Evil 4 Remake is the perfect storm for speedrunners. Its tight combat, fast-paced action, and heavy focus on routing of limited resources makes every move, shot, and detour an important aspect of the game's completion time. That, combined with its approachable glitches that skip long, dragging parts of the game almost exclusively, and even some built-in skips that don't require glitches at all, make it exactly what the speedrunning community needed to be an iconic speedrun for years to come. And with Capcom's repeated insistence on rewarding the player for fast completion of the series of games with in-game rewards and even achievements, it's no wonder that the Resident Evil speedrunning community has become a cultural phenomenon in gaming. Resident Evil 4 Remake in particular being the perfect storm of legacy, new blood, pacing, mechanics, and now, community involvement. The early days of a speedrunner are always exciting. Tons of new discoveries, world first achievements, innovation, and of course, competition. While most of the world is racing their hardest to achieve an S+ ranking, speedrunners are racing their hardest to break what may be the game's last hour barrier. Speedrunners are racing to beat Resident Evil 4 Remake in under 2 hours. The new game professional category in the original Resident Evil 4 is one of the most competitive and highly contested speedruns in all of Resident Evil. Its lack of difficulty adjustment and overall consistency make it the best choice for any speedrunner looking to push the game to the limit. Since the launch of Resident Evil 4 Remake, it was obvious that New Game Professional would be a popular category. While not as consistent as the original or as perfect for speedrunning, it creates a challenge made of pure adaptation to the random elements that captivates the viewer and challenges the speedrunner. With how long the game is casually, one would think that the speedrun would be rather long, especially on Pro. But thanks to the collaborative efforts of the speedrunning community and a little financial incentive, the highest level speedrunners are on the precipice of achieving a New Game Pro speedrun that is under 2 hours long. Not only would being the first to achieve this goal solidify a speedrunner in the history books of Resident Evil 4 Remake, but it could also win them a lot of money. This is where I come into play. I am hosting an open qualifier speedrunning tournament for Resident Evil 4 Remake on the New Game Pro difficulty. The format is pretty simple. The event has an open qualifier that opened on March 30th and closes on April 13th. The top 8 contestants at the end of the qualifier will be invited to a live event hosted on twitch.tv/waifu, where they'll then compete in a 2-round head-to-head speedrun competition. All runners will run at once, and completion time will determine placement. After the first round, the bottom 4 will be dropped, and the top 4 will go on and do another run to decide final placements. The winner will receive a split of the prize pool starting at $5,000. The prize pool is open to contributions on the Matcherino page and will be open until the conclusion of the live event. But the game is highly anticipated as Resident Evil 4 Remake, especially within the speedrunning community, it was undoubtedly going to be highly competitive. But with how much money is on the line in this tournament, the competition is starting to get insane. This video seeks to recap the qualifying event and to tell the story of the route's development, the times achieved, and the placements lost. There can only be 8 that move on to the main event, but with all these big faces competing, it can be nearly anyone in that top 8. For the most basic breakdown, Resident Evil 4 Remake has 16 chapters and is roughly about 16 hours long casually. That's an average of an hour per chapter. The category in play here is New Game Professional any percent. That means runners are not allowed to use anything that gives them additional advantages that you wouldn't have on a first playthrough normally. That means no armor Ashley, no DLC weapons, or DLC treasure map. No bonus weapons, and no charms. Any percent means any percentage of the game needs to be completed. So any strategies are allowed, including glitches. The professional difficulty is the hardest difficulty in the game, increasing enemy health and poise, giving them more aggressive enemy AI and increasing the scarcity of resources. Not to mention making some items in the merchant shop much more expensive. To top it off, there are no autosaves and you can only perform perfectly timed parries. Almost immediately, glitches were found. In addition to tons of small intended skips like using the rocket launcher on the boulder or the wrecking ball room, the sniper rifle was found to be the most powerful weapon in the game. Not for its shooting though. By equipping the scope with the weapon, you could then displace Leon's hitbox by aiming and looking down. This could push the hitbox inside of walls. From there, you could do a variety of different functions, primarily clipping through doors. This would immediately skip 2 key sections. In chapter 14, there is a large regenerator section followed by the wrecking ball room. You can clip right through the double door and skip nearly the whole chapter. In Chapter 7, there is an introduction to the Gyarados enemy with a large detour. This was also skipped with the door clip. Both of these tricks were discovered before even the earliest birds would have attempted their first speedruns, so there would be no runs routed with these sections done normally. The earliest pioneers would be two usual suspects, Distortion 2 and Spicy TV. Dist is a full-time streamer and god gamer. His reputation precedes him. But if somehow you don't know of his escapades, let me give you a brief crash course. A Dark Souls speedrunning veteran turned full-time variety speedrunner. Distortion 2 is known for jumping from game to game quickly, especially on brand new releases, speedrunning them into the ground, dominating the hardest difficulty categories, and then moving on. He has had world records in Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Village, Dark Souls Remastered, Elden Ring, and many more. He also was the undisputed winner of the Resident Evil Village speedrunning tournament I hosted back in 2021, achieving a new world record in the first round, then missing that new world record by only 10 seconds in round 2. It's no surprise he would be one of the frontrunners in an event like this. His ability to break down a new game and create routes that will stand the test of time in a very short time frame, then grinding it down to perfection, is nearly unrivaled. I say nearly unrivaled because there is one person who can rival him in such endeavors, and that's his friend and fellow god gamer, Spicy TV. Spicy is no stranger to running new games in high-pressure competition, achieving 4th place in the Moist Critical Amok Runner speedrunning competition, having world record in many Resident Evil Village categories, placing 6th in Moist Critical's 2nd speedrunning tournament with Exodus of the Earth, getting 3rd place in Dead Space Remake, 2nd place in Dead Space 2, and many more. These two are people that I would be shocked to not see in the finals. It's probably no surprise either that they were the first two doing runs and routing the professional difficulty. By the time the event had been announced, Distortion 2 had already started routing and finished his first practice run. A 4-hour and 15-minute time with a ton of time spent labbing and trying new strategies and making saves. For the time being, until the announcement of the tournament proper, not many people had approached the pro category, but Dist was on a mission. Spicy shortly after would join the fun. Approximately 12 hours before the tournament's announcement, he would get a 258 segmented. I'm gonna elaborate on that a bit more. Normal speedruns are done what is called in a single segment format. This means they're done in one go. Resident Evil 4 Remake's in-game timer is nearly perfect. It stops on cutscenes and load screens. It never reverts on death or even when loading a save that you're currently playing on. This makes it the best timer to use when speedrunning, way better than most other Resident Evil games IGT. There's one flaw though, and that's if you go to the main menu when you load a save, whatever time was spent between your last save and loading that save would be removed. So let's say you play for 3 minutes, then die and have to load a save. If you load from in-game, it'll add those 3 minutes from your last save to the timer when you load it. But if you go to the main menu, it will not. Essentially removing 3 minutes from your playtime by going to the main menu. This is essentially what a segmented run is. You're removing that 3-minute segment from the run, creating a run in multiple different segments. This is useful to figure out what your best possible time is, or in this instance, to estimate how the run would be in length, if it was done well. It was common for many runners in the early stages of this event to do segmented runs to figure out what their placements and time would be. But qualifying runs were needed to be done in a single segment. You could die, but you were never allowed to go to the main menu when loading a save. Even the earliest routes that Distortion 2 was doing used the egg on Bach Island for the Salazar boss fight. By making a small 20-second detour after the Delago boss fight, you can grab a golden egg on what is colloquially known as Bach Basoup Island, named after Bach Basoup himself, someone you'll hear more about later. This golden egg actually is the perfect weapon to use against this late game boss, as it does 70% of his total health in one hit and stuns him, leaving him open for a one-cycle kill even on the professional difficulty. That only left a few boss fights to be sorted out. Even with the $160,000 requirement for rocket launchers on professional, it was evident that it would be worth any amount of treasure crafting to get a rocket to fight Verdugo with. Just like the original, the boss has an insane amount of HP, making killing him with that one essentially impossible, at least for a speedrun. The alternative being waiting around for 4.5 minutes for the elevator to arrive.
Verdugo.
The final boss instantly dies to a rocket as well, and the final phase is essentially an auto-scroller where you have to wait out for the special rocket. It can be sped up, but worst case scenario, you can wait it out for minimal time loss. So, worst case scenario, you sell all of your weapons to afford the rocket launcher for Sadler, then you just wait out the second phase. That just leaves Krauser, Delago, Gigante, Double Gigante, and Mendez for proper boss fights. From the start, Dist would buy the bolt action rifle and rush its power and capacity upgrades, using it to absolutely destroy El Gigante with the help of a grenade. From there, he would route in the riot gun and TMP for the Mendez boss fight, where he would punish his eye with the TMP to end the first phase really quickly. The problem was money. It was a super tight money route that involved going to many out of the way areas to collect treasures to sell so he could afford this loadout. Even so, he would have to sell the TMP and rifle in order to upgrade the Stingray and Broken Butterfly when reaching the castle, making him absolutely broke once again. Later on, he would also sell the Broken Butterfly to be able to afford the Killer 7. That was then used to fight Krauser to great effect. But before he could even finish his practice run, a huge new discovery was found. It had been known for a while that you could displace your hitbox inside of a wall with the sniper scope, then hit a checkpoint trigger. Doing so would save your exact location, allowing you to clip through to a wall when you reload the checkpoint. Pro, unfortunately, doesn't have checkpoints, so with skips like this, that wouldn't be possible on that difficult. Hazeblade, another prominent Resident Evil speedrunner, on the other hand, proved this to not be true. It turns out that you can actually apply the same logic of checkpoint out of bounds with save stations. By clipping into the wall with the scope and flicking to a save station nearby, you can quickly save and save your location inside the wall. Reloading that save then loads you inside the wall. By doing this twice, you can skip the Mendez boss fight on Professional. This alleviated a ton of the money route simultaneously making that boss fight a lot easier. Even with this solid early game route and even discovery of a full skip for Mendez boss fight, the run had an insane amount of run killers. The very first one being only 2 minutes into the run with the bingo encounter. This section could be waited out or completed instantly by killing 15 enemies. Unfortunately, it seems the grenades in this game are super nerfed and could kill anywhere from 1 to 10 enemies at once, depending on the enemy grouping. But this is essentially completely random. The strategy basically involved going to the right side of the village early, stealth killing a lady, then drawing aggro by killing a villager from the back side of the house with a pistol. Then you jump inside to grab a grenade and kill as many villagers with it as possible. Then you run across the village and into the shotgun house. Grab the grenade and shotgun, then throw a grenade from the roof and hope you get to 15 kills. If not, you clean up with the shotgun. This strat is the best by far, and it's way more consistent than anything else. It was even the meta-defining strategy in the demo, but even so, it has a relatively high failure rate. Sometimes you'll get to the end of the second nade with less than 12 kills, requiring you to dump out most of your shotgun ammo in this section, potentially screwing you in future sections when you reach other run killers like Canyon. Canyon is essentially a big RNG fiesta. Everyone approaches this room in completely different ways to this day. It's still mostly up to player preference, but at any point the dynamite guys can instantly kill you from practically uncounterable positions. At the start of runs, Cabin was an unknown entity. People weren't really sure how it worked. In the original, you just had to kill 40 enemies for it to end, but it was immediately apparent that this was much more nuanced in the remake. It was really easy to get overwhelmed in the Cabin, and Utters would instantly kill you on Professional if he hits you. This is one of the scariest parts of the game, because the nearest save station is quite far away, and if you die, you have to restart the whole Cabin. It is a ginormous time loss. Next up is the Chainsaw Sisters, one of which is guarding a crank that you need to progress. The sister on the right is the only one that needs to be killed, but the house fills up quickly with enemies, all of which can easily grab you, stun locking you so the Chainsaw Sisters can finish you off with one hit. The strategy is essentially exactly the same today as it was when Dist did his first few runs, but with proper practice and a bit of luck, it can be made mostly consistent like most things in the game. I wouldn't use the C word exactly, but it works. If you're fortunate enough to get a random stun on the second shot, then you can assassinate the Bellow Sister, making this section a lot faster and more consistent. The next largest reset room would be in Chapter 10 with the Novicidors and the Double Garrador. This is especially brutal because there's no save station after the Novis, so you must do Novis and the Double Garrador room in a row without dying, or you'll be forced to do both again. Especially brutal since Double Garrador is one of the hardest rooms in the game. 2 mini bosses that can only be damaged from a weak point on their back in a room full of enemies that can grab you and nearly instantly kill you with their scythes. Dist, at the beginning, figured out how useful heavy grenades are for this fort. They can damage the Gyarados without drawing their aggression, and also clear fodder enemies at the same time. The problem was there was only one static drop for heavy grenades before this section in the entire game. It needed at least 3 to kill quickly. Using just one and maybe a random drop, then finishing with the sniper was the play here. But it was definitely a room that was played safer than faster in most runs. The island has many run killers. Firstly, the turret room has a strategy where you bait udders into kicking you through the laser, drawing the turret's fire, allowing you to pass behind him, skipping the turret room. Unfortunately, this trick is insanely finicky and can completely annihilate you if the turret decides to switch targets while you're running through it. When Mike is guarding you in the later half of Island, there is a number of memes that can occur. With so many enemies shooting at you and attacking you, it can be near unavoidable to take damage. And every time you take damage, there's a small chance that you'll be wombo comboed from hell, and lose all of your health, dying before you can even open the inventory. Even after this, there is one final turret skip similar to the one at the start of Island, and this one is arguably even less consistent, as it relies on a Novisador grabbing you right in front of the turret. While nearly every room in the game is a run killer on this difficulty, these I have listed are the most likely spots for a run to die. Over the next 2 weeks during the open qualifier part of the tournament, lots of these would become consistent, or at least consistent enough. But some would remain run killers to this day. At this time, the event would get officially announced, and a ton of new players would come into the category. Namely Trey D, local Resident Evil Spirit time world record holder for 2-make and 3-make, Bakma Soup, super streamer and veteran speedrunner of many Resident Evil games, Orchelon, the Machine, including his long-lasting rivalry with Trey in RE2 and 3 remakes, as well as many world records in a variety of Resident Evil speedruns, including OG RE3. Trance would also join in on the fun, an avid variety speedrunner who is most known for his YouTube content and tying Orchelon in RE2 Remake Switch Rival speedrunning tournament, of which Ray also got 4th. There were also others who weren't so in the limelight at the start who would emerge when the tournament qualifier went live, like Resident Evil 7 every category world record holder Captain Ezekiel. The tournament started with an initial prize pool of $2,000, but quickly shot up to $5,000 thanks to generous contributions from my community. This quickly made the prize pool quite something, one big enough to attract some outside attention. Many runners from all over the speedrunning sphere would come into play, like QTT, a Taiwanese runner, friends with Distortion, known for jumping in on events like this, as well as Matt Gale, who ran in the most recent critical tournaments with Spicy, and even Holly, a prominent German streamer who has done some Resident Evil before, but not what most would consider true speedruns. Certainly no prior tournament experience. With the tournament in full swing and only 8 times qualifying for the main event, the race was on. The smartest of the runners would spend most of their time theory crafting and doing segmented practice runs, as there was no real incentive to have a legitimate run at this point, but 2 weeks until the deadline. The most important factor was getting as much game experience as possible. No resets and practice sessions while trying to push and develop the meta would be the best move. Those who got too focused on achieving a good time early would waste away their precious time by resetting on rooms and strategies that didn't have enough practice to reasonably be done in a full game run. Spicy, Captain Ezekiel, and Distortion were the kings of this. They found the most of the strategies in this game, and even managed to turn a lot of those previous run killers into somewhat consistent rooms. Spicy would spend the entire first week of the game being out, even before the tournament, practicing and doing segmented runs, and by the 31st, the second day of the tournament, he had already transitioned to doing single segment full game runs, and achieved a 220. Between the strategies that the group had made and all of the practice Spicy had put in, he was far and away the best runner in the game. While most people were putting up 3.5 hour times, Spicy was already closing in on that sub 2 hour mark. This was possible thanks to a few key findings that would make the run a lot simpler and much more consistent. It was found that Delago actually has no random elements. You can consistently one-cycle him before he dives and regenerates his HP. With the help of a bit of practice, some runners could consistently save multiple minutes here. This was aided greatly by Holly's discovery that you can throw harpoons much faster if you let go with right-click between each throw. When saving Ashley, you can put Leon's hitbox inside let go with right-click between each throw. When saving, throw harpoons much faster if you let go with right-click between each throw. When saving Ashley, you can put Leon's hitbox inside of the wall as you jump down the ladder, leaving Ashley behind, allowing runners to run from the church to the cabin fight without her. making the section much faster and way more consistent as you don't have to babysit Ashley. When in the actual cabin fight, it was found out that it is in fact much more complicated than the original. Instead of just reaching a kill count, there is a multi-phase process for completing cabin. First, you kill 7 enemies, then a new wave spawns. Once those enemies are killed, they will start dropping boards that can be used to board up the windows. By letting the enemies inside and then killing them, you can farm the boards and board up all 3 windows. After a few moments, this triggers the second phase where enemies spawn in upstairs. During the second phase, after you kill 5 enemies, others will spawn in downstairs. Killing him ends the cabin. This isn't really enough. Just trying to implement this strategy will save lots of time, but cabin can be very dangerous very fast. So without proper execution, this section is still going to be a run killer for many people. The Bella Sisters were made more consistent with more practice in the use of a flash grenade on the retreat, but this is still a point of contention. The Mendez boss fight skip was also made easier and faster by doing a new version of the skip where you use the merchant to clip out of bounds instead of the save station. The double Garrador room was made much better by crafting 3 heavy grenades at the start of chapter 10, and you can buy the heavy grenade crafting recipe there. This allows you to make your own heavy grenades from home, but they come at a steep price, 12 gunpowder and a large resource each. This can be achieved by collecting some spinels from the merchant who gives them to you for completing side quests. Some of these side quests can be done on the way without much time loss, like collecting the Lunker Bass, desecrating 2 graves, and selling the scratched emerald. That combined with the spinels the Knights drops give you just enough to be able to buy 2 sets of 10 gunpowder, and the 3rd set is picked up from random drops along the way there. Using 4 heavy grenades guarantees the Garradors die, and practically ensures that you will not die here. Then, on the island, there was a better strat found for the turret skip, where you use a grenade to launch the archer into the turret laser instead of baiting the attack from others. It's much more consistent, and you don't have a cutscene either, so it saved a bit of time. Mike's section was tested and it was found out the first part, where Mike blows open the door, is actually on a kill count, so killing enemies makes it progress much faster. That and the anti-aircraft turret could be destroyed early by using a heavy grenade and a light grenade. Flashes were crafted en masse to try and increase the consistency of the double turret room, but it's still an RNG fiesta. There was one new piece of tech that was discovered once again by Hazeblade. This time, when you put Leon's hitbox out of bounds on a save station, you could save his position out of bounds, then when you load back in, Leon will fall into the void. After falling for long enough, he will reappear in bounds, and this for some reason breaks his animations. When you then pick up Ashley during the carry section at the end of the chapter, she instead gets carried like a duffel bag instead of a baby. Leon's movement speed is much greater than normal when this happens, and it saves about a minute, but it seems to have some random elements. Sometimes, even if you do everything correctly, the animations for some reason won't break, and you'll carry Ashley normally. This also occurs if you die on the way there. Dying not only loses time in the section now, because you have to redo some of the level, but also it removes this glitch, losing you even more time. With this 220, Spicy solidified himself as a legend in this game and a definite favorite to qualify first. But that's not to say that others wouldn't follow suit soon. After all, there were still 2 weeks left in the qualifier, and anyone in the top 8 could go to the live event. Captain Ezekiel would get a 232 on April 1st. Distortion would get a 226.38 the same day, and then a 222 the next day. Spicy would then improve the record again, getting a 213 on the 3rd of April. Then on the 4th, Disc would take the world record with a 208.58, for a total of 4 hours. That's when Spicy would clap back with a 204.18. It seemed no matter what people did, they could just not catch up to Spicy. Some were close, Disc being the obvious closest, Captain Ezekiel and Ray catching up with a 219.15 and a 219.10 respectively, and Bach bringing up the rear with a 224. Further out from this, a huge gap would start to form. Spicy, Disc, Ray, and Ezekiel solidifying themselves in the top 4. There would be a sizable gap between them and the other competitors for the rest of the qualifier though. This would signify a race for the bottom 4 of the qualifier. There were lots of people who were amazing runners who got late starts and were playing catch up. Orchelon and the Nevs, for example, started running standard until the day of the tournament. Nevs even started a few days later. By the 9th, with only 3 days left in the qualifier, they were fighting for the bottom 9. Orchelon, QTT, the Nevs, and Bach the Soup would all have really close times to each other. Nevs and Bach would tie exactly to the 2nd at 6th place with a 2:12.48 for a whole 2.5 days until Bach broke the tie with a 2:10.47. The Nevs would then
Whoa.
clap back with a 2:07.50 a few hours later. Orchland would stay solidly at 8th place for about a whole 3 days with his 2:12.54. Then he would drop down to 9th, where he would then PB again, not moving up in the ranks with his 2:12.20. This would trigger the entry of a few new faces. S. Billy, who had the world record for the demo speedrun, would join the fight very late, but quickly climbed the ranks to get a 2:13 flat, only 16 seconds behind Orchland's 8th place time. Then Zarian, another variety speedrun veteran who was placed very highly in RE2 Remix Switch Rivals and held Resident Evil 7 world record previously, joined with a 2:11.57 on his very first finished run. An insanely strong showing, solidifying himself at 5th place on the 10th of April. By the 11th of April though, he had already dropped down to 8th place. At one point, 5th through 9th place was exactly 1 minute apart from each other. It's really going to be anyone's game in these last 2 days. Spicy, Dist, Ray, and Zeke would continue to optimize the game during this time. This would solidify their gap between the bottom 5. Dist only beat Spicy's run that one time for 4 hours. After that, Spicy would hold a world record, constantly improving it until he reached the precipice of beating the game in under 2 hours. He achieved a 2-hour and 28-second time that would stand for a whole 3 days, almost exactly. In this time, Dist brought his time down to a 2:02.51. Trey would bring his time down to a 2:07.39, and Ezekiel would bring his time down to a 2:09.34. At this point, sub 2 was an inevitability, but who would be the first to get it? With how big PBs are in this game, it was certainly possible for anyone in the top 4 to be the first, especially with Spicy being hard stuck 30 seconds away for a whole 3 days. It was especially important as Spicy's 2:0.28 wasn't technically valid for the tournament because he was switching frame rates to squeeze past enemies in areas not designated that you're allowed to do so in the rules. But eventually, his hard work would pay off. And on April 9th of 2023, Spicy would make history, becoming the first person to beat Resident Evil 4 Remake in under 2 hours on the professional difficulty.
I ain't never seen a fucking 59 and I never fucking will, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I can't speak, dude. I can't. You fucking did it, boys. God, my fucking
9th of 2023, Spicy, his hard work would pay off. And on April 9th of 2023, Spicy would make history, becoming the first person to beat Resident Evil 4 Remake in under 2 hours on the professional difficulty.
I ain't never seen a fucking 59 and I never fucking will, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. I can't speak, dude. I can't. You fucking did it, boys. We fucking did it.
In that very same run, he also received the news that he has gotten Twitch partner, making the run a trifecta, solidifying his placement in the qualifier. This run had a few new strats as well. Mainly the double Gigante fight had a significant speed increase and consistency increase by killing the Iron Giant yourself with 2 heavy grenades and 1 regular grenade, followed by a bunch of magnum rounds to the face. This allows you to dunk the other Gigante, and you no longer have to rely on Lewis not getting his ass beat and actually putting the dynamite on the Iron Giant. There would be basically no new strategies developed over the course of the next 4 days. The rest just came down to your execution. Spicy was basically done and never did any more runs, at least ones that would PB. Distortion 2 would practice a lot and then get a PB of a 202.42 on April 11th. He wouldn't PB again. By this time, the TMP meta had completely taken over and every runner would start using it, even if they weren't entirely sure why, and it would kill a few runs in the process. Captain Ezekiel would get a 205.30 on April 11th as well. The Nevs would then get a 208.13 and then later that day a 206.21. The next morning, 7 Ray D would get a 204.33 and Trance would get a 211. With only 2 days left in the qualifier, people were getting tired. No one knew what kind of time you would need to keep you safe. At any moment, multiple people could get a new personal best and then you could get knocked down a few slots. With only the top 8 qualifying, no one besides Spicy and Dis were safe. On the 12th, Nevs would solidify himself as a top 5 runner with a 205.04, and Orchelon would get a huge PB following suit with a 207.48, even losing 4 minutes to a death in this run. S. Billy would come in to play now too with a 211.13. Billy is a relatively new face, but he actually had the world record in the demo speedrun for RE4 Remake, so he was definitely a serious contender not to be ignored. With that being said, it is now the last day of the event. 24 hours left. But as long as there's still at least 1 minute on the clock, any run started can be finished and be valid for qualification. So even if you literally last minute start a run, you can finish that run and you're good to go. Ray would be the first to tap out after his 203.17, giving him a solid 3rd place and almost certain immunity. Orchelon would then clutch up and get a 203.01, calling it quits, claiming that he wouldn't get bopped at a top 8 with that time. Zeke would get one last run in before qualifiers ended, beating Nevs by 1 second. Bach would the day prior get a 205.49, a time that seemed super safe at the time as it was 5th place, but by the time the last day came around, Bach had been pushed all the way down to 7th place, with Billy trailing 4 minutes behind with a 209. It seemed like it was unlikely that anyone would PB enough to close that gap. It was a race for 8th place at this point. There would be a lot of runners going for that 8th place spot though. Trance would get a 210.10, but after so many resets, the pressure got to him and he called it quits. Fregohausen, Missing No RE4, and Billy were all in a race to close the gap with Bach in these final hours, trying to guarantee that 8th place spot. But that's when a familiar face would make his grand entrance. QTT, whom I mentioned earlier, had been practicing a lot but not doing many runs, and with the deadline nearing, he decided it was time to finally show up. He gets a 208.17, but during this run, I noticed something and had to make him aware of it.
I can't be changing FPS like that. Oh wait, really? It's a new glitch though. Oh shit.
He had switched frame rates in areas not designated to do so by the rules, invalidating his run. The run that had just gotten him his golden ticket into the top 8 and the live event. But it wasn't a valid run, and it could not be counted. This was tragic. I felt terrible, but the rules are the rules, and he had to follow them to be in the event. And even he agreed. But he wouldn't just give up. He then immediately started another run, and it was a nail-biter the entire time. With only 5 hours left, he completely blasted through the game, flying at insane pace. His PB just before the invalid run was a 210.36, and at the end of this next one, he would have a 203.17, exactly tying 7 Ray D. His run was insane. He got crazy lucky heavy grenade drops and magnum ammo drops. On top of that, his execution was near flawless, and he didn't invalidate his run this time. This just shows the true power of never giving up and always trying till the very last moment. Not only did the 36, and at the end of this next one, he would have a 203 entire time. With only 5 hours left, he completely blasted through the game, flying at insane pace. His PB just before the invalid run was a 210.36. And at the end of this next one, he would have a 203.17, exactly tying 7 Ray D. His run was insane. He got crazy lucky heavy grenade drops and magnum ammo drops. On top of that, his execution was near flawless, and he didn't invalidate his run this time. This just shows the true power of never giving up and always trying till the very last moment. Not only did this guarantee his placement in the tourney, it shifted nearly everyone down a slot.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Safe travels.
Oh.
I'm not sure that was insane.
Oh. I'm not aiming to like be a world record or not, or something. I just want to be. I just have some like kind of good run, not like lose the other people like what I already met them for like many years. This game actually like punished me. I mean not punishment. I mean stuck me for like so much. You know? But you know like before I mean after you said my last round is not like allowed. I almost give up, you know, because I just couldn't believe. I mean I just don't believe. I just didn't believe I can make this up because I just feel like I'm not good at this game. But somehow like the RNG says like play me so hard. I can feel it. Like look at the drop rate of the magnet ammo and the heavy grenade. That was insane, you know.
Bach was now in 8th place, and 8th place went up almost 4 minutes. Now the race was really on. Would anyone be able to beat Bach in these last few hours? There were a few valiant efforts. Billy's 209 had 2 deaths on chapter 15 turret skip, losing him immense time. But
Moment, co je?
Kesik. Welcome to my channel.
Jesus Christ.
But he could never get back to the island. He quits with only a few hours left. Casal, who had the previous number 8 time before Billy, fought very hard to regain his spot, but after a few hours and a 2:10:29, he gave up. Missing No would get another PB, putting him 1 second behind Billy in 10th place, but the gap between Bach and Billy was too great. On the very last run after the qualifier had totally closed, Missing No was 2.5 minutes ahead. He started this run before the qualifiers closed, so it was still valid, and he was potentially on pace for a sick run if Island just went well. But unfortunately, he ended up dying to the Chainsaw Sister in the Dynamite section, ending the last valid run of the qualifier. By the end, here were the standings. The entire top 8 are all 205 or under. Spicy maintained his throne the entire time, only dropping it once to Distortion 2 for 4 hours. Dist solidly stayed at second place the entire time. Orchelon on the final day made a mad dash for third. Ray had his third place swept from him, but managed to maintain fourth. QTT exactly tied Ray with his feats of greatness in the final hours. Zeke edged out sixth from Nevs, who maintained seventh place just barely to box 205.49. Bach somehow survived the insanity that was the last 24 hours of the event, and that just leaves the finals.
Looky for fun underscore bot underscore master.
These 8 runners
Welcome
will
to my
compete
channel.
head-to-head in a 2-round competition for a prize pool starting at $5,000. This competition will be hosted on twitch.tv/waifu and will be live casted by some of the greatest commentators in the business. The run starts at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. The prize pool will be open to contributions, and I expect it to grow substantially over the course of the event. The format is simple. All 8 runners will run at once, and the first 4 to complete the game with the fastest times will move on to the second round while they're raced once again. These are no reset runs. You get one chance. The top times will receive higher cuts of the prize pool, but everyone participating will get paid. The open format of the tournament qualifier has been an amazing experience. Countless stories have unfolded on the battlefield that is the run.gg. I hope you've been enjoying the event as much as I have. Huge shoutouts to Joey from the run.gg for helping us run this event. We couldn't have done it. We have our top 8 competitors. Best of the best prize pool of all that explains top 4 to place and the cutoff for the prize pool starting at $5,180. Speaking of that prize pool, it's open to contributions until the very end of the event. Now, without further ado, it would be my pleasure to introduce all 8 of these runners in order of qualification time. Spicy. Qualifying in first with the world's only sub-2 new game pro time, Spicy is no stranger to running new games or high-pressure competition, achieving 4th place in Moist Critical's Amok Runner speedrunning competition recently. Having world record in many Resident Evil Village categories, placing 6th in Moist Critical's second speedrunning tournament for Exodus of the Earth, getting 3rd place in Dead Space Remake, 2nd place in Dead Space 2, and many more, Spicy has held world record for this run the entire event, except for a total of 4 hours when Distortion 2 took it from him. Distortion 2. Qualifying with a 2 hour, 2 minute, and 42 second time, Dist is a full-time streamer and god gamer. His reputation precedes him, but if somehow you don't know of his escapades, let me give you a brief crash course. A Dark Souls speedrunning veteran turned full-time variety speedrunner, Distortion 2 is known for jumping from game to game quickly, especially on brand new releases, speedrunning them into the ground, dominating the hardest difficulty categories, then moving on. He has world records in Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Village, Dark Souls Remastered, Elden Ring, and many, many more. He also was the undisputed winner of the Resident Evil Village speedrunning tournament I hosted back in 2021, achieving a new world record in the first round, then missing that world record by only 10 seconds in round 2. It's no surprise that he would be one of the frontrunners in an event like this. His ability to break down a new game and create routes that will stand the test of time in a very short time frame, then grind them down to perfection, is nearly unrivaled. Orchelon, qualifying 3rd with a 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 1 second time. The Machine, who is known for dominating many RE games, including his long-lasting rivalry with 7RAD in RE2 and 3 Remake, as well as many world records in a variety of Resident Evil speedruns, including OG RE3. Known as the Machine, Orch can grind a game for ungodly hours, outlasting all of the competition. At one point, he had nearly all 8 highly contested RE2 Remake world records at once. On the final day of the tourney, he jumped from 7th place to 3rd with his 203.01. 7RAD, or Trady, qualifying tied 4th place with a 203.17. Local Resident Evil speedrunning legend and multi-time world record holder for Village, 2-Make, and 3-Make, not to mention other games like Halo Infinite and Ghost Runner, 7RAD is a long-time frenemy with Orchelon, and as such, Trey is no stranger to competition, placing 2nd in the Village tournament and 4th in Twitch Rivals RE2 Remake. QTT, qualified tied 4th with a 203.17. Longtime Taiwanese speedrunning veteran who loves to take his aim at brand new games, namely Resident Evil ones. He's always had a good showing in events, but this time he has outdone himself. With only 5 hours left in the open qualifier, he achieved a 208.17, barely bopping S. Billy from 8th place. But he was changing his frame rates in places he was not supposed to, so the run had to be invalidated. The very next run, he achieved a legendary 2:03:17, getting 2 personal bests in a row, jumping from 8th to tying 4th with Ray, just in the nick of time. Can his ability to clutch it out in the last moment translate to a live event? Captain Ezekiel, qualifying 6th with a 2:05:03, longtime Resident Evil 7 speedrunner Captain Ezekiel is known primarily for his total domination over that game, at one time achieving every single world record at once. He also has been known to do well in other games, like his currently 2nd place in Village Glitchless Casual, and 8th place in Elden Ring 80% No Wrong War. The Nevs 07, qualifying 7th with a 2:05:04. Longtime RE4 OG runner, Nevs hails from Brazil and is the heart and souls of the OG runners at its back. The only RE4 OG runner in the tournament that qualified, Nevs has a lot of experience with RNG meme games. While others have ran RE4 OG, Nevs has ran it much longer, way before the remake was ever announced. He is currently 7th in New Game Pro and 2nd in separate ways. But OG RE4 is not the only game he has played. He's also insanely impressive in RE2 and 3 remake, as well as classic 1, 2, and 3. Bach Basu, qualifying in 8th place with a 2:05:49. Bach, the legend himself, this chicken man is the culture center of the Resident Evil speedrunning community. His charming personality and dashing good looks get him far, but he's no slouch when it comes time to game either. He may have qualified last, but when he got this time, it was 4th place, and he hadn't gotten a new personal best in the last 3 days of the qualifier. Facing a pretty solid time in basically every Resident Evil speedrun, Bach has seen it all and has a lot of experience. Hell, he even has an island named after him in the game. One last thing before I go, I want to give a huge shout out to Joey, who runs the run.gg. This open qualifier format has been so much fun, and I couldn't have done it without him. He helped so much, not only by creating the platform, the run.gg, that we have used to vet runs, but creating live tools for us and being on call during the event itself. Truly an invaluable asset to this production. Thank you so much for your time, and I will see you at the event.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Resident Evil 4 Remake Tournament. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I am here hosting together with...
Mute6_, hello, hi guys.
So we'll be you guys as hosts for today for during the first round. So this is a 2-round event. There are 8 speedrunners running against each other. The first round, so the 4 winners will go over to the second round. It's an 8-hour-long event, so yeah, I hope you guys are ready. It's going to be crazy, yeah.
It is going to be so fun.
Yeah, yeah. There are also some really generous donations that have contributed to the prize pool. Maybe Mute if you want to read a few.
Yeah, of course. Recently we've had a couple donations from Beginner Anime Watcher with a $20 donation saying, good luck. Thank you so much. We also had some donations from Ingo Gnito, $30 saying, take my money, and a Bonafide with $5. And I would also like to shout out some of the older donations, which help make this prize pool possible. A lot of people donated before the event started, and it wouldn't have been possible without the help of Chicken, TG, Gasjame, Rabid Chocobo, and of course Never Walk Alone, with many generous donations to help make the prize pool possible and help us to be able to give a prize to the last 4 runners as well.
And of course, Waifu himself, who kickstarted the entire tournament and also added a incredibly generous $2,000 donation to the prize pool to begin with. Yeah, a lot of people work behind the scenes for this tournament to make everything possible. So yeah, big thank you for that. I hope you guys are excited, because I sure am. Super, super excited.
We're trying to get the runners set up here. Have everyone on the same page. We're gonna count them in soon. Currently, the front runner is Distortion 2 with a 1 hour 58, 32-second run. The runner-up would be Spicy, second place, 15 seconds behind.
So what part are you
Probag
most
Fallen
excited
Dynasty
for?
JA Sam Pisho de GA Igram Svides
Personally, I am
TISE Guruno
super,
Fazan
super
JE Cow
stoked
Elden
to
Ring I
see
Dark
the
Souls.
most exciting places. For example,
Fallen Dynasty. A, znam šta je. Da, znam.
Dynamite Village, how people deal with the Chainsaw Sisters. Chapter 15, which is going to be very, very exciting. A lot of things are going to go down there.
Ima
You're excited for the red mist?
nekih
Ho.
bugova u
Hopefully we
igri.
get to see some red mist,
Radi
but
bi se
also
čekao
hopefully
jedno mjesec dana,
Yeah,
dva da,
Very true.
da zakrpe igru. Nego da igram sad pa da se iznerviram. Igra je port sa konzole, što će reći da bi bilo nešto
Dosta
već...
JE Dober I Teska ZA Igrenje.
Ja nisam ni završio Nijeh.
Yeah, and also
A
a
više
few
mi se Nijeh
glitches are
igra.
allowed, which we will see during the run, like some door skips. Also a very, very interesting out of bounds skip. So there are like a few cool skips to be seen in this run. It's not glitchless.
But these are all very, very fun and usually allowed skips, or usually quote-unquote
To
intended
jest
skips
Commandus su Konzalen Is H Bano JE Nasti Labadi Al Imas PC Varajun to Commandi.
you know, are designed to be in the game and to be performed by someone who...
Znači, sviđa ti se, a?
Ono, baš je... Onako... To bi možda Simo, čak šta više on voli taj fazon igara.
Možda.
Bossevi su, brate, jebeni do zla kurca, znaš šta je to? A bukvalno ko Elden Ring, ono što si, tako fazon. Bukvalno isto ono...
Ok, kapiram.
Shieldovi...
Akcijna avantura. Da li je mapa, evo da pitam te pošto si igrao, da li imaš ono tipa možda ideš da hoćeš ili imaš jedan nivo i kad ga završiš imaš mapu sveta da biraš na koju ćeš sljedeću misiju?
Trenutno pratim neki progres, a sad da li ima mape posle to već ne znam.
Znači misija za misiju, kapiram.
Pa da, tako varijanta.
Da. To je velika razlika odnosno na Elden Ring. Elden Ring je jedina razlika odnosno na sve te igre i na ranije Dark Souls igre, to što je sve izjedna. Možeš u bilo kom trenutku da sedneš na konje ili izađeš iz dungeona ili gdje god, ili da se vratiš nazad, razumeš, ili da ideš napred, nebitno. To je razlika. S tim što ako si sišao recimo u vulkan da se boriš sa velikom zmijom, to ti je jedan boss u Elden Ringu, treba ti malo duže vremena da se vratiš nazad, možda iskoristiš ono teleport opcija te vrati recimo na glavni kontinent, ali 99% slučaja uvijek možeš da se vratiš nazad. A u tim igrama kao što je taj Wulong, taj Dynasty i Nioh koji sam isto ja igrao, igra je isečena u manje deonice, u nivoje koji su ono tipa kao igraš deonicu i ono, znaš, što kažeš ti imaš misiju, spasi selo od napada ili ulovi bandite i tako to. I to ti je ono kao mapa određena i tu imaš protivnike, skupljaš blaga, ali svaki nivo je za sebe. I igrao sam Nioh, ali nisam ga daleko igrao, zato što me nervira to konstantno izlačenje iz igre. Taman sam jednu mapu ono počistio i uzeo blagu i ubio bossa, kao kraj misije. I onda te vrati kao kod kovača i onda kao ti unapređuješ oružje, odeš kod trgovca, ok.
I kao biraš sljedeću misiju. Nije za mene. Ja više volim open world igre. Zato sam igrao dosta i i Red Dead i čak i Resident Evil četvorka ti je manje više jedna celina. Ovo je što sam igrao zadnji, Resident Evil 4 remake. Skoro čitava igra je, ideš kroz selo, pa oko sela, pa preko jezera, pa kroz zamak, pa ispod zamka, pa nazadu, kao u toranj jedan pored zamka i onda kao ideš kao čamcem na ostrvu. Skoro čitava igra je starine. Ne znam. Ako se tebi sviđa, to je najvažnije. Svima igra trenutno God of War i God of War ima drugi problem. Jeste to open world, ali manji nego Elden Ring. I sve ti je nabijeno na gomilu. Imaš dosta lokacija koje ne možeš trenutno da možeš da ih prestupiš, ali ne možeš da ih igraš. Toliko su jaki protivnici, toliko je nenormalno teško da se dešava. Ja sam gledao Simo kad je nesi ti gledao.
A gledao sam
Ubije ga iz udarca. Ti skidaš protivniku tipa, protivnik ima 8 crta helta, ti mu skidaš svakim udarcem možda petinu kocke jedne male. On tebe udari jednom tu udari ubijete. I piše, pored njegovog imena i piše mu level, piše level 8. Ti sad uđeš u inventar i pogledaš kao, da si ekvipao te gluposti, kao armore i tu opremu, tebi je kao item level, kao u Lost Arku, item level recimo 3-4, a ovo je level 8. Znači, predviđeno je da dođeš, iako je open world, možda ideš kako hoćeš, ne možeš da ga središ.
Sa strane bi trebalo da rokaš nešto, da level nabiješ i tek onda da dođeš na njega.
Jedino što sam vidio, Simo je napravio izuzetak kad je unapredio, to su malo developeri zajebali stvar. Simo je nakupio novca i one upgrade opreme, upgrade onoga, imaš da upgradeš kao opremu od ovog sina, od glavnog lika, od Kratesa. I upgrade strele i onda je sa strelama, znaš, možda spamuješ strele. I onda je dosta spamova strele i dodžova udarce. I recimo kad boss krene da napinje, da te ubije, kažem ti samo te jednom zakači. I onda uzme pa ga, nabuši strelama, pa ovaj se obrne i krene da juri malog, a mali je neranjiv. I krene da juri malog i ti onda uzmeš, udariš ga 2 puta po leđima i sve tako. To je naporno. Ja ne volim takvu filozofiju. A ne postoji način, tipa kao u Elden Ringu ili sličnim igrama, da ti upgradeuješ health, pa iako on ima veći damage i sve to, bar ne umireš iz udarca, nema mjesta za grešku. Znaš, to je loša filozofija, loš dizajn igre. Igra je open world, ali nemaš nikakve prednosti što si došao tamo ranije. No dobro. Priča nije loša. Gdje je sad onaj Boris Ilić da mu kažem svašta? God of War je bolja igra. Možda je priča smislenija, priča je kao film urađena. Ali se tiče dizajna nivoa, trubadur. Ima se s njima, nisam svađao nego raspravu, znaš, on kao bolja igra. Si igrao? Ne, gledao sam. Treba si da igraš. Izvinjam se. Imam ja... Ne na tvoj račun, nego na... A? Koja tačna? Pa priča nije loša. Znaš, priča nije loša. Mogli su da napravi i film, i bio bi dobar film. Znaš, ima dosta trenutaka kad ti veslaš čamcem i kao šetao kao neka feri, kao neki kao potomak te kao vilinske rase, ti si ga oživeo, tipa u glavu si mu, Odin ga je kaznio, prikova ga je zadrvo. I on ti kaže, ukončaj mi muke, kao 100 godina stojim na ovom drvetu, kao ne mogu da maknem. I onda Kratos uzme i okine mu glavu. A pre nego što si gubi, on ti kaže kao, odnesi me kod veštice da proba da me živi. Ti odnesiš kod veštice, ona neku mađu baci i kao, oživi ga samo kao glavu. I on ti, da?
Ona kaže ti oka nema, oživljava.
Ne, oživi ga i on ti je, tokom igre, on ti je savjetnik u suštini.
Koji to igra? Da, ovaj God of War ima...
Da, ne, ovaj zadnji, brate, God of War za PC, 2017-18 koji je već. Ne znam. Ima God of War Omega. Šta je Omega? Alfa, beta, omega, delta.
Gamma.
Da, Omega je 3. i 4. God of War, ne znam koji je kurica.
A Ragnarok?
A Ragnarok ti je posljednji, to je God of War 2022 ili 2023, nema broj, nema God of War 4.5, nego God of War Ragnarok. To ti je posljednji.
Enough chit chat for me today.
I malo je, no ja, Simo igra pa ja neću se komentarišem, on ne voli tako. Malo je retardirano, znaš, imaš dva oružja. Jedna je sekira koju me kao napravila kao žena. Ima kao magičnu sekiru, znaš, kao tipa baci je i ona se kao vrati. Kao ne pozove nazad. To ona kao ledi protivnik. I tek kad pređeš pola igre, on se kao seti da kao ima negdje u podrumu kuće kao one, kao te što ima on, kako to zove, Chaos Blade, sečiva haosa, kao neki noževi veliki sa lancima i s tim kao pališ stvari. I to ti treba da bi prešao određenu sekciju. On se kao vrati kući, na to je startna lokacija. I kao uzme ispod ruma i kao sad imaš i to. I to su ti dva jedina oružja u igri.
Evo, gledam sad na YouTubetu nekog velikog trola sa nekim balvanom.
A to ti je među prvim protivnicima, to je Kero Kure za se ubije. Ako njega ne možda...
10 minuta već nikada ga umlati jebote.
Pogrešnu strategiju ima.
Nemam pojma. Generalni ping. Sad ću pogledati.
Svaki boss, svaki protivnik ima neki štos. Neki su... I kad znaš štos, neki protivnici su naporni jako. Tipa imaš protivnika koji ima malj i on maše, znaš, u lukovima maše prema tebi. I ti sad izbjegavaš ga.
6. Tebi.
Ne znam, mnogo mi ovaj smarački deluje, samo ide i mlati nešto.
6, meni vidiš nije...
Kao što rekao, što se tiče akcije, možda nije igra za tebe, ali onda staviš na story mod, imaš story mod, pa normal, pa hard i kao imaš nightmare ili šta je već nivo težine. Moj buraz je stavio na, ne znam, 3. nivo težine, kao izazovno. Izazovno kurca mogu, razumeš, gledao sam fajtove koje je igrao po pola sata, to su obični protivnici bossa, onda je došao sinoć i ubio bossa za 3 minuta.
To bi dobro izgleda, kako je stvarno ludilo, ali... Mislim, najjača grafika koju sam vidio je onaj Plugwet Tail rekije, ono je baš ne...
To je grafika. Igra nema ni pucanje, nema puške, nema gluposti, razumeš? Igra je drugačijeg tipa. Nećeš vidjeti igru sa takvom grafikom da je shooter online. Sigurno nećeš vidjeti. To može biti samo single player igra da ima takvu grafiku. Ne možeš napraviti grafiku, ne znam, kao u Resident Evil 4 ovome, remake, koja je dosta dobra. Možeš napraviti takvu igru da izgleda tako i da je online shooter. Iz trećeg lica napara. Nemaš. Isto tako Han Showdown, imaš trailer od pre 5 godina, kad je igra predstavljena na sajmu igara. Na tom E3. Kad je prvi put predstavljena. Da si gledao taj demo? Ovo će po 15. put da ga postavim. And Showdown E3. Aj, Milan smo zajedno gledali taj trailer. E3 2018. Gledaj ovo. Za 5 godina uspjeli su samo da sjebu grafiku igri. Ništa drugo. I igra opet ne radi ništa bolje nego što je radila. I dalje ima bugove, glitchove i govna.
Danas sam odigrao sa Stefanom i Bokijem 2 partije, znači puknem lika Romerom 3 metra, reloadujem, on kreće nožem na mene, ja pucam sa pola metra na njega, on me ubije nožem, ja padem i onda dobijem hit marker i onda on kao sekundu i po posle sekundu pukuje. Neverovatno. I to je bilo.
Jesam, igra radi kao smeće po običaju. Palo.
Lik me ubio, ja sam ga pukao i ja sam pao i on je posle sekundu i po dobio hit marker i on umre. I on umre. Strašno. Oni da poprave više te servere ili neke jebenice dupe.
Ne, nego imaju ugovor. Ja sam malo bolje znam nego ti o tome. Imaju ugovor sa tom kompanijom koja hostuje njihove servere i pošto im je menadžment takav kakav je tamo u Kreteku, neki Turci su vlasnici, nema pojma. Pošto im je ugovor takav kakav je, ne mogu da raskinu hosting ugovor. Bilo bi im jako skupo da raskinu s njima, da uzmu novi. Moraju da čekaju istek ugovora, a dok oni čekaju istek ugovora, pobećim svi igrači, bojim se. Jako loš hosting igra. Pogledaj ovo. Pogledaj majke ti. Ovo ti je druga igra, razumeš? U ovom traileru. Pogledaj kako je noć mračna. Dobro, na stranu motion blur, eto, okej. Uporedi maglu i noć, pa sad ovo kad baci flare. Pogledaj. Ima ovo, a ima još jedna. Ima još, da, i bila je ova mehanika u ovom traileru, sećam se kad skupljaš klube, vidiš kroz oči od bossa, vidiš kao u kojoj boss areni. Ako znaš kako koja boss arena izgleda, možeš da posle prvog traga odeš direkt na bossa. To su izbacili. I tako dalje. Sve što je bilo iole zabavno ili Kretek je sankcionisao. Također, kurac! Izvinjavam se. Kurac bi ti, meni rekao, trag je crven, ima nekog, znaš? Do pre 2 godine, 3, kad sam ja igrao Hunt Showdown sa Milanom i sa Peđom. Kurac bi ti to rekao, bio bi mrtav već. Ja sam znao da uđem u compound sa druge strane, da ne dignem ništa, da dođem do traga, uzmem ga ili ga ne uzmem. I ako čujem da neko dolazi, zgrabim prvo što mogu, tipa vile, malj, bilo šta. I sad čekam te iza zida i ti kreneš kod traga, kao okej, kao nema niko, kao znaš, trag je čitav. I ti kreneš da dižeš trag i ono animaciji, ja samo zgrabim vile i nabodem te. Neka dvojicu ubiješ. Nebitno šta imaš Winchesterku, shotgun, nebitno, one shotem te. A sad ljudi kao, neko je tu, trag je crven. Kako to znaš? Jesi čuo nekog ili vizualni indikator ti treba? Kao čuješ trag kako je crven. To je dodato... To je dodato zbog nubova, koji nemaju prostornu orijentaciju, da se ne bi iznenadili kao kako je neko već tu. Pa neko je već tu zato što zna da se kreće po mapi i zna gde šta. I ne pravi buku. A ovo je easy way out. Limonad. Meni smiješno svaki put kad ti kažeš trag divlje. Pa ti čuješ njih pre nego što trag počne crveni. Čuješ išta u compoundu. Jel vidiš da neko ubija zombije sa strane? Jel čuješ neko da udara nožem? Nemoguće da ste svi gluvi toliko. No dobra, previše sam kritikovao. Bolje ćutim.
Knows what they're doing.
Currently, the donation pool is also at $6,145. All the donations go directly to the runners who worked incredibly hard, so thank you so much. We have a donation from Cosmic, $20, saying this is it, soldier. Thank you, Cosmic. And we have $10 from Tododoro, saying won't be able to watch live. Good luck to all the runners. Thank you so much.
Runners are excited and prepared to go down in this match.
Yeah, they only get one shot, so it has to be a no reset run, and a lot can go incredibly wrong or incredibly right. So I'm honestly nervous too, even though I'm not running myself.
I want to see how these runners do.
So we're going to count in the runners in a moment.
We're just getting set up here. Everyone's on the same page and we're getting ready. Soon we're going to have a countdown. And they're all going to start at the same time.
Three, 2, 1.
And we're off.
Starts.
Starting to run on professional difficulty. All right, here we go. Chapter 1. Leon finds something that is weird in this village and he wants to go check it out. Let's see what happens. Everyone is trying to make it into the cabin, the first house we see in this game. We all arrived there at the same time, and now we already see some different route taking. Some runners choosing to follow a more close path. Some runners choosing a more far path.
Yeah.
Here and there.
Yeah, pathing does a lot. Like, the tighter your turns, like the cleaner your movement, like the faster you get to the first part, which is picking up the key and opening the door. Soon we'll also see the first little strats in a moment.
Spicy's getting there first.
Yeah, so as you can see, like, Spicy, he, like, waits for the zombie to arrive and then he, like, goes straight past. So that's, like, a small little trick there. Seems like most people got it, except for QTT, I think.
Yeah, QTT unfortunately did get grabbed. And you can see there by Ezekiel that he did something that is crouch walking on stairs. So when you crouch and stand up on stairs, you walk up the stairs faster. So you're going to see runners doing that from time to time when they're on stairs. It does save time, even if just a little bit. Now the runner's going fast. They're heading over to the village where we're going to see our police companion, unfortunately, being burned on a stake. And we're going to see some of the most chaotic routing that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we're not trying to get a
village
record,
part
we're just
is
trying
definitely one of the hardest
have a
parts
decent enough run.
in the run, and it's straight at the start, which is honestly kind of a good thing, because if it goes wrong you can reset early, which is not the case in this tournament. They can't reset, so a lot can make or break the run a little bit at this section.
Having stable
yeah, fingers crossed for all the runners.
Expect to see a lot of safety save. There's going to be a lot of those, especially since there's only one chance to make this run work. We're going to be seeing a lot of saves.
Yeah, so professional difficulty has no checkpoints,
Cool, no.
which makes the run very challenging, which is why they have to make these backup saves.
Ja mislim da svaki mikrofon ti ima drugačiji sensitivity. Kao što rekao, imaš jedan jači i kad se njega prebaciš onda te čujem bez potrebe te plačam. Ovako kad te slušam na default, onda... A ako se zebem pa te pojačam, onda čujem odjednom bru, 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 bru. Spavac.
Davanje na krvanje. I meni to uopšte ne sviđa da ja tebi kažem.
Ova baba pred smrt, ovako kaže se lako je.
3 dana pre, a?
A?
3 dana pred smrtom.
Mhm.
Mora da je to neki znak.
Mhm. Da je počeo.
Aj si ladno lika naduvam Romerom, ubije me i posle sekundu i po dobijem hit marker, već mrtav i on pada. Da li je to moguće?
Pa šta te nije jasno? Kad ja kažem jedina online multiplayer igra koja ima klijent hit reg. Jel znaš možda još neko? Ako znaš, prosvetli me. Ja ne znam. Ko da igraš single player igru? Ko da igraš single player igru?
Više toliko igramo onda.
Pa ne znam, šta misliš zašto? Ja sam rekao, kad poprave igru ili servere, onda ću da igram. A da se tradujem non stop sa ljudima, neće. Ili kao onaj vaš ortak s kojim ste igrali na Jovan, kako li veš? Kad sam vidio da je čovjek umro, gledao sam preko Nena dok streama. Ali ga je pukao sa Spark s pištoljem ili s Winchesterkom sa onom otrovnom municijom, primio je 120 damage, tako nešto. I on je čovjek krenuo u cover, tačno sam gledao kako se pomerio. Pomerio se levo iza vrata da se nahile, ne može se hile otrovni. Kako se pomerio levo iza vrata, tako dobio drugi metak isto otrovni. I ono, ja ga pitam, jel te pogodio Sparksom, čime? Kaže ne, kaže opet, kaže otrovnu municiju. I je rekao, kako? Ne može da probije, to je staklo. Staklena kapsula sa gasom. Nema logike. Ima jer si ti na ekranu toga što te nišani još pola sekunde si van cover. A ti si već...
Ja znam, koliko. Brate mili. Milane, pročitaj mi to što si okačio
Distortion right now is going to show us off what the routing is like. First of all, he's taking out the first zombie that does a couple things. One of them is luring all the soldiers into the house that he's going in. He picks up a frag grenade and he's going to throw it. Bam! Pause buffer a little bit. Turn down the FPS. And that is the first section of the village done. You're trying to get 16 kills here to end the village section.
Yeah, the reason why they lower the FPS and pause buffer is to increase the blast radius of the grenade.
On lower FPS it works that way. And now we're seeing runners doing all sorts of things to try to compensate for what they're given. Sometimes you'll have bad RNG and then they won't do as much damage or it won't kill as many zombies, and they really have to improv from time to time.
Yeah, exactly. Like the perfect route is basically a grenade, a few shots of grenades, and like that's about it. Like the village section is timed, but it's also kill count based. So how many do they have to kill?
16.
Yeah, so 16 and then like the section ends.
Ooh, spicy though, already done with village. Very, very fast.
Pretty fast.
343 split.
Oh.
Nice. So you can see Bach throwing a nade.
Had to parry the chainsaw guy there.
Yeah, the chainsaw man. Very scary. Oh no, QTT getting grabbed. And using the instant health. Those things sell for 5k. Money management is also important in this run.
Yeah, we call it the businessman run.
A lot of business going down. And what's really fun is that in this game, when you sell a weapon, you get 95% of the upgrade money back. So if you upgrade your gun a lot, or any weapon for that matter, and you sell it, you get pretty much all of the money that you upgraded with back. And that's going to be used a lot. People are going to be upgrading all of their weapons that they're going to use, and then selling it to get a better weapon as an upgrade. Everyone lived through Village.
Thankfully.
It's a miracle.
Yeah, it honestly is. Like, Village can go wrong so fast.
Mm-hmm. And what Nevs did right there, sticking the model of his gun through the door to shoot the lock from the other side. Very cool things. You're going to see a lot of those.
Yeah, there's like a lot of like small intended skips even that Capcom added. Like you can shoot the lock from different angles and get into an area like pretty early.
Okay,
that's honestly one of the cool things about Resident Evil.
That takes a swing at me. Oh my god.
Everyone's on a pretty good pace here. Just going fast. Zeke currently soaring through the underpass. Trying to make his way through. And I've received.
Well, they're slowly but surely heading to the Red Mist Village, which I'm excited for.
Dynamite Village, Chapter 2.
Yep.
It's a very, very scary place to be. A lot of RNG going down there as well. But first, to get there, we gotta free Louise first.
In the meanwhile, we have a few extra donations. $20 from Trevor saying, "Let's go! Super excited to see everyone's run." We have $20 again from Stoner Samurai. $5 from Guest and $5 from Enlight. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate it. Again, all the proceeds go straight to the runners, which is awesome. Like, they worked so hard for this. Yeah, these are like the top 8 runners here competing are incredibly good.
Everyone has been practicing for such a long time, putting in hundreds of hours colloquially. After freeing Louise, we're going over the Dynamite Village. A lot of RNG in that section, and I do mean there is quite a bit of RNG. But first, before that, we are going to get our stuff stolen from Mendez. We gotta free ourselves first. With the help of Louise, who just ran away with us without explaining anything, we now have to take back our own stuff. You're gonna see us here doing some stabbing and some self-killing. That's because in this section, it's really, really important as to not get grabbed. If you get grabbed, there can be other enemies that start obstructing your path and it messes with your routing. So you're gonna see maybe someone will not use the stealth kill, but I'm pretty sure everyone will opt for the safety run here.
Yeah,
the safety strat.
And also, you run way slower when you're like in combat, which is also an issue here for this little section. So if you know, if they avoid the enemies and they're dead, you will run way faster, which is obviously very important.
Spicy in the lead currently by a couple seconds. Not far behind. Everyone's going at such a fast pace.
Yeah, it's hard
it's
to.
Beautiful to
hard
see.
keep up.
Let's not be.
We're entering Dynamite Village. Zeke moving there quickly. Dist as well. We're gonna see a lot of dynamites as per the name suggests. In Dynamite Village, there's going to be a lot of angry villagers that want to blow you up and turn you into red mist. And your goal is to not let that happen.
Also, I would like to say, holy thank you, Breadcrumbs, for the 100 gifted subs. insane. Thank you for supporting the community. Thank you so much. Crazy. Wow. That's insane.
The goal of Dynamite Village is to move on top of the village where there is a knob that you can turn to open a gate in which you will in which you can leave through. After getting the emblem, you can use it to open another gate. That's what the runners are trying to get.
We also saw like Bach shooting the villager there. That's again to stay out of combat so you run faster. So on the way back, she's gone and you will start getting out of combat faster. But because of that, his shotgun ammo is now a bit on the low side.
And ammo managing is really important in this run. Because this is a survival horror game, ammo is scarce, especially on the professional difficulty. Enemies sometimes are tankier, harder to hit. And being able to manage your ammo correctly is very, very important. What enemies do you shoot? What enemies do you stab? Do you stealth kill? A lot of these choices come down to personal preference, but also what is going to happen, and knowing how you're going to deal with arena after arena. It is just so unbelievably important to have to keep track of all these different moving components at the same time. Money.
I think Ray just blew up by the dynamite.
No!
He got red misted, yeah.
Oh, red mist!
Yeah.
Raining down.
So as you can see, Ray is making his way back to the village, and hopefully no red mist this time. So he's back in Surf Canyon.
He was at the end too. He was gonna get out.
Yeah.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
On the other hand, Bach just no-hit the complete canyon section, which is very impressive.
It is definitely
Very, very impressive. Not getting grabbed, not getting hit is something that is quite difficult. In any game for that matter. Not to mention a game like this where there are many, many enemies coming your way. Hordes of enemies in front of you. What I love seeing is the chainsaw man, the second chainsaw man, getting blown up by the trip mine, as we've seen in in Spicy's perspective. Now we enter the Mendez mansion. Now, in this story, this is where we meet Ada for the first time. Ada helps us out with Mendez, and Mendez gets distracted and leaves. On our hunt to, once again, you can see Spicy climbing up those stairs, crouching upwards. But we see a lot of storytelling from just our environment. Grabbing various key elements that will help us progress with the continuation of the story.
Ooh, Spicy just finished chapter 2 at 12 minutes, 10 seconds. No issues at all so far. And Orch got an extra grenade before Mendes has, which is very, very good. That will come in handy.
Distortion, unfortunately grabbed by the chainsaw man, has gone down and just got hit again, forced to use a heal. This is what we're talking about when we say that anything can really happen in this run.
Yeah, exactly. For example, Bach got another lucky Velvet Blue from a barrel, which is Dream RNG, because that's the second Velvet Blue that he got.
Wow.
But he's not happy because apparently he wanted shotgun shells.
Low on ammo.
Yeah.
But still, that is extra money that is very much appreciated.
And now Orch just finished chapter 2. He was at 12 minutes, 41 seconds.
And we do have a $50 donation from Honey Batters, saying, hyped after seeing the new world record from Distortion 2 yesterday. Good luck to everyone. And a $10 donation from Topperlicious saying, sacrificial lamb. a reference to a sacrificial person that we are able to see in this village section. That I believe is somewhere around Mendez's house, if I am not mistaken. We're seeing everyone head over. They want to fight Delago.
Yeah, the Lago is another one of those very, very technical fights. You can basically one-cycle him, so before he dives down. But we'll get to that pretty soon. It's very, very hard to execute, honestly.
But in order to fight the fish, we have to get on a boat first. And in order to run the motorboat, we have to get fuel. And that's the mission that everyone is trying to get to right now.
Oh, you saw that cool little move tech Spicy did? So when you drop down and you slash your knife, you actually skip the falling down animation. Which saves like, what is it, like 1 second or less? But still, very, very cool to see.
You see that throughout the run, and over time, it definitely saves a good chunk of time.
Yeah.
People are slowly finishing up chapter 2. And everyone is almost at chapter 3. Some people do the slash tech down the stairs, some people don't, but at the end of the day, it's not really that big a deal. It's a couple seconds time save here and there. It is, you do risk missing and not falling down the stairs, which it does happen.
Yeah.
Some Velvet Blue drops, a lot of money. These drops are RNG. Some drops are forced and some drops are RNG. So, in the places where you have RNG drops, getting the drops that you want is very, very important. And as we've seen by Ezekiel, he had just crafted some heals there. And these heals, these full heals, these red, green, and yellow heals sell for 10,000 pesetas, which is a lot. So if you can hold the urge to not use them, you could sell them for 10,000, which is a very, very good chunk of money.
I'm just glad you said pesetas. I think it's always funny when people say like dollars.
They are not dollars.
Seems that this reached the church at 15 minutes and 55 seconds, which is the exact same time like QTT, also 15:55.
Nice.
Yeah.
1555. Lucky numbers. Oh, Spicy getting caught there. Eating a viper to heal his health up. You remove the poison from the viper, you can eat it safely.
I don't know if I would want to try that.
Probably wouldn't taste good, especially the way that Leon is eating them. Wow, getting the boat fuel fast. We're on our way to Delago. Still gotta escape though.
I'm coming.
Yeah, and meanwhile the prize pool for the runners is like increasing rapidly. We're at $7,070.
Wow,
and we have
that's
a
amazing.
huge donation from Waifu himself and also from Good Karma, saying good luck to everyone and may the best runner win. Jeez, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The runners will love this. Slowly, one by one, everyone's getting their fuel. We want to see Delago.
Seems that Trey's having to adapt his treasure routing slightly because of some of the RNG that happens during his run. So he needs
extra
to
money.
make a lot for the lack of cash at the moment.
More treasures are needed. These extra treasures do amount for some money that could very help. And now we enter Delago. The fight done on 60 FPS. The fight.
Yeah, a very technical fight. So basically, they're not allowed to miss any of the harpoons. And also, hitting the mouth area of Delago does more damage. So you can basically one-cycle him before he, like, swims away. However, if he does swim away, he recovers, I believe, like 70% of his health. It's insane. It's
A
such
lot
a
of health.
it's such a bad boss fight if you don't get the one cycle. So this might win or lose like a lot of time for the runners here.
It takes roughly 20 shots to take down Del Lago. Mouth shots do extra damage, and if you miss too many, you won't get the one cycle. And it is a lot of time loss. You basically have to do the fight again. You are allowed to swap FPS for Del Lago.
Ooh, okay, so Spicy got the one cycle.
The one cycle!
Yeah. I believe he's also at the... Like he's at the lead with 1858, chapter 3 end.
Absolutely. A beautiful one cycle, perfectly demonstrated by Spicy himself.
It seems that this is having a bit of issues leaving the fish farm here, but I think he made it out alive now.
No soft lock. Let's go.
Oh, Ezekiel also got past the Lago
Don't you know
at
I'm
19 minutes and 17 seconds.
You better watch
Pretty
your
good
tone when you're talking to
too.
someone like me.
Nice.
I'm an 8th motherfucking place.
People are slowly
8th in the
and
world.
surely getting through
we
Del
need
Lago.
this money.
One of the
More than
hardest
I need Del
one
Lago.
cycles to hit.
Pa brate,
Bok.
mili,
Getting
jebote
bonus money.
robot.
Alright, and so the legend is told to be.
Orch also defeating the Lago. Awesome.
Baka soup
Nice.
gets swallowed whole by Del Lago.
Everyone is so close.
Yeah.
This could be anyone's game.
Alright, now this is where we lose RTA, by the way, because I have to watch this cutscene or I crash, and I potentially am gonna crash anyway.
Ah, sick. Bok gets the one cycle.
Yep, very clean one cycle.
And once again, we see the cutscene of Leon getting infected now. This is where you learn that he's also infested with the plagas. And now we enter chapter 4, the boat section. And this section is where we need to find 2 stone heads in order to get the missing piece to open the church in order to rescue Ashley. And in order to pick up these 2 stone heads, we have to go in 2 different locations, but there are detours that you will see runners take. Spicy, for example, just went to the Chicken Island to pick up some eggs, one of which was the golden egg, which will come in handy later. You will see, but the golden egg is very, very important later down the run.
Very important. They cannot eat it or sell it.
No.
Alright, this also got the one cycle. It seems that everyone is getting the one cycle, so that's good.
Nice. Such an important one cycle to hit. Such a good time save.
Yeah, I've tried getting the one cycle many times, but it never happens.
It is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And being able to do it once is already impressive. Being able to consistently pull it off like these runners, that is amazing. Orch just getting his first head. Onto the second. It is here that the runners will try and get the rifle with a scope if they can. That is to help with the Gigante fight that is coming up soon. When they return back on land after the boating section, there will be a boss fight. And the scope really, really helps with that. Doing 3 times damage to weak points. Which is very, very nice.
In the meanwhile, they're also kind of like starting to save up things for the cabin section, which is also very important. For example, this already used 2 first aid sprays, so he's trying to save up extra healing items for cabin at the moment.
Oh, the cabin fight. I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
Spicy has just picked up the second head, very much in the lead right now. He's on his way out. Ooh, another blue drop on the floor. That is quite lucky. Nice.
Daj, puši kurac, jebote!
Getting grabbed is pretty major time loss in these runs. You get grabbed once, that's okay. You get grabbed twice, 3 times, ooh, the time losses start to add up. Especially if you have to break free.
Nice foot, dude. Don't you dare grab me, you piece of shit.
So having clean routes and taking clean lines without being interrupted by enemies is incredibly important. And also because this is professional, you take a lot of damage. You don't want to take too many hits, otherwise you'll go down pretty fast. Many runs have led to this moment. Everyone's doing their best.
Hey, Lunker.
Everyone's trying their best.
Yeah, this section is not too stressful, luckily. It's definitely at Gigante where it can go wrong pretty fast.
And also the drive-by lunker base, just wanted to point out, it's pretty cool. You can sell the lunker base for a lot of money.
Yeah, and something that I learned yesterday is if you eat the lunker bass, it'll actually like upgrade your maximum HP. I had no idea.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see people eat it.
Yeah, I saw Bog do it last night. He was like talking about it.
Well, that's cool. That's more ways to increase your max HP. Nice. You're gonna see people turning in their village requests. And they're going to be buying an elegant mask and filling up with all blue gemstones to sell this for a lot of money in order to be able to afford a rifle. And also a scope that comes for free. Thank you, merchant. Very, very nice of you to give us discounts.
Yeah, the menuing, the menuing in general, like buying stuff from the merchant and like just like maintaining your resources, seeing what you need to buy, what you can sell, is one of the biggest difficulties I feel like in the run, because it's like different every single time.
And here we do see some route differences. Bach, for example, is going to the middle island to pick up the red 9. And also some backup money. And here we find the Gigante fight. You may have noticed that earlier runners did not go out to Mendes' house and save the dog. That is deliberate, because if you do save the dog, the Gigante will have more HP. And the fight will take longer. But here without the dog, what you do is you basically try to bring out the Plaga as fast as possible and then shoot the Plaga as much as possible. That 3 times damage on the scope really, really comes to use here. Shooting the Plaga as much as possible, making sure that the Gigante goes down very, very quickly and does not have time to retaliate. You'll see that Plaga pop. You'll see runners shoot it as much as they possibly.
Čo to igraš? Boris Gar...
Slično je ko u Residentu, otvori se na trenutak, izbaci neke energetske ćelije, tu treba da ga ugađam u tom kratkom delu. Ali trči u obliku lopte, vrti se, baca neke energetska polja, neka čuda. Devre, evo sam uspio 3 puta da mu ubijem te ćelije.
As much as they possibly can, and that's it. That's the fight. That's all of it. Beautiful.
Yeah, there you go. That was a very
stunning
fight from Captain Ezekiel.
Man, it's always a blast to watch the Gigante fight.
Yeah, I like watching it. Yeah, seems
that
like Captain Ezekiel is ahead of the game now.
Zeke doing a great job at maintaining his lead.
Oh, okay. Spicy went to wash his hands, but he's actually still ahead time-wise, I think. Maybe.
Sub 26 Gigante finish from Spicy. That is
I had like
really,
7
really
Velvet
impressive.
Blues.
It's only a 30-second Gigante fight. Wow. 30 seconds.
Okay, listen.
Man, that is so fast. And as you can see from QTT's perspective, he has a lot of flashbangs.
4 bullets.
Flashbangs will
That probably
very
wasn't-
much come to use in the near future. Flashbangs are very, very useful. They
thank
can
you
take
for
down
the 100 bits. I can't pronounce
plagas,
your name, but
plaga
thank you.
enemies instantly.
I have heals. I have the egg.
And later in the game, they'll be used
I have the eggies, bro.
to completely blind big groups of
Look, I
enemies.
have a green herb.
Especially in
I'm making
places
ammo.
where
I
enemies
sense
go rampant
there's
and
a
have
disturbance in the forest.
total control of the area. Bach now, heading up
God
against
damn,
Gigante.
Yeah, he's also doing really good on the money part. He had 7 Velvet Blues.
What?
Insane, yeah.
Oh my! These drops are amazing.
Yeah, he's the true businessman in this run.
He's the only one deserving of the suitcase that he's getting.
Yeah.
You got worms too?
More pistol ammo drops? For him, it's more Velvet Blues. Oh. QTT though, having a little bit of issues with the Gigante fight. Things have gone awry, the one cycle didn't work out. He's doing it impromptu. Taking him down into falter state. Oh, but things have gone awry, but he's done it anyways.
There you go. Nice.
There it is. Everyone is finishing up the Gigante fight. And it's time to rescue Ashley. Ooh, there we see it. Captain Ezekiel.
Come on.
Trying to do the ladder skip here. Which is basically, there it is. Which is basically after you rescue Ashley.
So the way this works is if you aim down sights, for some reason your character will start clipping into whatever is behind them. We will see more of these skips basically. So yeah, they aim down sights and they clip through like the little ledge and then they drop down and they can run ahead without Ashley. Yeah, Ashley's just safe, chilling, waiting for us to get to the next part.
Ashley's fine. She's just doing her own thing, and waiting for us to make it to the cabin. Now we return to the burnt and destroyed village, where we are on our way to the cabin, which is one of the biggest and most major reset points for a couple of reasons.
What is that?
The fight route is very, very complicated there. There's a lot of moving pieces going on. Things can not go according to plan very, very quickly. And the fight is just... It's beautiful when done right. It is, when it's clean,
Yeah.
it is clean.
Yeah, like funnily enough, like the way the speedrunners do the fight on professional helps me with my professional S.W.Frost playthrough. Yeah, it's so well executed. I can't wait to see it. See, but every runner did the ledge skip really well, so GG's.
Nice. Yeah, your entire body shifts when you scope in, and so there are brief moments where collision is ignored, and you can use that brief moment to just whoop, go down collision wherever you please. Oh, Orch is already on the cabin fight. That is very, very quick. This fight is very complicated.
Yeah, so in the cabin, basically you want to board up the first floor ASAP. So what they do is they snipe the first few villagers from the windows, like all 3 windows. And then once all the boards drop, they board up the windows because then you will basically proc the next part faster, where they, where the villagers take the ladder and climb up. Once that happens, all they have to do is, like, chill downstairs and shoot the remaining villagers, and then the big cow guy will appear. After they kill that guy, they pick up the treasure and move on. So it's a very streamlined. It is so cool to see. I always love seeing cabin.
It's very, very cool. And usually there is a percentage, or rather a chance, that the villagers will or will not drop boards. But with the calculations the runner did and how streamlined it is, they can usually calculate that after the 7th kill, there is usually going to be a board, and if the 8th kill, if the 11th kill is a granny, then if the 12th kill is granny, she will probably definitely drop a board.
Yeah,
and the final
unless
enemy being
Plagas,
the others.
which I've seen before, and then she doesn't drop a board, which is bad RNG.
That is just bad RNG.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
So it seems that Arch got the cow guy, and there he is. He finished cabin perfectly.
Nice. Spicy also finished cabin.
Yes.
Sorry, the first section of cabin.
Yes.
What?
Cabin is a very long fight. It's basically an auto-scroller on wheels, except very, very difficult to pull off correctly. With some RNG elements to it.
That's good.
Oh boy. And after this, it doesn't really get easier either. That cabin village fight was hard, but it doesn't really get easier.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. It only gets worse.
Runners have to trade in and get the recipe for a flash grenade, which is very, very important. Earlier we talked about how important the flash grenades were in terms of its ability to stun enemies and immediately kill off Plaga enemies.
I have too many large resources, like for 2 hammers.
And now you have the ability to make it yourself, which is going to come in handy very, very soon.
Ooh, seems like Nevs is having a bad time in the cabin.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's doing a few backup strats. Hopefully, oh god.
Low HP there.
Yeah.
Don't want to eat the golden egg.
So it seems like he's getting a few extra resources. Yeah, the cabin fight is not going as planned for him, but he's managing to pull through.
Oh, Box Chaos is also not having a good time. He's out of ammo and he's got to craft more. His resources, they really matter. Distortion, though. Finishing off cabin cleanly. Ooh, things have gone awry. But he's done it! He's killed the others! He's out! No more cabin.
Woo!
Man. This is what we mean by cabin being chaotic.
Yeah, anything can go wrong. Yeah. It's kind of like the village section at the start of the players.
Oh man. Imagine an entire village just being outside of you. A bunch of angry villagers just coming in. And trying to infect you with plagas.
So Spicy here is heading to...
This.
Bella Sisters, which is also a pretty hard part of the run. But again, like the speedrunners have routed it so well. Oh yeah, like you can see him shoot the lock through the door there, which is really cool.
Yeah, Spicy right now is gonna take on the Chainsaw Sisters. This is where also RNG matters. We're gonna see him try to shoot the Chainsaw Sisters, and he gets a stun immediately, which isn't exactly ideal.
Oh,
If on the second shot, ooh, narrowly avoids the chainsaw.
Oh, he's getting
Fires a
used
shot
to
into the
the
chainsaw
chainsaws.
too. Oh,
Oh,
no!
I am stressed.
Ooh, things are not going too well. He's gotta fire 6 shots into the Chainsaw Sister's head to take her down and get the tool that he needs. And he's got it.
Oh, nice. There you go. So yeah, the
And
next
this
part
section
is he'll just like flash, use a flash grenade, and yeah, get out of there.
Oh, so chaotic. So chaotic. Oh my. My goodness.
Oh, seems
Hopefully
that Captain Ezekiel has successfully left the sisters at 36 minutes and 30 seconds.
Nice.
So he's chilling.
Oh, money, my favorite. I have 100 handgun
So
ammo.
Orch is that
什
the
么东
next
西
part?
Spicy
That's
死
pretty
了？
good
真的
too.
假的？怎么可能？怎么死的？
Mm-hmm. This is the part where Mendez is chasing you. And you gotta go fast. And you have to walk across the bridge without any enemies grabbing Ashley. Yeah, in this run, if enemies grab Ashley, that is, or an unintended grab is a lot of time loss. Because you would have to either flashbang the enemy, which immediately drops Ashley, or you would have to shoot the enemy, or even kill it in order to drop Ashley. But now we do see a skip that was performed, the Mendez skip. You can see Orch performing Mendez skip, which is when you are at a merchant and you talk to the merchant, your inputs are still verified, allowing you to just basically walk out of bounds if you're next to a wall.
Baby.
You can see Zeke do this. Ooh, couple more tries maybe. There it is.
Yeah,
He
there
walks
you
out of
go.
bounds just like that.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, Mendez is just chilling. In
Yeah.
the mode. It's
That's
fun
my
to
favorite
see.
thing.
Yeah.
Bach.
So Bach made it
He's
past
heading out.
the Bell Sisters.
Nice. Still don't want to get caught by any enemies there, because if you're cranking that door and an enemy crawls up behind you, throws an axe at you, no matter how close you are to finish, you have to start cranking over. That has killed many runs for the runners.
Orch has successfully reached the castle and the end of the chapter at 38 minutes and 13 seconds.
Orchelon, the machine. The god gamer who spends countless hours grinding out games.
Yep.
He's proving his competence today. Oh man. I still think it's hilarious how you can just see Mendez outside, just chilling there, having a good time, waiting to be loaded into the map. You know, it saves computer resources.
Oh, sadly, Nev's got hits on the crank, like you mentioned earlier, so he had to reload and do it again.
Oh, poor Nabs.
Yeah.
QTT though is gonna not get hit.
Yeah, Ashley is getting grabbed though, which is kind
That
of
is not great.
scary.
Yeah. Yeah, with flash grenades you could just flash an enemy, they'll drop Ashley immediately. And in this game there's a tech where if Ashley is far away, you could summon the close state of Ashley, where you tell Ashley to come close to you and Ashley will run faster and have less of a chance of getting grabbed, which is going to be used a lot in this run. Spicy's gonna do it pretty soon. On the way here, actually, Spicy lowered the cannon, which allowed it to rise up so that he wouldn't have to go down and unlock it again. So, as you can see, he's just gonna run straight to the cannon and open up the door after defeating a couple cultists here. Just gonna... Yeah, that cannon turns pretty slowly, but nothing we can't handle.
So, like, for some reason, if you move the cannon slow, you go really fast. But if you try to move your mouse fast, the cannon goes incredibly slow. I don't know who did that, but it's quite horrible.
It feels counterintuitive, but...
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I'm actually getting grabbed, but it's okay. Flashbangs are very, very useful. QTT, nice. Getting Mendez skipped. Oh no! Zeke's Ashley has just been taken down.
Oh.
Oh, that is unfortunate. He has to start over at where he saved last. And we're gonna see Orch. Cool rifle clip here.
Yeah.
This one's the hardest one. This door is very, very thick. And
yeah.
First try.
I've done this clip myself a few times, and I have been stuck for like half an hour sometimes. Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah, so again how this works is they aim down sights, your character clips, like your back clips through the door, and then you quickly flick your mouse and press F. And your character, like, for some reason, because you're half clipped through the door, you'll open it from the other side, which is super, super cool. I love that.
It's great. You don't even... There's usually a huge section where you have to go downstairs, you have to fight some enemies, and then you have to come up and then be able to open the door, but no. With a rifle clip, you just get straight through.
Mm-hmm.
Distortion coming up. Opening that door.
Oh.
Zeke, however.
Did I just see Captain
Oh!
Ezekiel? Oh no!
No!
She got kidnapped!
Poor
That's
Ashley.
very unfortunate.
Orchlon in water halls, also a very, very RNG heavy section. The cultists can go any direction, they can do anything, and all of them, if dead, will spawn plagas. This section is quite the difficult one to navigate and to perform well. So many enemies on you, so many enemies trying to take you down. Spicy here as well. These flashbangs are very useful. If you're grabbing a flashbang just like that, you can be released.
Yeah, flashbangs are like the almost the bread and butter of the run.
They're the butter.
Yeah.
If I had to choose bread or butter, I'd choose them. Flashbangs are the butter, otherwise.
Mm.
The bread would be the rifle.
Yeah, true, actually, true. So Trey and Bach are at the exact same spot, which is pretty cool to see.
Nice. At the same merchant, doing the same deals, selling the same things. Yeah, everyone's trying to get to the Crimson Lantern quite fast. But before that, as you can see on Spicy's perspective, is an auto-scroller section. After he's made it past Waterhall, and now he is on Waterhall, and now he has to help Ashley not get grabbed while Ashley is lowering the crank on some bridge to bring it up. And in this fight, there are many cultists that are heading towards Ashley. And
yeah,
the goal
luckily
here...
they have less health than normal, so they do go down a bit faster than the regular cultists.
This is where aim can really help. If you have good aim and you don't miss your shots, Ashley probably won't get grabbed. But if Ashley does get grabbed here while doing a crank, Ashley will have to do the entire crank all over again. Which, if that happens, it's annoying. And as you can see, the section does take a little bit. Ashley turning on those cranks. And you protecting Ashley. Getting grabbed.
Yeah, this section, something that I learned is that if you give Ashley the sunglasses, she actually doesn't get staggered by the flash grenades that you throw. It's like, it's so simple, but I had no idea. I thought the sunglasses were cosmetic.
That's why the sunglasses are not allowed in this run. It's because they do negate the consequences of throwing a flashbang. Yeah, right. Like a cosmetic actually having an effect in game. That's really clever. I wonder if we're gonna see any friendos at the end of Waterhall here. Sometimes the AI bugs out, and some cultists will just follow you around and be your friend.
Yeah, it's kind of cute.
Yeah, they won't do anything. They won't hurt you. They'll just follow you around. I wonder if we could see that. Oh yeah, and at the end of Waterhall here, if you try to boost Astray up, sometimes you'll take a long time
get killed
to
by
walk to you. Sometimes you'll get there immediately. It really does depend. Trey, though, is on the rifle cut. Ooh, there are enemies on your back, though. That's why you gotta get it first try. Otherwise, there's gonna be enemies on you. Oh, he's on 1 HP. And he's gonna get it. He's got one more chance. Oh, he's got it!
Nice.
What a clutch,
That
but...
was last one. Oh, Ashley is...
Ashley
oh,
is grabbed! No!
No, Trey!
He's gotta heal himself first.
God. Oh no, Trey, throw a flash.
The flashbang.
I'm not getting one.
Doesn't work out. No, don't inspect the egg. You gotta eat it.
Looky for fun _ bot _ master.
No, Ashley.
Welcome to my channel.
Oh?
Oh, he's freed her.
That's fucking horseshit, man. Jesus
That was
Christ.
very stressful. I
What
don't
a
know what to say. That
save.
was really stressful.
Oh, man. The sniper shot. Beautiful,
Yeah, hopefully
beautiful.
he has enough resources now for Waterhall. You might have to craft a few extra rifle rounds.
Mm-hmm. He also used the flashbang. Oh. Spicy is on the Crimson Lantern fight. Gotta get the Crimson Lantern from the cultist. There it is. Treasure routing is also beginning here. People are trying to save up enough money for eventually a rocket launcher, so as to not overspend money or use money in the wrong ways.
Seems like QTT had a rough time in the Waterhall, but he's recovering, which is good. Oh, and there's Orchlon hanging the lantern.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Zeke, though, did not use any flashes in the second part of Waterhall. But impressive, if I might say so myself.
And Spicy has hit the Ada cutscene at 46 minutes and 40 seconds.
Wow!
Yeah, that's pretty good.
46? Nice. Doing some puzzles here and there. As you can see, that puzzle by Orchlon. This one, a lot of puzzles. No, every single puzzle in this game can be memorized and can be done very, very quickly if you know what to do. There's thankfully no RNG elements in these puzzles. Sniper shots.
Yeah, seems like Nubs is trying to hang in there.
Nebs, the Brazilian God Gamer. Oh, doing his best.
Oh, he's
Yes,
ready
the
to
bridge
go.
is up.
There you go.
Nice.
Hopefully Ashley does not get kidnapped at the end, but it usually doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Because if you run far away enough, the enemies kind of like de-aggro, so even if Ashley runs through them, they won't do anything.
Yeah, and that's where you get the friendos who follow you.
Yeah.
QTT gonna boost up Ashley finishing this chapter.
We also got a few new donations. $20 from Headbang Tiger, $10 from Brent Chuck, and $50 from Jackson Lee. saying watching at 4:30 a.m. in Australia. Good luck to the runners. Thank you so much. Currently, the prize pool is at $7,175, and again, all the proceeds go directly through the runners. So thank you everyone for the big support.
Ooh, nice dodge there by Spicy. He saw that one coming. He's got eyes behind his back.
This is
Wow.
so annoying, dude.
That was impressive.
Yeah, the parries and the dodges you see in these runs sometimes are insane.
Yeah, like they require very, very quick reaction times, especially if you see a hammer or an axe come towards your face. A lot of times you just let it happen, but these runners, they're something different. They catch it on the spot. We're gonna head up to our second Gigante fight, a quick one, which is just gonna be a cannon shot.
Sucks, man.
Taking down the Gigante in one shot.
I have,
There
like,
it
no
is.
healing.
Beautiful, beautiful section. Spicy.
There's also 2 fun skips right before the Gigante fight. Maybe we'll see one of the other runners do it. I actually forgot about those skips.
Oh yes. Fun little sequence breaks.
Yeah.
Ooh.
As you can see, Trey is hanging on there, trying to get through Water Hollow. Very, very tough section.
Oh yes. A lot of improv needed in this section. Things don't behave the same way every time.
Yeah.
QTT just got the Crimson Lantern.
That is just perfect.
Oh no! Oh, Ashley's being kidnapped! He's got one shot, he did it!
There you go.
She'll come back here and like.
Yeah, Trey is not having the best time, but he is doing his best.
Oh, but Ashley, she's down. She's incapacitated.
Oh, there you go, she got up.
Oh, she got back up. Nice.
Thanks to Trey, his bopping movements. That's great.
Doing some squats in the meantime, exercising those legs.
Oh, here
Gotta
we
make
can
sure you
see
stay healthy.
through the skip. So,
Oh, yes.
he throws a nade at that fire there, and it opens the gate from the other side.
Because
Which
I've
is
already
really
burned
cool.
a lot of gunpowder, so I can't afford to craft them anymore.
There's also one small break before that. I think we'll see one of the other runners head there soon. You can basically shoot the tiny lock at such a specific angle and just skip the entire section of going underground, basically. So
And
they're
those
opening
are
the gate from the wrong side.
Ooh, Orchelon actually just got grabbed by a dog there real quick. These dogs are very, very dangerous. They are tanky, they are fast, they are mobile, and they can grab Ashley on a whim. It is an imperative to not have Ashley get grabbed by these dogs.
Oh my god.
And these dogs can get spotted as well. Man. This section, they have to lower 3 flags in order to continue.
Nevs is
ooh.
heading towards that fun like lock skip section, so we get to see the first part here. First, he's gonna make his way through these enemies. Also, if you look down, if you pan your camera down, the enemies are less likely to hit you. A lot of runners do that, but I'm not sure if it's like an actual thing or I don't know. It's very interesting. I do it myself a lot, and I feel like it helps.
It seems to help with the experience of myself and other runners. It seems to make the enemies less aggro on you.
Yeah.
I've ever seen.
Oh, see there, we saw QTT perform the lock skip.
Man,
And just
Spicy's
going
on a
through.
good pace.
Boom.
Oh, there's a new one. I grabbed him from like.
Ooh. On low HP. Ray forced to eat a big heal, and no, Ashley's getting grabbed.
Ray is not having a good time.
Man, that cultist is dangerous. I believe Ashley was in the middle of cranking that.
Continuing like a no respawn like this though is very like honestly it's very like commendable. Like I respect it 100%.
Like usually there's like
Because you're gonna
Almost
be
like
like low on resources, you're gonna be, you know, it's just it's such like a waterfall effect almost.
When thing goes wrong, it all starts going wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
You use one resource, everything else gets affected. Your money, your inventory, all of it. Being able to maintain and to stay calm and to not panic is critical to being able to continue a run this hard and this
Yeah.
precise.
Spicy here is at the second part of the castle. There's a fun skip coming up here. So yeah, so he's gonna throw a nade or a flash at the guy that pulls the lever to lower the gate. If he times it correctly, he can just run through. This is incredibly fun to do. Anyone can do this. It's so much fun. Yeah, there you go.
Go
Look
ahead.
at that.
Skip.
Oh, it's so smooth.
Nice. The goal here is to collect three animal heads. I believe one's a lion, a snake, and a goat head, which will open a door. Flashbang here is necessary, and it's always fun to see runners steer straight into the flashbang because my instincts tell me to look away from the flashbang, even in game. And it's always funny when I see people stare straight into the flashbang. I think that's quite a fun thing. Ooh, running past these cultists isn't as easy as it seems because sometimes you do get blocked completely by the cultists, and you have to choose a different way out.
Alright, I dare say we're...
And if they get unstunned,
on shotgun shells
they can
now.
start attacking you or grabbing
All the
Ashley,
bad and
and
dumb obviously.
neither of those is great. Or both, they can do both at the same time, which is even worse.
Rifle and shotty, that's awesome.
Just also now made it to the second part of the castle. Ashley's kidnapped though. I don't know if that's an. Oh, he throws
yes,
a
that's
flash
intentional.
through the. That's pretty good.
So the way that works is when Ashley is being carried by the cultists,
Alright, I'm
and
checking
you
all these
have entered the next
drawers
loading
for a
zone,
heavy nade,
if Ashley
hopefully.
gets off, Ashley will teleport to you. So you basically wouldn't have to worry about Ashley at all. It's very neat and very cool, and it saves a lot of headaches and troubles of dealing with the cultists and all that.
Nubs and Ezekiel making it through the maze quite smoothly. And Orchlon is at the section where he needs to shoot the plagas in the armored guys. And this section is so much fun. Like, I think it's like my favorite section because like Ashley is really good at helping you here. Like she'll throw blue fire and the armor dudes will get like stunned. Yeah, just like that. So good.
Just like that.
Yeah. It's honestly my favorite part.
So satisfying seeing the armor fall apart on the floor. It just goes and it crumbles down. Bam! A kick to the head. Spicy. Finished with the armor section. Wow, that's fast.
Yeah, I believe he's on PB pace, which is
Really?
very crazy, honestly.
Holy moly.
Oh, dude, what's happening?
Last night we were just talking about this, but Distortion took the record from Spicy the second time in this tournament that Spicy didn't have the record.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could get the record right here, right now, that would be so impressive.
Yeah.
Dealing with these armored guys, the Armados, is kind of scary because there are multiple of them and there gets more and more of them, and knowing which ones have been are at which stage of their health is very, very helpful and also hard to keep track
my
of.
inventory.
Knowing which ones you hit, which ones are still fresh and unharmed is quite important. As you can see, inventory space is getting low compared to the start of the run where half your suitcase was being filled by things, and now almost all of it's gone, and this is where the management really comes to life. You need to know
I
how
love
much.
how close, like this, and all the other runners know where the blue fire is gonna fall, so they like stand at the right spot. I love seeing that.
That's great. It's like Ashley throwing
It's so
down these
efficient.
flames. Bam. Ooh, low HP there. Thankfully you don't take damage from the flames, but still. It's always scary when you're on low HP.
Mhm.
'Cause even a gust of wind
Yeah.
could take you down.
In professional, it's really fast to die. I think like 2 hits, 3, and you're gone.
Oh yeah, it is so fast. I love how these armored guys stay frozen and you just kick them, revealing the plagas.
Nub's doing the nade skip here. Very smooth.
Nice.
Oh! Oh!
He actually missed it. Ooh.
I'm surprised. That looked spot on. Oh
did.
no!
Oh.
It must have been like a fraction too late. I jinxed it. I'm sorry, Nubs. I totally jinxed that.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
But it's alright. Oh, that is
I think he's in
painful.
despair right now.
Oh man, holding that up key. And that W key.
Pressing up strat.
Oh,
He's,
the pain.
I think he's like in real life soft locked. Yeah.
Soft locked in the room. Unable to progress. If you don't hit a goat head skip, it's a bit painful.
Yeah, this section is incredibly rough.
And also it completely messes up your ammo and resources.
Mm.
And look at the amount of cultists there are. They are waterfalling. Oh man, and Ashley is being grabbed.
Oh no. Well, in the meanwhile, Dist and Orch are very chill, making it through the Ashley section.
Just hanging out, having a good time. Running as Ashley.
And the puzzles in the Ashley section are also fixed. So the clock puzzle and like the lantern puzzle, pretty straightforward.
Oh, poor Nebs. Ashley just got caught.
Yeah. He's so far back.
Oh no!
The castle part. Oh no.
Oh
That's pretty bad. But he'll be okay. He's got this. I think that's just enough to make a safety save.
Bam! Kick to the face. These armored guys go down relatively fast, but there are a lot of them. It's always better to stay on the cautious side here. They also have a very small, I wouldn't say very small, but compared to other enemies, their hitboxes aren't very huge. And being able to hit these shots at close range or far range is very important, especially if they're charging at you and their hitboxes start moving. The little plagas, they jiggle all over the place. It's hard to hit them. It really is.
Yeah, especially the one that has the plagas on his back.
Oh yeah.
Very annoying one.
The angry plagas wailing all over the place, being angry. Oh wow, a shot blocked by the sword. I wonder how rare that is. Unlucky. Actually out of ammo. No rifle.
Oh no.
Pistol, shotgun, hot swap. That'll seal the deal.
And looks like Trey made it to the... Oh, he almost is at the second part of the castle. He's still making his way through the maze.
Nice. It's the flag being lowered. Very nice. Yeah, runners have to have... Speaking of resources, runners do have to have heavy grenades and regular grenades for the double Garroter fight, which is very annoying without it. So you can see runners, they're going to be stocking up on nades. And they're going to have heavy nades in their inventory. They're not going to use it as much as they would like to because of the double Garroter fight that is coming up. Ah. And also Nobies.
Yeah, and here is also the second door clip. Another very annoying door to clip to.
Nice. First try. Wow. The Nobies, not so interesting fact about them, but they were once human, which I found that to be actually knocked off the stairs. Wow, oh, he still had a base. He had a fish. That was from a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sparta is very annoying because the Novies, they just don't leave you alone. And there's so many. There's like 1,000 Novies.
We do have some new donations coming in.
Oh, nice.
$10 from Tiffany Lockhart saying, everyone is doing a great job. This is such a cool event to watch. And $10 from Kennedy 1710 saying, love to see this type of events. Thank you all. Fortuan dealing with the Nobis, hopefully doesn't get knocked off the stairs. They are quite annoying, they're mobile. Ooh, wow, kicked through the shelf. Neil's legs are,
Who's there? Dark Souls. Dark Souls. No, silly. Dark Souls 2.
Disgusting!
To be fair, you need a very high IQ to understand Dark Souls 2. It's extremely subtle. About solid foundations. What would that
So, of all the Souls games, Dark Souls 2 was probably the most experimental. Perhaps too much.
I may have gone too far in a few places.
But the world is...
Confirm.
Where is a firefighter when you need one?
Isn't him? S.W.Frost is... Yeah, it's a lot. It's all fun. And co-op is sick. Oh, what? Oh, what was that?
I think he triggered one.
Might have been, dude. Oh, fuck! Loaded spleen here on the guy that I killed. Oh. Yeah, holy shit, so much stuff here.
It's all over the place.
Oh shit, doesn't move, man.
So many purple items, dude.
I know, I know. So much fucking shit, dude. Oh shit, exploding. Oh. Yep. So sick. Party music. Oh, there's music. There's a lot, man.
What did we open?
Open here, man. What?
Oh, wow.
There's a special room here, man. Oh, improvised hammer. Purple. Oh, now we're talking about. That's a. Oh, whoa. Fuck. Oh. What was this challenge? So many ninja. Dismember 3 zombie with a single shuriken throw. We didn't do that.
Great weather.
I don't know what it was. I just shot the car and started the thing.
This is fine.
This is fine.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
The lot behind my
Brilliant.
Oh, what? Zube, hello. Guys, the drops are still on for the game. Oh, what the fuck? Whoa.
Fuck! I do not need this. Oh shit.
It's so good. The graphics are top. What? Wait, what the? What is this?
You have got to be kidding me. Come
Oh,
on,
it's
big
a
boy.
new one.
Let's fucking do it.
Oh my god. Exactly. Inferno Crusher.
I hope I still have eyebrows.
I got it.
Jesus Christ.
I hope I still have my eyebrows top.
Yeah, I heard it.
Fucking. Are you hearing that too? Those
Yeah, I hear it when you talk.
Seem to enjoy
Only
being
some
on fire.
missions, it's like separate.
All right, some of Patton's magic goop. Wait to see what this can.
What's up, Zuby? Oh, there's a blue
That
item
went,
there.
that went better than expected.
Yeah. Oh, need a gang green man. That's so, what is that? Machete sound.
It's a blade. Sword.
I got good news, guys.
sound is so good.
Maybe it's around here then.
Oh, Zube, this game is incredible, yes. The first one was pretty good, but this one here is really, really surprised me. I can't wait to see the modifications.
Alright, is this recording? Yeah, okay. So the conversation you're about to hear, I'm recording for legal
I guess we
purposes.
go back.
Hey,
Closer
I
to
came in here last month for a
explore
dye
the-
job and I asked for the permanent hair dye.
Oh my god, this missing this dish.
I asked for the permanent hair dye. And look at this. Look at my roots right now. The blonde's coming back. I'm with a customer right now. I want my money back. That's false advertising. I could sue. For what? Being a moron? You're in so much trouble you don't even know. I mean, look at that customer of yours.
It's a perfect example of LA peeps, man.
Poison? She looks like she's dying. Get the hell out of here before I
Look at
call
that guy, dude. Holy fuck.
Oh, don't tell me you're on her side. Yeah, you should be that girl. Don't let anyone put poison in your hair.
You're talking to me, Georgia, when I'm listening to this. I can't hear you.
As if I
Oh, I didn't know.
got enough to deal with. Holy shit! People are gonna hear about this.
I thought you were reading too because I played it.
No refund.
Nice.
Where
Okay.
is it?
Well, hey, he's in the corner here. That was hilarious.
It's
Oh
here
my, this is
instead.
amazing. That's fucking amazing. This part was sick. And it's here, and it's... There you go. Aww. Ah! Sorry, George. It's so sick.
Well, I tried to get the crafting items.
Yeah, with this one here, his lights are pretty good. Look at that. Like the flash. Yep. Scary motherfucker. What is that, by the way, symbol, do you think, on the corner of the attention, like all red, near the quick consumables?
What?
Near the consumable, there's a...
Itself had a lot of strange, cool ideas that no other game really used.
Check back soon. Get
Cool.
merchandise daily.
So in no particular order, here's some environmental stuff I thought was kinda cool. Here we go.
Can't make it. Can't make it. The shit's stuck. Out of my way, son! Door's stuck! Door's stuck!
Like doors, Dark Souls 2 was open to a lot of new things. It's the first and only game where you could be smacked out animations. It's even got no respect for fog gates.
I beg you! Please! We're dead!
But in return, you can break open wooden doors. And if it shakes, it breaks. Just pick your doors carefully.
It gets everywhere.
Use doors to block your enemies. Oh. I mean, big monsters can't fit through narrow doors. Oh dear. You can tell which doorways can be busted open by the very simple and obvious jump scare. Sometimes there's a clue. This might all seem very unfair, if not for big brain strats. Thanks, bros. And the most adorable one. If not for big brain strats. This might all seem very unfair, if not for big brain strats. Thanks, bros. And the most adorable one. If blocked, just knock.
Excuse me, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Lord Gwyn?
I'm soliciting.
Hello there.
When it's dark, it's hard to see. Obviously. Beyond pitfalls, it affects your luck on range. Some buildings have windows like this. Seems like curtains haven't been invented. No matter. To let light back into the room, simply bash them. This returns your lock on to normal. There's only one other structure that has boarded up windows. Inside are two sleeping pirates. Even odder. We got the light switch just outside. But did you know that this does nothing? Must be heavy sleepers, I guess. Now here's someone who really doesn't like your lock on. The lost sinner. She's right here. I found her. Give reward, please. Anyways, she's pretty quick, so your lock on will mess up. Thankfully, there's large braziers that can be lit from outside. Beat the gargoyles for the door key. And with light, it's an easy fight. No more untargeting on them pesky jumps. And of course...
Hold. Human, do not produce light. Light, and all those who bear it, are unwelcome in this place.
Oh, we'll come back to this.
I got a letter from the old man himself about that murky, forgotten land. I still see that place. It's a short level, but very atmospheric. Not today. It's very different to the rest of the game. There's not many enemies, and there's no landmarkers. It's pretty safe. That's what I keep telling myself. What?
Why's everyone stabbing me in the back?
'Cause it's easy. And it does a lot of damage.
Oh. Yeah. This level can be a real nightmare. The more you get lost, the more ghosts you will aggro. You cannot use the lock on either. But there is a trick. By hitting a spooky face tree, it will make a sound. You can use this to attract the ghosts. They will smack the tree for some time. This gives you time to leave. It's like there's a lore reason to why this all happens. I'm not reading all that. There's also another counter. Just wrong warp somehow to the final DLC. And grab the eyes. The intended use is to see that invisible boss. It does have some other uses though. It would reveal this invisible ladder. It is not required, however. And as you have guessed, it reveals the ghosts. And you can now lock on. Kinda pointless, since you lose the eyes entering New Game Plus. Not to forget, hidden within the Sunken King DLC is the majestic pagan tree. It seemingly does nothing, but if you give them a whip, it will repair all your broken stuff. What kind of depraved sicko could be behind this?
アイディ軍とデザインオアダイレクトディスゲームオールドマンドントリアット
Actually, not all changes are good. There is 17 petrified dudes. It's a good thing the game gives you a lot of the healing branches. Right? Oh no. Not sure why we can't just smash them. Like those other statues. It's really just to block your way. And to stop you awakening important NPCs. Oh no. Ignoring the giant well and its secrets. I just wanted to show this. It's very simple. But no other game does this. Give me baby's first physics puzzler.
No.
Oh well. Whenever I see one, I feel the comfort of medulla. How relaxing. God damn it. Oh. Such style. Here's how you get your fashion model. First, unpetrify Rosa Beth.
Thank you.
And give her a sec.
I'm fine. I think.
And due to lore reasons.
I hate to burden you further, as you've already saved my life. But just look at me. My clothes are in tatters. Do you have any clothing that you could spare? I'll take anything. Whatever you think. I'm not particular when it comes to apparel.
She won't return to Medulla until you give her at least one armor piece. And she will really wear anything.
Oh dear.
Beautiful.
I'm very happy for this gift.
You can change clothes as many times as you wish. This doesn't change her defenses. It's 100% useless. Avoid these once, though. But be warned. She never, ever returns your stuff.
But...
Hillary wanted to put up wind. If you have a windmill anywhere near your house, congratulations. Your house just went down 75% in value. And they say the noise causes cancer. You told me that one.
The big boss of Earth and Peak. Mithra's boss room is a poison pool. This heals her HP. So, the solution is, of course, to burn the windmill. What? It's the only burnable one in the entire series. Who knows what the rest are powering, considering all the internal gears have stopped. Without a guide,
Limetompop.
no one was
Welcome to
guessing
my
this.
channel.
Unless you're damn good at charades. What? Too shy to speak, eh? Oh, this makes the boss real easy. But this makes me wonder. What the hell was that windmill village powering? Nice.
You wish to guard the bell?
The goal of No Man's Wharf is to ring the bell. This brings Boaty McBoatface to port. While it's pretty cool, you don't have to use the lever. Instead, get good with the bow. You can't hear the bell from here, but it works. This skips half the map. It's a real shame. We can't use this trick elsewhere. Even the hollows in Undead Crypt like smashing that bell. Unfortunately, what madman thought this was remotely balanced?
Seriously.
What is this?
A transitional segue joke in a very long Dark Souls 2 video. Centered on ants. What?
Deep within Fortnite. Within the easily missable cave is the game's only ant queen. It doesn't seem to do much, but it does have one use. If you happen to get poisoned, she can heal you. Wow. Thanks a lot, my queen. What? So this gas, also very slowly, degrades your durability.
Nice.
Now, fix my stuff, you filthy stink bug.
Wow, what a mansion!
What is this? A book. For giant ants?
Hey! I found some lockpicks.
Yeah. You won't find very much in the mansion.
Who is it? I heard someone talking.
The real secrets are found within.
The basement! Go check it out. While I investigate. These tasty sandwiches.
In the basement, we have Kale, the cartographer.
My name is Kale.
He builds carts.
No.
And the world map.
Such a map to be chiseled in stone.
As you progress through the game, you can unlock these 8 flames. Kill bosses for these. Story things for these 2. And collect your prize.
It seems that all the flames have been lit. Take these, and may they help you on your travels.
Thank you. I'll take this then.
What not many people know is that you can make blue flames. Each flame is also linked to a bonfire. Just burn 8 ascetics. Seems easy, right? But be warned. You gotta defeat them bosses each and every time, with each respawn increasing their power. That's easily over 50 bosses. Don't even get me started on these. Sadly, Kale must be colorblind, since he gives nothing more.
Oh, are you all right?
For more secrets, we need to go to...
the basement's basement.
Just as I thought. A skeleton!
Not so spooky.
Sure was strange, wasn't he?
Skeletons aside, there's a unique chest. Such style. The soul vessel is nice, but from soft use to give away little gifts on certain dates. The best being the weaponry skins. It was real cool. Not sure why these 3 were never released. Just don't go exploring down here if you really like New Game Plus.
Hey, Jill. Take a look at this.
Watch out! It's a monster!
Oh my god. Now I've done it. Oh.
I didn't know that was going to happen. Are you okay, Barry?
We sell only the best merchandise.
First they took off the century egg, and now this. Awesome.
What's a century egg?
Oh, it's like a Chinese egg that you bury in the dirt, and you dig it up and you eat it after like 100 days. I actually thought it was pretty good. I liked it. I happen to like it.
The Dragonland has got a cool, but kinda unnoticeable feature. It's got these dragon eggs and 3 sleeping dragons. Sweet dreams, each with a clutch of eggs. You can smash them. You can bash them. Just don't break 3. It awakes the dragon.
What are you gonna do? Burn me to death in the blizzard?
And gives it a physical damage boost. That's a 50% increase. Each dragon only cares about their own eggs.
What the fuck?
That bridge, however, remembers what you've done. Breaking 7 eggs in total. That's this event if you take too long. Break 10. And it's impossible to cross it fast enough. Unless you disabled the event by killing all 3 mommy dragons. You monster.
Hey, how's it going? It's me, unpaid editor. I took a little break from all the rushing around and filming and meme making. Sometimes you just gotta take things slow. Just stop and enjoy nature. And smell the common fruit, you know? You might even notice something entirely new. How majestic. The trick to knowing if it's a moth or a butterfly is that doesn't taste like butter. Okay. So, yeah, I'm sure you've seen these moths. They have feathery antennae before in Huntsman's copse, which is a word I'm told. They don't really do much. They respawn, only have one move, and they always drop poison moss. So they're alright to farm moss, I guess. But have you heard? Go on, where's that? Of the hidden moths? Not everyone has. They are only found within the Scholar of the First Sin version. These ones have no attacks and are completely harmless. Instead of moss, they either drop life gems or herbs. And before you get any ideas, they never, ever respawn. So keep that in mind. You can find these majestic creatures all over the world. Just out of sight. Even if the moth is harmless, butterfly watching isn't. You've even got your obligatory trademarked waterfall secret. Very nice. Some even go to church.
We're miracle filled.
Yeah, no one is finding this one without a guide. I mean that figuratively. The Scholar version didn't get a published guide. But if you need one, it's the same game with more gangs. Were those moths too easy? Alright, pause the video right about now. You didn't do it, did you? No one ever does. Anyways, here he is. Don't see it? You can see him a little bit better from the second floor. Emphasis on a bit. I've got no idea why they went full Waldo mode on this one. I mean, you might as well or just made them invisible. Dramatic. Oh. So, yeah. What do you get for killing all 15 unique moths? Perhaps an achievement? Or a cool ring, like you get for beating the game with no deaths or no bonfires? Well, I'm happy to inform you that you get nothing. You get this set in a Majuda shop after burning a bonfire ascetic. How disappointing. What did you expect? If you really wanted to do fetch quests, I don't know, why not play World of Warcraft or something?
That'll do, pig. That'll do. A long way away from the army campsite is the Spider Chapel, and inside are these unique truffles. Just don't tell the pigs. God damn it.
Prepare yourself. Not so young adventurer. A grand quest awaits. The one and only Soul Series Escort Quest. Through murky mines and caves full of spiders, you must go. Even bosses will block your way. Good thing he killed that mini-boss earlier. You even have to do some parkour. Or should I say, some pork-core. I'll see myself out. The quest is finally at an end. I hope it's worth it.
Let's see what happens next. Wow. We get the one and only pickaxe. What? You can't get it any other way. I really hope that no one wasted their life farming the undead peasants. Oh dear.
Dead, dead, dead. You are dead, dead, dead.
If you killed someone in Dark Souls 1,
Curses.
you were screwed.
You damn backstabber.
Dark Souls 3,
This through your heart.
would just respawn important NPCs.
Oi, what's going on with you, eh?
And the S2 will do this. It can take some time.
3 hours later.
Whoa. A tombstone appears. And for souls. You can use them until you reload the area. Each have their own price. And time to spawn. The fastest being paid. With a speedy 1 hour. Souden has the longest. With a shockingly long
10 hours later.
Bruh. I no longer want a tombstone. I wouldn't be seen dead with one. In fact, desecrating graves has its perks too. by breaking these. You can stop the spooky spellcasters respawning forever. No, it's mine. Not to forget the DLC. By doing some coffin smashing, you can damage them sanctum ghosts. I guess you can say that building these was a grave mistake.
What? My pork joke was way better.
What? Those be fighting words. Don't move.
Bring it on, old man. Bring it on!
No. This chest will explode in 3, 2, 1.
We all know the trick to spot mimics. It's the latches, of course. But Dark Souls 2 also has regular booby traps.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Like the arrow trap. The classic stink box.
Stinky.
Not to forget.
Someone set up the bomb.
And of course, the spider bait orb. These last 2 traps only happen once in preset locations. You can dodge them all if you're fast enough, and even use them to your advantage. There's also one other chest. It has a very, very small chance of replacing a trapped chest. It is the Radiant Mist chest.
What the hell is even that?
This one just heals you. I've never encountered one personally. It's nice though. Thanks, B-Team. It's also the only game that if a wooden chest is hit too much, it breaks. And its contents become rubbish. I take it back. What's wrong with you, B-Team? The real easy Covetous Demon boss fight has 2 unique gimmicks. The first is that you can distract him by freeing the hollows in the pots.
Free my master!
While this leaves him open, he takes massively reduced damage while eating. His final trick is that if he jumps you, he doesn't eat your stuff, but just unequips it all somehow. So it's unlike. Well, technically, coffins are nothing new. It's easily my preferred way to travel. Watch out. However, this coffin is very unique. After you enter, you get a very mysterious message.
The nature of your being has changed.
Even after testing it personally, I have no idea.
Humongous hungalonganologongus.
Ah, that's hot. That's hot.
The torch has many interactions with the world, like lighting sconces for secrets. You're friendly, right?
Come here, I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick it harder if you don't come over here.
As for the most interesting one, has to be in the undead crypt.
Halt. If you produce light, I'll produce you a kicked ass.
Moving on. The torch has many other uses, like increasing visibility in poison mist, seeing into murky waters. Much better. Just don't get it wet. Detecting them invisible hollows. Yeah. Just look for them ownerless shadows. They drop the good stuff for trading with the crows.
Silky smooth.
At least the moths didn't need the torch. He's right behind me, isn't he? Anyways, this golf moth is the only one like this.
Show me. Not really, but in an ironic manner.
Okay.
Wait, what?
The item drops are the same as the others. The torch is also good for exploding. Stay away from oil. It increases lock-on range dramatically. But only in darkness. I think.
They're the same picture.
It works in reverse, though. So for enemies, they can notice you from a much greater distance.
Dare bring light to my lair? You must die!
Some dudes are even scared of the flames. The Dark Dwellers are really afraid. While it might be fun to bully them, don't back them into a corner. It makes them go crazy. You can also scare away them spiders. Just don't misclick. And despite what a certain wiki might say, I don't see any proof that they are scared of their big mama's decapitated head. Just proof of football skills. And finally, Grave Warden Agdane will get real mad and cannot be summoned if any light enters just this one room. Good thing other monsters can't bring light in, eh? Oh wait.
Halt.
And if you explore down here...
Lucent Crown 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
you
1
will
0.
discover
Welcome to my channel.
a foreboding. Developer message.
Don't you dare.
That sign can't stop me, because I can't read.
And if you dare...
When light is revealed, the shadows rise.
How spooky. Whoa. So we get 11 braziers and 11 strong phantoms. They have quite the selection of spells and are no slouch physically either. I'm not sure they're worth the effort. They can drop some decent stuff. Kinda. Each time you slay one, a brazier will unlight. One for each phantom. Once you find and defeat all 11 spirits, darkness returns. But the flame remains. By doing all this, we obtain nothing. Why would you do this? Dark Souls 2.
I warned you. I warned you, but did you listen to me? Oh, no, you didn't you? Oh, it's just a harmless little method, isn't it? Well, it's always the same.
And that covers just about everything. If anything is missing,
Blame grandson.
actually, just before we finish, I'd like to thank my wonderful patrons for the support.
Where's Miracle Build Old Man?
Memes.
Limetum Pop. Welcome to my
and
channel.
waifu pictures. Each and every dollar is 100% used to lock grandson in the editing dungeon. Thank you so much for watching.
Okay, I'll pick it.
Have transcended.
Yeah, the kicks do a lot of damage during the Chrysler section, actually, the first Chrysler fight. They can like crit and destroy Chrysler.
It's always funny to think about that Leon's legs can critical damage Jack
Yeah.
Crasher.
Here we are at the double Gyarados.
Yes.
So basically, they shoot the bell, and this is where they use the heavy nades.
Oh,
I believe
there it
it's
is.
2 heavy nades and
Bam.
1 normal nade, and they'll be dead.
Yeah, there it is.
It's so good. This strat is so good.
It's a beautiful fight. Ooh, actually unlucky. Some cultists survived. Usually they'd be all dead, but that's fine. He takes down both the Gyarados swiftly, and now is heading on to the next section.
And like all these strats really like help you get S+ and professional if anyone needs to do that. Like it's such a lifesaver.
Professional is very, very difficult, and what these runners do is very streamlined, and of course they are in a speedrunning setting, which means that the resources are going to be even tighter, but you know, under normal circumstances, it is, if you would like, you know, doing these strats would very much help you out. You see heavy grenades being crafted.
Yeah, I have 17 gunpowders left. That's better than I thought.
And those grenades are heavy. They take up double the space as a normal grenade. Truly are heavy.
Seems that Nev's got past the small mishap. He's now at the armor section.
Nice. Catching up slowly. Very good. You will see runners purposefully not killing cultists or any other enemies. That is so that they won't trigger Plagas to come out, which can be very annoying. Seeing a giant Plaga enemy running towards you, face first.
Yeah, and this does caught up quite well for despite that first death he had in his run. And you know, you see like how, yeah, like this speedrun is can go like south so fast, where you can catch up like anything goes, which is why this tournament is incredibly like nerve-wracking.
Oh yeah. Oh, Orch is actually going to show off a very cool trick relatively soon. He's in the sewer section and is heading off to another very, very difficult section, but right now he's expecting a body, but now he's going to head over and do a out-of-bounds trick. So this trick, when Leon is in the animation of crawling, if you just turn your camera, Leon will start to walk out of bounds. As demonstrated, it's not rocket science per se, it's not very difficult, but this navigation is pretty precise. If you miss the navigation and you snap, you will be put back in bounds. That's why he's checking his map periodically. Yeah. And getting the Elegant Crown, some runners do that, some will not. Some runners go back in bounds and get the Elegant Crown, some will do what Orch just did. That Elegant Crown is also very, very important. You put 5 gemstones on it, you sell it for 100k. Which is a lot of money. And they're going to need that for the rocket launcher.
Mm-hmm. And also, I guess the out of bounds, you know, makes it so the Novies don't get you.
Novies they can be very, very pesky to deal with. Especially at the runners at the level these runners are. Having more enemies to distract you from is... Whew.
Who are you? Velvet.
It can be very painful.
Velvet.
Spice is almost at the vertigo.
Blue. Oh yeah.
Just pulling a lever. He has his rocket launcher out. Miss it. When he turns a corner. There's gonna be a vertigo. There it is. You can miss this shot, but he doesn't. And that's it. That's the vertical down. Oh. That's what the rocket launcher was for. 160k.
Oh, Velvet Blue.
To take them all down.
Who are you?
Yeah, missing the rocket launcher at Verdugo would be quite tragic. I've seen it happen before, actually, with one of our runners here. Yeah, I've seen it. It's very tragic. During Ortolon's run, I saw him miss Verdugo point blank with the rocket launcher. That was yeah, that was very unfortunate.
Missing the Vertigo is very, very troublesome because there is an elevator there that if you do miss the Vertigo and you do have to fight him, you are on a 4-minute timer essentially, and you will have to wait 4 minutes in order to. Let's just say it's a long time. In order to get a sub 2 with that 4 missing miss, you would have to get a 1. Very, very unlikely.
他们直接在我的路径上直接等我，让我没有办法躲他们。
Almost out of castle. Spicy finishing chapter 10. No more Vertigo. No more double Garroter. No more Nobies. Spicy's going to be heading off to the double Gigante fight, which is going to come up pretty soon after he runs through the mines. Orch is going as well. And Ezekiel. The double Garroter fight. It's gone quite well for him. Both are dead instantaneously, no need for cleanup. And he gets them all. Everyone is heading over. Dist. Almost at the Vertigo fight. And there it is, hopefully he doesn't miss, and he doesn't! Center of mass.
Although, I mean, it would be kind of funny if it happened.
It would be kind of fun. I'm not hoping to see it, but I'm kind of hoping to see it, you know. But, how evil of me, but...
Yeah, this comeback in this tournament is quite impressive, honestly.
This is doing very, very good. He's catching up. If you remember, Dis was quite a bit behind earlier when he took fall. But now he's only a bit behind Spicy.
Bach here is selling the crown for the rocket launcher.
100k. It's a lot of money. It's one of the most satisfying things you can do in this game. Selling the crown for 100k.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Spicy is now at the underground, or like the mining section, I suppose. Yeah, this part is also pretty fun, so you will go straight for the lever here and avoid the chainsaw lady. Then he will run down, parry the chainsaw lady. Well, it depends, like, you know, to save time because the bridge needs to come down and it takes a while.
It's not a big timer.
So we'll just like run out, flash, and then that's it. It's pretty straightforward, but a lot of things can go wrong here as well. Like the chainsaw guy can actually follow you until where you place the dynamites.
They're kind of chilling, kind of not. Trying to make it before the bridge actually lowers. And you can see the runners don't have their pistol anymore, but instead a TMP. They bought it because the TMP is essentially just a... Ooh, Spicy gonna get trapped there.
Oh, no.
2 chainsaw guys on his... Oh! Oh man! He avoided that. What a save!
Dude!
Like, at this point, I don't know if he's showing off or...
Must be.
I stood there to parry, I don't even have a knife!
This part is also
Thank God he missed! Oh my God!
Go through, but
I don't have a knife!
Right? So, let's see if the chainsaw man follows him.
Fuck you!
Oh god!
Oh, gonna get grabbed!
Not good, that's not good.
The Viper. Delicious meal.
Oh my fucking
and
God!
yeah, you'll see the runners have a TMP, which is essentially just a pistol, but better in every single way. Faster fire rate, more ammo capacity, more damage. You know, everything is just better. It does cost a little bit of money, but it runs on a cheaper and better ammo.
And also, yeah, it seems to like staggers at any point.
More chances to hit them, more chances to stagger them. Very, very good. Especially if you're trapped like Spicy was.
Ooh, good.
Oh,
my
tags.
God, this guy
Getting
grabbed
a bit, makes it through. So does this.
Look at his smile, he's having a good time.
With upgraded knife, yeah, I'll try my best to remember.
This as well, taking up the dynamite. Time to blow up the wall. Everyone throws a flashbang here. It's not 100% necessary. You can do the section without, but it becomes very scary. And enemies will chase you, they'll hit you. And, ooh, the double Garroter fight. Spice is on it. This fight is very, very important. You may not have seen it, but Spicy threw a couple, a grenade and a heavy grenade to take down first armored Garroter. And, oh.
I think he threw that
double tapped one man.
early, the flash. I'm not too sure, yeah.
He needs to lure the second Gigante, pardon me, over. Be able to drop him in.
Seems like he has to fight him normally now. That's it was a bit too fast on the flash. Oh?
Drop him in. Drop him in. Stagger! Nice!
There you go.
The Gigante falls through into the lava. This, also on this fight.
Yeah, this
hand cannon.
He caught up so fast. I'm like surprised. Like
I'm so impressed. The consistency on this man.
Yeah. There he gets a very clean fight.
Oh.
And Nez is hanging on. He's doing great with the double Gyarados. Also a clean fight from Nez.
Nice.
And same with Trey. Like they both, like I feel like their runs evened out a bit, so they are recovering from the mishap.
Now remember, there's always a chance to catch on. There's still 40 minutes left in this run. 40, 45. All of them can still catch on. People can make mistakes. People can perform tricks perfectly and save time.
Have you seen the prize pool? It's 7,777 and 77 cents. Woohoo! That's chat's favorite number is 7.
7.
Yep.
QGT viewers will be happy.
Yeah,
The 7s, they're up.
True.
Oh no, fuck! Oh, the chainsaw! Oh, that knife's taking a beating, that's gone!
Oh!
Oh, body armor saves him. He can leave.
He's making it through. Hopefully he has a flash to get out though.
I can't be the only one that feels really bad with that knife.
Yeah. There you go.
Because of the body armor, that's why I survived.
Oh no, Ray's getting... Ooh. He got bombarded with enemies for a second there, but he's out.
Guy. Like,
Still high
already
HP.
Fucking bad enough.
The Gyarados taken down. The QTD's, unfortunately, stream is down.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, all the streams are loading. Oh yeah, in the meanwhile, we have another huge donation, by the way. $500 from Zero Wing. Incredible, thank you so much. Nice, all the receipts go directly to the runners, so thank you so much.
And this cause is a very, very good cause. You know, it's a great competition, an amazing event hosted by Waifu. And all of the money here does, as Laura said, goes straight to the runners. And currently we're trying to make sure that the top runners get their normal share and the bottom runners get as much as we can provide them. So if you like to see, you know, the bottom runners also get some appreciation, feel free to donate. Bach, however, still needs to lure
Like,
the
I've never seen
Gigante
this in my life.
over above the lava pit.
Finally,
the Gigante is a little bit slow. Step by step, though, he's almost on there. Gonna stun him.
Oh my god.
Does this work? He's a bit close to the edge. And he's got it. The Gigante goes down.
Nice.
Very nice. Everyone's almost on the minecart section, which is essentially an 8-minute autoscroller. Zeke, however.
Yeah, Captain Ezekiel making his way through the mine parts.
seems like
It was
he's
scary running
seasoned
past
on.
this chainsaw lady here.
Yeah, she's quite
Hentai-chan.
scary. If she swings like
Welcome
that,
to my channel.
And that's knife gone. But it's okay, it was only a boot knife. Expendable. I wonder how inventory management is for these runners. Last I saw, Spicy was having some trouble with inventory. But the other runner seemed fine. Oh, he's gonna get blasted!
Oh. Yeah, the knockback on the dynamite is really bad.
That TMP is working magic. In
Captain
terms of
Ezekiel also
knockback.
did not pick up the treasure behind him, so it must mean he's good on cash. It'll also be safer for him to get out of here. Hopefully I won't jinx it.
He has 17k, which is it's okay. Normally I see people at 13k where he was, but oh, Nev taking down the Gyarados just like that. Beautiful shot, center of mass. Oh man, it's actually going backwards. Probably to collect stuff.
Yeah, seems like everyone is doing pretty smoothly right now with their runs. No more huge memes or anything.
Nice dodge. Didn't get hit there. We're ready for the vertigo. One more turn and vertigo's gonna come up anytime now. You see the footstep, it's creeping, and bam! To the feet. It's interesting, some runners choose to shoot at the floor, some choose to shoot center of mass. I'm not sure which one is better, if any at
But
all.
shooting at the floor is like slightly better, I don't know.
Probably safer, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can still miss the body, but you can't miss the floor.
Captain Ezekiel is at the Gigantes.
Nice. Big Nambo. If you don't successfully dunk every single Gigante, either by, you know, killing the first armored Gigante quickly, or taking down the second Gigante by dunking it at lava, you will have to wait for Louise to bring over Dynamite, which is pretty slow. It's not ideal. Neb now. Dynamite section, mine. He's having a good time.
By the way, guys, I know the prize pool is at the beautiful number 7,777 and 77 cents, but could we maybe raise it to 10k today? That would be incredible to like support the runners and support the events. Yeah. So let's see if we can reach that 10k. That'd be incredible. Either way, thank you guys so much for all the support so far. Currently, in the lead is Spicy, closely followed by Orc and This. This is catching up quite well. Then we have Bot in 4th place, followed by UTT in 5th, Captain Ezekiel in 6th, Nebs and Trey in 7th and 8th. All of them doing quite well, honestly. Like despite the mishaps, all of them are doing pretty good on this no reset run.
All of them trying their best, doing their damnedest to become the champion. Distortion trying to catch up. Can't we see a Distortion 2-time champion? As you may know, Distortion won the previous Resident Evil 8 Village running tournament, also held by Whitewood.
Yeah, that tournament was also fantastic.
Amazing tournament. Ooh, Nebs. Looking for a flash. Rather a nade there. Gets it done nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm not sure that nade was intended, but, you know, it's working out.
It worked.
Yeah, in order to catch up a bit, you have to be, like, stay a little bit more aggressive and greedy. Or you can just, like, stay safe.
Spicy QT, however, is...
I can't even see what's happening.
Fast menuing. More time save. The minecarts are done. Now we're gonna have a little elevator section here. And I heard that if you don't kill that Nobis, the next section will be more consistent. The one that he crossed. I don't know if it's true, but I guess we'll see.
Oh, we're at $7,800. Thank you. So this is a Chrysler fight, and carrying in professional is really hard. You can't spam spacebar like you can with other difficulties, so it has to be slightly more frame perfect, I'd say.
Ooh.
But definitely doable.
The QTs here really matter. And wow, what a fast Krauser fight!
Yeah, the kicks are very important. Like I said before, the kicks, they can clip. So yeah.
Jack Krauser's got a weak spot for legs.
Yep.
Distortion also here, along with Orch. Bam! A kick to the face. Also taking down this Jack Krauser very quickly. Beautiful stuff by the runners. That Jack Krauser fight.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Notorious for being RNG. For having RNG.
Oh, Trey here.
Here we see the full.
The two Gigantes.
Taking down the armored one first, as per usual.
Oh, Trey!
Oh, he got stomped on! You don't want to get stomped by one of those things.
Ooh.
Nice, he takes him down.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, Trey really knows how to get himself out of like mishaps I've seen, which is very impressive.
He gets himself out of these pesky situations. Takes down the Gigante.
And QTT is doing the minecart section, which is pretty straightforward. It's a bit of an auto-scroller. It's a bit of a breather for the runners, I'd say.
It is. It's a nice break. All the intense action and all the explosions that is happening. It's more of a just aim and shoot type of ride.
And Spicy here is making his way to the clock tower, which is followed by a really nasty boss called Salazar, or also Salad Bar, for those that are, you know, in the Resident Evil community, they love saying it that way. Yeah, there's a very interesting strat behind this boss, which we will see later. We're gonna kill this boss in a very non-traditional way.
Not foreshadowing at all, but hey, remember that golden egg that we spoke of? Yeah, not foreshadowing. But yeah, this is also kind of an auto-scroller, the clock tower. As you can see, Spicy went behind the statue in the middle, taking it down, exploding it, and now he's making his way up to an elevator. And on this elevator ride, enemies will try to climb on your elevator, and if at any point a cultist climbs on your elevator, it will be stopped. The entire elevator will stop. So the goal here is to keep the elevator going for as long as possible without anyone climbing on that elevator. Also doing some tricks and shenanigans to make sure that enemies don't spot you by positioning yourself on a wall and aiming down sights with your rifle skill. That helps.
Yeah, those dodges are really always really fun.
Here it is. It begins.
All over here. Oh!
We're also on the minecart section now.
If you're gonna give me ammo, it needs to be over here. Good, good.
Yeah,
that was a good loop. That was a good loop.
I see that Bach is heading towards the Chrysler fight.
Alright, guys. Hope you like throw rides.
Huh, I wonder why Luis is not there afterwards.
Yeah, pretty strange.
Must have gone back home. Went to a farm upstate.
What?
Poor Luis.
Slow.
Poor Luis. I mean, he's fine. He's fine. Don't worry.
Too slow. This is so bad, dude. Please, just give me a
good that Spicy is on. A lot of it comes down to being able to kill enemies in one shot with your rifle. And thankfully, no enemies sprout Plagas here.
Doing the combo.
So
this is a terrible
as long as you know where the barrel... Ooh, I actually missed the barrel on the first shot. As long as you are able to hit these enemies... And, oh!
Oh, you're still fine. If you kill the enemy fast enough, the moment they drop down the elevator, it won't stop.
Summoner usually takes many more
that,
shots to take down, but still, it's nothing they can't handle. Especially if your rifle ammo is good here, you haven't expended too much ammo. If your ammo routing is fine, then you will be fine on this fight. But for people who unfortunately expended too much ammo, it does get more difficult. Forge seems like just gonna have barely enough ammo to get himself out of this.
Yeah, Archer almost on the exact same part in the run. Pretty cool.
Ooh, nice headshot by Dist.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible.
A sick shot to take down the
first Steve's go too.
Oh, Spicy probably spent more time pausing to think about what to do.
Oh,
I messed up.
It's fine though, he continues on like nothing happened. It's very annoying when the summoner starts humming.
I wonder if Spicy is at
I'm not talking shit,
Salazar,
that's
so
literally an explanation for as to why the timers are desynced. He had to go wash his hands. Oh, okay.
Like he should be there almost like soon, I think.
Also, a thing to note.
Hey, he's making his way
done with
there.
Salazar. Oh, sorry. But that bridge, you can't run on it. If you run on it, it will fall. So you just kind of have to slowly like sprint and then not sprint, sprint, not sprint to make sure that you don't basically disrupt the structural integrity of the bridge.
Alright, are you guys ready for the best part in the entire run? The Salazar fight?
Which also, by the way, comes with the greatest dialogue in the game. I won't spoil it if you want to hear it for yourself.
Here it comes. So okay, he snipes a few times. Then the egg.
What's he doing with the egg? What's he doing? Bams! Woo! 70% of HP gone just like that on a win.
So the golden egg is kind of an Easter egg. It removes like up to 70% of Salazar's health. Now Capcom added hints to that. In Salazar's throne room, there's a side quest that says, you know, like egg his portrait. And in the throne room, he also has a golden egg locked behind a puzzle. So he locked away his biggest, his biggest weakness.
And then the broken butterfly to finish him off.
Yep, very fast.
Rest in peace, Salazar. You will be egged. Man.
Yeah, very, very fun strat.
That elevator that Spicy is on, you can skip it in standard by flipping out of bounds, but this is professional, so won't be seeing any of that. Everyone's getting clean Salazar fights.
Yeah.
Nobody misses the egg.
Anyone's gonna miss the egg.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to miss, honestly. The hitbox is quite wonky on it.
Oh, that's
It is.
man. I hate doing
It's a timing
this
thing.
with no ammo.
When Salazar starts strafing to the right,
I can't waste a shotgun
you
from
gotta
an
hit that
asshole.
shot with the egg.
Yeah. So Trey here is enjoying the minecart section. Bach is enjoying the elevator. And QTT got grabbed. Oh no.
Oh, holy shit, my dudes. Oh,
he's gonna make it up the elevator. It's time to go up.
Gloria las plagas! Oh shit! Let's go!
Spicy just got done with chapter 2, heading to 13 Island.
Oh, it's not reloaded.
Which is one of the harder chapters.
almost to
We
Martina.
keep saying things get hard, but it only gets harder.
It's almost to Martina.
Yep.
The further down you go, the harder things get.
Oh, my ears!
The more chaotic routes are.
Yep.
And you can eat your own butt while you're up there too.
Yeah, Bach is doing pretty good on the elevator section.
Sorry, lift's taken. Asswipe.
So is QTT.
Yeah,
Nice.
you got stains in your underwear. You fucking.
Seems that everyone is now done with the minecarts.
Someone's shooting Martina. I don't even know who the hell Martina is, but
on
The
Island.
villagers and cultists
We're gonna
are
see some
also
very, very
popular.
cool routing here. So
Oh
spicy.
yeah. Here's a really cool,
Martina.
kind of like a skip,
That was
I
bull.
suppose. So Spicy is going to bait the turret guy, or like the pig mask guy.
Nice.
Oh wait, that's another strat. I haven't seen that one. Can you explain that, Mute?
So that one is because the turret is blocking you from the door.
Where's the other dude?
You throw a nade to
Not here today.
basically push
He's
the guy that is on the
He got laid
stairs
off.
into the line of sight of the turret, so that the turret will attack that person, which allows you to go through.
Oh, that's so cool. I've only seen the old strat, like you know where you bait him into the turret and then run past. That is so cool. I need to try that myself now.
It's very, very cool, and it's
Yeah.
not too difficult. If you get that, it's so cool. Like the alternative is going around the entire turret, which is a lot of time loss. And this gonna do a different. Ooh, gets shot in the shoulder, but that's okay. Does get it anyways.
Oh my god, I need to try that new turret strat. I'm like,
It's so
I'm gonna try it
cool.
after the tournament. That's so cool.
It's so cool. Oh man.
Oh, I think Orch died. He's gonna have to redo it.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, he's behind now.
I'm behind 4.
Orange though. You can see our different routings here. Some people will choose a stealth kill, some people just shoot soldiers outright. Bam! Look at that.
Jesus Christ!
The turret gets aggroed on the soldier. And
Oh no! Orch!
Gets tased.
There you go.
But now he gets let through.
He's gonna get kicked! No!
Oh!
Hope we won't get kicked into the turret.
Stop it! Stop
No.
it! He's already down!
Yeah,
Oh, he gets kicked again! He stun locks it! No! No! Orange!
Okay, no, he's keeping it cool. Alright, let's go, Orch.
Oh my god! He just got kicked 5 times in a row!
Yeah, so unprofessional, the enemies do not care. Like, the enemies are crazy.
I've never missed the egg.
Yes! Oh, Buck here got the egg strat.
Broken butterfly
This is
doing
for
its
Martina.
magic.
Yep.
Nice.
That was very smooth.
Quick takedown.
G2D is also at this part. Luckily no one ate the egg by mistake. I have done that.
Or sell the egg. This is worth quite a bit more. And you do get spinels, so it's tempting.
Right here at the Chrysler fight.
Leon fighting his old major, how poetic.
Yep. Yeah, if anybody wants to know what happens between Chrysler and Leon, there's a game called Resident Evil Darkside Chronicles, which is all about Project Hit.
Where they went into a jungle together, do a mission.
Yep.
Browser, what? Oh no, Ray!
No.
He takes a fall. Jack Browser. Experience was still on his side.
Yeah, Chrysler inflicts huge damage, so, you know, Trey handled it the best he could, but yeah, Chrysler hits really, really, really hard. Sloppy rookie.
Man, I still feel bad for Orch for having to use 3 heals
Yeah,
on the
that
other.
was pretty bad. Oh, Captain Ezekiel at the Salazar fight. He doesn't
Egg
miss
phase.
the egg. Nice.
Broken butterfly. Gotta go fast. Bam! All crit points. All damage. There it is.
That was very good.
That was very, very smooth. We see Distortion and Orch are in the laboratory section. You gotta get key card and you gotta upgrade the key card. And it is here that we will see the regenerator enemies. The big white blobs of Michelin star looking enemies that just run around. If you shoot their limbs, they will regrow. So it is best to avoid them.
Yeah, luckily, like a shotgun blast through the legs and you crawl around. It goes very smooth like that. Luckily. small puzzle they have to do in this section, and luckily the puzzle is.
Oh, maybe I can get a heavy nade.
I don't know if you saw that, but a cultist tried to make it on Nebs.
Yeah.
That cultist missed.
Oh, I already saw that.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Limes and
enemies
Pop.
provide a lot of entertainment
Welcome to
sometimes.
my channel.
Yeah. Moving through. Gotta get a keycard and you gotta upgrade the keycard.
Bach and QTT are at the same spot doing the turret skip. QTT
Nice.
goes through, Bach goes through. Nice. I love
Smooth.
it. Yeah.
Why are you already attacking?
Spicy
He's
here
like, oh, it's Bob.
really does not want to trigger the alarm in this room, so he's gonna do it as stealthily as he could. In a little bit of trouble though. Doesn't seem to get himself out of it. That helmet did nothing.
It keeps going.
Oh, the Plaga spawned! That rifle shot wasn't enough. No crit. But it's okay, he deals with it anyways. Still in the lead.
Never had it happen before. I don't know why they aggroed like that.
Oh my goodness, we have a huge donation! $1,000 from Harry Tuttle! Wow! Thank you so much! Thank you for supporting the runners and like the tournament in general. Thank you. That is very, very appreciated. The prize pool is at $8,951. Actually crazy. Thank you guys. It's so nice seeing like the community come together. That's why I love tournaments like this. It's incredible. Yeah.
They're doing something great.
Yep.
Spicy was just in the regenerator room, the laboratory room, where he needed to see which Midnight Man had the wrench. And he needed to destroy, as you can see it from Dista's perspective, he needs to destroy all the vital organs.
Yeah, if you line the organs up and you have good RNG, you can like take this guy down in 2 shots.
Ow.
Seems like it's getting a bit mean. Oh no.
Using a heal. Oh, it's doing the crawly thing. Its hitbox is hard to see. Regenerator being regenerator.
Oh, no!
He's out of ammo!
I can't fucking hit him.
Yeah, the regenerators can be quite the mean.
Oh no! He needs to hit this shot. He needs to line up.
Can I please just...
So many enemies on his side, so little health.
Get it.
Oh, and 2 regenerators I'll lose. That is...
Oh, no! He's dead! Oh!
That is
I cannot fucking...
Major artery gone.
Like, it's insane. It's impossible.
But that was
to hit
very, very, very
for some
unlucky.
reason.
Like I said, if you have really good RNG at the regenerators, you can like kill them in like 2 shots. You know, if you line up the hearts. Sometimes the hearts have a very bad positioning. Yeah, he got memed for sure.
These major organs, they're hard to hit.
Yeah.
As you can see, especially when they're moving. You get a free one, but all the rest is just down to you.
Orch is also trying to get...
Or she's got one more, that's it.
Good.
Oh my god, Spicy is powering through.
Yeah.
He is
Here's
going.
another skip. This one is really fun and also pretty easy to do if anyone is like interested. You
Yeah,
like
that was easy.
look down sights, walk backwards, and then quickly flick your mouse and spam F on the door. This one is really fun. You skip the entire wrecking ball section. You save so much time, and that door is also very easy to clip through. In the meanwhile, we have Nevs heading to the island. Orchon struggling with the leftovers here.
Oh, he does make it through though. Just a bit. But this, even though he had a little bit of troubles with the generators, he's still going strong.
Yeah, definitely.
Not quite outside yet, but It's got 4 heals. Wow, that's a lot of heals.
Ooh, we have $200 donation from Auntie. Yo, thank you so much. He says good luck to everyone. Auntie does. Thank you. And we also have a $25 donation from Heiza saying thanks for all the fun. Thank you for donating. Appreciate it. Also, if you missed any donations, I just want you guys to know, like, it's greatly appreciated. We're at $9,176 for the total prize pool, which is incredible.
If we have $10,000, that means each runner would be able to get $250, or rather, the last 4 placed runners will be able to get $250 each, which would be huge for them.
That's some quick maths.
Quick maths. And the top 4 runners get their usual percentage. Orchelon now done with the laboratory as well. Heading on to also this
wrecking
very
balls.
fun. This one's the door is very thin, so you can just flick and just get it. Usually, it is harder if you have a low sensitivity. So you do have to like jolt your entire arm over.
Yeah. Gray is here at the Salazar fight. And Spicy is at the Chrysler fight, so 2 big boss fights side by side.
This Krauser section is some of the most intense gameplay.
Oh yeah,
Krauser
for sure.
and Leon hurling words at each other, while Leon magically dodges.
Yeah. Now, luckily, in professional, in professional difficulty, there are typewriters that aren't there on other difficulties because of the lack of checkpoints. So in the middle of the Chrysler fight, they can make a safety save, which will definitely help if they're not feeling too sure about it.
And as we all know, Jack Krauser is no stranger to covert tactics. Spicy actually did equip the normal scope back instead of keeping the bioscope on, which a lot of runners do.
So.
There it is.
Yeah,
no
I like
strangers.
the
I died
other
here in
scope a little
practice.
bit
A
more
guy
than the
got
biosensor.
behind me. He was doing the sniper glitch.
The bioscope is
literally,
good,
but he was fucking behind me, pushed me
I
out,
just
and
can't
then
see it
double tapped me with this, like the Darth Maul looking ass guy. Oh,
There it
for
is, the
fucking
typewriter.
God, dude, just leave me alone. I hate losing runs here.
Heading on to the next Jack Krauser
Where's
fight.
Dynamite Guy? He's either on vacation
This one
or he knows.
is
He's like, is that, is
a
that
bit
pocket? Oh, that's not right.
weird.
Is that,
So
that's not right.
there's a very
There? Okay.
cool routing
I'll get ready.
in Jack Krauser fight number 2.
I'll get ready.
Where you do enough damage to Jack Krauser, and then you duck and roll, lure Jack Krauser into a trip mine. You're gonna see it very, very quickly right here. So he's gonna fire 3 shots into Jack Krauser, bringing his HP down to 50%. Oh no, he missed the first shot! That's not good. But he can roll and lure Jack Krauser into this. If he gets launched towards you, you know you hit the shot. 1 or 2 more shots, that's it. Jack Krauser runs away.
Yeah, the roll into the mine is very cool.
It works most of the times on a good setup, but there are times where you seemingly do everything right and it still won't work.
Oh, seems that Captain Ezekiel died during the regenerator part. Yeah, that regenerator part is pretty rough. I've seen most runners struggle here. Yeah, just the regenerators can meme on you like so fast. They're very, very, very annoying.
All of these fights are so difficult, and Spicy has not died.
Yet.
Heading on to the final fight. Yet, of course. But heading on to this 3rd and last Jack Krauser fight, they have the K7 doing so much damage. It is a bit RNG here, what Jack Krauser will do. But you gotta hit as many headshots as possible. It seems that Jack Krauser does give him a little bit of leeway and doesn't do his animation where he flies above. The fight is going well, and he takes down Krauser.
There you go.
Swift. Spicy's a beast. He's a monster. He goes fast.
Yeah, well, you can see RNG can definitely like break the run a bit as well.
Watch though, doesn't have the TMP. Rather has the pistol instead. Easier money routing because you don't have to pay 30 grand for the TMP.
Yeah, true.
So you have to pick up less things, but having a pistol is it's kind of a nuisance. Especially in sections where there are gets hit brutally.
Oh no, Nev!
No.
Very, very annoying part.
All the scroller done. Distortion is out of laboratory.
Oh my god, the health gate.
Oh, worked on. Doing the Jack Krauser fight. Unfortunately, did miss the mine.
A few shots. Yeah, and the mine.
He needs
We're
more
getting
headshots.
really, really close to 10,000. We are currently at 9,546.
Did you see how much damage?
Thank you, Godfather, for the $20. Thank you, we appreciate it.
Oh shit! I almost got you.
Seems that Bach is making his way to the pressure fights. And Spicy is currently at the mic section. Which there's a very, very hard part coming up in the mic section. Very chaotic. Oh my god, I'm very stressed to see this. Yeah, they're slowly heading towards there. Yeah, here the villagers are island people love saying a cubierto. Actually not sure what a cubierto means. UTT here at the Crusher fights. He triggers the fight kind of early. You can just walk towards the handle. Means they cover? Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, they love saying a cubierto. I constantly hear that when I'm at this part. Spicy here is doing a cool skip. So he's throwing one heavy nade and one normal nade, and that will break the turret, and you can just go straight to the gate.
Yeah, that's why
Very
you'll see runners
to do also casually.
Yeah, runners will save up a heavy and a normal nade just for that purpose. Here, Mike, help us open the door, and this room is intense.
Horrible, yeah.
Yeah.
This might be, or maybe not, like the downfall of Spicy's amazing pace, so we'll see. Anything can go wrong here. Basically, this part rests on using flash grenades. So, as you can see, he like throws them, he pulls the lever, he runs out the next lever, and a character called JJ, like the guy with the turrets on his arm, is very, very menacing. He's trying to kill you. The scariest part of it.
Oh, look at these hordes of zombies or soldiers.
Yeah.
Look at all of them. The flash grenades are really a lifesaver. Oh, an enemy got on the turret!
Die, man. Fuck you.
Thankfully, it was short-lived. If an enemy gets on the turret and they start blasting you...
We got the photo mode RNG. So here, Spicy's performing a cool little skip as well. He's gonna go out of bounds by doing this. You will see later why.
Something about duffel bags? And,
yeah, I heard
Ashley?
something like that.
Ashley won't be happy about that. But... Oh, QTT! Nice! Getting the mind trick on Jack Krauser. Bam! A kick to the face. Thankfully, there are no plagas in this area. No need to worry about enemies going down and sprouting plagas through their head.
Oh, this
Only have to worry about Mike.
Got the mine.
Nice.
There.
Yeah, the way the mine skip works is that when you are flashbanged by Jack Krauser, he will teleport behind you. And if you roll and you trigger the mine and he gets hit, he takes a lot of damage. And you can see as well that section after distortion hugs the wall and strafes A so that the enemy in the hallway does not hit him. Usually runners would take a hit there or get grabbed, but with that, they won't have to. By strafing in that specific way. Ooh. We're just getting shot at. Still in this section. Pulling the second lever.
Yeah, this part is nerve-wracking. So hopefully Orch has enough flash grenades. Hopefully every runner has enough flash grenades in this
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh man, there's so many people. Oh, I see. Orch does the order opposite to what some other runners do. I'm assuming this is safer, or maybe it's just preference.
Yeah, it might be preference.
And usually, in the section after this, there is another turret skip that people can do. It is another turret skip. You can lure a Nobi into a turret that allows you to skip a section, but it is very, very risky for a couple of reasons. One of them is that the RNG of a Nobi actually going into you and getting lured by the turret is pretty hard. And you can see here, Orch preparing to skip and walking out the physics.
Out of bounds, which will be very important later. If they die anywhere during the Novi parts, or that part, and here where you're carrying Ashley, it can the out of bounds won't work. So Spicy here, for example, does not have it.
Whatever,
He's
we sold a
just
heal.
carrying Ashley.
We won't need it.
But I mean, it's still fine. Like,
yeah.
Those is 44 seconds.
Guys, I think that's my tournament life there.
You carry Ashley
when you're carrying Ashley, there's a few parts where... Oh no, Trey died!
No! The regenerators!
Oh my god. I've never seen game troll so much.
He got blown up by dynamite.
Yeah.
Aww.
Oh, goodness, we have another $300 donation from Auntie. Yo, let's make sure everyone gets 250 each and hit up 10k gold. Here's a little extra help. Thank you, Auntie. So generous. Thank you so much. Really
We're almost at 10k. There's only $400 left. We can do it before the end of the run. It's coming up soon, but we can do it.
We also got $10 from St. Cloud, 20 from Angel Bless, and 25 from Rayconor. Thank you.
Let's do it. Let's hit $10,000. Let's get every single runner a prize. All of them have poured in immense hours. All of them are doing an incredible job at keeping up. All of them doing everything they can, throwing their all into this competition. They all deserve love. Let's show them that love.
Here, Archelon is doing the skip with the Novi to get past the turret.
He did it!
He got it! I hope we'll see the interesting out-of-bounds skip by someone.
2 more heals. He keeps getting memed.
Leave me alone, you asshole.
Heal.
Oh yeah, I was explaining, when you carry Ashley in that one section, there's parts where Leon will like stagger. Now if you pause buffer, you can actually skip that, which is pretty good.
Which is very nice. You won't stick to a wall or interact with an enemy.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It
Does this work?
There it is! Look! So...
Duffel bag Ashley.
Yeah, so Ashley turns into a duffel bag, and you can see him doing the pause buffer here, but he skips the... He misses the first one, sadly. Yeah. Maybe he gets the second one, but yeah, Ashley is now a duffel bag. That's thanks to the little out of bounds that they did a bit earlier.
The game's physics bugs out so that you carry Ashley like this. As you can see, we had a comparison earlier with Spicy, who didn't get duffel bag Ashley. He carries him much faster. Ezekiel. Ooh, nice. First 3 shots all hit. And does get the animation. So he has to go up on the ladder to avoid a blast attack and come back down to finish off Jack Krauser, who is in his very, very non-human state at this point. Jack Krauser, oh, does grab him. He's on a sliver of HP. Is he gonna heal? No.
Ooh, that's risky.
There it is. On 1 health. The dominant Plaga gene really gave Jack Krauser the power he desired, but
I opened it!
wasn't enough.
Oh, it is open. Wait, where's the cutscene, dude?
Yeah, Trey is still hanging on through the regenerator room stuff.
Cutscene skip.
Man. That regenerator room can really, really, really haunt you. There's so many moving components.
I'm bad at this, by the way.
Fox is setting up the out of bounds for duffel bag Ashley, and Spicy is at the last stretch.
Ooh. Nice, rocket launcher right in his face.
So did the boot down this time.
Whatever happened to Mike? That's what the second rocket launcher was for, 160 more K to get a second rocket launcher. Finish off first phase of the Saddler fight. Spicy now on the second phase of the Saddler fight. The K7 doing immense damage. He's on good pace. Just a couple more shots before Ada shows up. There it is. Boom. And that is that.
If I did
Yep,
duffel
now
we-
it's, smooth section.
We are now on the final section of the game for Spicy. The boat escape sequence.
Oh, Distance struggling here. But he's staying
Nice.
calm. He's still trying to do his best.
Why
He
didn't I
remains.
reload? Well, what is reloading gonna do?
Ще
It's not
някой
like changing to
засради.
60 FPS literally does anything there.
Oh.
Ja radim sutra, ujutro, hvala.
Nešto si mi pitao onda ono... Mislim ti baš nešto s Honda.
Ja?
Da, ono nešto iz posljedno ušetio čujeber. Ti kako si otišao? Nas je back prekinuo neko.
Nisam te pitan ništa tako.
Jesi, brat.
Ne, loš si sećaš, imaš svaki dan što sam pričao, nađi. Juče stream kad si pričao sa mnom i pogledaj šta sam te pitao. Uopšte to nisam pitao. Može biti da si ti mislio da sam te ja pitao i onda sam ti ja rekao nisam.
Ne bi potpuno nije.
Imaš lažno sećanje, uopšte nije to bilo tako.
Ne, neka ladno.
A dobro, samo ti kažem. Ne?
Ima smisla.
Nije dobro. Šta kažeš za ovaj plafon? Jeste se pogodili za hard disk, a? Ako ne. Jeste se pogodili za hard disk?
Mađe, možete ga presni.
Znam, samo trolujem.
And hopefully
Does
he
he
gets
do the turret skip?
Skip here.
Nobody's lured in.
Oh!
Doesn't hit the turret. You can't use too many heals here.
Oh, no.
Yes! Wait, no!
Yeah, that is very unfortunate.
No!
Very annoying skip. Oh, so on box section here, these doors are also very, very fun to skip. You aim down sight, and instead of flicking your mouse, you press W. So you aim down sight, you press back, and the moment you let go of those buttons, you press W, and you clip straight through the door like butter. It's so good. I actually managed to do that in so I played this game with like voice controls, and I managed to do that with voice controls, that door skip. It's really fun to do. It's quite simple.
I haven't tried it out yet, but it looks like a very fun trick.
And Spicy here at the jet ski section. So I didn't know until very late, if you spam F when your jet ski like jumps up, you can do cool spins and stuff.
Alright, so this part's pretty easy.
Cool spins.
No one's gonna lose
stuff.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 minutes to this.
Nice.
And I'm not gonna lose my whole run in 2 seconds.
Oh, Bach at the turret skip. He needs to get this. Where's the Nobi? Oh, there it is! Very nice.
Nice.
He makes it through. Spicy, though, is on the final section. Will he remain in front?
Oh, don't crash!
There's always a risk of crashing.
Yeah, he's got this. I always take the left path.
There's the light. The romantic duo making it out into the sunlight. Time!
Spicy in first.
Alright,
A sub 2!
Can I do this pause?
Unbelievable!
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That's really cool.
Orch not far behind.
Yeah, the other runners are hanging in there. They're doing really well. Despite, the mishaps, and everyone is handling it incredibly well.
The king of Resident Evil 4, any percent.
Captain Ezekiel is making his way through this tough section here.
Ooh,
and he got both flashes and he's out. Very good.
Oh, nice. That seemed like it went relatively alright. I was also going to show off the heavy grenade and the grenade combo. I wonder whatever happened to Mike. I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure he's like yeah, he's like
he's okay.
Yeah. He's like Lewis, he's fine.
Oh man, Spicy. Absolute god.
Yeah, Orchon is not too far behind, he's just doing a few sick flips.
Having ran against Spicy myself, I can tell you, he is relentless. He will catch up. He will go as far as he can. Ooh! Orch almost ran into the wall there. Gotta be careful. There is a safety save before this boating section that runners can choose to take, using some extra time. But if you crash in this section, you will have to do the entire chapter again. Which isn't great.
Also, there is a round 2, guys, so make sure you stick around. Yeah.
Nice.
The round 2 will determine who will be number 1. So that's gonna be very fun to see. Do you know who the hosts are for round 2, Mute?
The hosts are Enigma and Bosch.
Oh, this is gonna be amazing. I look forward to that.
An absolutely stunning duo.
Yeah, I will definitely be watching.
Yeah, this is gonna be so fun. The top 4 compete. Will Spicy remain in front? Or will someone else take his place? 2 have completed. We have 2 more slots remaining. 6 runners compete. Ooh. Ezekiel opting to use K7 ammo on that soldier. I mean, if you have extras, why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Now heading over to the turrets. Yep. Oh, the Nobi catches them early. How will the RNG be this time?
Oh, no,
okay.
No! It's so rough to do.
He gets it, but he takes a fall. Oh, he's all the way back.
That's unfortunate.
Ah.
I hope that's enough.
Oh, man.
Wait, how much ammo do I have?
Right, I believe we have Bach here at Sadler.
Bach is indeed. Sadler fight, Rocket doesn't miss.
Wow.
That's phase 1 complete. It's got 11 Magnum ammo.
Where's my quick kill?
11 shots with a K7. More than enough. Just needs to take him down.
Yeah, so
Spicy.
you can't, like, at that part where Bach was at, the first 2 sentences that Sadler says, he's like kind of immune to damage, so you just need to wait out the first 2 lines of text and then just start, and then you like start blasting.
Which is why they're waiting here. They haven't shot yet.
Yeah.
Dist on his way to solidify his place in the top 4.
Yeah, this
doesn't matter right now.
Quick kill with the rocket launcher, which happens if you save right before Sadler.
Oh. Another turret skip coming up. He's opting for this setup. Ooh, nice! He gets it.
Lime to Pop.
Is now done.
Welcome to my channel.
Sadler is no more. They must leave the island.
Yeah, I think Bach is not too far behind or ahead. I'm not sure. I think they're very, very close, Dist and Bach, right now.
Bach, who qualified 8th place, looks to solidify his place here in top 4. Oh, duffel bag Ashley, very nice. He's gonna make it. Pause buffer's good.
Bach is way ahead. I didn't see that.
Name is soulless. Where?
Oh man, these escape sequences are intense. Just the red timer makes you really, really scared.
Soul versus soulless.
Oh man, this has been such an exciting match between 8 of the top runners for this game.
Yeah, all runners have been like insanely good. I mean, like for example, Trey had a lot of like issues happen to him, but he really like pushed through, and he's still. I mean, he's a top runner.
Imaš neki dobar film za gledanje? Imaš neki dobar film za gledanje?
I da nemam sebe dobrog za gledanje. Možda sutra.
No. Dobro. I ti?
Možda se danas na posao naš. Baš je bilo ništa.
Da ti verujem.
Ima bole leđa, bole.
Umiješ ti kad dođeš kući, kad si umoran da ugasiš, ugasi samo monitor, uzmi ako ćeš telefon i uguraj sebi u krevetu. Da spaćeš za poure.
Tako baš da bude.
A ne, uzmeš, sediš za kompjuter i kao razvaljuješ se na tu fotelju. Neš da spat nikad.
A ne, još da uspijem, no... Nisam nije, čekam da dođe dede, i... U svakom slučaju, budi pozdravljen, laka noć.
Pozdrav.
guys like thrill rides? And you're gonna
All
love
of these
this.
runners qualify with a 205 or under. All of them have the necessary skills to secure their place. It's all a matter of, do they get lucky? Are they consistent enough? And it seems
Also
that...
gonna show us the sick flips. Whee!
Nice.
It was fun to do. Oh, in the meanwhile, we have oh, we have $100 from Roz. Thank you so much. We have 22 from COU. Awesome event, thanks. $20 from Nathaniel Wutherick. Excellent run, spicy keep up the good work. And Sniper Sauce with $50. Thank you so much, guys.
We're almost there to 10K.
Yeah, super close.
9,800.
9,830. Yep. So close.
So close, so close. We can do it. Just a little more.
Yeah, QTT and this are really, really close, apparently.
Ooh.
So let's check them out. Oh!
Oh! Dist!
7, alright.
He's even doing the tricks, guys. He's even
207.59.
Oh, DD, how we do?
Despite having a couple mishaps, he still made it. With Bach finishing 206.30. Current 3rd place and 4th place. QTT, he needs to finish before 207.59. He's got 30 more seconds. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be very, very tight. Who makes it in the top 4? It's QTT, or it's Distortion 2.
And QTT took damage on the jet ski, which is kind of concerning.
That is dangerous.
God. Oh god.
He's got 15 seconds left. Can he make it? He's got 15 seconds.
He has time for a flip. Nice.
He doesn't have much more time. I think he's gonna make it. Oh my god! What? 2 seconds! He's made it in the top 4!
Jesus.
By force!
That's 2 second time difference. That's
what?
Wild. Holy, that is wild.
Oh, poor Distortion missed out by 2 seconds.
Yeah. I hear him in the background. He's not too happy, but you know.
Oh man, incredible valiant effort by Distortion.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. By everyone, honestly.
He had such a come up though. He came back so much. He got unlucky in laboratories. He went down, but he did great.
Yeah, definitely.
An absolute legend. An absolute legend in gaming. Man, that was close. I cannot get over that.
Quite the show.
Oh, if he took a wrong turn.
Yeah,
Oh,
everyone
man.
did amazing. Like I said, guys, there will be a round 2 with the top 4. Make sure to stick around. Make sure to stick around.
It'll
round
be
2's coming up.
much more intense. Be sure to watch that. Larsa and I are going to be watching closely. We love the competition.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could have joined it myself, but seeing as how brutal professional is, maybe it's better from the sidelines. I think I'm okay, actually.
Yeah. This is brutal.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of the hardest Resident Evil speedruns that I've seen, besides... Like, I feel like RE Village, Village of Shadows is really hard, and this one in professional are the hardest.
Unbelievable.
Yo, we got 10K! Oh,
Yo!
Let's go! We got 10,000!
Good job, everyone.
Yeah,
We did it.
$170 by Never Walk Alone. 10K, let's go. Thank you for the incredible support. Holy.
Thank you, Walker, for your incredible generosity throughout the event. This is the person that donated over $2,000.
Oh, wow, I didn't even know that. That's incredible.
Wonderful,
Thank you so
wonderful
much.
person. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for anyone that donated. If we missed your name, like rest assured, we're very, very thankful that you donated. So thank you so much. And also, you know, for those of you just like chilling and watching the stream, also very, very, very big thank you. Like tournaments like this really like bring the community together, and it's so fun to watch. Like everyone is here, great.
Ezekiel and Nevs, they're racing.
Yeah, we're racing side by side.
Oh man, this was so intense. Such a good event.
Well,
and there's
I
gonna
wish
be
I could've
finals
done better,
later.
guys. Shame. I kind of knew it was doomed ever since the catapult deaths, but what are you gonna do,
Ezekiel
right?
gonna finish
Kind of
first, 2:12:34.
Kind of an
Closely followed by Nevs, who is
Nevs,
faster for the
he
2:11.
is earlier, 2:11.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
In the middle of this, I remember when Spicy had to go wash his hands.
Yeah. The hand wash RNG.
It works. It clearly works.
Yeah.
And it seems that Ray is still here in Krauser 3.
Yeah, like
Gotta hit
like
these headshots.
Trade is still doing amazing. Honestly, like even with all the mishaps, you know, and when he finishes the run, it's still an amazing time.
A valiant, valiant effort.
Like any professional, any percent under 3 hours is like so impressive, honestly.
Oh,
or just
very good
finishing
driver.
a professional run is impressive.
Yeah. Such good feats. Such incredible feats by these runners. Everyone did such a good job. You must remember that these are the top runners in the world. These are the best players of Resident Evil 4 Professional. These are the best of the best. And here they compete to see who takes the crown this time. Once again,
Liswig up the door, man. Yes.
we have first place Spicy, second place third place Bach, and fourth place QTT. And this is closely squeezed out of fourth by 2 seconds. Holy. Man, this run was an absolute stunning one to watch.
Oh, you got the $10 by a original Resident Evil character, Claire. Thank you. Really wish I could give more, but I'm strapped at the moment. Really loving tournament hype. Of course, that's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Every donation is appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, hype. I'm also really glad Frey is still like continuing the run. I think it's like very like important, you know, to just like stick to it.
The mental game is so difficult, especially in a punishing run like this, where one misinput, one wrong turn can ruin your entire setups, entire routes.
Yeah.
To be able to keep at it and not go crazy, essentially, is good. Is good habit. And here we do spend some more time with Mike, so I think that's nice. He's gonna take us to a bar, guys. He knows a good one.
He knows a good bar. He knew a good bar.
Oh, nice.
The run was quite something.
Oh man,
that's some good memes though. Mike, come in.
Hello, Mike. This chapter that Ray is on, chapter 15, is a lot of RNG. You do have Mike in a topper, but the amount of enemies Mike kills and what enemies he kills all matter, and all amount to how you're going to take and approach your route. It is difficult to manage everything at the same time, And of course, these runners do such a great job at it.
Yeah, and also, if we reach 15,000 for the prize pool, then the people that are in 5th place up until 8th place get $375 each, which is a really generous amount. So if we reach 15,000, that would be even crazier than the 10,000 we have now.
And of course, I wanted to point out that we do appreciate the last place here. We give the last place runner a little bonus. A little bonus.
Yeah.
And I think that's great. It shows off great sportsmanship here. And we don't want Ray to feel bad about his run. Of course, he did great. Like, this is a valiant effort. He's still one of the world's best players of this game.
Definitely.
He's one of the best. And we'll give him a little bonus.
Oh. Yeah. That's not what I wanted to do.
Yeah. Man, that competition was incredible. Just Spicy being the only one to finishing the run sub 2. The only sub 2, 159.49. Just closely, very closely followed by Orchlon with a 203.15. And then by Bach with a 206.30. Closely followed by UTT with a 207.57. These are the top 4 that are going to make it into the finals. Spicy, Orch, Bach, and QTT. Ah, yeah, they are going to be in a match, an unprecedented match. A very, very intense event. It's gonna be great.
This is pretty much the combination of the worst run I've done in.
Yeah, and again, like anything can happen. So that's what makes this speedrun so exciting.
It is so exciting.
Maybe we'll get to see Red Mist in round 2.
Maybe. Yeah. Oh, the Red Mist.
Oh my god, like seriously.
And I do want to appreciate number 5 to number 8. Number 5 is Distortion, who unfortunately had to go out and lose to and did not make it into round 2 with a 207.59.
Buddy, the typewriter is
Nebs
there, okay?
completed the run with a 211.08, followed by 7th place Ezekiel with a 212.
Buddy, it's there.
And Ray is currently finishing up the run, trying to get Duffel Bag Ashley, which is not easy. It is not an easy trick. It's pretty precise.
Yeah, he's been having some troubles with like the mouse flicks. So I understand that this must be frustrating for him, but it is really hard to do the mouse flicks consistently.
This is my game.
And Duffel Bag Ashley might not even work.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You could do everything right. You could do everything the way it was supposed to be.
It didn't work out.
It could still not work. And there it is, the setup complete for Duffel Bag Ashley. He's falling. Look at Leon go. Whee!
That's right. But that didn't really help.
Look at him fly.
Reminds me a bit of like the Dark Souls skips.
It does, doesn't it? It's infinitely falling through the void.
Truly.
I like Elden Ring where you zip all over the place. Oh, hey, Mike. Oh, he knows a good bar, guys. He knows a good bar.
I'll make sure you're the next to go, Sadler.
But yep, Mike went back home, and now we're on the hunt for Sadler.
Pleasure doing business.
He went home to Lewis. The next runs will be in about half an hour.
Definitely was not blessed.
Yeah, stay tuned.
By the RNG gods.
The next commentators, as mentioned, will be Enigma and Bosch. They are incredible commentators. Your reputation precedes them. And are just great people. You would very much enjoy the commentary. The most intense match of the day.
We only got one thing left to do, okay?
Okay, let's see if Trey gets the Norby skip into the turrets.
Bam.
Oh.
K7 so powerful. So powerful. Oh, setting up. It's getting very close. The Nobi is there, and he gets it. Oh, but no, he dies. Unfortunate. That is. Ah, Trey.
Oh, wow.
That's one of the things about the turret skip is that
it's a bit unreliable.
It's a bit, yeah.
Like, I see every runner do like a slightly different setup here too. I feel like there's not really one setup that's very consistent.
No, whatever works for you is the best thing that you could possibly have. This skip is so inconsistent that people find their own routes.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Man, having to do that entire section again is punishing to say the least, especially a turret.
Yeah, because now Duffelbag Ashley also won't do it.
Yeah, and that's another 44 seconds lost on top. This is why chapter 15 is such a big run killer chapter.
But it keeps going, which is honestly very, very respectful.
This is not good.
I respect it. I respect the efforts. Very valiant.
Perfect. What do you guys? I don't have no flashes here though. That's definitely not good.
Yeah, the enemies are memeing him hard. Oh god.
He's getting grabbed and mauled all over the place.
Did I even kill the rocket launcher, dude? I did not, did I?
Yeah, he also can't really use the heals because he needs to sell them for the rocket launcher. Oh no! Where did that even come from? I thought he killed the rocket launcher guy.
Oh! Alright, I'm gonna do that again.
Oh,
unbelievable already. Was that a nade? Was that a die? That was a dynamite. Man.
Yeah.
But it's okay. He's keeping strong. He's still going at it.
Let's go.
Oh, he's gonna try the skip again. Or...
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he makes a pass, but no, he dies again.
Surely soon.
Ray.
Soon I'll get
Come on, Trey.
Unfortunate. Poor Ray.
Surely soon.
This is why turret skip is so gut-wrenching.
Yeah, definitely.
Last barrier.
Again and again, you can get knocked down every single time you come here. The point gets flipped 10 times tails before it flips in the head.
Yeah, everyone please put some hearts in chat for Trey.
I'm sure Trey would love the support.
Yeah, let's have some love for him.
Oh no, unfortunate. Every single time it's getting hit by an enemy far, far away.
Go Trey!
Let's go, Trey! Let's go, Trey. You got this.
Surely this falls like that.
Yeah, repairing his armor will definitely help.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
This game is shit.
Go!
This one has to be
You got this, man. You got this. I believe.
Surely. The promise you weren't there the entire time.
Yeah, and like, the skip seems very straightforward, but it's like incredibly brutal because there's so much RNG to it. Also, the rocket launcher guy in the back, yeah, he does not mess around.
No, that rocket launcher.
And then we want the Novice to... Oh!
Oh, he's healing immediately. Good choice. Yes, and he's made a pass.
Oh, the rocket launcher!
Oh! Turret skip complete! Let's go! He's done it.
The final stretch.
Final stretch. Come on, Trey, you got this.
First one.
Fortunately, no duffel bag, actually. Just gotta carry her the old-fashioned way. To make sure that Leon doesn't stick to the wall, so hopefully that works. And Leon really likes that wall.
Yeah. Not even sure how that skip works.
It's weird. Oh man. Flashbacks. Leon and Ashley, they're getting infected slowly. We need to rescue her. Gotta put her on the chair. Remove her with the plaga.
Yeah.
A lot would be kind of an understatement.
Show Ray your support. But he absolutely deserves it.
Good luck with the second round, Spicy.
What a strong effort from a top runner. More flashbacks and Leon seeing doubles here.
And Trey might get the pause buffer
on about 40 seconds.
Definitely not those.
Right here, he's got a pause buffer past this interaction. Oh, unfortunately he does miss it.
Wait.
That was
close.
But it's okay. Leon gets back up.
I thought I got it. Maybe I missed.
Leon is very, very strong. They're training. It almost killed him. The RNG, of course, not going in Trey's favor this run, but
Ashley didn't die while I was
he'll still lock it out.
trying to shoot the laser.
Finish it the way he started.
Yeah, the final part. Trey can almost go rest.
Almost. We're almost there. Just a little longer.
Oh my god, we got $100 by an Eternal Enigma. Thank you so much. Almost final time. Let's go. Thank you. So generous. Thank you.
You're absolutely generous, man. Thank you.
Taking pictures? What do you mean? You didn't hear that right. You didn't hear anything, right?
You're getting good at that.
Yeah. Hopefully Ray has enough money to buy a rocket launcher from the merchant. Or did.
Yeah, he did have to use up quite a few supplies.
Okay.
It should be fine, but if he does have to kill a sailor in Norway, it'd be kind of cool to see.
That'll look easy, cool fight. As a final boss, it's very fleshed out. It's a very nice fight. Should be casual. Rocket launcher though. Takes a lot of time.
Yeah, way faster.
I wonder how much magnum ammo he has. I wonder if he has enough. It's got 7 shots.
Well, even if he runs out of ammo, the second part of the Saddler fight is like timed section, so he can just like wait it out if he has to.
Well, we're almost there.
I've got some new items. Welcome.
Let's do some deals, shall we? Welcome, stranger. Oh, selling the K7 for 130 grand. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, so I'm guessing. Oh.
This might be the only duck you need. I see you have enough. Might want to take care of any leftover errands before going.
Okay.
I probably did have enough.
So he sold the K7 for the broken butterfly and for more ammo. Good routing. Oh wait, no, he still has the K7. Wait, what?
Finally, look at you, Saddler. A monster in and out.
I'm on the final stretch, Trey. Let's go.
Let's go, Trey. Let's go, Trey. Beat him up. Beat Saddler. Oh, he also knows how to. Okay. Nice. And there it is. Boom.
Now
Nice,
the
Saddler.
fun part.
Surely.
the escape sequence.
Surely, guys.
Yeah.
I don't need to save at this
gotta
point.
run.
Get
Far out
some
there,
sick flips.
Gotta run fast. Okay, let's get out of here. Gotta go.
Surely.
Optional green
I
herbs for good luck.
Mess up this
Good
run
RNG.
Well,
anymore
I have to
than it
say,
has
you know,
already
like
been messed up.
commentating 8 runs was very, very, very tough, but I'm glad we managed. Both of us. Like commentating 1 run is definitely very chill in comparison.
Larsa is a wonderful, wonderful commentator.
Thank you. So are you.
Oh, thank you.
Surely you won't crash the jet ski. Yeah.
Trying to keep up with 8 runs at the same time.
Yeah, it's very rough. I've never had to keep up with 8 runs at the same time.
The game gives you the satisfaction of seeing the plug enemy just kill.
Što se čini?
Gdje se nadaš, ja?
Kako je umeo 41 put? Kako je to moguće uopće?
40 puta. Imaš tamo na 2-3 ekrana. Ta je post na Redditu. Od 13. minuta do 30 nekog minuta čovjek ga je svakih par sekundi obalio.
Ma namestio to.
A ne znam, možda.
Nema šans.
Možda. Da igram toliko.
Znaš i koliko i medkite trebalo za trebati?
Za šta?
Onda ga izdižu toliko puta.
Misliš svaki put kada ga digneš, a s čime misliš da su ga dizali? S nekromanstverom?
Pa,
Ne.
čime devo?
Ne. Ako imaš bounty, možda ga digneš koliko hoćeš puta. Samo ako si pored njega.
Znam, ali opet potroši ti se...
Šta ti se potroši?
Healthy. Pa potroši ti se...
Ne troši ti se health. Jel znaš to? Ne možeš da padneš također ispod 1 health dok to radiš. Jel znaš?
To znam, to. Ja, te mozak... Čekaj, ja pričam.
Ništa od toga. Ima čitava diskusija tamo na Redditu o tome. Neko ih proziva da su čiteri, onda neko im piše šta ste radili, koji kurac toliko vremena, znaš, u tom fazonu.
Nego buđe kade.
A ne dobijaš killove, ne dobijaš ništa.
Kako ne dobijaš?
Pa pogledaj, za 41 kill on je dobio 4000 XP. Pa ne dobijaš ti 100 experience po killu, jel znaš?
Pa ne...
Ne dobijaš. Za rank 5 lovca dobijaš 500 XP. Za rank 6 lovca dobijaš 700 XP.
A on je bitan XP, bitan je to koliko...
Ne dobijaš ni KD. Onaj što biva ubijen, valjda on gubi KD. I to je to. Jedino ko je teo da se dirankuje. To je jedino objašnjenje. Drugo objašnjenje nema. Pama gubljenje vremena. Kad te ubije 3-4 puta, ti samo izađeš iz meča. Loše Radinovački umro onda 10 puta kad ste ga digli na onaj prozor. To se sećam. Toga se prilično dobro sećam. Ne gubiš ništa osim vremena, znaš. Ako imaš vremena da 20 minuta, ima tamo 2-3 screenshota, na jednom ti screenshota se lepo vidi. 20 minuta je on stajao na tom mjestu i pucu njega.
Da si uzeo ovo, Boris? Da si uzeo?
Sam uzeo to, ja imam sprej. Nego, Patrijarh se kurči tamo nešto, pa malo je to. Samo tako malo, onako, da dumam.
Ko uzeo šta? A to flex.
A Patrijarh malo jedi govna tamo, kurči. Sa njegovim brzinama.
Promenio sam na OBS, na zadnju verziju, 29.1 ili 0.1, koja li je već verzija. I imam 0% bačenih frame-ova i 21 frame usled laga, to ti je ono kao Twitch delay, nemam pojma. To ti je dok počne streama. I to sam promenio sa 720 piksela na 1070 piksela na istom bitrate.
Žone, jesi preživeo dan? Žone,
Kaži.
jesi preživo?
Jesam, jesam.
Šta kažu u Smoljenom?
Bio sam u Jagodini.
U Jagodinu?
Mm.
Znaš da sam ja dobio skin, neki crnac u Hantu koji se zove Miroslav Jagoda.
To je sjajno.
Miroslav Jagoda.
A nema veze s time, to su više češka i poljska imena, nego što su, misliš da su srpska, znaš?
Ma sve ja to znam, nego tu i smešni, evo. Miroslav Jagoda. Evo te, kusam i zaspao posle podne ovog probudnika. Vreme se probudit, krava, joj. A ko su kumi, kje su uzeli li prijatelju?
Pa uzeli su ono...
Beotel su uzeli, ne Jetel.
Nebitno ko je, ako se ja bez konto, to je optički internet. Sad ko je provider?
To je Beotel.
Mislim da Milan mi pričao o Jetelu.
Jetel je prodao Beotelu mogućnost da to radi.
Nije u redu, nije u redu.
That's just great. I look forward to seeing you again.
Glasnogovornik se uzjebao. A ovo sam ja rekao si dovoljno da uzem 2 kroz...
Ma čisto sumnjam da je on potrašen zbog toga.
Sad kaže on, pričao je sa tom ribom iz Jetela.
Da.
I kaže ako im dovede 5 korisnika novih, trajno će mu uključiti 1000 kroz 200.
Trajno?
Da.
Milan će sad da se jebe da čuje.
Kaže, već je dvojicu našao.
Da će da ga jebu guzicu.
Great doing business with you. Come back and tell your friends.
Misliš da će da se poda?
Jašće.
Je to ona... Kako kaže, jebo bi se za dinar, a?
Milan svakako. A meni nešto kaže.
A ne, da li je to istina ili nije ni važno, ja se samo šalim kad si ti u pitanju. A što se tiče njega, čekaj, evo, ovako ću ja to da objasnim, pošto ga, ja njega ne poznajem iz osnovne škole, znaš, ni iz srednje škole. Poznajem ga davno, pošto smo obojice završili to i ne znam kakav je bio kao mali. Stvar je u tome što je raditi teško i ako potroši puno novca, znači će morati nešto da radi, znaš. I stoga se on trudi da uvijek plati skoro ništa. Znaš, to ono što je ne da rekao u sjesetinju.
Ovo je dobro prošlo.
Pa ne znam kako drugačije to da opišem bez da ono... Čekaj, ima kako se zove onaj grunt. Gruntove mudrosti. Grunfove mudrosti. Kaže, bolje živa kukavica nego mrtvi heroj. Bolje nešto od nečega nego ništa od ničega. Bolje nečasan bijeg nego častan poraz. Bolje ispasti budala nego iz vlaka. O majku ti. Ko izgubi dobitak, dobije gubitak. Ne, ko izgubi dobitak, dobije gubitak. Ovo su baš igračima.
Ima ono kaže, ako za dan zaljubljenih nisi zaljubljen, to znači da za dan mrtvih nisi mrtav.
Samo što kod nas ne postoji dan mrtvih. Šta igraš Ilija?
7 Days, ne znam da li vidiš.
7 Days. 7 Schwester Compoundu.
Ne predaj se nikad osim kad moraš. Jesi ti video? Linkovao sam...
Nego kaži mi ovo. Da često sam pozadi tebe, to je ona protočni bojna.
Da, što pitaš?
Ja pita sam to.
Šta znam, nisam merio koliko se troši električne energije.
Ne to, nego je daje samo toplu vodu ili...
Za 15 sekundi 20 ti ugre vodu. Mislim, šta hoćeš, da okupaš se ili da opereš suđe ili da...
Uzovi dole na posao.
Pa jest. Aj tako da kažem, jest. Nisam siguran koliko hoćeš efikasnost. Šta hoćeš u procentima efikasnost da ti dam. Nemoj kao moj drugar Belada kad me pita koliko si siguran u nešto, pa onda da mu ja dajem prognozu u procentima. To me deprimira.
Ajde, procentima?
Jes.
Ja.
U procentima da mu dajem. Kaj si ja sudski izvršitelj. Ili nekako zove plenitelj.
Pa zašto nisi?
Ne znam, nisam školovao za to.
Nesi školovao, no?
Nesam školovao. Isto te onu himnu, ono... Hriste...
Bože, raspeti sveti,
to.
Srpska zemlja kroz oblake leti. Pavaj, bolo se pavaj.
A?
Kažem spavaj.
Ne mere.
Kada se nabavio pušku?
Na prvi level možda uzmeš, znaš?
Kaži mi, jesi blizu na lokaciji?
Ne, ali mogu da se sedne na biciklu baš, ako ćeš.
Da trčim.
Ne, možeš, probaj, da vidimo i to čudo. Mislim da možeš da se sam joinuješ na mene ako si se jednom već hostovano je samo za ljude sa kao Steam liste, ako si mi friend, može se joinuješ, bez da ti ja zovem. Samo upališ Steam over, odeš desni klik join.
Gdje si mana tu?
Au, brother.
Mana kopica.
Sve će pa ne pričam s njim, inače bi tvrdio da mu izbijam pare za ne znam, za internet ili ja sam ga naterao da promeni hlađenje, kako to. Ja sam alergičan na te priče. Ne mogu malo dete da ubedim da ne trči preko ulice, a ne njega da ubedimo nešto. Lako žabu, ne, teško žabu u vodu naterat, tako ti on. Ja sam ga naterao da kupi procesor, ja sam ga naterao promeni grafičku. Butal.
Što si tako zao?
Tebe može iko išta da natera, kad si punoletan. Moš kurac. Da, on je ugrožena strana, on može.
Tu ga nešto natera. Ili je to se natera. Ja sam ga navukao da igra Hanshodan. Već ti ga si natjerao. To ti ga natjerao.
Možda smanjimo audio.
Pa ja uvijek smanjim audio.
Ovo je sound volume, 20%. In-game music, 15. Nisam te...
Sječki, hoću ja da stražarim pored tebe.
Ne,
dok se ti uloguješ.
Kako nismo u istom ovome.
Možda imam bicikl.
Čekaj, evo ti čupam da zatočim.
Probaj. Znaš li da napraviš onaj spawn point?
Znam.
Gledao sam turnir bori se u ovome Resident Evil 4. Ovi speedrunneri. Mislim da je nagrada bila $10,000. To jest za prvo mjesto je tipa 20-30%, 30% čini mi se od kao ukupne, a svi ostali dele, ostalih 7.
Delazim.
I fora kao ko će
Welcome to my channel.
prvi da završi igru. Ima par dozvoljenih strategija da možeš kao da skratiš, ne znam, da negdje progličuješ kroz vrata ili kroz zid i to je to.
Oboja, evo ga neki crack box.
$2-3 za sat i po vremena igranja. Sat i 58 minuta, mislim da to je bilo najbrže vreme. Sve ti neko plati da uzmeš bounty i da što pre izađeš s mape da te ne ubiju u Hanshodanu, ali bez nameštaljke. To sam gledao kad su igrali ovaj Archie i onaj, čini mi se i Nino da je igrao, i Psycho Ghost. Crytek im je ustupio bat file i kao custom server da mu usvoje da hostuju, znaš. Kako ćeš uraditi matchmaking kad igra ne podržava matchmaking, morali su bukvalno da hakuju Hanshodan da bi mogli da igraju ono, ekipa protiv ekipe. Za to vreme i da hoću ne mogu da igram ni protiv ni sa prijateljima sa Steam liste. Userem ti se u matchmaking.
Kako može, ja sam više put padao protiv prijatelja.
Jes, random. I ja sam igrao s ovim momcima iz Hrvatske. Po 4-5 puta startuješ Q, pa te ne ubaci kako treba, pa izađemo svi iz meča, pa opet radimo Q i tako. Tako može. Ćeš da se zajebavaš. Ne postoji nikakav lakši način da to radiš. Ulazio sam i u meč protiv onoga Hermita. Ali to je bilo random više. Nisam ga stream snapao, ništa. U isto vreme smo startovali Q.
Vučiću, koliko smaraš, aj skini se s tog televizora, moram da vidite, evo te.
Kada nas? Već nešto mnogo vojske bio ovako.
Gde?
Kad se seljači iz Jagodina. Kada malo ovih vodbenih oklopnih vozila i tako.
Za godina? Manijače, a desi internet manija.
Gdje je te vič? Ne igram kant.
A što ne igraš Hunt? Ma možeš i sad ako hoćeš. Znaš koliko će vam trajat meč? Znaš koliko će vam trajat meč? Hoćeš ja da ti kažem odmah? Ili ti znaš koliko će trajat meč? Meč će ti trajat dok ga ne ubiju nekako idiotski dok ne umre, razumeš? I onda će da kaže dosta je bilo i to je to, svako će na svoju stranu.
A tvoj 6 sa optikom je moj 10 sa tuaktine, razliku optiku majte. Nije to uopšte majte.
Ne mogu da ti zategnu toliko.
To je kure.
Ne mogu da ti zategnu da tušuje meža u sebi preopterećene i mora su napraviti.
Čuti! Njemu mogu. Ako je ono pitanju. Znaš najde, za njega može. Prvo on pa Vučić. Je li tako Milan? Tako. Ako je ono pitanju, Vučić će odmah da smanje protok.
Molim.
Jebote, jer ti imaš mali kurac.
Pa to je to. Pogodio si.
Ja Milan biti prvi čovjek u Srbiji koji će imati ping u minusu.
Da. Ali to znaš da ne pomaže.
To će njega biti moguće, očigledno.
To znaš da ne pomaže. Ja bih ti savjetovao da izbjegavaš naseljeno mjesto.
Aha.
Ti imaš luk i strelu. Pa skuplje kamenje i ona tiče gnezda, možeš praviti strela.
Kako voda može izgleda ovako glupo?
Imaš klip koji sam ti bacio, čuš me? Nešto u vezi samog engine-a, pošto su prešli sa Unity 4 na Unity 5, se polomilo, razumeš, i kad se učitaš prvi put u taj chunk, kako ti objasnim, znaš ako se stvari sponuju u većini igara, ono, samo ih engine, ono, sponuje od gore, znaš, kao ispljuni. To si gleda u Hunt Showdownu kako se sponuje AI. Ako se zadesiš, ono, tako u ovoj igri, kad se zadesi da vidiš kako igra generiše, recimo, izvor neki, recimo bazen ili ono, vratno si video negde neki kao mali, kao malo...
vodu sam ljudio, nešto kako odvetno izgleda.
Jeste, zato što svaki taj blok vode, tog vodnog izvora, ne funkcioniše kako treba. Fizika vode je zabagovana. I to je jedna od stvari koje su ono, mislim, mene boli kurac iskreno.
Kasnije.
Znaš, ali oni sami kao developeri isto nisu zadovoljni s time i baš su ono prikazivali alfa alfa 20.7, oni su prikazali alfa 21 da su korigovali koliko toliko, razumeš. To mi su se demonstrirali sa kantom vode, kad prospeš ono kofu, onako fino se razliva, nema ono da prospe kao, znaš kako se u Minecraftu voda razliva?
Da.
Pa tako bi trebalo i ovdje. Ali zbog prirode samog engine-a i zbog fizike, razumeš, i zbog hiljade drugih gluposti, nije uvijek savršeno.
Imam, se to stvaja. A ga ti ne zoveš, pa ti si na prstu dupe s njim jebote.
Koga zvati? Kesića. Mislim na Kesić nije kući.
Milkiša je oko 9.
Gdje sam ja upao, majko moja.
Se bacio spawn.
Nisam.
Pa igde blizu.
Sam blizu, a?
Kilometar.
O.
Bio si na 700 metara, sad si na kilometar. Da nisi bio u ovom divljen zapad grad.
Nijem pojma, bio sam u nekim podin.
Ti još uvijek uskačeš u podrume. Većina podruma su ti zamka. Ako nemaš one drvene blokove da baciš, da napraviš sebi izlaz kao u Minecraftu kad bacaš bloku ispod sebe.
Ko ti ne poštuješ novac?
Pa naravno da ne poštuje kad ga ne zarađuje.
Evo, ja sam danas pržio 100 neka ništa.
Šta si spržio? Svoj novac si spržio. 100.000. Pa šta?
To su ti 100 potrošeni na prvi.
Abre nogu.
Pa, onda si samo uplatio novac na mjesto predviđeno za to. Stani da čistimo zajedno taj podrum, nemoj da mi iskakućeš tamo bez mene. Kalašnikov ti ne dam, imam 300-400 metaka za shotgun. Ako uzmeš koji level, specializuješ se za shotgun. To ti je pod strength kategorijom. Ili za shotgun ili za tako nešto. Imam i baseball palicu level 4. To ti je treći tier, čini mi se. Ide ti drvena palica, pa...
Vozi.
Šta da vozi?
Vozi nas ti.
Vozi, ne mogu, nije ovdje ciklu za dvoje.
Ne, ima kolete pozadnje.
Ne može. Možda voziš, imaš džip. Imaš džip mogu da vozi dvojica. Ali ja nemam trenutno para, mogu da ga craftujem, ali trebam još Uzmi ga sad.
Ja moram uzem da preosmeniš. Brani mi ja, brani!
Gdje se Boris, što je? Nisi vidio možda screenshot koji sam bacio. Onaj da je poginuo 41 put u meču.
Nisam, evo idem redom.
Ali ovaj nije dobio 10.000 experience, zato dobije svaki put, poslije ne znam koliko, dobiješ ništa. Mislim da je, kad gubiješ 4-5 puta, kad ostane na crvenu kao, da ga možeš samo s bounty dići, poslije toga dobiješ 0 experience za njega. Ni KD ne dobiješ ništa, samo ti piše na kraju 40 killova. Ovaj pucu u njega 15-20 minuta, svaki put kad ga dignu, on ga upucu. To trajalo 25 minuta, čini mi se. Kako ljudi ima život za tako nešto?
Neko sada pređem, nisam se razumio.
Gdje bi prešao, Milan? U drugu partiju, šta?
Ajme čuješ sad, jedna ne, jedna.
Sjajno!
Si vidio, ima tu 2-3.
Da ne. Ima li tu dobolje? Ja mislio radioaktivni talasi u dvorištu od interneta. Makar živeo još 2 godine, ali ima ću 1000 kroz 10. Doneću ti router na spomenik na grobu, jebeš me.
Dobro.
Mislim, nosi ako hoćeš. Pošto očigledno da treba pokupiš stvari koje si ostavio. Ja ne volim da ostavljam ništa. Naravno onaj luk koji možda se iskoristi makar za rezdane delove koji izvišta.
Idem u bazu.
Ne, ideš pa pokupiš taj luk.
Pa ti ne možeš to pokupiti, nemaš ništa je tamo.
Ti sumnjaš u mene? Sedi na biciklu.
Aj.
Ali kad sumnja u mene.
Gdje je bicikl?
Na cesti.
urce, a je...
Dao bi ti kalašnjiku, ali već si im izgubio luk i strelu. Tako da ti ne dam. Ideš po luk.
Znači, puštate s kurca, sa sorca, To je sjaj.
Samo da znaš da imam izubijano koleno.
Ti ili mora da kupiš za rođendan jedan router koji će dobaci za tebe bez problema bez gubitaka.
Što bi ja...
Ako uradiš ne pričamo više.
Što bi ja...
Zvučite kabel, kaki...
Što bi ja uzimao njega nešto džobe. Ja insistiram da platim.
Treba da uzeš nešto za rođendan, da ti kupi, evo.
A to je tek u...
Da montira infrastrukturu i sve da dobiješ isti.
To je tek u oktobru. To je tek u oktobru.
Da, još neće se seći.
Čako...
Sjajno.
Ja verujem da sad roditelji mogu da se vrate u porodilište na taj dan kad ste se rodili tamo tih dana, da bi tvoji Milane roditelji rekli da mi je samo zameniti bebe, da uzem ovog normalnog, a ne ovu budalu moju koji viče počni, spremaj večeru, pa u jedan.
Ilija, što ne dođeš?
Viš da hodam iza tebe, rekao sam ti da imam polomljenu nogu.
Ilija, kaže ovaj nesvet da bi ga Đika usvojio za sina, umjesto tebe, kaže.
Ne znam ko je to.
A? Tvoj otac?
Ne, moj otac se zove Radomir.
Pa ne znam, kaže Đika.
Ne, kakav ja znam ko je taj. Dotični oko mnom priča. Ne znam.
Kaže, evo
Koliko se sjećam, njegov otac se zove Dimitrije. Pitaj njega kako mu se otac zove. Da li zna mu ime ili ga zove po nadimku.
Jel znaš kako ti se tata zove? Strujo.
Rekao sam ti, da li znaš kako ti se otac zoveš, da ne zna ni to.
Kaže Strujo.
Pravo ime, ali pravo ime...
Ja sam ti rekao, Dimitrije, ja znam. Ja znam kako mu se otac zove.
Evo sad je rekao, Dimitris i Tudis je...
Ako si ti ne sjećaš, ja ću te podsjetiti. Naučit ću te ja kako ti se sve to... Gdje mi je bicikl? Jel u vodu, de?
Nije be.
U travu obavezno. Ne znam, ako ja mogu da zapamtim kako se nekom otac zove.
Skočio dole i...
Ajde, teto.
Mi se digle, je.
Čekaj, da sam ušao bez nekog...
Gdje si upao, ne interesujem, iskopat ću ja put do tamo.
Dođi ono da pocepaš.
Da pocepam, iskopat ću ja.
Evo, cep.
To.
Kako smo mi pokojnici.
Nema potrebe za tim.
Jesam.
Imeš.
Misliš da sam ja, šta ću ti reći, 27 puta da sam umro od čega? Pobili me zombi 27 puta, svaki put sam izgubio XP.
Milane, jesi mi okej? Milane, jesi mi okej?
Pusti ta vrata, dođi sa mnom. A, brate, ovaj betonski bunker.
Bolje si cepao ovo.
Ma, neću to da oštetim uopšte.
Jedem.
Prijetno.
Ne može da sedeš.
Drakuline navike.
Sedeš dok je on stanica ide.
Ova čitava kuća izbetonirana, majke.
Te drakulske navike.
A što ulazim ovdje? Aj pogledaj. Šta to ovdje ima?
Tu je moj not.
Kako si ušao unutra uopšte?
Nemam pojma.
Ja znam, možeš i sad uđeš.
Pazi zombi.
Dobre.
Ajde možda izađi. Staneš na metal i spamuješ samo.
Nisam tu ja.
Spamuj čučin. Gore, ne, na metalu.
Da, nisam, ja sam bio napolju, to ti gardirovački, brate, znaš mi s kim igram.
Možda progličaš. Igraš sa mnom, Milane, opusti se.
Ušao sam bio kroz neki podem, spustao sam se i to.
Molim. Nisam, bre. Bio iza tebe, jebote. Vidim, pinguješ mi kod Mankića kutiju, pa ne znam šta misliš.
Jesi radi onaj prvi quest da dobiješ besplatne, one, poene, skill?
Nisam išao radi.
Ajde, uradi taj quest dok ja počistim podrum. Dobit ćeš XP sve.
Dakle, budem temu u bazi ću radim.
Ajde, dobro. I gdje su stvari?
Kuća. Buća se Benišovo je.
Drži krevete. Dođi vam. Fukaj opet.
Samo razrešiš.
Izvoli, baci ovo. Ej. Baci prvo checkpoint, čoveč. Eno ti ga iza tebe.
Ti lomiš nešto. Ovi divljaki krevete ovako razmeštaju zgrade. Majko, božete. Evo, patno.
Neće da se stavi.
Probaj sad. Stavi ga ovdje, majko mu jebem, tu.
Neće.
Što, pripada meni, jel to? Evo ti napravi sebi šta.
Evo, stavim se.
Uf, pogledaj ovdje. Kao što rekao, loot je ovdje. Evo ti ovdje, uzet ću samo ovo.
Jebote, promašio me čovjeka.
Gdje?
Ispred tebe.
Ja ću ponesem.
Gdje su te? Where are the bitches? Ovdje si pao.
Polaze mi još dvojica s desne strane.
Ja, tu si se vratio. Nemo rješamo, ima jedan.
Free XP. Jel ovdje? Su ti ovdje stvari?
Pokupio sam stvari.
A jesi.
Brate, ne možeš ovdje.
Što ne uzeo ovaj kaput?
Mene jebote.
Kažeš što nisam uzeo?
Kaput.
Samo sam bežao nakon.
Jebot. Si zašto napolje, jesi?
Njih nek uđu unutra, nek napadaju ove, će da idu samo.
Nisam još.
Ja gorim, brate. Daleko je to, brate, za tu pušku. Ovo mora da je flag garant. Ubio mi iz metka.
Sa strane. Stani žena. Evo ti on.
Evo te kako mrzim ovo kad ovako pogledam net kad me opalim jebote. Strašno. Ovo tek počeo od igre ljudi. Bomata koga mi gubimo jebote. Rećat ne moram podumiti sat vremena. To ne burkao više.
Obe noge si ti u redu, jel tako? Ajmo pješke onda. Ne vidim gdje mi je... Ajmo, Nord.
Evo, vidio u vodu. Pazio.
Ma znam, pogledaj kod mene na ekranu. Vidim na šta liči. Zabagovani su izvori vode. Već sam ti objasnio. Imaš nas...
Šedem mi bazu.
Već jesu.
Ne mogu da vidim ništa.
Moraš sam da napraviš od toga svoj checkpoint kao. Tu ti je trgovac, možda ga markiraš kao trader. Možeš sam svoj da dodaš marker. Hoćeš li mele oružje?
Kako?
Ovo, brate. Evo ti, level 5. Zvoli.
Što da ne?
Mogu ti dati svoju sekiru kad dođem u bazu. Marš. Treba taj quest da završiš inače. Vratit ćeš se kilometrima, to ti je moj savjet. To što ti piše gore desno.
Joe.
Evo
ti kesa, možda ti je važan sic.
Samo ostavi.
Napravit ću ti sandvič i kiševo mlijeko, može?
Samo odradi to.
Smije onu tableticu pa...
Tabletu onu za... Dobro, hoće.
Pa, nemoj noćas...
Ona je prašak za razboživanje.
Odnesi sa sobom,
da,
pa popi... A preporučljivo je prije podne da se popi.
Onda ću kad ustanem.
A može i to.
Da.
Ne moraš ti punu čašu, samo u malo vode.
Treba si ga ostaviti tu, taj krevet. Da nemaš nigde checkpoint. Još je taj luk dobar. Puškom bi ga možda ubio u glavu. Možda.
Probaj.
A ne, ja pušku. A imam kalašnikov, da. Ovo ti je red dot na njemu. Evo ga mrt. Nadam mi se čini da si ga ti pogodio već jednom. Nema mes. Šta ti treba još za taj quest? Treba da skupiš travu i drvo. Da ću ti ja.
Imamo desno, jedan travi.
Držao. Držao.
Creek lumber.
I kamen isto. Pokupi taj kamen, treba ti za craft sve. Kad završiš taj prvi quest dobiješ 3 od 4 skill point, ali zadnji korak ti je da odeš kod trgovca. A ako ti kaže da ideš kod trgovca koji je vam, opet ćeš da ideš gore dole preko mape. To ti kažemo, radi ga sad.
Treba mi jedno pijeno.
Dođi vam. Stani sekundu.
Ništa, polako. Nećemo žuri sada.
Čekaj, ne mrde.
Maš jok, brate, ajmo što.
Držao.
Gremo, stari, gremo.
Ovo isto. Evo ti gaće. Šešir. I marama. Što tolike grudi krtive. Stavi bar patike na nogi. Dao sam ti to bije.
O jebote, vrane, sve okolo.
Eto. I šta sad treba da napraviš? Šta ti kamen, jeli? Evo ti. Stani, stani. Već sam ti bio nudio kamen, nego si ti rekao imam ja kamen.
Ovo su nabili ove vrane, pazi ovo.
Nekada ne bude protočat kroz njih.
700 metara treba.
Ajmo kod njega. Ajmo kod njega, vodi. Zato ti kažem. Bi se vraćao, znaš kako bi se vraćao? Vraćali bi se 3 km nazad. Završi taj quest. Samo zbog toga. Evo ti vode. Stani.
Aha, polako sad.
Ispred mene, ej.
Ej. Težak čovjek. Vode.
Ubio sam jednog, aj čuti.
Pogođen. Desno jedan. Pogođen.
Možeš ti uzeti špaj za voćke od sami. Bilo je sinoć, pojao sam. Šta je problem? Jedeš i mene, ono što sam ti rekla. Jedem, dobro.
Tu je.
Greškom si craftovao campfire, jel tako?
Craftovao sam 2.
Kad si napravio... Nekad kad otvoriš inventar, on ti zapamti zadnji input i napravi ti zadnju stvar koju si craftovao. Još jedno. Ne znam, neki je lag ili nešto.
Beži. Jak.
Gdje ste ljudi, šta ste radili?
Ste malo što ste radili?
Gdje su malo što je?
Da mi ispričam baš kad, šta ima novo.
Gdje otišu?
Ne, ispričaj, slobodno, ja ti slušam. Koje bi Milan?
Ja sam sa nečim danas, kaže, Vlado, ja sam... Jer može da se nađemo, kaže, može nešto. I ja nešto kažem, ja sam tu za 5 minuta, 6 ja odem i mi popijemo 5 minuta piće i nešto kaže, ej, pa ja moram da palim. Pa te ćeš bre na 5 minuta, da li si ti lud?
To mi zvuči kao prevara neka.
Pa jeste, ja sam mislio da dođe pa da postavi pa da se javi on, brate, ja na 5 minuta. Jao, nešto.
Kako sam se našao.
Ne, sljedeći put neće moći tako, moj prijatelj. Nikako.
Šta? Nisam vidio ja. Ubio me, s leđa dolazi nam ekipa. Bežite odatle, slonci strane. Znači, s leđa su nas ubili.
I mene je hito.
Gotovo si, tad će ti nađi ugal, moraš bežati odatle. Levo ti im ide.
Jao, kako ja njega ne vidim, vidim ga kad je zabako iza drveta i ne vidim ga kad puca.
Kako ga nisi opalio, bre?
Ne, uopšte nisam ga vidio, vidio sam ga kad je zamako za drvo i čekam ga, vidiš da sam ga čekao.
To Kane bio, šta?
Nije.
Much obliged, stranger.
Sreću noć.
Igra sve više počinje mi juče i prekriče konkretno. Gledaj ga lik i pinguje ga, lik čuči ispred ograde i sledeće sekunde nestane, ti stvori se negdje 3 metra levo iza ograde.
Možda u pitanju serverski lag?
Kad sam vidio lika kako se prikrada iza drveta i kad je zamaka iza drveta, čekam ga s leve strane, proviri, ne vidim ga, on me ubio odatle, proviri.
Provjerao je, brate, provjerao, imao si ga.
Ne, ja ga nisam vidio uopšte.
Zato što ti je puška bila visoko podignuta, nisi ga vidio od nišana, on ti ispod puške bio. Ne, on je čučeći izlazio, tako je, i tebi je nišan bio podignut visoko i on ti izlazio tačno na cijev.
Na cijev? Jesi to rekao Makiću, na cijev mu izlazio. To neka šala na Milano račun.
Znam, ali Makić i ja isto vidimo kad on mene spektatuje, a ja ga nisam vidio.
Možda si uključio previše detalja, Makić igra na nešto low, medium.
Nije šrafa.
A Makić?
A?
Si ti stavio teksture na low, medium možda?
Mislim da su mi samo 2 stavke na low, sve mi je na high. Ne znam sad uopće, ali sam namislio da mi bude tu oko 100 frame-ova.
Pa onda je to razlika u renderingu.
Ne mogu ovoga. Dobro. Pa ćemo ovako. Ćeš ovo i moram da idem naći.
mora svi nekad u životu radi.
Kako mi se ne radi, a ceo dan drka kurac. Ovo je fantastično. Ovo je fantastično. Čovjek je... Ovo je prevazišao je samog sebe sad.
Ne moraš, što moraš biti?
Ne moraš.
Ne moraš.
I bez tebe...
Hoćeš ili nećeš?
I bez tebe plaćaju račun.
Ili hoćeš ili nećeš. Nije to podmorenje, da te neko puškom tera, onda bi morao.
Ali on će to da servira, da njega kao teraju puškom, znaš.
Paljte, tu na kerove ima ih iza ovoga stranja.
A on to da isprogramira, znaš, da mi steknem utisak da
je
žrtva.
Žrtva. Sistem.
O, brate. O, mater.
Zajeban je to igrač.
Da ti ja kažem.
But that's absolutely marvelous.
Što idemo na stanicu?
Servirat ćeš ti nama priču da su došli i stavili ti nož pod grlo, znači silos ili ukidamo internet. Da ti lepo ne sklopiš deal sa Jetelom da ti radiš za njih. Servisiraš antenu, jebi ga, podmazuješ trapove.
Šaf odmazuje.
Malo podmazuješ šrapove i matice tamo na globovima i to je.
Da to ne zarađe.
Možemo i na njih, brate, što?
Ajmo na njih. Taman da pofajtamo. Ma da. Mašinovođa, da.
Što se ne zaplotiš?
Te brate od jutra do mraka.
Zato što onda mora da radi.
Ja mislim da bi ti jedino mogao to da prihvatiš kao mašinovođa.
Koliko imaš skill poena?
Idem malo da se spružim.
Već samo gardi, ne znam da će gardi.
Evo na 10 strane,
ajde.
Gledam 10, čujem ih.
6 pojene.
Negde odavde dolaze.
Ja ti savjetujem da se specializuješ za shotgun, toga imam dosta. Ili za pištolj.
Šta?
Shotgun ti je strength, pištolj ti je agility.
O, ćemo da ih se.
Nije.
Sad ćemo ih sackati ući.
Da ih pričeknemo, a?
Ja. Dolazi.
Iza Pariza su.
Jet ski.
Ja mislim da će ono.
It's happening.
Ja mislim da
escape sequence.
Valtreya must be so relieved right now. I can feel it.
I can feel it. He didn't safety save, but still, there should be no error.
Yeah. Well, let's see a sick flip.
Let's see a flip. Is it a front? Yeah, it's a front one. I called it.
Oh, it's RNG?
I think so.
To ih ne pusti da uđu, bro.
Yeah, I have no idea.
On my playthrough, I actually didn't know I could do flips.
Oh yeah, same.
Ma jeste, treba ih pustiti da uđu, brate, unutra.
Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Flippity flip.
Ti umreti.
Evo nekome gađa, vrate, iz compounda.
Go Drake, go Drake. An absolute legend.
Jednog sam roknuo, evo.
Ja sam jednog ubio.
Huge respect.
It's so hard, you know, to keep your head in the game and to stay positive and finish a run when you have so many mishaps happen to you, so...
Dakle gađa.
It's definitely hard.
Pucao sam na zombija.
Pazi, iz compounda gađa.
Man. What a journey, what a ride.
Yeah.
What a jet ski. And that's time. A gold to finish it off. 0.1 second gold.
Oh,
photo mode. Oh.
Ja sam vidio dvojicu.
Beautiful, GG's. Good games. The 8th run finished, complete, locked and loaded. We're ready to go.
Pa će taj da gori.
Oh man. What a fun journey.
Yeah, definitely.
And
we're not done yet. Round 2, guys.
Yeah. We got one more round. Top 4 will compete head-to-head to see who takes the crown. It'll be beautiful. It'll be intense. And hopefully,
Ja to iza leđa je
we'll see
lik,
some red mist.
taj što ga tražim.
Yeah, hopefully.
Indijanac, ima
Or
sniper.
maybe not.
Yeah.
Alright. It has been very, very fun.
Yeah, that's been really fun. Yeah, thank you guys so much, you know,
daj,
for being here
pući
during
mu
the
ispod
first
kuće,
round.
jebote.
And just, you know, like, just being here, like, the donations, just, you know, thank you so much for the support. I hope to see you guys in round 2. I'm very, very excited. And thank you, Mute, for being such an amazing host. Thank you. And thank you, Waifu, for, like, organizing all of this.
Ojoj, Milan.
Yeah.
Well, we're now going to take a break before heading on to round 2.
Da, ovaj ispod kuće.
I'm Mute. This is Larsa.
Ojoj.
Take care. Bye-bye.
5 minuta. Sam da ispogodio. Pričte. Nije headshot, brate, pogodio te 2.
Oh, fine. Oh, fine. Oh, wow.
What the hell?
We've been moved.
Ljudi, ja
Are we
moram
live?
ići.
Are we on?
We better not. Pucao sam zato što mi stojao lik i kupio sa supply, imao sam ga čisto, ali oni hit marker u glavu ga ništa ni bi ništa. Metara ispred mene. Kurac išao.
Jebote, ovaj nas u trojicu pobija, jebote. Nemamo mi pojma, ne.
Nisi imao sreće.
Kakva sreća. Ovo je...
Thanks for shopping here. Come again.
Sam imao lepe perkove, su sam
Biće još lovac, ne brini.
Ma ne, to imam ja 49 lovaca, 50 levela.
To više.
Sam imao ovaj levering i malo ono... Mali terminus i Winchester koji se živi.
Dovolja. Milky Way. Milky Way.
Pozdrav, kucovi.
Pozdrav.
Ready sam. Ready sam.
Joj, krsta mi, ikšića mi, joj.
Nisam valjda sad ustava.
Kaj da nijesam. Kaki duša, a što ti mene gledaš tako, Šaki? Kaki, što ti mene gledaš tako tim pogledom uvređene žene?
Šta te gleda, kao sandvič?
Gleda me pogledom uvređene žene. Kaki dušo, no?
Možda nahrani me.
Neko nije gladan, neko maže, ne paže, to je ovo bela kokica. Kokiće mala bela, šta je? Nakav, ne znam, crnogorska bela kule. Ona čim se provodi,
Ovo izgleda da ove bube više niko ne koristi, čim su oni izbacili uputstvo.
Pa možda su to trikovi za ove nove igrače.
Japex, šta je sa Japexom? Dobio taj ploču. A šta je rekao, su mu priznali reklamaciju?
A šta se radi?
Novi si kupac, kaže, ajde, ono, znaš, kaže, ali onom Sivonji koji ti je nategao procesor,
kako ide?
Da je debil.
Nešto, Boris Gradinovački kritikuje nekog magaca.
Ja ne mogu da verujem. Pale dole, ja mislim.
Vidi terminus, evo ti terminus, u terminus ovdje.
Maximus formula.
Jel nekom treba u terminus?
Terminus, ajmo sad vidi koga jeve.
Here, we got Spicy, QTT6,
Orchlon. You know, who do you like for this one? I know Spicy's the easy one to take.
You know, you mentioned Orchlon's been putting in a lot of hours, and you remember Village 2 years ago. Orchlon kind of got some bad, you know, some bad luck, some bad routing, just everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for Orchlon 2 years ago. I think he may have something to prove here. He may be my pick on this one. He may turn it around 2 years later.
Or who knows, he may just needs that prize money to replace all the keyboards he's destroyed.
Could be, but we appreciate all the animated, and I say GIF, I know we're going to cause controversy, but he's created a lot of wonderful content for us that we see in many chat rooms on Twitch TV. There it is. There it is. We're still getting set up. Oh, Chad, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm a GIF man in a GIF world, all right?
So what do you eat for your peanut butter there? Are you you're a Peter Pan kid, I take it?
You know, I'm a GIF guy. I gotta stick with it. I gotta stick with it.
You a crunchy boy?
I am not crunchy, no. I'm as smooth as it gets.
Odds, find me his IP.
Oh man, but personally, for some reason, I want Bach to... No, I take it all back. Forget everything I just said. I want QTT to go over on this one.
QTT6, okay.
Absolutely. We are off. The start button's been pressed. The gas is being pumped. I thought we would have 4 different costumes.
The finals are on. And yes, I think Orchlon and QTT6 are wearing the same outfit.
Which is an absolute shame. You know, also, shout-outs to the runners for having a little bit of class. If I was in this finals, I would have abused the rules and put on the Ashley Roman Fic edition. It would have been non-negotiable. I would have gone full D-Gen size.
there's got to be a little degree of degeneracy sometimes in our tournaments, so I do respect it a little bit. But I do agree. Shout outs to everybody here for keeping it professional on New Game Professional. So we're here in the beginning. We're not quite at the village yet. We got the key. Everybody pretty much even Steven. Let's see where we're going.
Now, right now, this is an environment where anybody is really... You almost want to say that this game almost picks a runner to just be given a lot of opportunity early on. I hate to say it's luck. That's a rude way to put it, because you definitely have to show up, you have to aim, and you have to know your route. But there's definitely instances where, you know, you'll crack open a crate, and for some runners, there'll be some shotgun shells, maybe a nice little package of rifle ammo. For other people, it's pesetas and nothing else. So, you know, it's time to see... Oh, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, when we get to the end of this run, you are going to see a stark variety of inventories because of all these random drops. And before we get to the village here real quick, I just want to give some mention. We mentioned this prize pool. It is still open. We got Hotaru Zero with a $10 throw-in that says love from Europe. Thank you, Hotaru. We got Al Tosser throwing in $15. Says thanks to the organizers and the runners for the fun event. Been loving our remake, and this has been enjoyable. Thank you, Al Tosser. And Radian, I think it's Radian Konek with $1,000. Throwing in $1,000 into the pot. Says good luck to the runners on the second round. Soko bless. Soko 7. Thank you very much. We're at 11,137.
And every single one of those donations gets us closer to a larger prize pool. That goes without saying. But also, once again, getting us to our next incentive. We want to increase these payouts, especially after what our boy Trey had to go through. Orchlon here taking a little bit of damage in the cabin. I haven't seen anybody get there.
Orchlon getting stuck in that cabin, picking up the red herb and the handgun bullets.
Now we're heading off into the village segment. That's going to put him just a little bit behind here. But wouldn't you know, RNG here could put him in first at the end of this. It could put him at a respawn timer. It's hard to say. Although that might actually put him slightly off cycle. Ooh, Abuel is a little uphill. Oh, just starts to turn around there. You need that stealth kill to go smoothly here so you don't aggro enemies preemptively.
Even a casual like me knows that you need a stealth kill right there to get that thing going. To get that thing started off right.
When Leon goes for stealth kills, it's him doing a strat. When I go for one, I wind up in prison. Not a fair world here.
I know, it's just not fair.
It's just not working out right.
It's not.
And, now this segment here... Oh, go ahead, bud.
I was going to say, we got a rules thing here. There's going to be 3 sections in this game where the runners are allowed to lower their FPS. This is one of them. You may see some menuing right here. You may see some FPS lowering. They are allowed right here to do that.
Now, this is an instance of panicking. We don't want to see Orchlon take a death here. He did not do a safety save before starting this village segment. He's going all out here. This is not what you want to see. If there's one lesson to take from the last set of runs, it's that you want to take those safety saves. Just look at how Nebs lost so much time going for Goat Head there. He didn't safety save before he messed up that grenade skip. And look what it cost him. Put him all the way back at the hedge maze. We don't want that for a Mongolian boy.
That is something to keep in mind if you're just joining us or if you're not familiar with the professional run. There is no auto saving. You have to save, like that. You have to make safety saves, and some runners here will take a risk. They will not make safety saves. They'll be confident in their abilities, which they should be. But if the game decides otherwise, you could see some punishing backtracking. By the way, Ella Jazz just threw 9,000 more viewers into this stream. Ella Jazz, thank you so much. If you are here joining us, this is the finals. We just started. What a great time for a raid. We just got the finals of this tournament beginning. We got Bach Basut, Orchlon, Spicy, and QTT6. I'm an Eternal Enigma, and I have my partner here as well.
It's Vash TSB. You guys missed one hell of a first round. If you take time after watching this insane finals, you should definitely go back and watch those ones. And while you're here, go ahead and donate to the Matcherino, throw Waifu a follow and sub, and thank everybody who's contributed and put in so much effort to make this tournament possible. And you know, it's just like we were talking about a little bit before, dude. That start, it looked like it could have put Orchlon back, but he was actually the first one to finish the village segment, and I think he's currently out ahead right now.
That is a microcosm of what this run is going to be. Just when it looks like somebody may be down and out, they can pop back up and go right in front. This run is going to be completely unpredictable, and I think that's pretty exciting.
Right now, so far, everybody looks to be behaving, running into the cog room right now. Orchlon right now is tearing through this village right now. currently ahead of his best splits. It's great that they have the live split on. Not only does it help the verifiers ensure that nobody's throwing any weird stuff while the streams are stuttering, but it also helps us understand how these runners are performing in context of themselves.
Also, I would like to apologize real quick. That $1,000 donation came from Rodion Konek. I couldn't tell the difference between an A and an O. I am so sorry about that, Rodion Konek. Thank you for the $1,000. I just wanted to make sure I corrected that.
And we want to give a big thank you to Jackson Lee with the $20. Good luck to the runners from Australia. Justice for poor Ray. True. Let me see an 07 in the chat for that man. He fought valiantly.
Justice,
and Capless
indeed.
With the 2 bones. Many thank yous. That'll get you about 1 Arizona iced tea nowadays. And as well as we head off to go retrieve Luis. Push the boxes, donates $50. 25 for Bach, 25 for Orch. Let's go, guys.
Go indeed. Thank you, everybody, throwing into this prize pool. You're making it way more hype than it already was. So thank you, everybody.
Someone tell that poor guy it doesn't work like that. But
I'll let you do it.
All the same. Now, nobody here is getting comboed here. Now, where Spicy just ran through, I've seen many a run end with someone getting grabbed, falling into a bear trap, and getting impaled by that pitchfork guy. You never know when the Reaper is coming to claim his prize.
And when it's ready to claim in this game, it will. You'll see some wacky grab combinations and things just happening. We saw it going wild in the opening round. It's just you have to keep your eye out for everything.
Orchlon here currently wrapping up or unwrapping his present, which is Luis.
What a gift.
I mean, personally, I would be pretty happy.
I think a lot of people here would be, to be honest, if they unwrapped a package and Luis was inside of it. I think there are a few people that would be very thrilled with that present.
But unfortunately, it's he opened up one cool gift and then turned over to see a stocking full of coal because it's about to be time for the Dynamite Valley.
Yes.
Oh, this poor
Dynamite Canyon time.
You know, I cannot tell you how many times I've seen runs just dissipate into thin air, in a cloud, you could say, of a nice bright red mist right around here. You ever go to 7-Eleven and you get one of those cherry Slurpees and you just slip, or someone knocks it out of your hand?
Yep.
So you know that nice
goes all over the place.
Yep, the physics engine just goes crazy for a couple of seconds. That's what can happen in the blink of an eye in the Canyon Valley here. So what you don't want to have happen is someone like Orchlon get off to a great start, because really the game is broken down into 3 sections when you really break it down: village, castle, island. The village is all about getting your foundation. It's about getting the start of your economy off to a good point, and it's also about hitting important accuracy markers. The castle, by comparison, is where if you're off to a good pace, you tend to win more. Steel sharpens steel, that kind of thing. And the island is just where dreams go to die. There's no upside to the island. But there's also no upside to the Canyon Village. So, I don't know. Do you think he's going to make it?
I don't know. And with this Dynamite Canyon, you got to be very careful with the TNT throwers and the axe throwers. Those ranged weapons can spell disaster in a lot of instances here.
Spicy right now, looking to be a little bit ahead right now, approaching his time in the Canyon Valley because he didn't stop and talk to the merchant, so he doesn't have the accuracy bonus right now that Orchlon has. I think Orchlon's strategy here is trying to pop heads from afar to keep himself safe as he pushes deeper, or he may just be making the purchase now.
Could be. That is going to be a very interesting. That is going to be very interesting to watch. There are going to be runners that decide to go to merchants at some times, some runners that don't. It's going to be interesting to see how these decisions are made real time. Tournament pressure can make people think differently in some of these instances.
Spicy getting ran upon. God smiles upon him. There wasn't dynamite waiting for him at the top of the ladder this time. He gets the hexagonal emblem. He's going to need that to open up the next area. Orchlon now trying out his accuracy. He's not qualifying for Optic with these hits. QTT as well getting a nice little bit of escape. You know, the top of that ladder is tough, man. I'm not kidding you.
Very tough.
Bot clears as well. We're off to a really good start so far. Spicy's now about to start turning that crank to let him escape. Oh, but QTT is looking a little low on shotgun ammo. He has quite a bit of running left to do, but not too many opportunities to create space if he gets blocked in. Ooh, and a quick turn. That 120 FPS life catches him slipping. Dynamite in the AO. Ooh, thank God, no splash damage there. Oh, the accuracy. The guy can't throw uphill. You're not supposed to do that. This guy never went to Marine school.
That TNT did not make its intended target.
Right now, Orchlon and Spicy. Close-ish in the same ballpark. Spicy, though, definitely seems to be having the lead right now, about a 9-second lead on Orchlon. Although you gotta wonder, once again, when Spicy makes his stop at the Merchant, will we start to see that even out a little bit more?
Beast.
I have to say, everybody here has to be part of the Capcom community Twitch partner group or what have you, because everybody's just being blessed. I'm convinced. Some people just have different stream keys and Steam keys for this game. That what has to determine the DA that you get out of the box. Nothing else.
You think so? You think there's a Capcom creator conspiracy going on?
I watched Trey take the full Nelson for 30 additional minutes than anybody else thought he should have. By rights.
Oh man, we're gonna get on Dexerto for this talk. Better watch it.
And anybody in chat can tell me if he earned it. I don't think he did. I think someone remoted into his PC and said, "You know what? I don't know about this guy. You're not seeing finals, kid."
You know, some things can just go so wrong that may be the only thing that could make sense in a world where that wouldn't even make sense. It just doesn't make sense sometimes. That's just the beauty of RE4.
Personally, I got a little bit of a game theory here. I think when runners press go around the same time, they like kind of make a spirit ball of good RNG, and it all gets sucked out of one person's game and it goes to another person's game. Do you have any idea how many times Spicy or Dis just ran past a Ganado? Oh my God! When Spicy got backed into the corner by 2 Chainsaw Sisters, no knives in the back pocket. He should have been dead to rights. He walked out, not a scratch on him, not a cloud in the sky. Don't know what to tell you.
And that was not just a theory, folks. That was a game theory.
That was a game theory.
Game theory.
Bach here doing the nice little puzzle. Thankfully, everything is so close together. Nobody's taken any unfortunate deaths. There have been a couple of mishaps. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Looking at him not use the small key there, you would have to expend the shotgun shell if you're not trying to bait the grabby boy. I'm with it. He's a little low on shotgun shells, though. The shotgun, we're about to get rid of it, but at the same time, we do have quite a few Ganados to move through.
And Spicy reaches Chapter 3 first, for everybody keeping track of that. It's like Bach Basoup will now be entering Chapter 3.
The nice thing is, again, is that consistency is shining through for Spicy. Now, of course, he's not safe. You're never safe. But overall, the game still leans so heavily on raw execution, Enigma. And, you know, so many times you'll see, like, in the cabin section coming up, or even in that village section that we saw at the very start of the game where they're chucking nades and trying to get shotgun headshots. If you miss one of those, you'll want those back. That's putting it lightly.
All it takes is one to go wrong to throw every...
Da ti stavim, evo ti bicikl pod liječnik, da ti stavim kesu, nešto strča na ovoj kiši. Ajde, šta kašlješ, evo kašljem i ja, pa ništa.
Šta da kućiš? Šta kašljem, hoćeš i ja? Što da radim?
Mogu nešto te zamolim?
Što da radim, šta?
Znaš da možeš da kupiš pakovanje tortilja?
Ne znam da mogu tamo da kupim, ali dobro.
A možeš, Nemanja kupuje stalno i oni djeci.
Da ne kupi, nema, ja ću mi dati par.
Jao, pa jesi ti lud?
Ne znam ko prodaje to, ja to još nisam...
A možeš pitati kolegu gdje može da se kupi? U fabriku.
Šta ti treba?
Pa da vam napravim, sjećaš se kako sam napravio palačinke. Pa ja mislim da samo može jedno pakovanje.
Dobro, pitat ću.
Pa pitaj, brate. Čuš Nemanja, pa Nemanja kupuje djeci i njima. Šta ste se okupili? Ja stavit ću ti kjesu.
everything off kilter. But in terms of consistency, Spicy is the one that does appear to have the most consistency. But in a tournament setting, there's pressure. There's money on the line. You never know who not only may crack under the pressure, but who might rise to the occasion a little higher than normal. Some people like the pressure.
And speaking of liking the pressure, I'm just seeing nothing but smiles over on Orchlon's stream right now. This is... I'm quite okay with this, man. I want to see people having a good time here. You know, you've invested so many weeks, hours, months, years into Resident Evil 4 Remake at this point. I mean, the game's only been out for a couple of months, and people are already, you know, just missing out on their first child to do runs. It's what's required, honestly, when you're going up against Distortion 2. Everyone's picking up the Velvet Blue in the cabin shack.
Treasure pickup routing is going to be very important as well. You're going to see a lot of sales to the merchant.
What's interesting here is Bach, I don't know if he's happened to use a handful of green herbs, but he should have the resources to mix quite a few green, red, yellows, but he only has one at the moment. I don't know if he's looking for herbs or what. And then
those herb sales will get you a lot of money from the merchant. So if you see those pickups, that is what they are going for. They're going to sell them to those merchants and get a lot of money back from them.
And the nice part, especially during this early part of the game, you do have access to alternative healing methods. You have eggs, you got fish, you got vipers even. It's Snake Eater in the feud.
A little bit later on, you will see those side missions being completed for the fish, and that will be to get more, that will be to get some extra merchant goody goods.
Yes, the routing in this for the economy is pristine. So much like you just saw Bakba not too long ago desecrate some gravestones. The merchant actually appreciates you doing that. He'll trade you gunpowder or gems or things to put gems inside of, all of which will help you clear some of the harder parts of this game. I'm looking at you, Double Garrett.
Yes. That will be something to be watching for later, and that was something that I wanted to kind of touch on as well. I think there's one heavy grenade, there's one static heavy grenade pickup, and the rest will have to be formed by your gunpowder that you pick up from the merchant. And it's going to be very, very crucial that they have 3 heavy grenades getting to that double Garrett ore point.
Running through areas like what we're seeing right now is so crucial. Like, the early game sets you up more than you may realize, because if you have to spend tons of gunpowder making whether it's shotgun shells to keep enemies off, or if you're making rifle ammo in order to get quick headshots for the cabin section, all of that stuff may gatekeep you from making those crucial heavy nades for the later parts of the run. You never really know when to hold them and when to fold them.
Very, very well said. You really do not have any idea.
Adaptability is the name of the game, just like Spicy now making his way to the back of the fishing village. At this point, he's sailing fairly smoothly, but by the time he picks up the fuel that he needs to get the boat moving, he may be surrounded by multiple Ganados and a Minotaur.
Welcome to my channel.
I hate to say it, I can't call him Mutters.
I mean, I just go with Cowman. That might be a good solid neutral name. Just Cowman.
I definitely catch the Blizzard cease and desist when I call the gunners on the island Roadhogs.
Oh yeah. You don't want to run afoul of that legal team.
No. They take that 7 days out of 7. That's on Sunday, actually.
Yes, they do.
All right, thankfully everybody's making it through the fishing village mostly unscathed. I haven't seen any tinges of red. Nobody's got raspberry jam on their screen. This is not free. Oh, the
Lawn takes one right there. You just had to say it, didn't you?
Oh, well, buddy, I hate to say I got everybody's Twitch URLs in the back in a seance.
That's how it goes. Everything can look so clean, so pristine, and then boom, changes. Especially on professional.
Oh, that's true. That is very true. Sometimes enemies will pivot super hard. Oh, speaking of taking bad hits, that was an arrow to the hip for Bach. Not quite as damaging as a scythe, but yeah, it'll put some things in perspective for you.
Spicy is putting that gas, and right there, this is another FPS legal switch. You're going to lower your frames right here to get a little more consistency with Del Lago. And on this part right here, This is a little bit different from OG RE4. It's not really as random as it used to be. If you hit Del Lago in the mouth and fully charged spears, it'll do more damage, but you want to one cycle.
Zato ga zna da ću ga ja
Del Lago go
klipovati
back
kad
into
napravi
that
glupost.
water. He will regen health. So we're going to watch Spicy here. Orchelon is also at Del Lago now. Balk and QTT6 are also right there as well. This is relatively tight. We'll see what happens.
This is one of the big positive mental attitude moments in the run. This should be consistent. There's no excuse for messing this up, and if you miss a harpoon, ooh, that's going to keep you up at night.
It will. You will not forget about that one, especially here in the finals. It is a lot different here than the first round.
Take care.
A lot more on the line.
One cycle could be coming to an end here for Spicy. He has one more to throw. He gets his first try.
Spicy completes Del Lago first, going into Chapter 4.
What an absolute ripper here. Meanwhile, Orchelon's turn. He gets his one cycle. I think one harpoon earlier than Spicy, actually. Both runners.
I do believe Del Lago was a little bit further away when Orchelon, he may have closed a little bit of a gap there. Off the soup and QCT6. Still looking.
Do take note. I do believe I'm seeing some Rainbow Road looking ass splits over on Spicy's screen. I think they're plus, but it's still fairly in range of a great run that he just came out of. We'll stay within 5 seconds of a sub too. I'm not mad at that. Now, Bach, don't be fooled here. He's not taking a break. Supposedly, Bach has to watch this cutscene. Oh, no. QTT!
QTT does not get the one cycle.
That's going to haunt him. He's waking up tonight after whatever happened. He could win. He'll still go and journal about this later.
Oh.
And real quick, that kind of caught us off guard. Why is Bach watching this cutscene again?
So the reason being is he believes that there's a good chance his game can crash if he tries to skip it.
Okay.
And as well, QTT now needs to recuperate. This is the first biggest gap we're going to start seeing between our runners right here. And what a heartbreaker too. I could understand if someone like ran upon him at random, but this one should be free. This one should be dollar store actually. But it's costing him. But it's a good thing that we got money to spare. Big ups to Rubsk. There we go. Cosplay, let's play. Where's that happening? $10. Let's go, runners. Dominic. Sinnies? Signies? Why are you putting symbols like that in your name?
I go with Sinnies.
Cracky. Distortion, the best of all. Spicy, tasting a bit sweet today, though. Good luck. Good. Susie, 1515. Let's get 15K for our boys. Couldn't agree more. You could join these fantastic donators and help push our bottom up on top of our distribution for our top 4 finishers. Exclamation mark prize in the chat, or look at the pinned comment if you're watching this on this.
Right here, they're going through, I think they're going to pick up the sniper and the scope here on Chapter 4. And this is also, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this is where Chicken Island is to get the golden egg. And I hear that may or may not be important later.
It's pretty crucial, not just for Bach's mental health, but for everybody in the chat. You know, everybody watching this wants people to stop off at Bach Island, man. Not only do you want the golden egg for reasons we'll get into later, but you also want the eggs for the health. Who wants to spend green herbs, man? Didn't you go to the DARE campaign? Drugs are bad. We want eggs.
In my life, they keep saying eggs are good, then eggs are bad, then eggs are good, then eggs are bad. But right now, we are clearly at the point where eggs are good. So that is, and when they're gold, they're a lot better.
They're a lot better. Well, I actually don't know about that. I don't know if I've eaten a golden egg.
Well, I'm just, gold. I was always told gold was good, so.
Do you figure Leon's the kind of guy who would like crack open an egg in a raw environment and would only drink the white of the egg because he thinks he doesn't want the fat from the yolk?
Well, I would say based on what he saw on his first day at work, yeah, he does crack the fat.
Oh, okay. Meanwhile, in the head mines right now, we're looking for 2 keys in this voting section. Bach here getting let out quite nicely. Oh my word. You know, what can I say? Sometimes you're just chosen. You're just selected to not have to deal with problems. Bach was able to walk through there perfectly fine. They practically held the door open for him. Said, right this way, sir.
Sometimes you do get that valet service. And Bach is getting it right now. Back into the boat. UTT-6 has now arrived at that section. We'll keep an eye. We'll see if the gap can be closed.
Some spicy dodges there.
Bach is heading back out. And the fish. The fish is going to go to the merchant.
Ooh, Orchlon caught a little bit of stray fire damage there for some reason. He's probably scratching his head right now. Not quite sure what happens. Does pick up the yellow orb on his way out. More enemies just standing around, not knowing what's going on. What is this? Distortion 2 stream?
They don't know what to do. And Bach is at home with his people right now, and he gets the golden egg. He had to go stop by the home real quick.
Now you notice he didn't pick up the small resources there. Now, what can I say? Resident Evil 4 Remake is just like Tinder. They don't want you unless you classify as the large size, okay? It's just that simple.
I've never heard of that before, but I immediately agree with that.
It is a struggle.
Minimalno je sad.
I will tell you that right now, Enigma.
Koliko viri levo, toliko I desno.
The reality is unless you're crafting shotgun ammo or maybe handgun ammo at a stretch, what do you need small resources for? You might sell them. You got handgun ammo for that. It all kind of comes out of the wash. Meanwhile, Spicy here is about to do some fast menuing. He's hitting up his boy, the merchant. Thank you.
All right, we have the Spinel marketplaces here as well, sticking those blue gems into that mask, doing a lot of selling. There's that fish. You may have seen him redeem the blue piece of paper. That's going to give you a lot of benefits here at the merchant.
We're even getting rid of our shotgun here because it's all about the sniper rifle. We need to invest a minimum of 103,000 pesetas this shop in order to be able to upgrade its damage just below its final upgrade, get a little bit more ammo capacity in there, and increase, I believe it's reload speed.
And there's a lot of knife upgrading there as well. The knife becomes a little bit crucial at this point. Go ahead and bump it up right here.
Speaking of, it's all about the economy here. The merchant here is the homie. We need the butterfly lamp to grease the palms just a little bit more. But now it's time to put that rifle to good use. We got 15 shots and a big boy to put down with it. It's time for El Gigante, which isn't just what they call me on the streets.
But what about the sheets?
Well...
Is that another discussion for another time?
That's a sadder story.
All right. All right. Well, here we go. We got that sniper rifle going right into the plagas coming out of the back of Elegante. We're going to see this should be relatively smooth. Just pumping shots into the face and then to the plagas on the back. Should be clean. We're honing in on Spicy. There you go. Crystal clear right there.
This is an accuracy challenge. I've seen many a runner miss shots here. You don't want to lose out time on this. I believe Zeke actually messed this up during our qualifier for this. Ooh, we throw the hand grenade there to get the restun. Cancels the charge, but now he has to really adapt here. He wants to get the Plaga out.
Oh, he's got to move away. Uh-oh.
He's dodging the Tootsies. You know he's not a Twitch viewer. He's a Twitch streamer.
Important to note that Spicy is on the very same pace as his first run in the first round. He is consistent, king of consistency.
Poor guy right now just wants to see the Plaga, dude. He needs to hit these shots. He's off at a little bit of an odd angle, but this should be smooth sailing from here. Gets the kill. Decent recovery from Orch. Suffered a bit of damage, lost a decent amount of ammo, and some knife durability for his trouble. Now it's time for Bach to prove his mettle in the arena. Would you want him on your Counter-Strike team? We're about to find out.
We are about to find that out in a big way.
Shout-outs, by the way. While we're waiting for this to start off, to Laxative Demon. 50 bones down. We'll catch up on that. Don't worry about it. The skill shown today is incredible. Good luck, everyone. I agree. You just hex Bach right now. Doesn't see the Plaga. There we go.
There it is.
Popping out. It's popping out. Now he's going to have to reload here. Decent. He's going to cover his reload there. He's going to craft the ammo here. Running a little lean. Gets the nade for the guaranteed restagger. Need to get those headshots off. He's warned. He's big mad. He's gonna have to reload again. Oh, we're going for the knife struts. We even saw the shrug there. He doesn't even know what's going on right now. Will it get the kill? Switching to your pistol is faster than reloading. I don't know if he's going to go for it, though. He is.
He is.
Oh,
no, he went back.
Where was that one? That was wide. QTT now finally in the middle of the El Gigante fight, just reloading after hopefully hitting all his shots in the first phase. Gets the re-stagger. This one's big. He's hitting his shots, but he only has a couple of more attempts. Hope the damage is good. This is the final test.
Oh, we got it on the last bullet! Oh my goodness!
Don't believe it, dude!
That is crazy. Last bullet and got it.
You know he wasn't even flinching. He said, I got this.
Got nothing to lose either. Sometimes those are the most dangerous to keep an eye on.
You know, and if that is not the story of QTT's run this whole tournament, fight hard to the very end. The last bullet will get you there.
Unbelievable.
It's a beautiful story.
I do believe while we were watching the El Gigante fights, I do believe Spicy and now Ortwan will be doing the first Ashley skips in this run. Is that correct?
That is going to be coming up fairly shortly here. We have our keys. Bach is now heading his way in. Spicy actually cleared the Ashley skip quite cleanly. Ortwan's grabbing the yellow diamond in her holding cell. The Ashley skip makes this segment so much easier. Spicy would have to play this a little bit more carefully, expend a few more resources because he'd have Ashley in tow. We don't want to have to deal with that. That's what killed Zeke twice heading into the castle during the last set of runs. It was all Ashley's fault. Hate to put the blame on her, but I'm kind of spitting right now.
Sometimes you gotta. Listen, I'm a former world record holder of Silent Hill 4, and if you speedrun Silent Hill 4, you know all about dragging somebody along on a speedrun, and anytime you can get rid of that second character is a godsend. So that Ashley skip here will be quite important. By the way, shout-outs to Eileen, if you know what I mean.
Maria wasn't your baddie?
No, not no.
Yo, Spicy seeing visions of who was the one who got just boot stomped consistently? I'm trying to remember who that was last round. Just kept getting boots to the face.
It was whoever was in my bottom. It was whoever was on bottom left.
I think it was Orch actually.
It might have been Orch. Yeah, it was Orchwan. He was in bottom left. Ass. Yep. He just kept getting Seamus Brogue kicked, unlocked almost.
All right, now it's time for the cabin. This segment is consistent, and I think Spicy might be the one to demonstrate it. So for the layman here, we need 7 kills during this first wave to spawn a new wave. After all those Ganados die, then it's like Call of Duty Zombies. We want to start letting them pass the barrier so we can get the max ammo drops. In the form here of boards. Throws the nade. That's your squad right there. Now every Granado past this point, we're going to want them once again into the cabin. Kill them, take the boards. Once all the windows on the bottom are boarded up, we can head upstairs.
To kes, ti zvučiš za stomom.
Get off to the next segment. This is an interesting funnel here. Ooh, that might gatekeep him from... Ooh, thankfully. Ah, but that's an unfortunate thing that can happen. If a Ganado tries to climb into the window, you're not boarding it up that quickly, buddy. He's off to his second segment.
Spicy is on the second phase. I think 5 kills on the second phase.
That's right. That's right. After 5 kills, then you can count on, yeah, you can count on udders to make it a buddy. He shows up.
Our classic countman. Yet again.
I don't know why they don't just call him the Minotaur. I gotta be honest with you. I don't know.
Maybe there's some weird copyright on that, like Resident Evil in 1995, where they couldn't, or on Biohazard rather, where they couldn't call it Biohazard. You never know. Copyright in the United States sure is something.
Some sick lore there.
Yep. Going back to the 90s.
Meanwhile, Spicy now hitting really close shots in a tight proximity. This is what I'm talking about, where you gotta hit your shots. Accuracy is everything here. And if you don't believe me, just go talk to Distortion 2 when he tried to get that wrench out of that regenerator. Ooh, good parry as well. Yes. Execution is on. Actually get me out of this segment. I don't want to be here anymore.
As soon as you kill Cowman, it's over, but you have to be really careful, and we're going to watch this with the remaining 3 on this. Cowman can one-hit kill you.
Now, Orchlon, call him an egg. These cabin segments get scrambled. There's no lie there. He gets enemies in close proximity. I don't know if his accuracy is up to snuff. Bach, though, so far is performing well. I think he's still hunting for boards here. He gets his boards.
Sad me je zvala Ivana pa sam pitala gdje Nemanja uzme. Kaže, samo kaže poslovođi onda on
Ti mi stalno informacije donosiš, čitam to.
Ajdete,
hoću li ili neću uzeti te tortije? Ako ću uzeti, pitat ću nekog u firmu.
Kažeš poslovođi i on donese 60 dinara je pakla.
Ide 500 dinara, nebitno, pitat ću, hajde.
By the way, you may see Spicy down there before we went to Orchlon, just upgraded the case to get a little bit bigger of a case. And just to clarify some more rules, charms on the cases are not allowed, and any deluxe edition content also not allowed. But Spicy did just upgrade their case to get a bigger case.
Orchlon cannot hit his shots, man. Go back to Cove. What are we doing here?
Not connecting. Gonna eat some eggs. Remember, eggs good.
Definitely. Slurp, slurp. Derek, more plates, more dates in the mix. Alright, now he just needs to not get crowded while he's waiting for Ashley to break him out of the segment. He's out of there. You know what? And that's almost a perfect recreation of what happened last time, too. Orchlon, very messy cabin. He had to improvise, but he was able to keep his head on. Meanwhile, someone is trying to gank Ashley away from Spicy here.
I did see that. That was a section where it really benefits you to stealth.
Oh god. Oh no,
and I saw some flash grenades, but I do believe Spicy got through with Ashley.
No, he actually had to restart the segment. He had to restart the segment.
Is that a restart?
He did.
I am so focused on these other screens. I can't even imagine. Our previous commentators had to do this with 8. Unbelievable. So that is a restart of the section. Ashley was grabbed and was taken away. Stealth here is super crucial.
Well, this is also why you want to invest the flashbang here. You can't always walk through without sounding the alarm, but the big goal here, the reason why you don't want to sound the alarm is you just want to loot in peace, dude.
Take all the items without anybody watching you, and, you know, it's just so nice to be able to do that in peace and quiet. Oh, caught a bow to the lower back.
Ooh, those are some bad things to take to the hip. I tell you that much for free. He's going to be walking funny for a little bit.
Spicy will get through this second time. See if that proves to be a gap closer.
Well, seeing right now, Spicy did suffer a little bit of time loss towards his midpoint of the run, so that may or may not preclude him from even getting a sub-2 period, but of course it's a long way. That's assuming quite a few things, actually. Flashbang invested right now from QTT. He's hitting his shot, should only need one more. Oh, the hammer drops.
Cowman is down.
Now, see, the thing is, you're not safe even right now.
You gotta wait. Yep.
You gotta hope Ashley's kind to you, and she is.
She is very kind. So QTT6 will now approach, appropriately enough, Chapter 6.
Orchlon right now looting the room. Unfortunate Laga spawn there. You hate to see it. It means you have to invest more ammo than you would otherwise want to. But, hey, sometimes you got to do it. Otherwise, you could risk getting clipped. And now, see, this is what we're talking about.
Here we go.
Pasetas for Orchlon. What are in these crates, man? I need bullets.
Spicy is about to run into a certain pair of sisters, and they are not happy. Let's see if we get the stagger.
All right, he needs to play this the old-fashioned way. Oh, he's getting ran upon. Ooh!
Right. Did not get the quick stagger.
All right, thankfully the Bella sister is down, and the other one is off in Narnia. He needs to be quick in gathering the crank and getting the hell out of here.
Get out. There you go. Got the crank.
He should have the flashbang to invest here to make it safe for him to churn the butter.
And
it's correct.
Orchlon will now be encountering the sisters. Let's see what happens here.
Another first shot stagger. You hate to see it. Means he has to play dynamically. We know the shots aren't on under pressure. Oh, but thankfully he gets the 4 quick ones. The other Bella sister's taking time. Please shoot my sister. What are we doing?
The other Bella sister was just chilling at the end of the table, just watching all that go down. All right, got to get away. All right, Orchlon gets out with the crank.
These are some tight lines we're running here. Orchlon needs to invest. He doesn't have the flashbang. He's got to craft it.
Ooh, he's got to craft a flashbang, but at least he can.
That's true. Be much better than not being able to. He's juicing
you
on
gotta take your wins where you can get them. He was able to at least craft the flash.
Now you think these guys are holding their eyes. They just saw the light, but he's still not safe.
Ooh, if you get hit here, he's got to restart it. There it is. He got it.
Maybe now he's got to push it open, and that gives time for the other Bellas to potentially close the gap. He's free. But now, where's Ashley? Will she be able to escape safely? She's in the help status.
She has been grabbed.
This is tough. This is another flashbang invested for Orchlon. He needs to. He can't throw the Hail Mary. He has to push the door open.
He's got to go back to the door.
But guess what's waiting on the other side? It's the Bella sister. He needs to be quick in getting her back. Chuck the nade. Will it catch the sightline? Thankfully, she drops the white woman. Needs to go, go, go.
Oh, man. This is crazy.
This is not what you want to see for Orchlon. You want this to look just like Bach. You invest 1 flash and then you're out of there for the rest of the run, dude. Come on. Meanwhile, Spicy successfully completes the Mendez skip.
Yep.
And Orchlon gets a what's the word? A compensatory?
Compensatory, yes.
Yeah, compensatory flash grenade there.
And Mendez will just be up here chilling, watching the tournament with the rest of us. What's up, dude? How you doing? Uh-oh, here we go. QTT6 is about to encounter the sisters. Let's see what another first shot stagger.
Now he's closing a gap. This is tough. I don't know about this one. We need to see those shotgun shells being blasted.
Oh, that is risky.
It's not even a quick kill. Oh, that's a huge time investment. And she's still not down.
Still not down, and he got grabbed.
That's gonna be a knife costing you, buddy. You want that to parry these chainsaws. Oh, but he's taking
got hit by that torch.
That fire could have been the end for him. Look at him move around that menu. Oh, poor boy.
Got the crank.
Get the hell out of here, bro.
There we go. Okay.
He's dodging.
Oh my goodness.
Down, left, right, and center. That was dicey. Call him Pico de Gallo.
That was risky and frisky.
Bach here crossing the bridge. Holy. Meanwhile, Ashley getting grabbed for QTT as well. Now he needs to successfully churn this without getting clipped, like you'd mentioned, Enigma. If he gets hit off of this, it's back to the start, and he's losing health for the trouble. He gets it, though. And we're just in time here for Spicy to make his catapult run. And you know this isn't free, Enigma. Zeke died here twice.
Not free whatsoever.
And it can happen to the best runners in the tournament. Full focus.
Spicy in the lead. We're going to begin the castle. Got to watch out for these asteroids being shot by these cannons. Blow up those barrels as well. Got to make sure Ashley does not get grabbed, and you will have to shoot this cannon into the main door upstairs to proceed. And remember, there's no autosave, so on the way back it can get very, very dicey.
Oh, that's an unfortunate
right there.
Yes, so land before time. You're actually in the Dinosaur Cafe right now. It's the meteor shower. Oh, but you don't want to get caught there. You want to move because Ashley's going to get incapacitated.
And Ashley is incapacitated.
This is not what you want to see. Another straight hit could be the end of Our Lady.
Go to the door.
He's going to have to respond to this somehow. Orchlon now making his approach as well. Oh my god, the AoE on this has got to be sending Spicy's blood pressure through the roof right now. And she dies!
Ashley is dead! Oh my goodness. And see, this is where the run and where everything can change just in the snap of a finger.
Oh,
it is never
word.
It just changes everything. Oh my goodness.
And you got a sub 2 in the first round. What's
this
in your
game
wallet?
Doesn't care.
You're about to get robbed.
Orchlon now has a bit of a window that has opened up for him. Let's see if he can take advantage of it.
Everything is going to hinge right now on him not taking the same death, but this segment is not forgiving. Nice clean kill there. This is all you, Orchlon. We believe. Oh, how did he keep his head on after that one? That was quite a mind blower, if you ask me. He's still moving.
Oh
no! And now
Ashley is incapacitated.
Now, depending on how this goes, this could be helpful.
Oh my goodness! There's a death shrimp. That's what I call this, a death shrimp. Gotta get that door. Oh wait, using the cannon to get rid of those catapults, and now the door.
You know, safety strats. Safety strats. What happens?
Oh my god.
Icy's making a second attempt here.
If you're in the chat and you're watching this, you gotta get excited because everything just changes right here. It can.
If you're in the chat and you're watching this, you gotta get your mom's credit card, buddy. Exclamation mark prize in the chat. We want to see that dono go up.
Looks like Orchelon has made it through. Unbelievable. Speaking of the prize contributions, again, we had $30 from Orange Bishop. We had $20 from Valiant Knight. We had $15 from Connor. Said, haters fear the Bach Bachad. Greetings from Canada. We had $25 from Sequenza. Said, pro gaming galore. Greetings from CQ the Gamer. Pagan Zero with $20. Said, let's go. These runs have been hype. Let's get that 15K for the amazing runners. That would be awesome. Thank you all very much. Exclamation mark prize in the chat. We'll get you the link.
Svako si menja driver
all
skoro.
of these amazing runners.
We're coming up upon our first real door skip here. This is
Ne moraš da brišeš ako nisi menja drivera. Otkud on zna?
Steam, apps, common, hunt, showdown, offeriš folder, imaš folder, user.
Čekaj, Boris, misliš ti da on ima džabe 5000 sati? Pa naravno da zna da mu je hunt, ovo je bio test za tebe.
Folder user.
Da vidi da li ti znaš.
Otvoriš user i unutra imaš shaders.
Kako bi ti sad Vladu pitao, znaš Vladu gdje ti instaliran Company Heroes 2? A da kaže nemam pojma. Imam 5000 sati, a stvarno ne znam gdje.
Kakav library, commander, brate, file, explorer, jebote.
A u Steam library, on ti priča Steam library. Ti pričaš Milane o Steam klijentu, nema veze Steam klijent sa time što ti čovjek priča, jesi li ti?
U folder igre jebo mater, gdje ćeš u Steamu?
5000 sati imaš u igri, znaš li gdje ti igra instalirana?
Kaže mu Steam apps, znači Steam apps, common, hunt, showdown, što ti nije stil.
C program files, Steam apps, common, hunt, showdown, shaders. Ali ništa nisam rekao.
Hunt, showdown.
Pa shaders.
Pa imaš user.
Beka, da se ne bi zamara. Idi desni klik na Steamu hunt. Idi vrate, manage, idi browse local files. I izbacit će ti tačno folder gdje ti se nalazi.
A može i tako, ali ovako je bolje kesiš. To mi je prvo palo na pamet. Dobro, nije rekao da je doktor za software, samo za hardware.
Hoćeš mi reći samo zašto brišeš to? Ne vredi.
Najbrže bi ti bilo da reinstaliraš igru, čini mi se.
Ali imaš sad internet.
Meni ti...
Shaderi.
Meni ti shaderi... Ceo taj folder ni 1 megabajt ne zauzima.
Pa time majke treba da ubine taj novac.
Pa shader su user, da shadere obrišeš. Shader! Pa ne treba pritisneš, obrišeš folder shader.
Trader, trguj. Trader, trguj malo.
Znao sam ja odmah da je shader kriv.
Da, ninja kornjaša i šareder. I šareder. Ovo ti show program, a? Imaš... Treba streamovat kao podcast, šteta što ga ne... Što ga se mutiraju. Aj Boris, završimo to. Ne znam to. Uzeli smo...
Čekaj, ja ne uopšte znači, ne znam, kad brišeš nešto, ne ulaziš u Steam aplikaciju, ulaziš u Firewood, Commander jebote, vidi, shvatili smo da je ipak bolje da ti ne misliš, nego da slušaš.
Shvatili smo bolje da ti ne misliš.
Vidi, mislim da je ipak bolje da ti ne misliš, znači, evo, mislim da se svi slažu.
Where you clip through a door using your scoped rifle, and if you flick your mouse around real quickly, you can appear right on the other side of it. This is the hardest one to do. Orchlon in the driver's seat. And he gets it so crispy. He's so clean with it. All smiles in the Orchlon camp right now. Stocks are rising. That's going to give him a nice little lead right now. Bach Basoup not too far behind, though. His first attempt, action on Bach. Ooh, one attempt down. Ooh, 30. I'm starting not to like his odds. Oh, this is tough. This is quite memes and dreams right now. Oh, Jarvis, show me this guy's heart rate.
Take care.
Unfortunate. We have to reload the checkpoint there because if enemies get too close, then you start risking not only your health, but also Ashley's. You wouldn't like that. That is the hardest door skip to get, by the way.
Orchlon in the water hole. Gotta be careful.
Oh, absolutely. You want to talk about this? This is actually high school drama here.
Što on briše shadere?
A zato što taj tvoj super Intel smeće kompjuter nešto je ubagovo, jel? Bro. Još jednom da te čujem za AMD da si rekao da je smeće. Pa AMD je izmislio kompjutere za to tvoje smeće, jel? Izmislio. Jeli, update-ovo si drivere, a? Ti pitao ove iz Jetela da smeš ti da skidaš drivere.
To sad nije fair, to si sad čuo od mene.
Da ne opteretiš server tom brzinom skidanja. Eno Ilija rekao, utrnulo u levo jajce.
Sad sam se...
Evo, sad mu je utrnulo, evo.
Da, sad je prešlo s levog na desno.
Sad je dobio i trn od predela uda do pupka, evo. Ne rekao da instalira igru, joj sad.
Što mu pomažeš?
Onda bi on dokazivao sljedećih pola sata, svima bi se na glavu popeo kako ima brzi internet, kako je skinuo za 22 minute.
Pa svejedno će to da uradi.
8. Leci šader.
Znaš šta je bilo dobro? Svaki dan da reinstaliraš igru. Ne može da škodi.
Znači oraš. Jesi na čora sad je? Rekao sam ti jedno 5 puta da u File Exploreru tražiš da ti uporno uspiju.
It's all about the improv right now.
I think the enemies on the bottom floor, if you kill them, they will all pop plagas. So you have to be you have to be careful not to get those plagas out.
So for this section, you'll see people chuck flash grenades, or you'll see people aim for the arms or maybe the legs. Anything but the head. We don't want to kill them. We just want to maim them.
Shoot the feet or the ankles or the cankles. Depending on what they have.
I'm checking this guy out right now on Orchard. Oh, I'm amazed he didn't get flattened right there by the stairs. That would be a nice little bit of environmental storytelling.
Oh my god, there was a fucking plaga.
Meanwhile, we're gonna have to invest another flash grenade here if he wants to spin this wheel. He only has the one though. Oh, having to craft two for the Bella sisters, maybe coming back to bite Orchlon. Oh, this economy is looking quite grim.
Death Shrimp is right there.
He chucks it there.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, flash.
Thankfully, the black goop did not block the light. Oh, but look at this temple run.
Going. Oh, we finally got hit right there. I was about to say, Neo, eat your heart out. But he finally got hit right there at the top of the steps.
And now it's all on the accuracy check.
It is time to catapult Ashley up top. You want to save your sniper ammo here. You might see some handguns, but we'll see what happens. Tournaments change things.
Ja ne mogu proći.
I believe Orchlon has the reserves to be able to make it through this segment handily, but after seeing his performance in the cabin, it wouldn't be surprising if we saw some missed shots out of Orch.
See what happens. Getting very close to Ashley. Boom, boom. All right, that enemy is down. Looking good thus far.
4-piece no biscuit across the board. Hit these shots, buddy. I believe in you. Good work so far.
Pulling out the sniper.
Meanwhile, Bach is making his way up to the Ashley segment here.
QT 5 shots left in that sniper.
QTT is having a little bit of trouble getting the first wheel to spin.
And the enemy hides behind the pillar. Oh, Bach has died! Oh my goodness.
What I don't know. He got combo. Devil May Cry is alive? Oh, and now it's time for Orchlon's turn. He says, hold this axe, kid, from afar.
Orch caught an axe with his right shoulder and lived to tell the tale for now.
I'll just wait till the blood loss sets in. Oh, damn, he is moving. State dodgeball champion right here.
Oh my goodness. All right, Ashley looks like she'll be right there following close to Orchlon.
Getting a bit of handgun ammo and a boot knife for his trouble. And some rifle ammo. Okay, Orch, what's money? I don't need any of that. Oh, meanwhile, QTT. Oh, man. Now see, This is something we saw happen to a different runner last time.
Šta
This
ima veze, on
waterfall is brutal.
zaleti za zid ispod sebe na milimetar.
Did someone chuck a spear at him? What was that?
Using all the heals in the inventory.
This is not looking good for the resources of QTT. Another Heartbreaker is on deck.
And Spicy is down there looking to reclaim the lead he once had, using that handgun on these ammos that are, excuse me, on these enemies that are approaching Ashley. Sticking with the, oh, there's the rifle.
Oh, Bach now eating some combos of his own for the trouble. Oh man, it's not bad enough that you got to redo the whole bottom segment. You still got to try for the top, and oh my god, the Reaper came for his ass twice!
And Orchelon has succeeded. He is advancing to Chapter 8.
Oh, Spicy right now is missing some shots. Did you see that guy just juke him for no reason? Your objective is over there, my guy.
They have a lot of caffeine sometimes, and they just avoid those bullets.
That is brutal if you're Spicy right now.
He
has quite an advantage going into Chapter 8. He has the advantage of no more Ashley for right now. You'll see him killing some fish to get some treasure. But he is steadily, he's at the merchant right now, he is steadily in the lead while everybody else is a bit behind.
As well, that was a gold split water haul for him. That was some of the cleanest we'd ever seen out of him, and that is going to solidify his lead for the time being. Bach action right now needs to hit these shots.
I told you in the start, Orchelon had something to prove after that village run 2 years ago. Got a gold split on the water haul. He is rising to the occasion.
He said, wait a minute. Eternal Enigmas comment? I'm in.
Here we are.
A couple of rips of G Fuel before he started.
Oh.
Alright, QTT is able to escape hell right now. Good on him as well. He's had an absolute brutal run so far. Gets 2 red herbs in a vase. Alright, Capcom.
And Orchelon takes out the Red Zealot and gets that treasure right behind. Very crucial that the Red Zealot goes down.
Damn, a couple of thick pesetas drops too. 600 apiece. It's going to make for quite a
That is the way it goes sometimes.
Well, I mean, the nice thing is you could get 100 drop out of those too. These guys are juicing. High tippers.
Yep, they are juicing like baseball players from the late 90s. It is real.
Yo, shout outs to Barry Bonds.
And he should be in the Hall of Fame. I'm just on the soapbox real quick. He should be there, but I'll get off that soapbox because we're here talking about Resident Evil 4. And Spicy is now in Chapter 8. Cloth Pursuit still in the water hall.
All right, now it's time for...
It is hard to keep up with this. The first 4 screens of massive action. I'm thinking about baseball now. All right, we're watching Spicy. Spicy was in the lead for a good bit of this beginning of the run, but you saw how quickly it can change. But just how quickly it changed, how quickly it could go back. Spicy's looking to reclaim that ground that was lost.
Oh, you're never safe here in this run, but thankfully a very nice segment here. Grabs the Crimson Lantern. He should be safe to run out of here. The drops. Ooh, Pesetas and a Ruby for his trouble as well. Oh, but he does get grabbed. We're not out of the woods yet. This could combo into something huge. He's having to expend more shotgun shells. Oh, it's already eating into his reserves.
Got 10 shells left.
That's what's keeping him safe right now. You don't think you know, but you need it. You need those shotgun shells. Speaking of shotgun shells, we're about to make the castle, the battlements run for Orchelon at the moment. This is a big accuracy challenge, but it's also a big throwables experience. We need flash grenades, we need heavy grenades. Is he going to attempt to run this with no flash? Hold on.
He's
going
brave. For it.
He's brave.
Oh,
he's the chosen one!
Oh my goodness.
Wow. I'm not going to talk about the barrel he missed there. I didn't see anything.
I didn't see it. Don't know what you're talking about.
I'm agnostic to it.
All right, here we go. Gonna shoot to get through the... Oh.
Accuracy challenge. Here we go, finally.
4 shots. Oh my goodness.
Not easy there for him.
This is up and down and all around sometimes.
He's gonna try to throw this with no flash again. What is this decision making? He's good.
Oh, got hit in the back.
But that was the easiest he could have taken. Oh my word, he got touched by the bug.
Let's see if there is the Giante can throw a rock here.
L big boys chucking pebbles.
Sometimes it happens. It happened to Bakba Soup on a run recently.
And I believe if even one of those pebbles touches you, that's big damage.
Huge damage, and Ortolon is not full HP.
I think you would be left in last stand, but that's at least an herb. That's the very least. We're gonna grab the ornate beetle here.
Looks to be about 85% HP right now.
Grabs the beetle, goes up to the merchant, says, hey,
Spicy's going across the bridge now.
He's gonna invest the flash. See this? I appreciate safety. I like that stuff. Lock your card. Now, believe it or not, these grenade throws through the grates are not free. Oh, and neither of these shots through the grate. Spicy also investing 4 shells.
You have a fucking miss.
I am mesmerized right now.
It is so tough to keep track of everything. It really is.
It is fixated on everything. Orchelon going through the door here and will complete the chapter. Orchelon advances to chapter 9. See if Spicy gets by without getting hit by the rock, and does.
It's QTT's turn now to make the temple run.
While we're sitting here real quick, I just want to go over some more contributions that have come in to the prize pool. We had $20 from Detenchi1325, says, been on the edge of my seat the whole time. These runners have amazing skills. Yes, they do, Detenchi. Thank you. We had $10 from Saul Gonzalez that had to donate because these commentators spitting. Entertainment W. Well, you know, sometimes you just got to spit it out. So thank you, Saul. Thank you. $20 from Captain Sevatar says, fly, Balk. You have to fly, little chicken. Oh, he's trying, Captain. Thank you all very much.
Shit. I almost thought I shot Ashley.
And as well, a huge $500. Did you get this one, Enigma? My guy, they're calling you.
I think that one just came through. Like, literally, take it.
Dude. Absolutely amazing tournament so far. Glad I caught this. Ella Jazz, thank you so much. Says you commentators are killing it too. Hey, you can't say that. I got warrants, all right. Thank you so much for this, dude. This is
appreciate it. We're just here to have fun. We want everybody watching to have fun. Runners having fun. It's all about fun. Thank you very much.
All right, now.
Pardon me.
No, please, seriously,
go
ahead.
Say, we have a ton of these. Kuza96 threw in 30, said, my mom is happy to contribute to these amazing runners. Good luck. Hey, Vash made the call for your parents' credit card, and Kuza96 answered the call. So I just wanted to throw that one out there, too.
I'll take the call from the mom, too, actually.
hey, whoa, hey. Is that another Tinder reference?
It might, well...
Anyways,
guess we just expanded the age range. Let's
perhaps
go.
We did. All right. All right. You know, there's a Resident 4 run going on here. Let's see. We're on chapter 9.
We actually just entered the hedge maze, and I want to check this. I want to know who made a safety save here, because this is what cost Nevs huge time. He ran straight through this segment before. He didn't save. He messed up a crucial skip. Died. Wound up all the way back here. Poor guy.
This will be the chapter that we reunite with Ashley. See, back down there with Spicy. We are trying to lower the flags. We have 3 flags to lower. Orchelon has lowered the 3rd one already.
One as well. Thankfully, Orchelon does have the flashbang to invest here. Because the idea is you're actually supposed to let Ashley get scooped up like she is right now.
Flashbang, very important for this.
You know, Los Illuminados are very accommodating of Leon S. Kennedy, wouldn't you believe it? Like, they'll actually just walk Ashley right over to him. Be like,
Lime
oh, come
Pop.
on, man. I'll help you set up your
Welcome
flashbang.
to my channel.
Boom. Disconnected, and Ashley should port over, or just come right on through the bushes.
I think she just spawned in right there.
Right,
Holy
there
moly.
you go, the teleportation.
How did
Raiden
she
from
ever
Mortal
get stolen?
Kombat, eat your heart out.
If Nevs just had saved, had Nevs just saved here, he would be playing instead of QTT right now.
Meanwhile, this is another run here for QTT.
Literally, I just had to take the
He has good ammo here. This is what you want. We don't want to send a single handgun bullet into these dogs. These are very dangerous enemies. They can one-shot Ashley. They can do big damage to Leon. They can cause knife durability. We want to give him the old Yeller treatment. Nothing but rifle bullets and shotgun shells. Nothing but.
That is a fantastic point that I wanted to mention earlier, but there's just so much going on. Oh, we're looking at Orchelon. The dogs in this game are not free. Orchelon goes ahead and throws a grenade over there to skip this entire section to keep the enemy from raising the bridge. Got some magnum ammo, getting some gunpowder, got a hand grenade and some shotgun shells. Orchelon is rolling right now.
He will be investing the flash grenade here.
And when you're this far ahead, you can do your safety stuff.
Do you figure he has his chat? Like, is he looking at his chat? Because they have to be telling him he's in the lead right
He's got, I would say perhaps, yeah. I don't see how you would not be. Because I know you can't watch anybody else's screen while this is going on, but, I mean, he has his chat on his screen, so I would think he's got to be feeling the vibe from the chat, so to speak.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. That's quite a
But I don't know. You never know. And maybe you have to shut it off. Maybe you got to concentrate. It's impossible to know.
That's the thing,
All right,
dude.
we're sitting down for dinner.
What are you ordering?
Bread and bread.
You think they had chicken tendies back when this castle was built?
They may not have been tenders. They may have been something else.
Like just like naturally shaped dino nuggies?
Yeah, perhaps.
Ooh, I hope they got ketchup.
That's where they originated from. Spicy going into the bridge room also, throwing the grenade. Let's see what kind of drop Spicy gets in here.
They're here.
Hand grenade, shotgun shells, handgun ammo, shotgun shells again. Okay.
Pretty good for him, actually. Not
Good
quite
drop.
a heavy grenade drop, but it's
No,
still really good.
there's the flash grenade.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering.
I was wondering.
Look
at her reach.
Orchelon is down there with the armored fellows. Ashley will be helping from the balcony, from the mezzanine.
Always so nice when she contributes, really.
It really is. Tremendous.
Now, I don't know if I'm going to be seeing anybody doing... Distortion has a bit of a different approach to this room where he'll actually stand in the fire because he's that guy. Pronouns him.
Important to...
Oh, go ahead.
Important to note, Orchelon just picked up a heavy grenade.
What the hell's going on?
Orchelon picked up a heavy grenade. Those are going to be crucial. If you can pick them up versus having to craft them, that helps a lot. And he just picked one up.
More rifle ammo as well. He said, you're getting through this segment just fine, buddy. Don't even worry about it. Here, I'll help. Uh-oh. He's surrounded by two. Ashley, where's the flames? Where's the Baja Blast? Catches one.
Looks more like Mountain Dew Voltage to me because it's blue.
No, actually, that is a good point.
I think I'm a Voltage guy, so.
Oh, you're not a Code Red, Carl?
I am not. I may cause some more trouble.
Definitely give me
Hey,
his
Brane.
address.
I mean, listen,
Kilikoj.
I'm from a different
I'm
era.
all ears. I'm all ears.
That's all I had to say. Alright, Spicy.
Ne čuješ vrane preko 150 metara, ako se dobro sećam. Možeš samo da ih vidiš, one...
And right now, if you're interested in the standings as of the Chapter 8 end, we got Orchelon in first at 52.38, Spicy in second, 53.42, Balk Basup in third at 54.35, QTT 6, 54.46. There's only a 2-minute and 8-second difference. In this game, that can change instantaneously. It is still pretty tight in my book.
Well, and as well, it's nice to see QTT is catching back up right now with Bach, given the time loss that he suffered in the Del Taco fight. It's beautiful to see. And that's the thing. Nobody's giving up right now. Just like you said, this could be anybody's game.
To the very end, it's anybody's. Even that darn jet ski, like you just don't know.
Yeah, QTT almost died to that.
Yeah, you never know. All right, Balk is doing his Mortal Kombat moves on the armored.
Ooh,
Rifle
what
shells.
happened there? QTT missed a bullet that looked like it went straight through the guy. Your Honor, roll that back. I think I may have gotten robbed. I don't know what quite happened there. He has missed quite a few shots down here, but thankfully he has rifle ammo to spare.
Orchelon is going to be our first contestant going into the Ashley section. This is the third and final spot where lowering your FPS is a legal move. It's just a little bit more consistent to get by these armored enemies with the FPS changes. So this will be the last section where they can lower their FPS if they so choose.
To give a little bit of a preview as to what our inventory and our economy is looking like right now, QTT just picked up a heavy nade, Orchelon has 2 heavy nade drops, and Spicy's walking around tall. 8 Magnum rounds in the pocket.
It's interesting that Spicy was on pause for a few seconds.
Wouldn't surprise me if he was washing his hands again. He says, I'm too sick.
Could be.
Said he was wondering if he was doing a safety save. Come on, buddy. It's Resident Evil 4 Professional. You safety save everywhere.
With this tournament, with as much cash as on the line, safety saves are the order of the day.
I wouldn't crack my knuckles without saving first, dude. You kidding me?
I wouldn't either.
Alright,
we're gonna go into Bach Basut's view here.
As long as we don't get that goat head.
Alright, he is going to go get the goat head now.
He's chucking a flash grenade. I don't know. What the hell? Is that allowed? I thought you're supposed to throw a hand grenade.
Well, anything that'll stop that enemy from raising the bridge.
As long as he doesn't wake up and go, what was I doing? Oh, the lever. He invests too. You know what?
There we go.
Fair play. I'm a fan of it. Good moves for Bach. Although, it didn't sneak by me. He got 2 Magnum ammo drops right there, and I think I saw some shotgun shells hit his inventory too.
Shotgun
More
shells.
Magnum ammo. What is happening in Bach's game right now?
What's happening? Resident Evil 4. That's what's happening.
Someone check his disc. He's got game jam.
Wait, people still have discs?
He might. I don't know if Capcom's
maybe that's the
out
key.
there.
Maybe he had the disc version. Maybe that's the difference.
It's all coming together.
All right,
The
Spicy.
legendary sub 2.
Spicy gets into the Ashley section now. QTT6 as well.
A couple of the juicer boxes.
Orchelon's still a ways ahead. Bach is now in the Ashley section. We are all Ashley all the time.
We're just gonna start using
Yeah,
the
we are.
actually.
With our 4 runners.
Oh. Yeah, we are.
That's what I meant. The 4 runners.
Of course.
Orchelon sneaking.
Now, thankfully, nobody's seen any quick turn nights here. I don't know if I've seen anybody die recently to this room. It's happened before. I think